That day, not a single clansman was willing to follow me. In the early days of Konoha's establishment, Uchiha Madara departed from the village. Before his departure, he called upon his entire clan. Yet within the vast territory of the Uchiha, not a soul was willing to accompany him. At the moment when despair enveloped him, a young boy stepped forward. Madara was astonished to discover that this boy, despite his tender age, had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The boy not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also knew the whereabouts of Uchiha's secret weapon, Uchiha Light, from many years prior. Thus, 3 Uchihas formed a new team. Years later, Shinyu ascended. Chapter 1. The Resonance of Destiny. 2 years into Konoha's existence, a solitary man stepped beyond the gates of Konoha village. Draped in black, with cascading dark hair and burdened by a scythe and a fan. He faced the resplendent setting sun, his silhouette a blend of pride and profound desolation. He was Uchiha Madara. 3 days prior, he had been defeated in the election for Hokage, with Senju Hashirama triumphing by an overwhelming majority. The reality starkly contrasted Hashirama's promises. Not only had he failed to secure the Hokage position, but he had also grown increasingly despised by the villagers. He had once believed that establishing Konoha would forge peace, yet the rift between the Senju and Uchiha clans remained unbridged. The streets of the village echoed with laughter and joy, but all he could sense was alienation and estrangement. It dawned upon him that everything had merely been a facade of falsehood. From that moment, he understood that the prejudices harbored within hearts were insurmountable mountains. As long as a divide persisted, the so-called peace would be but a fleeting illusion. In time, the Uchiha would inevitably march toward annihilation beneath the veneer of superficial tranquility. He discerned this truth and called upon the Uchiha clan to leave with him. Yet, not a single clan member was willing to follow. Now, he found himself bereft not only of his brother, but of his clan, utterly rendered a figure neither revered nor acknowledged, seemingly superfluous even within his own village and family. The gentle breeze whispered desolation, and the setting sun cast a melancholic glow. His long hair danced in the wind, while hidden from prying eyes, his gaze fell into despair. However, at that moment, a youthful and urgent call echoed from behind. Madara-san. Madara paused, the bitterness in his eyes swiftly vanishing, restoring his prior air of authority and pride. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a boy pursuing him. The boy was strikingly handsome, with fair skin. Clad in the distinctive high-collared clan attire of the Uchiha, his short black hair neatly groomed, long eyelashes lending him an air of gentleness, and his eyes, dark as lacquer, gleamed with clarity akin to jade. He moved with lightness despite the distance. He had caught up in mere breaths, an impressive speed not typical for one of his age. "Is it you?" Madara recognized him. This boy was named Uchiha Shinyu, a young ninja of notable prowess. Madara remembered him from 4 years prior, when Shinyu had fought valiantly on the battlefield against the Senju clan, earning the moniker Ghost of Swiftness. "Madara-sama, how surprising. I did not expect you to remember me." The boy's gaze was sincere as he stood behind Madara and declared, "I am Uchiha Shinyu, and I wish to follow you." "What?" Madara's heart stirred, his pupils quivering. "You wish to leave Konoha with me?" Shinyu bowed respectfully, earnest in his words. "Indeed, unlike those foolish clansmen, I am willing to depart with you." Madara's feelings suddenly became complex as he scrutinized Shinyu from head to toe. After a prolonged silence, he let out a cold snort. "Humph, are you here to pity me?" Madara turned away, presenting Shinyu with the back of his head. "Return, for although I am no longer your clan leader, I, Uchiha Madara, require no one's pity." "Pity?" Shinyu tilted his head in confusion. Yet he soon realized that while Madara spoke of sending him away, he remained rooted in place, his feet unmoving. "Ah, he secretly hopes I will follow him." A flicker of understanding crossed Shinyu's eyes. The Uchiha clan, so prideful he immediately asserted, "Madara-sama, I truly desire to leave Konoha. Remaining here holds no significance anymore." "Why?" Madara asked without turning. Upon hearing this question, Shinyu finally exhaled, for earlier, Madara's insistence on sending him back had indeed startled him. After all, he genuinely did not wish to return. He was a traveler from another world, belonging to the purest form of transmigration. He was born 5 years prior to the establishment of Konoha, during the twilight of the Warring States period, when the Senju and Uchiha were still at odds. Later, the two clans reconciled, and Konoha was founded. Yet, knowing the unfolding narrative, how could he remain oblivious to the Uchiha's fate? Moreover, a flicker of resentment crossed Shinyu's youthful face. The Senju clan slaughtered my parents. They were not even ninjas, merely aiding an injured clansman. Yet the Senju mercilessly killed them. He spoke with solemnity. This hatred, no matter how much time passes, I cannot let go. Madara nodded. It seems we share a common anguish. Yet that does not justify my taking you with me. I recall you have a brother, do you not? Yes, but that foolish one has already been brainwashed by the Senju, devoting himself to the so-called will of fire, utterly forgetting his hatred and making peace with our enemies. How absurd. Shinyu's countenance turned sorrowful, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Kagami, he betrayed me and is no longer my brother. Madara's gaze drifted, falling into silence, evidently moved by Shinyu's words. Shinyu fixed his gaze upon Madara's back. Since your defeat in the Hokage election, I have understood that if even you cannot become Hokage, who among the Uchiha can rise? All of this is a false peace bought through our compromises, yet those pitiful clansmen believe Konoha will accept them. Like Kagami, they have all been softened, akin to frogs in warm water, awaiting only a slow demise. Each word pierced the heart. Madara remained silent, yet Shinyu could clearly see his body trembling slightly. Sensing the moment was ripe, Shinyu unleashed his ultimate move. Living here, watching one ignorant clansman after another, I sometimes even forget who I am. My patience has been utterly exhausted by this dull and foolish clan. At last, Uchiha Madara was moved. He gazed skyward, exhaling a long sigh. Though Shinyu could not see his expression, the twilight cast a lonely glow upon that solitary figure. The boy's impassioned lament struck a chord deep within him, and Uchiha Madara felt an overwhelming sense of kinship with the sentiment of we are all lost souls in this world. Shinyu understood that his words might not earn anyone's recognition, yet for Madara in this moment, they held lethal impact. I have no need for weak followers. Uchiha Madara spoke with a tone of arrogance. Shinyu smiled, gently closing his eyes when he opened them again. His once dark orbs were now crimson and radiant, each adorned with 3 jet-black tomo, swirling around his pupils. The aura of the 3 tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara finally turned back. His interest peaked. No wonder you could join the battlefield at such a young age. It seems your eyes have developed to this extent. He crossed his arms. At this level, you may indeed qualify to follow me. Shinyu's lips curved upward, his luminous pupils glowing red, the 3 tomo intertwining, expanding and evolving into a magnificent kaleidoscopic pattern. Resembling gears or a mystical array, it symbolized a cycle and harmony, intricate and beautiful, like a flawless work of art. You have awakened. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Obito seemed momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. His voice carried a hint of astonishment. Even he could not maintain his composure upon gazing into those eyes, for they represented the pinnacle attainable by a member of the Uchiha clan. What exactly have you experienced? In the annals of history, the number of clan members who evolved to the kaleidoscope Sharingan could be counted on one hand, and even Obito himself had only ever encountered 2 pairs. Yet now, this 3rd pair appeared in the possession of a mere boy. Although his ocular prowess did not rival Obito's, it radiated a subdued brilliance, calm as still water, signifying a promising potential. The future of Shinyu, brimmed with boundless possibilities, with circumstances akin to mine, a resonance of fate, and this kaleidoscope Sharingan. Obito suddenly materialized before Shinyu, a spark of exhilaration igniting in his eyes. If it is you, perhaps you can truly embody my will. In truth, the moment Shinyu expressed his profound disillusionment with the Uchiha, Obito had already resolved to take him under his wing, yet he had not anticipated this. Unexpected delight. True Uchihas would never yield to illusory peace. Only those who have awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan can perceive the essence of the world, for they have tasted the most excruciating agony and despair this life has to offer. Suppressing his inner excitement, Obito's gaze intensified as he fixated on Shinyu's eyes, for what intrigued him most was, "What powers does your kaleidoscope possess?" Chapter 2. The Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Outside Konoha village, does this mean that Lord Madara has agreed to take me with him? Shinyu asked softly. Indeed. Madara replied with a proud nod. Both Shinyu's plight and his kaleidoscopic Sharingan resonated deeply with him, as fellow wanderers of fate, whether as a subordinate, assistant, or successor. He had resolved to take him on this journey. Thank you, Lord Madara, Shinyu finally revealed, a knowing smile. The abilities of these eyes are my greatest secret. He raised his palm and gently caressed the area around his eyes, which shimmered with a jade-like luster. However, since it is you, Lord Madara, I shall not hesitate to share. Under Madara's curious gaze, Shinyu began to elaborate. The ocular technique of my left eye is called Moxoluo. Its power allows for the adaptation to myriad phenomena and retaliates with the strongest counterattack tailored to the adapted target, thus enabling the insect fist that counters all of life's influences. In simpler terms, it grants me the ability to infinitely analyze everything I come into contact with or observe. This process is termed adaptation. Once completed, it nullifies the effects of such influences and provides permanent damage immunity, enabling a tangible counterattack against the source of the influence. The power of adaptation aligns with causality and cannot be obscured by the passage of time and space. Moreover, sustaining an attack during the adaptation phase accelerates the adaptation process. The term infinite analysis signifies that the analysis of already adapted attacks does not cease but continues to optimize itself. The only limitation lies in the damage incurred to the eyes when utilizing ocular power. He then continued. The technique of my right eye is known as the Everlasting of Heaven, which possesses the ability of temporal and spatial reversal. It allows for the unconditional restoration of my state to that of a specific moment in the past, with a maximum range of 5 minutes and a cooldown of only 1 second. Both temporal and spatial states can be flexibly selected. However, once a time node has undergone a reversal operation, it cannot be chosen as a target for future reversals. Madara's interest grew with every word. The brilliance of infinite adaptation and temporal reversal was indeed a divine skill. The synergy of these two techniques was truly extraordinary. One must concede that the insight of the Uchiha clan leader is astute. Shinyu blinked, in truth. He had concealed a minor detail about the capability of his right eye. The subjects eligible for temporal reversal are not limited to oneself. Everything within sight can be subjected to temporal reversal. The selection of the reversal target can only be conceptualized on a macroscopic scale. But this would require a substantial expenditure of chakra. The greater the impact on the macro world, the more significant the chakra consumption for selecting a distant time point. It is hardly surprising that he and Lord Madara are devising plans, should the full extent of his right eye's abilities be revealed. It would signify that he is not merely the strongest shield, but also the most formidable support. Who knows if Madara might consider him a mere tool? Living in this ninja world necessitates keeping one's cards close to the chest. Very well, let us depart, Madara declared, turning away. The earlier melancholy entirely eclipsed by the joy of securing Shinyu's companionship. Yet, Shinyu did not move. What is it? Madara inquired, tilting his head slightly in confusion. Have you forgotten something? One could say that. Shinyu replied with a gentle smile. Lord Madara, there is actually another member of the clan who has awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. What? Madara asked, bewildered. Is it your brother? Shinyu shook his head, clarifying that his brother did not possess such talent and had yet to awaken his eyes. But that is of little consequence. I wonder if Lord Madara recalls the secret weapon of the Uchiha clan that was sealed during the mid-warring states period? The Uchiha clan's secret weapon? Madara pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling. Years ago, when he was not yet the clan leader, a girl named Uchiha Hikari emerged from the Uchiha clan. Much like Shinyu, she awakened her kaleidoscopic Sharingan at a young age. Possessing an ocular technique known as 8,000 spears, this technique allowed her to mark enemies and absorb their chakra to strengthen herself. Once marked, she could control the minds and chakra of others, transmitting chakra regardless of distance. Such a skill naturally attracted the attention of her clan, and the ruling powers imprisoned her as a secret weapon in a lightless dungeon, releasing her only when needed for battle. Yet, that was not enough. In their pursuit of ultimate power, they forcibly implanted the techniques of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi within her, transforming her into a weapon of the Uchiha, stripping her of her name, freedom, and her rights as a person. Thus, the Uchiha's most powerful weapon was born nameless. The emergence of this nameless entity turned the tide for the Uchiha on the battlefield, leading the Senju clan and allied ninja clans to initiate targeted operations against them. Ultimately, after incurring significant losses, they managed to seal her away. "Do you intend to liberate her?" Madara inquired. "Indeed, she too is a forsaken soul. If we could recruit her, under your leadership, Lord Madara, we could become a new Uchiha," Shinyu suggested persuasively. "A new Uchiha?" Madara was taken aback, a warm current flowing through him, illuminating a previously shadowy part of his heart. However, he furrowed his brow slightly, acknowledging the passage of time. "That was a long time ago. And even I do not know the location of her seal." "Your ignorance does not imply that Konoha is unaware," Shinyu replied with a sly smile. "I suspect that within the secret chamber of the Hokage building lies the scroll containing the secrets of the weapon." While he did not know the exact sealing location, he recalled that such information was documented in a scroll titled The Sealing History of the Warring States, typically stored in Konoha's secret chamber. "I see," Madara mused, momentarily grappling with the challenge. He had just proposed a separation from Hashirama and had only just left the village. Returning in disgrace would not align with his character. Seeing Madara's dilemma, Shinyu confidently proclaimed, "I can stealthily return, taking advantage of the night to steal the scroll. That could be perilous for you. Are you not concerned about being discovered by the Senju ninjas?" Madara gazed toward Konoha, shaking his head. Shinyu smiled with confidence. "Lord Madara, body flicker and stealth are my specialties. They will not notice me. I even managed to follow you out of the village without drawing anyone's attention. It is no wonder you did not join me immediately. It appears you had this plan in mind," Madara acknowledged thoughtfully. He was a man of decisive action and promptly agreed to Shinyu's plan. The two agreed to proceed with their operation that night, ensuring that regardless of Shinyu's success, he must exit the village before the moonlight reached its zenith, while Madara would lie in wait outside the village to assist him. In the next moment, Shinyu's right eye glowed with a crimson light as the patterns of the kaleidoscope slowly rotated, and the whites of his eyes became veined with fine blood vessels. The setting sun bled crimson, fiery clouds floated, leaves hung suspended in midair, and the sound of the wind ceased. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. From Shinyu's perspective, his body left a bizarrely twisted trajectory in space, resembling a long noodle extending from his position to Konoha. His vision seemed to leap into a four-dimensional space, where a progress bar represented the traces of his movement over the span of 5 minutes, clearly visible at every moment. Now, he could freely manipulate this progress bar. Select a time node, and click play, instantly transporting him to the chosen location. This was the power of his ocular technique, the everlasting of heaven. Shinyu dragged the progress bar to its limit. 5 minutes earlier, he was concealed within a hidden patch of grass in the village. In the next instant, he vanished before Madara's eyes, as if an eraser had swiftly eliminated a pencil mark, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 3, The Stealth Operation Within Konoha. Shinyu seized the opportunity when no one was around and leapt from the grass. He closed his Sharingan, his right eye clear as ever. The previous traces of blood vanished without a trace. It turned out that the target of his temporal regression was the entirety of his own spatio-temporal state, encompassing not only his spatial coordinates, but also his physical health and chakra condition. Aside from consciousness and memory, all of his attributes would revert to what they were 5 minutes prior. The power of time is indeed wondrous and profound. As long as the target of the regression is himself, he could almost activate his ocular technique without harm, with chakra consumption approaching zero. This was also the reason he could maintain normal vision even after activating the Mangekyō Sharingan. Shinba glanced back at the main entrance and, seizing the moment when no one was around, stepped out with a lightness to his movements. He did not raise any alarms, returning to his clan's territory nonchalantly, intending to rest until evening. The streets were bustling, filled with civilians and ninjas, people from various clans seemingly coexisting harmoniously. However, upon noticing him, a member of the Uchiha clan, they instinctively averted their gazes. Shinba scoffed inwardly, understanding that this was a ploy orchestrated by the Senju, meant to sow discord within the Uchiha, compelling them to comply if they wished to gain the villagers' acceptance. In truth, to the higher-ups, a rotten orange is still a rotten orange. No matter how one cooperates or succumbs to brainwashing and manipulation, the Uchiha clan would never be favored by Konoha. He increasingly felt that following Madara was indeed a wise decision. Just look at the fate of the Uchiha in the original timeline. Ostracized, vilified, divided, incited, and ultimately exterminated. Often at the hands of their own. Only Itachi remained as the last scion. None of the Hokage had the courage to acknowledge the Uchiha clan. Tobirama was slightly better, but his successors, Hirazena Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and the rest of Konoha's elite were far from virtuous. As an Uchiha, He might not even live to see the birth of Minato, doomed to fall victim to the shadows. Yet, what struck him as peculiar was that all the Shinju within the village appeared to be new faces, as if the veterans of the war had evaporated into thin air. Were they attempting to erase the war participants from public view to win hearts? Shinba mused, marveling at the Shinju's cunning tactics, engaging in politics and conspiracies. A clan as straightforward as the Uchiha could never match them. Upon returning to the clan's territory, he ignored the whispering clansmen and made his way back to his room. He conducted a final check of his gear: ninja tools, food pills, clothing, battle armor, and a temporary tent, all stored in a scroll for easy transport. Oddly, where was Kagami? During the day, after Madara's call to arms had failed, Shinba had sought out his brother, urging him to leave Konoha with him. Yet, he was met with a mixture of panic and confusion in his brother's eyes, along with a tone that suggested he wanted to avoid him like the plague. How could you destroy the peace we worked so hard to create, brother? Ah, dear brother, I cannot tell if you are naive or foolish, Shinba thought. Resting his hands behind his head, lying on his tatami mat, closing his eyes to gather his strength. His proposal regarding Uchiha Light also stemmed from a hint of selfishness. It was not merely a sentiment from the original timeline. Rather, Uchiha Light's abilities were too formidable. Should Madara find himself in dire straits in the future, he would not need to rely on Shinba as a pawn. One Uchiha Light would suffice. Moreover, with Light as an ally, even if Uchiha Madara were to fall, his safety would be significantly assured. As the sun dipped low in the west, the night soon descended. Shinba opened his eyes, glancing at Uchiha Kagami, who was soundly asleep with his back turned. Shaking his head, he donned his mask, draped his black cloak over his shoulders, and silently slipped out of the room through the window, leaving the clan's territory without a sound. Along the way, he adeptly evaded the patrolling ninjas using his nimble movements and exceptional body flicker technique, ensuring no one noticed him as he arrived at his destination within minutes. In front of the Hokage building, 2 Shinju guards were on duty. Entering the Hokage building at night without summons was typically a grave offense. However, Shinba approached the entrance silently. "Hey kid, stop right there. What are you doing wandering around at this hour?" Shinba had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. The moment he raised his gaze, his Sharingan activated, the 3 tomo gently swirling. Just a brief exchange of glances rendered the 2 guards dazed, ensnared in his Jinjutsu. Although he was not particularly skilled in Jinjutsu compared to Itachi or Shursui, his ocular power had reached the Mangekyō level, making it a simple task to handle 2 Genin guards. He stepped past them and swiftly entered the building, following the direction of the secret chamber. He moved with a layer of light chakra beneath his feet, muffling any sound and minimizing his presence. Cloaked in black, he was like a specter racing through the midnight hour, quickly arriving at the door of the secret chamber. "You!" The guarding ninja was about to cry out. But under the swirling crimson light of the Sharingan, he promptly lost consciousness. Illusory puppet technique. Shinba commanded swiftly, "Open the secret chamber." The entrance to the chamber was sealed with a binding technique. Forcing his way in was not an option. Although Shinba was utterly unfamiliar with sealing techniques, he quickly accessed the chamber through the control of the Shinju guard. Entering the chamber quietly, he surveyed the array of books and diverse scrolls, frowning slightly. "How long will it take to find what I need?" To prevent secrets from leaking, most scrolls were inscribed with seals, and aside from the intricate techniques, there were no signatures. Without opening them, he could not discern their contents. Turning towards the entrance, he whispered to the Shinju ninja, "You find me the chronicles of sealing techniques of the warring states." The guard nodded, though his expression was blank. He obediently stepped into the chamber and began rummaging through the scrolls. Jinjutsu is truly effective. Perhaps I should enhance my training in it, Shinba thought, placing his hands on his hips with a smile. Before long, the guard presented a red scroll to Shinba. His eyes sparkled as he probed. "Now go find me the Flying Thunder God technique." "There is no record of the Flying Thunder God technique in this chamber," the Shinju ninja replied expressionlessly. "What about the Book of Sealing Techniques?" "I do not know what that is." Shinba scratched the back of his head. Could it be that the Book of Sealing Techniques has yet to be written? The so-called Book of Sealing Techniques was a scroll containing a series of forbidden techniques, compiled by successive Hokage. Although this was the case, most of the forbidden techniques originated from the brilliant invention of Tobirama Senju. It made sense. Konoha had only just been established for 2 years, and Tobirama was preoccupied with internal strife, constantly plotting against Uchiha Madara, leaving him little time to compile the Book of Sealing Techniques. In that case, Shinba pondered, You go and find me any ninjutsu or forbidden techniques from this secret chamber." The Senju ninja mechanically nodded, and after several searches, Shinba found himself holding 2 scrolls. Only 2 scrolls? Well, that is sufficient. Taking too many would be hard to explain to Madara. Shinba felt a surge of excitement, although the rank of ninjutsu corresponded to its difficulty of learning, often. The harder techniques were also the more powerful ones. He had no knowledge of the forbidden techniques contained within the scrolls, but acquiring them was a win in itself. With the mindset of a gambler, his anticipation was at an all-time high. Not long after, Shinba dashed out of the Hokage building with his spoils, taking down 3 patrolling ninjas before finally nearing the main gate of Konoha. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shinba's hair stood on end, an ominous feeling creeping over him. In an instant, a chilling threat enveloped him, but before he could react, a cold shuriken was pressed against his throat. The moonlight was cool, reflecting the glint of the shuriken, as if it would pierce his throat in the next second. Shinba swallowed hard, a chill creeping down his spine. "Kid, where do you think you're trying to escape to?" A stern voice floated from behind him. The pupils of Shinyu constricted as a deep, resonant voice echoed through the air. Why was he here? Had he been lurking by the door all along? In this moment of peril, Shinyu's thoughts raced. No. That couldn't be right. His senses were never wrong. He had evaded all forms of detection. Unless. He widened his eyes, his gaze shifting to his sleeve. Unbeknownst to him, a mark representing the Flying Thunder God technique lay quietly imprinted there. Chapter 4. The Eternal Firmament. Gazing at the mark of the Flying Thunder God on his sleeve, Shinyu suddenly comprehended. He had been betrayed. Who are you? Answer my questions obediently. The shuriken shifted slightly, grazing Shinyu's skin and drawing forth a trickle of blood. His expression grew grave as a possible realization surged within him. Igniting a wave of rage, he forced a flippant tone, replying, "I need to use the restroom. Do you think I'm jesting with you?" The voice behind him dripped with coldness. "I had intended to wait until you exited the building to have the patrolling ninja apprehend you, but you were remarkably alert, evading all the guards. Honestly, even when one goes to the restroom, you ninjas can't help but meddle in affairs that don't concern you." Shinyu spat out his words and suddenly lunged backward. Yet, his opponent's reaction was swift. A flash of cold light illuminated Shinyu's blood-red Sharingan. The Sharingan possessed an extraordinary level of insight, capable not only of observing chakra flow but also exhibiting remarkable dynamic vision. In an instant, Shinyu discerned the trajectory of the shuriken, striking the opponent's abdomen with an elbow while swiftly leaning backward to avoid danger. With a sharp sound, blood spurted from the left side of his face as he narrowly evaded a fatal blow, his mask tearing away. Seizing the opportunity, he jumped back, chakra surging naturally into his legs as his tendons strengthened, creating a significant distance, leaving behind faint afterimages. A clear silhouette came into view. The figure donned a grayish-blue coat, silver hair flowing in the wind, with sharp, phoenix-like eyes and an imposing visage adorned with 3 deep red facial markings. None other than Tobirama Senju, the current Hokage's younger brother. Shinyu clenched his fists tightly, regaining his composure in an instant. He now faced 2 choices. First, he could utilize the eternal firmament of his right eye's Mangekyō Sharingan to displace himself back to any moment within the last 5 minutes. But now that his presence had been revealed, if he were to vanish abruptly, Tobirama's keen intellect would undoubtedly detect his space-time abilities. The village would be placed under lockdown, making escape even more challenging. Furthermore, Konoha might deploy Hyuga clan ninjas to search for him, equipped with their Byakugan, which acted as a long-range spotlight. Shinyu had no confidence in evading their surveillance. Moreover, there was a powerful deity residing in the village. Should he provoke that entity, he could be suppressed within the village, leaving Uchiha Madara unable to come to his rescue. Thus, he had no choice but to engage with the individual before him, waiting for an opportunity to flee the village. Once he reached the outskirts, Madara would be ready to assist him at a moment's notice. In a brief second, his mind raced, accepting his predicament while swiftly formulating an escape plan. Uchiha, a mere petty thief. Tobirama coldly scrutinized Shinyu, his 3-tomo Sharingan glinting as he recalled the remarkable body flicker technique. "I remember now. You are that swift little brat from the Uchiha clan. No wonder your movements are so agile. Lord Tobirama, is this really the time for theatrics? Do you truly think me a fool?" Shinyu retorted with a cold smile, shedding his outer garment. "My plan was flawless. Had it not been for some Byakugan wolf spilling the beans, you would not be here." As soon as the words left his mouth, flames ignited in his right hand, incinerating his knight cloak along with the flying thunder god mark into ashes. Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Your late-night visit to accompany me to the restroom must surely be thanks to my dear brother's report. It seems he truly cares for me. Humph. Sharp-tongued, Tobirama observed the blood on the shuikin, his eyes flickering as he begrudgingly admitted, your skills are no small matter. Infiltrating a secret chamber in the dead of night to steal confidential documents. Who is behind your actions? All thanks to your excellent training, Lord Tobirama. I honed my skills on the battlefield. Shinyu raised an eyebrow. Tobirama snorted coldly, not willing to speak. That's fine. I will compel you to cooperate. Where is my dear brother? Perhaps you should focus on your own well-being first. Hand over the secret scroll and accompany me back to the prison. Doing so may spare your life. Apologies, but I have no interest in that. Shinyu gently shook his head. I intend to leave Konoha and sever all ties. Arrogant. Do you think Konoha is just any place? You cannot come and go as you please. Tobirama sneered. Who would dare to imitate a man like Madara? Are you going to stop me, Lord Tobirama? Humph, I need not lift a finger against you. Barely had the words left his lips when shadows surged around him. And in mere seconds, over 20 Senju ninjas had encircled Shinyu. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the air as Shinyu turned, his gaze fixating on the entrance of Konoha. A multitude of figures emerged, clad in identical attire, their blood-red eyes coldly fixed upon him under the faint moonlight. Uchiha, brother. From the crowd of Senju, a small figure emerged. Uchiha Kagami. He called out to Shinyu. Do not remain deluded. You must have been manipulated by Lord Madara, right? Me? Deluded? Shinyu glared at his brother, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. You traitorous wretch. Sold out, and now counting the coins for your betrayer? Have you forgotten how our parents met their end? Hatred knows no bounds. If we allow this hatred to fester, the hard-won peace will shatter. Uchiha Kagami's eyes glistened with tears. Madara has already betrayed the village. You cannot err again. Ha ha ha. Shinyu laughed in rage, his fists cracking ominously. Who is betraying whom? I ask you. I am truly sorry, brother. I wish to stop you, but I know I am no match for you. Kagami's voice trembled, tears brimming in his eyes. But rest assured, I have spoken with Lord Tobirama. If you comply with the arrangements, you shall be released before long. And we can live together in Konoha. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Should I be grateful to you then? Shinyu trembled with rage, the crimson glow in his eyes deepening. Brother. Silence. Shinyu took a deep breath, sneering, fortunately. I have long known you to be a treacherous wolf. That is why I did not disclose everything to you. Tobirama watched Shinyu expressionlessly, growing impatient as he waved his hand. Seize him. The ninjas were about to take action when suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Shinyu. A dark, oppressive chakra spilled forth, akin to a blazing inferno, yet chilling to the bone. Under Tobirama's astonished gaze, Shinyu slowly lifted his head, his black hair swirling without wind. The tomo in his eyes intertwining and distorting, exquisite ink-like patterns unfurling across his blood-red pupils. This was the Mangekyō Sharingan. Under the gaze of those eyes, even Tobirama could not help but shudder. No, this brat is beyond salvation. He must be eliminated on the spot. Without a hint of hesitation, Tobirama formed hand seals. I cannot allow him to become the next Madara. Water release. Water break wave. Tobirama's attack was decisive and ruthless. A thick stream of water surged forth like a blade unsheathed, slicing through Shinyu's body in half with a sickening sound. Blood staining the water as if a massive spider lily bloomed in the depths. Brother. Uchiha Kagami collapsed to the ground, heart-wrenching cries escaping him. It shouldn't be like this. Under the clear moonlight, Shinyu's body twisted for a brief moment. Blood swirled, limbs reattached, and he stood there unharmed. What? Could it be Izanagi? Tobirama's gaze brimmed with disbelief, yet Shinyu's eyes remained unscathed, showing no signs of alteration. Before he could utter a word, 3 ninjas lunged toward Shinyu in an instant. Shinyu's combat style is ferociously brutal, starkly contrasting the techniques of a ninja, resembling a wild beast unafraid of death. In stark opposition to his seemingly harmless exterior, as the blade's gleam approached, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he struck the blade's edge with the side of his palm, allowing the long knife to embed itself into his right shoulder. Ignoring the splattering blood, he delivered a devastating flying knee strike to the enemy's chin. Seizing the fleeting moment of their disorientation, he swiftly maneuvered behind them and cleanly snapped their neck. Whoosh! A fierce blade sliced diagonally from behind, but Shinyu, seemingly sensing the attack in advance, glanced up and vanished, only to reappear behind the assailant. His palm blade striking their wrist with precision, severing the weapon instantly. The assailant instinctively loosened their grip, and Shinyu seized the long knife from their hand, pivoted, and plunged it into their back with a fluid motion. At that very moment, a cold short blade erupted from Shinyu's chest, causing him to cough up a significant amount of blood. Die. The final assailant, a member of the Uchiha clan, utilized the powerful insight of the Sharingan to exploit the flaw in Shinyu's defense. Why? Why do you attack me? Shinyu trembled as he turned his body, disregarding the searing pain in his chest, striving to discern the enemy's face. The Uchiha ninja sneered, "Humph, the Uchiha are now part of Konoha. We cannot tolerate you." A deluded pariah. Shinyu extended his arm and grasped the man's shoulder, his gaze, cold as a beast's, instilling fear in his adversary. To die for my enemies is no regret. He raised his eyes, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan glowing crimson, Kagetsuchi. Seizing the opportunity, he reversed the long knife, piercing it directly into the enemy's throat amidst their horrified gaze, blood gushing forth. Shinyu withdrew the blade, the gears of his right eye subtly rotating, and his body bizarrely reverted to its previous state. The short blade that had penetrated his chest clattered to the ground, his clothing appearing as pristine as before. This scene, defying the laws of reality, sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding ninjas. Impossible. Can this man not be killed? What the devil is this self-healing ability? Tobirama narrowed his eyes slightly, raising the kunai that had previously grazed Shinyu, only to find the bloodstains vanished. This is not mere self-healing. He clasped his hands together, causing the moisture in the air to rapidly increase, the surroundings visibly dampening, and in an instant, a torrent of water surged forth from seemingly nowhere. Water release, water surge wave. The water spiraled like a tornado, catching Shinyu off guard as it ensnared one of his arms, subsequently engulfing him entirely. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Tobirama keenly observed that as Shinyu was swept into the water, the kaleidoscopic pattern in his left eye subtly rotated, reminiscent of a ticking clock. A commanding voice from the leading Senju ninja bellowed, and a multitude of kunai and shurikens surged forth, splashing water everywhere. Amidst the cacophony, the water vortex drank in blood, rapidly staining crimson before the eyes of the onlookers. After a few breaths, the water receded, and Shinyu slowly rose from the ground, illuminated by the cold moonlight, his crimson eyes glimmering with an eerie light. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. The youth remained unscathed, his blood vanished without a trace, as if all that had transpired was but an illusion. Chapter 5. The void of illusion. Shinyu swiftly formed hand seals, launching a counterattack the moment he stood. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames erupted, and he unleashed a fireball the size of a tavern, its temperature soaring into the thousands, illuminating the night sky with a brilliant red glow. How can this boy possess such an immense chakra? The fireball surged forward, trailing a wave of scorching heat, the ground cracking beneath its relentless advance, as if an army could not impede its progress. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, immediately discarding the dazed Uchiha Kagami behind him, and clapped his hands together. Water release, water barrier. A waterfall of water materialized from thin air, forming a circular wall to obstruct the fireball's inevitable path. Swirling frantically around Tobirama, water and fire clashed, generating a thick steam in the air. Shinyu unfurled a scroll, drawing forth a new long knife, holding both blades aloft. As chakra surged into the hilt, the blades ignited with brilliant flames, resembling two fiery torches. Uchiha style, sword leap, flame. His figure vanished from sight. The onlooker's vision was obscured, and in a daze, they witnessed a shadow dart toward the village entrance, where the Uchiha ninjas were gathered, followed by a series of muffled groans. You thrust me into this battlefield. The flash of the blade sent blood spraying. You compel me to fight. The deadly flames flickered in and out of sight. Shinyu appeared like a reaper amidst the mist, his scarlet pupils flowing with molten light. Now you seek to annihilate me, yet it is still you. His speed was astounding. The body flicker technique was unleashed in rapid succession, and with the natural suppression of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, none could stand against him. Screams and pleas for mercy faded in an instant. Damn it, how is this possible? Help, help. Those Senju bastards just stand there and watch. Shinyu, we are the same clan. No. Ugh. Shinyu's gaze was icy. At this moment, he resembled a heartless killing machine. Armed with dual blades, he spun rapidly, his body acting as an axis, resembling a blazing whirlwind. With each flash, a ninja was left in disarray, blood spraying through the air. By the time the crowd regained their wits, the Uchiha clan members had suffered significant casualties. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce wind roared as someone finally dispersed the mist. At this moment, the water barrier bubbled with gas, steam filling the air, while the fireball was successfully extinguished. Water release. Water dragon bite. Tobarama's hand seal shifted. The remaining water rapidly expanding, swiftly enveloping Shinyu's feet. Shinyu leaped, but the water beneath him exerted a powerful suction, a massive whirlpool consuming him. As if a flood had backtracked, the water converged at its peak, forming a colossal water dragon that plummeted downward. Boom! The surging waves cascaded in all directions. The ground caving in, and even the surrounding buildings were swept away by the torrent. Tobarama's gaze sharpened as Shinyu's form reemerged, now drenched. Yet not a single wound marred his body, only his right arm twisted at an irregular angle. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to a pristine state. His clothing dry, eyes radiant. Tobarama's expression tightened. He noticed the subtle rotation of Shinyu's left eye, a minute movement that nonetheless caught his attention. For reasons unknown, a chilling sensation flickered in his heart, momentarily paralyzing him. What is this? A mere illusion? Why am I suddenly anxious about this boy? Lightning release, false darkness. Shinyu discarded the broken hilt, raising one hand aloft, lightning crackling around his palm, a deluge of thunder cascading in all directions, audible even to those a kilometer away, illuminating the night sky once more. In the humid air, the conductivity of the lightning was enhanced, arcs crackling explosively, seemingly ready to engulf everyone. Several quick-witted J-nin immediately formed hand seals. Wind release, turbulent airflow. Wind release, great wind cutter technique. Wind release, vacuum wave. The lightning flickered and dissipated. This lightning jutsu was barely held at bay by 3 wind release ninjas. Clearly an Uchiha, but where did such an exaggerated amount of chakra come from? Tobarama furrowed his brow, lost in thought. As an adept sensor ninja, he was acutely aware of a person's chakra level and strength. This boy's chakra was evidently not abundant. Yet he had unleashed 2 wide-ranging jutsu in succession, seemingly unperturbed, still possessing ample energy. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Shinyu took the initiative, unleashing a barrage of flames that enveloped all in their path. The Senju ninjas employed various techniques, some releasing water release, others evading. But each flame scattered like seeds from a phoenix flower, bursting forth in all directions. Under the manipulation of the divine feather, the flames seemed to possess a tracking ability, making it quite difficult to evade them completely. 2 unfortunate souls became ensnared by the crimson blaze, emitting chilling cries of despair. The surrounding formation began to scatter, and amidst the rising mist, the divine feather hastily retreated towards the village entrance. The eternal stance of the heavens granted him a unique invincibility period. Whenever he sustained bodily harm, fell into an abnormal state, exhausted his chakra excessively, or found himself in a disadvantageous situation, he could revert his time state to a moment before the injury occurred. At that point, both his health and chakra would be rejuvenated, ensuring his physical condition remained robust and full. From the moment he activated his ocular technique, a time frame of 5 minutes commenced. Upon reverting, as long as he did not sustain further harm within the next second, even the 5-minute time frame would refresh, allowing him to maintain his invincibility. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air came from behind him, and with premonition, he tilted his head just in time to avoid a swiftly thrown kunai that grazed his right cheek. His pupils constricted as his formidable dynamic vision enabled him to discern the flying thunder god marking inscribed on the kunai's underside. In the next instant, the figure of Tobarama Senju appeared beside him without warning, reversing the kunai and thrusting it viciously towards the divine feather's neck. The flying thunder god slash. At that moment, a smirk graced the divine feather's lips, as a hand struck from an uncanny angle, snapping shut around Tobarama's wrist with a resounding clap. "I've been waiting for you, Lord Tobarama." Tobarama was taken aback by the divine feather's astonishingly swift reaction, able to match his speed in an instant. His wrist felt as though it were clamped in a vice, rendering the kunai and arm akin to being trapped in quicksand, unable to advance an inch. However, Tobarama quickly adapted, forming a hand seal, and a torrent of water surged along the divine feather's arm, enveloping him entirely and transforming him into a colossal water sphere. Water release, water prison technique. But that was not the end. He puffed out his cheeks again, invoking water release, heavenly cry. 3 slender water needles pierced the air, akin to fine raindrops descending from above, instantaneously piercing the water sphere and sending ripples through it. The water needles, moving at an incredible speed, became nearly invisible within the water sphere, stealthy and rapid, aimed directly at the divine feather's eyes and forehead. Just then, the divine feather raised his right hand, his chakra coalescing into a tangible form that enveloped his palm. With a sudden sweep, a flash of icy blue light darted forth. The 3 water needles shattered simultaneously, and the water sphere split in twain as if cleaved by a blade, scattering its contents across the ground. The cutting force was unstoppable, and in the astonished gaze of Tobirama, his body was torn apart, blood splattering as it fell into 2 halves. Long before he endured the initial wave of the water release attack, the divine feather had activated the magic of his left eye, the Mangekyō Sharingan, beginning to adapt to Tobirama's water release ninjutsu. With each successive attack, the adaptation progressed, and the counterattack he devised manifested as this fleeting yet formidable chakra blade. His chakra blade could not only adjust its density through output strength but could also mimic the flow of water, penetrating effortlessly while bestowing formidable cutting power. In effect, it bore resemblance to a medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel, yet unlike that, the divine feather could freely manipulate the length and sharpness of his chakra blade, achieving a true sense of severing water. Regardless of how ferocious the water flow or how sharp the water needles were, they would be intercepted by the blade light, rendered entirely ineffective. It is worth noting that his immunity only extended to Tobirama's water release ninjutsu, yet the countermeasures acquired through adaptation became a permanent skill. This was the ocular technique of his left eye, the Mangekyō Sharingan, magic of the void. Tobirama's body collapsed to the ground, dissipating into white smoke. A shadow clone? The divine feather furrowed his brow. Not far off, Tobirama, somewhat shaken, stared at the youth amidst the mist, relieved that he had first tested with a shadow clone. Otherwise, it would have been a real predicament. He had indeed breached the water prison from within. Moreover, the effectiveness of his water release was diminishing with each attempt. Could this be the power of his left eye? As he analyzed, his brows knitted tightly together. From the initial 3-tomo to the body flicker technique, and now to such a formidable Mangekyō Sharingan technique, he became increasingly alarmed, resolutely determined that this young boy must not leave here alive. Though only a few minutes had passed since the battle commenced, the series of large-scale ninjutsu releases had already caused considerable commotion, drawing more and more ninjas to the scene. The divine feather slightly lowered his head to evade an attack, simultaneously forming a blade with his palm. The brilliant blue chakra blade sliced through the air, effortlessly piercing into his opponent's abdomen. A splatter of blood erupted, rendering the scene exceedingly gruesome. The terrifying power startled even the divine feather himself, compelling him to glance at the chakra blade in his hand. As tangible chakra surged from his palm, forming a stable and resilient light blade. The internal chakra flowed rapidly like a torrent, creating an almost imperceptible closed circuit. He had learned something valuable, since he had acquired it here. He would name it autumn dew on leaves, a smirk playing on his lips. However, as he surveyed the ever-growing number of ninjas, he realized time was running short. He needed to break through with all his might. Meanwhile, Tobirama had completed a preliminary analysis of the divine feather's abilities. My water release ninjutsu is ineffective, but that does not imply other ninjutsu are as well. At the same time, he should only be immune to a single elemental attribute. His expression turned grim, his deep voice resonating throughout the area. Everyone, do not engage him at close range. Attack him with long-range ninjutsu together. The ninjas complied, hastily creating distance. And in an instant, countless hand seals reflected in the divine feather's pupils. Lightning release, lightning strike. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. In a flurry of wind, fire, lightning, and thunder, a torrential downpour of ninjutsu descended upon him, illuminating the divine feather's eyes. Only a minute remained. He could not allow them to wear him down like this. His gaze remained calm, and realizing he had no other choice, he invoked the third power, Susanoo. A thick, dark mist erupted from within him, akin to igniting black flames, accompanied by a fierce gale. As a shadowy skeletal form rapidly took shape, exuding a dense aura, reminiscent of obsidian. 2 massive skeletal hands emerged from the black mist, with a mere flick. They swatted away a majority of the ninjutsu. A thunderous roar erupted, sending shockwaves that dissipated all ninjutsu. The onlookers widened their eyes, awestruck by the sight before them. Some even froze in place, their hearts racing wildly. The enormous black skeleton completely enveloped the divine feather, akin to an undead specter clawing its way from the abyss. Despite only possessing its upper half, it radiated an unmatched, domineering presence, as if it could obliterate anything with a mere gesture. Those who obstruct me shall perish. The divine feather uttered coldly, blood trickling down his exquisite face. The dark mist churned like a battle flag, and in that moment, he resembled an invincible war god. Clad in dark armor, standing tall and unyielding. Chapter 6. The moon at its fullest at the entrance of Konoha village, the divine feather bathed in black mist. Two Mangekyō Sharingan blazing with an eerie crimson light. With a mere thought, Susanoo swung its massive hand, seizing the ninjas who could not retreat in time. Die. The skeletal hand, immense and powerful, squeezed slightly, releasing a burst of blood mist, leaving only bone fragments and shredded flesh to fall away. Damn it! Kill him! The evil Uchiha brat. Suffer. The crowd erupted in fury, and a second wave of ninjutsu surged forth, intermingled with countless explosive tags and kunai. Boom, boom, boom. The divine feather disregarded the overwhelming onslaught, stepping backward, while Susanoo moved with him, the colossal skeletal form seemingly forged from divine steel, impervious to the relentless bombardment. As the thick smoke dissipated, the black skeleton remained entirely unscathed, with the dark mist not diminishing in the slightest, let alone the divine feather within. In contrast, the attacks of the Leaf Village ninjas felt feeble, akin to a gentle drizzle that stirred not a ripple. With a thunderous punch, the divine feather manipulated the Susanoo, causing the great gates of Konoha to collapse in an instant, splintered wood and stone scattering across the ground. Let me try this. He formed seals within the Susanoo. Invoking the fire release, great fireball technique. A black skeleton extended its bony hand, and a searing gust of heat surged forth as two massive fireballs coalesced in its palm. Enveloping the area in intense heat, the Susanoo wielded the fireballs as weapons, striking forward with a crushing force, the crimson flames slicing through the air. While the screams of the crowd melded into a cacophony, none could withstand such an onslaught. Tobirama attempted to extinguish the flames with the great waterfall technique, but his water release dissipated before even reaching the Susanoo, leaving only scattered droplets, as if confronted with an invincible force. Is it completely immune to my water release? He spat in frustration. Such troublesome abilities. The divine feather, bolstered by the Susanoo, surged forth from Konoha, yet the pursuing ninjas remained relentless. With a steely resolve, his pupils, streaked with blood, flashed with determination, and the colossal skeleton twisted, gathering strength like a frenzied giant ape, hurling the fireballs. Whoosh, whoosh. The two fireballs, trailing scorching paths, hurtled towards Konoha, empowered by the Susanoo's might. None could halt the onslaught of the fireballs, carving deep furrows into the earth. Cunning little brat. Tobirama seethed, his hands coming together as he prepared to cast a earth technique. Just then, a resonant and commanding voice echoed from within the village. Summoning technique. Five-headed gate of hell. Boom, 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 boom. Five colossal doors of varying hues erupted from the ground, adorned with intricately carved faces of demons, symbolizing death in the underworld. Stirring clouds of dust, the first fireball collided with the first gate, the impact radiating fiery shockwaves in all directions, followed closely by the second fireball. Boom! The gates shattered, collapsing after demolishing the fourth, and the fireballs finally lost their momentum, dissipating slowly in the air. Amidst the billowing smoke, a striking figure clad in white descended from the heavens, crashing into the earth before Konoha, exuding an aura of authority and grandeur. Lord Hokage, Lord Hashirama, clan leader, you have finally arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers. Upon seeing this figure, all hearts lightened. Even Tobirama was no exception. Brother, you have come. Indeed. Hashirama nodded, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon the divine feather within the Susanoo. The farce was about to conclude. The divine feather let out a light laugh. Aren't you going to ask who I am, Lord Hashirama? All I know is that you are a destroyer. Hashirama replied coldly. I shall never forgive anyone who stands against the village. It was not I who struck first. The divine feather paused, silenced as Hashirama began forming hand seals. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. The ground trembled as a massive wood dragon slithered forth, its size rivaling that of the divine feather's first Susanoo form. As the dragon's maw loomed closer, the divine feather merely shook his head and smiled, willingly dispelling the Susanoo. The skeletal form dissolved into black mist, and he closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to await death's arrival. At that moment, a larger blue arm surged from the side, seizing the wood dragon's neck, rendering it futile in its thrashing. The wind howled as another massive hand gently grasped the divine feather's form, pulling him back behind a figure. Hashirama stared dumbfounded at the silhouette, silently lowering his hands from the hand seals. The wood dragon ceased its struggle and crashed to the ground. The blue skeletal form dissipated inch by inch, revealing an individual with arms crossed, black hair flowing in the wind. Uchiha Madara. Upon witnessing Madara's timely intervention, the divine feather finally exhaled in relief, seizing the opportunity to activate his right eye's ocular technique, silently reverting himself to his prime state. At this moment, only 15 seconds remained before reaching the limit of the time axis. Surpassing this would mean reverting to a state of battle damage. However, he had taken precautions, limiting the reversal to his physical state, excluding his clothing and chakra levels, thus appearing quite disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. In reality, he was brimming with energy, entirely unscathed. After all, with Madara present, he needed to maintain the facade. As he and Hashirama faced off, the divine feather quickly closed his Sharingan, his pupils turning as dark as ink. The energy expenditure from activating the Susanoo had been astonishingly rapid. Every cell in his body ached, and it was no wonder that the second incarnation of his original timeline had gone blind so soon. Fortunately, the constant of the heavens could mitigate this issue. However, it meant he could not engage in protracted battles, as the fight must conclude within 5 minutes, or he risked an injury-laden outcome. Madara, what exactly do you intend to do? Hashirama said sternly. Clearly, he had already associated the divine feather's actions with Madara. I am here to take my disciple, Madara declared, sweeping his sleeve to shield the divine feather behind him. What? He is your disciple? Hashirama frowned, his gaze shifting to the divine feather, his expression darkening. Do you not realize he has just slain many of our comrades? Those were your comrades. Killing them was no concern of mine, Madara replied dismissively. Hashirama stepped forward, his expression a mix of complexity and turmoil. Madara, what do you truly seek? I have already promised you the position of the second Hokage. He paused, reluctant to utter soft words in front of the crowd, especially with his brother's piercing gaze behind him. Come back. After a long moment of silence, he finally managed to utter those 3 words. Madara maintained his aloofness. I believe I have mentioned before that I have begun to doubt your convictions. Leaving Konoha was to validate whether your path is indeed the right one. Must I repeat myself? Madara, sigh, you remain the same as ever. No matter how I urge you, Hashirama lamented, at the very least, let that child stay. Madara raised his chin defiantly, not a chance. The divine feather is my kin, my sole acknowledged heir, and my dear friend. Abandon those illusory fantasies. He has killed many. Hashirama's gaze sharpened. Your kin are in Konoha. Why shield a murderer? Ha ha ha, murderer? How laughable that those words come from your mouth. Madara laughed heartily. Am I not a murderer? You, and your brother behind you. Are you not both murderers? Those in the village no longer deserve to be called Uchiha. With such ignorant kin, I refuse to acknowledge them. Madara's cold gaze swept over the battered Uchiha clan behind Hashirama. Madara, cease your stubbornness. You know I cannot let that child go. You have already taken my dear friend. Must you take another? Madara's face twisted with emotion. Hashirama froze, his aura of murderous intent faltering. What? Today, I shall take him away. Anyone who dares to stop me, let them try. With that, Madara turned, leading the divine feather away with a flourish. Hashirama remained rooted in place, the echo of Madara's words reverberating in his mind. The crowd exchanged glances, and with the Hokage not taking action, the remaining subordinates dared not utter a word. Tobirama hastily caught up to Hashirama's side, his expression anxious. Brother. Hashirama ignored him, calling out from a distance, Madara, are you still unable to let go of Azuna's matter? Madara halted, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Hashirama, the dear friend I speak of is you. The night breeze turned cool, dispersing the smoke, yet Hashirama's heart remained tumultuous and unsettled. His younger brother, Uchiha Kagami, lay powerless on the ground, his tear-streaked face marred with dirt, gazing at the retreating figure of his brother, a bitter expression etched upon his youthful visage. Tobirama, glancing inadvertently, was taken aback to find Kagami's eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, two tomo clearly visible. At that moment, the moon hung at its fullest. Chapter 7. Then it will be entrusted to you in a dense forest. The divine feather and Madara were hastening towards the northwest of the land of fire. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. They had evidently discovered the location where Uchiha Light had initially been sealed. Madara held a crimson scroll, the very warring state sealing history that Shinyu had painstakingly procured. It seemed that aside from the nameless entities, the Senju and Uzumaki clans had indeed sealed away a considerable number of artifacts. As he journeyed onward, he perused the scroll, Shinyu, standing nearby, interjected, his dark hair tousled by the gentle breeze. One wondered what thoughts occupied Lord Madara's mind. The Paradise Box appears quite remarkable, according to the records. It is said to be a legendary tool of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, my dear friend, true strength lies in one's own prowess. Madara tucked the scroll away with a dismissive scoff, asserting that not only mere ninja tools, but even the might of the Sage of Six Paths could be attained. The mention of the Sage of Six Paths caught Shinyu's attention, deep in contemplation. He understood well the implications of Madara's words. The fusion of the Shinju and Uchiha clans would yield the ancestral power of Kaguya. In the basement of the Nanha Shrine lies an ancient stone tablet, a treasured heirloom of my clan, inscribed with the method to acquire the power of the Sage of Six Paths. However, the inscriptions have been subjected to secret techniques. The higher the level of the Sharingan, the more one can decipher. Madara glanced at him, clearly aware that he was privy to this information. Shinyu nodded. Having had the fortune of witnessing the tablet's inscriptions after activating his Mangekyō Sharingan, it appears you have already grasped the means to unlock the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. But I must caution you, while your ocular techniques possess unique effects, they are not eternal. And using them carries the risk of blindness along with a multitude of side effects, Madara implied. I understand, Lord Madara, Shinyu replied softly, assuring him that he would act when the opportunity arose. Enough, I need not elaborate further, Madara chuckled, casually inquiring how long he had possessed his Mangekyō. If I recall, it has been over 3 years, Shinyu responded, a trace of nostalgia in his gaze. He had awakened his eyes at the tender age of 4. After witnessing the death of a childhood companion amidst the chaos of war, soon thereafter being conscripted by his clan, armed with a mere blade and clad in armor, he was thrust onto the battlefield. What combat prowess could a 4-year-old possess? Thanks to the Sharingan, he was merely a tad more agile. Surviving itself was an arduous task. He still vividly recalled his first encounter with the battlefield. It marked his second brush with death, yet the experience was entirely different. The illness that claimed his friend's life contrasted sharply with the blades that took lives on the battlefield. Corpses and blood stained the earth. The air thick with the stench of death, the cacophony of battle cries and wails intertwining, each sound piercing to the core. One of his clan members had even given him a thumbs up, praising his composure in the face of such horror. Little did that clan member know the truth. He was paralyzed with fear. However, that clan member would never learn the reality, for the next day, he too became a lifeless body. To survive, one must grow stronger. War is a meat grinder, and amidst the slaughter and death, his eyes rapidly evolved into the three-tomo form. His parents, kind-hearted yet lacking ninja talent, possessed some knowledge of medicine. To pray for their son's safety, they opened a medical hall, offering unconditional aid to injured clansmen. This practice heightened Shinyu's vigilance. He had warned them time and again that such actions would easily entangle them in the war. Yet, their resolve was unwavering, and as word of their healing sanctuary spread, they found it increasingly difficult to turn away the constant stream of the wounded. A year later, while embroiled in battle, Shinyu felt a sudden tremor in his heart, as though a significant event was unfolding. He unleashed his full strength, swiftly disengaging from combat, but upon arriving home, he was met with the lifeless forms of his parents and his brother lying in a pool of blood. In that moment, negative emotions surged to their zenith. An overwhelming tide of anger and regret erupted within him, and he howled to the heavens in despair, feeling as though his chest would explode. Bloodshot eyes radiated an icy chill, and it was at that moment that the Mangekyō Sharingan awakened. The Sharingan, known as the eye that reflects the soul, manifests its ocular techniques in accordance with the owner's intense desires and grievances. Thus, the manifestations of his hatred and remorse, MKY and Ten no Riki, came into existence. He desperately sought to reverse time, yet his parents were already long gone. However, his brother, Uchiha Kagami, teetered on the brink of life. Miraculously awakening within the 5-minute limit as time reversed, his wounds entirely healed. Returning to reality, Shinyu shook his head, attempting to dispel the tangled thoughts. Soon, they halted beside a low rock formation, guarded by 2 ninjas, with the Senju clan emblem engraved on the stone wall behind them. It appeared they had arrived. Madara strode forward without a hint of stealth, compelling Shinyu to follow suit. Halt. This is sacred ground for sealing. Leave immediately. Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly. These 2 bore fierce expressions, their presence tinged with a subtle, yet sinister aura, clearly having endured considerable bloodshed. He noted the emblems of the Senju and Sarutobi clans, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. So, They had sent the very ninjas who had participated in the earlier battle to this location. I am Uchiha Madara. The two-leaf ninjas recognized Madara's identity, their demeanor shifting to one of alarm. Lord Madara, these two were responsible for the slaughter of many clansmen. Shinyu said solemnly. They must not be spared. Is that so? Then I leave them to you, Madara replied, seemingly disinclined to intervene. Casually seeking a rock to sit upon. Without further ado, Shinyu planted his feet firmly on the ground, launching himself forward like an arrow. Impudent brat. How dare you underestimate us? The leading Senju ninja bellowed, swiftly drawing his long blade. However, at that instant, Shinyu activated his Sharingan. 3 Tomo transformed into swirling vortexes, exuding an almost hypnotic allure. The ninja, merely casting a glance, became ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Autumn dew upon the leaves. Shinyu's right hand gathered chakra, swiftly forming an ice-blue blade that traced a brilliant arc through the air. Fool, do not gaze into his eyes. At that critical moment, the Sarutobi ninja yanked his companion out of the line of fire, the blade slicing through the air, tearing the fabric of his clothing and leaving a straight gash across his skin. With his initial attack thwarted, Shinyu pivoted towards the other ninja, thrusting the delicate blade towards his face. The Sarutobi ninja, evidently seasoned in combat, skillfully avoided eye contact with the Uchiha's Sharingan, adeptly countering the assault without needing to see Shinyu's face. Nevertheless, the Sharingan offered more than mere genjutsu, it enhanced taijutsu as well. In just 2 exchanges, Shinyu anticipated the ninja's movements, severing his kunai with a chakra-infused blade. Seizing the opportunity, Shinyu executed a sharp kick to the Sarutobi ninja's abdomen. The impact reverberated through the air, yet the Sarutobi ninja managed to create distance, completing his hand seals while airborne. Fire style, great fireball technique. A torrent of crimson flames surged forth, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of red, leaving Shinyu no time to unleash his chakra blade before being consumed by the inferno. I've got him. The Sarutobi ninja's eyes gleamed with excitement. As he prepared to dispel his companion's genjutsu, a figure emerged from the flames, moving with astonishing speed. No, he intends to take us both down. The Sarutobi ninja felt a surge of dread, desperately attempting to evade, but it was already too late. Shinyu was engulfed in flames. His dark attire and hair swirling amidst the fire and smoke, his cheeks burned, revealing tender flesh beneath. Yet, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. The pupils transformed into the exquisitely patterned Mangekyō. He seemed utterly indifferent to the injuries inflicted upon him. With a swift motion, he executed the body flicker technique in conjunction with the blue light emitted by Yushankyu, tearing through the air and instantaneously bisecting the astonished Sarutobi ninja. The ninja emitted a ghastly scream, and the last sight that registered in his vision was the unscathed form of Shinyu. How could this be? He could not comprehend it, and he perished with a profound sense of unwillingness. Shinyu approached the Senju ninja, wielding his light blade to swiftly sever the head, causing a spray of hot blood to scatter in the wind. From the moment he was ensnared by the illusion, his fate was sealed. Chapter 8. Uchiha Light. The battle concluded remarkably swiftly. Shinyu skillfully arranged the bodies of the Konoha ninjas together and incinerated them into ashes with a fireball. The essence of a ninja's combat is also a battle of intelligence. Destroying corpses and erasing traces can obscure one's own information to the greatest extent. Even with a corpse, ninjas possess methods to extract information. At that moment, Madara approached. I observed your battles yesterday and today. I must say. You rely too heavily on your ocular techniques, he remarked, seemingly dissatisfied. May I inquire further? Shinyu responded with a hint of apprehension. Both your ninjutsu and taijutsu are far too crude. In battle, not only do you lack elegance, but you also rely solely on information disparities to fight. Such a method will not lead you to become a true powerhouse. Madara shook his head. If your strategy does not allow for an immediate kill upon first encounter, you will undoubtedly suffer severe losses in your next battle. Shinyu felt a flush of embarrassment. Madara's critique was piercingly accurate. His foundation was indeed lacking. Having been thrust onto the battlefield without adequate training, his brutal skills honed solely through experience in combat. After awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, he had further exacerbated this reckless fighting style. Despite the Mangekyō Sharingan granting him almost godlike abilities, allowing him to rapidly gain strength, it had also led him down a misguided path, obsessively pursuing efficiency in killing while neglecting the fundamentals of training. It is essential to understand that truly powerful techniques are cultivated through meticulous attention to detail and relentless effort. Take Might Guy from the original timeline as an example. That spectacular kick that nearly concluded the story was not merely a product of the Eight Gates. No, the Eight Gates merely amplified his foundational physicality. The true strength lay within himself. Had he not dedicated decades to arduous training, honing his body? How could he have attained power surpassing the 5 Kage upon opening the 8th gate? How could Night Guy possess the formidable might to shatter even the 6 paths level? Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach great distances. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. This principle is universally applicable. Taijutsu cannot be won merely through brute force. The key lies in the control of details. Similarly, ninjutsu cannot simply rely on the explosive release of chakra to enhance its power. Madara's critique continued, and in conclusion, he remarked, "Enough. While you are still young and have not strayed too far down the wrong path, I shall offer you some guidance." Shinyu was both astonished and elated, his eyes sparkling like stars. "From your combat style, you are a bold yet meticulous individual. Furthermore, your chakra blade demonstrates your innate talent for precise chakra manipulation." "Humph. You could indeed be a fine specimen." Madara tilted his chin. "Thus, are you willing to endure my training?" "I am willing." Shinyu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Having cleaned the battlefield, Shinyu gazed at the stone wall ahead, where complex and incomprehensible sealing techniques were inscribed. He prudently stepped aside to allow Madara space. Madara placed his fingers upon the stone wall, murmuring to himself, "A seal that blocks time and space?" So it is. Shinyu felt a rush of excitement, unexpectedly impressed by Madara's mastery of sealing techniques, just as he anticipated watching Madara unravel the seal. A flash of azure light suddenly flickered before his eyes. Boom! Madara activated the initial form of Susanoo, and with a colossal blue fist, shattered the stone wall, obliterating the sealing technique amidst the ensuing cloud of debris. "What are you staring at?" Madara cast a sidelong glance at Shinyu, arms crossed. "Once the vessel is destroyed, no sealing technique, no matter how powerful, can remain effective." As the dust settled, a dark, gaping hole appeared before them. "Fire release, great fireball." Shinyu snapped his fingers crisply. The air above his fingertip shimmered, and a flame ignited, rapidly expanding into a palm-sized fireball. The blaze illuminated the interior of the cave, revealing its contents clearly. "Oh? Have you become proficient in fire release to this extent?" Madara observed Shinyu's actions with a hint of surprise. Generally, ninjas control the flow of chakra through hand seals, directing its effects either within or outside their bodies, a practice known as ninjutsu. The ancestor of the Uchiha, Indra, established 12 foundational hand seals, which have been passed down through generations, benefiting the entire ninja world. However, for ninjas who have mastered certain ninjutsu, or elemental transformations, their bodies become so familiar with chakra flow that they can simplify the hand sealing process. Those with exceptional talent can even perform ninjutsu instantaneously without seals. Shinyu carried the fireball ahead, and at the back of the cave lay a spacious area where ink-black formations of the technique were dissipating in circles. "It's underground," came Madara's voice from behind. "Indeed." Shinyu nodded, and seeing Madara remain motionless, he took the initiative to perform hand seals, placing one hand upon the ground. Earth release, earth flow wave. A peculiar wave emanated outward, centered on Shinyu's palm, causing the earth to flip outward, the soil and stones flowing like a gentle stream. Shinyu's chakra possessed 6 attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and yin. Although he was not proficient in many ninjutsu, those he did possess were primarily practical, such as fire and lightning techniques focused on offense, and earth techniques aimed at defense and support, all serving the purposes of combat and survival. Before long, a shallow pit formed in the ground, within which a small girl with dark hair huddled, clutching her knees. She was slender, clad in tattered black clothing, her satin-like hair trailing on the ground like a solitary lily. Sensing the flow of air and the gentle warmth of the firelight, she shivered slightly and slowly lifted her head. "Uchiha Nameless, from this day forth, you are free." A fair hand extended toward her, offering assistance. She raised her gaze, her dark eyes reflecting a gentle and refined face. "Who are you? Why are you releasing me?" She tilted her head in confusion, her voice soft and melodious, like the tinkling of wind chimes. "Like you, I am one who has been abandoned. As for the reason for your release, you may consider it as a means of seeking warmth and companionship," Shinyu replied with a smile. In the warm glow of the fire, his eyes shone like jade, a faint smile radiating warmth akin to sunlight. "In any case, you need no longer remain in this dark and desolate place. Unconditionally. She hesitated. But why? Why save someone like me for no reason? What? Have you resigned yourself to fate? Shinyu gazed into her eyes, recalling Boruto's words from the original timeline. His voice filled with conviction. Do not allow others to dictate your fate. It is yours to decide and create. That is your destiny. In an instant, her eyes shimmered with emotion, like a clear lake disturbed by a stone, creating gentle ripples. She stared blankly at the boy before her. In the suffocating confines of the seal, she had lost all sense of time, the long emptiness nearly extinguishing her emotions, leaving only endless hatred and layers of solidified ice within her heart. But now, those layers of ice were melting away. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, Nameless, or Uchiha Light, grasped Shinyu's hand, allowing him to pull her up. Shinyu could not help but measure her height with his gaze. She was surprisingly half a head taller than him. She appeared to be around 12 years old, likely frozen at the age she was sealed, her features picturesque, with sharp, autumn-like eyes, a delicate, oval face, and perfectly proportioned features, albeit somewhat dirty, yet still retaining an air of grace. Her tattered black, clan garb hung loosely on her slender, pale feet, which were bare except for rough bandages wrapped around her ankles. The moment she stepped out of the cave, the blinding sunlight fell upon her pallid cheeks, and she instinctively squinted against its brightness. Raising her hand to shield her forehead, she cautiously emerged from the cavern, as if it had been an eternity since she last walked beneath the sun. Is this what it means to be nameless? Obito scrutinized her. After a considerable pause, she gradually acclimated to the light, her vision sharpening to reveal the increasingly familiar silhouette of Shinju, until she was met with the emblem of the Fan clan. Chapter 9. A sudden attack, Uchiha? This symbol ignited her dormant memories, vivid scenes from her past flashing before her eyes, the chaos of battle, the cold commands of her clan, the agonizing screams of her enemies echoing in her ears. You are of the Uchiha? It seemed to trigger a chain reaction within her, her eyes widening in shock, pupils transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors. Amaterasu. Blood vessels erupted in her right eye. A surge of black flames ignited along Shinju's back, rapidly engulfing his entire being. Damn it, he screamed, wrenching free from her grasp, instinctively activating his body flicker technique, propelling himself several meters away like a monkey with its tail on fire. Nameless rotated his gaze, and in an instant, Obito was also enveloped in the black flames. Blood seeped from his eye sockets, trickling down his once delicate and gentle features, now twisted into a grimace of ferocity. I'm going to burn alive, Shinju cried out in a manner devoid of dignity. Amaterasu, the black flame said to consume all, would not extinguish until its target was reduced to ashes. The temperature soared dangerously. Shinju's clothing disintegrated as if it were cotton candy in water. Within seconds, the skin on his back began to carbonize rapidly, excruciating pain coursing through his nerves. He could not have anticipated that the seemingly docile Uchiha Nameless would betray him with such ferocity. Yet, his mind had no time to ponder further. Years of combat experience had honed his reflexes to acute sensitivity, and in the instant of injury, his eyes glowed crimson, both pupils swirling like a kaleidoscope. Finally, he summoned the last vestiges of reason, reverting his entire state to 2 seconds prior. The black flames extinguished as if they had never existed, and his body returned to its original state. Meanwhile, Obito easily dispelled Amaterasu, a blue skeletal structure enveloping him, blocking the flames from reaching him, which then dissipated along with the skeletal form. Nameless seized the opportunity to advance, his left eye's kaleidoscope swirling as he locked gazes with Obito's indifferent eyes. Tsukuyami. Obito surveyed his surroundings, which transformed dramatically. The world bathed in blood red, the forest replaced by a battlefield littered with corpses, colossal torii gates emerging from the earth, encircling him. Countless figures of Senju ninjas emerged from the torii, coldly fixating on the scene, advancing with blades glinting ominously. The dread of death permeated the air, enough to terrify an ordinary person into submission. But the one standing there was Uchiha Obito. Is this the despair you comprehend? He mused, showing no sign of discomfort, but rather a disdainful gaze. Little girl, the true battlefield is tenfold more brutal than this. Your illusion does not even ignite my fighting spirit. As the Senju ninjas charged, he shook his head with a low chuckle. Very well, allow me to impart a lesson. He slightly opened his eyes, darkening and deepening. A force akin to hell itself surged forth, a power unique to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Under these eyes, the illusion shattered like ice. The blood-red world vanished in an instant, leaving only a diminutive figure hurtling backward. Nameless crashed against the stone wall, blood streaming from his orifices, nearly losing consciousness. Never attempt to cast an illusion on someone with stronger ocular power. Even Tsukuyami will recoil. Obito spoke languidly, his demeanor consistently calm, without even shifting his posture. Shinju appeared beside Nameless in an instant, a chakra blade pressed against her pale neck. Don't move. Yet, he underestimated her resolve. She lifted her gaze, coldly locking eyes with him, blood once again gushing from her right eye. Amaterasu. The temperature skyrocketed, and Shinju, sensing the impending danger, executed his body flicker technique, dodging the black flames that surged toward him. Nevertheless, a flicker of flame grazed his finger, quickly igniting his entire hand. This time, he remained remarkably composed, his expression less pained, merely furrowing his brow as he activated his rewind power to extinguish the flames. Nameless attempted to turn, but a hand suddenly grasped her head. Shinju pressing his knee firmly against her back, using his weight to prevent her from rising. Is this how you treat your savior? He questioned. Savior? Huh. You merely wish for me to remain a weapon of the Uchiha, a puppet to such a fate. I refuse to accept it. Hatred filled Nameless's gaze. I will kill both of you, and escape to a place where no one can find me. Shinju paused, slightly taken aback. Have you misunderstood something? Tap, tap, tap. A pair of feet appeared in Nameless's line of sight. Uchiha Light. Nameless froze. Upon hearing that name, all expression solidified on her face. An electric jolt coursing through her mind. Uchiha Light. She raised her head, her almond-shaped eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and surprise, reflecting the imposing figure of Uchiha Obito. This man before her was immensely powerful. She had just experienced the weight of his strength, the abyss-like pressure, and the terrifying depth of his ocular power far beyond her capacity to contend with. Yes, this is the name your parents bestowed upon you, your true name, Obito replied. My name. She ceased her struggles, softly asking, who are you really? We are, like you, the abandoned ones of the Uchiha, Shinju stated with a hint of resignation. No, we are the ones who abandoned them, Obito corrected beside him. Nameless's expression was one of bewilderment, from the moment she recognized their shared clan identity. She subconsciously believed these two sought to draw her back into the fray. After all, to the Uchiha clan as a whole, she was merely a useful weapon. Though the seals confined her in time and space, her consciousness remained awakened. She had no idea how many days and nights she had been trapped, only knowing that the endless void and torment were longer than life itself. In those arduous years, she gradually grasped the truth. To achieve freedom, to live as a human once more, she must fight. Fight for herself. At some point, she had silently resolved that if she ever managed to escape, her first act would be to break free from the shackles of the Uchiha clan. This was also the reason behind her sudden attack. You didn't release me for war? She asked, dazed. Shinju scoffed. The war you speak of has ended. Besides me and Lord Obito, the entire Uchiha clan has been swayed, merging into a cauldron called Konoha, awaiting a slow demise. Uchiha Light stood before them, towering and imposing, declaring, in the name of the clan leader, I announce that from this day forth, you are no longer a weapon. Live on as a human. Chapter 10. You have a talent for picking up strays. Shinju gazed at Uchiha Light, his eyes filled with lingering resentment. After being embraced by Amaterasu, he was far from pleased. Had it not been for his unique ocular technique, he might have already been reduced to ashes. The temperature of that flame was truly terrifying, leaving him in a state of lingering dread. Although one could reverse time and space, the pain was undeniably real. Ban waved his hand and said, Shinyu, release her. However, Shinyu was still apprehensive, fearing she might suddenly attack us again. Do not worry, she is incapable of that, Ban replied with a calm demeanor, exuding the unwavering confidence of an exceptional being. Very well, Lord Ban, Shinyu conceded, stepping aside to allow Uchiha Hikari to rise. Ban looked down at Uchiha Hikari, his voice softly drifting into her ears. What Shinyu mentioned was indeed factual, yet one matter remained uncertain. Has the war truly come to an end? For the shinobi world, peace is merely a fleeting illusion, and I am still far from the ideal world I envision. An ideal world? Hikari murmured. To liberate you signifies our acknowledgement of your strength. On this path toward our aspirations, you may walk alongside us as a companion, not as a weapon. Ban's tone shifted. Of course, you are entirely free to depart and pursue the life you desire. Huh. Shinyu was taken aback, glancing at Ban with confusion. However, confront the reality. Until we succeed, this remains a deceptive world, rife with unsatisfactory circumstances. With that, he turned and strode away. Shinyu felt disoriented. He had risked everything to release Hikari, only to be disregarded by Ban. Reluctantly, he cast a hesitant glance at Uchiha Hikari and followed after Ban, leaving her alone in place. Did Lord Ban truly not care for Uchiha Hikari? Or was he attempting to win her over with his charisma? Shinyu furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his inner musings. Uchiha Hikari stood in a daze, and after an indeterminate time, she regained her composure and gazed at the two figures receding into the distance, suddenly taking a step forward. She is indeed following. Shinyu whispered to Ban. What should we do? Should we wait for her? No need, Ban replied with his usual nonchalance. Once she has chosen to follow, she will see it through to the end. If she cannot even manage that, she is not truly Uchiha. Perhaps she merely wishes to catch up and inquire about our path, Shinyu thought quietly. The two sped down a shaded path and soon arrived at a small town. Lord Ban, let us take a brief respite here at this tavern, Shinyu suggested. Ban nodded in agreement, and they entered the establishment. Selecting a seat near the inner hall, Shinyu received the menu from a server and boldly ordered several hearty dishes: ramen, sushi, stewed sea bream, chikuzen and a steaming pot of sukiyaki. He hadn't eaten anything since last night. While waiting for their meal, Shinyu hesitated before retrieving 2 scrolls from his pocket and presenting them to Ban. Lord Ban, I happened to find these in the secret chamber of the Hokage building yesterday. I am unsure of their contents, but the seals appear rather complex. Ban accepted the scrolls, his fingertips shimmering with blue light as he effortlessly unraveled the seals. Transformation technique? Ban glanced over the first scroll before opening the second. Is this the 8 gates technique? He cast a scrutinizing glance at Shinyu. These are forbidden techniques. You have quite the knack for finding them. Lord Ban, you know me well, Shinyu replied, standing tall with conviction. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Fortunately, Ban did not press further, instead tossing the scroll back to Shinyu. Since you have obtained them, there is no reason not to study. But, Lord Ban, won't you practice with them? Shinyu probed, expecting Ban to show interest in these forbidden techniques. I have no need for them, Ban replied blandly. The transformation technique can greatly enhance mental prowess. You may delve into it. The strength of ocular power is directly linked to mental energy, and the relationship between mental energy and yin release is profoundly intertwined. Shinyu nodded, though partially confused. He hailed from a background of brute strength, lacking formal training or guidance, and had acquired combat skills solely through instinct. Even the ninjutsu he mastered were learned from comrades. In his nebulous understanding, he only recognized that ocular power is the force released through one's eyes, closely related to yin release, and serves as a measure of the strength of one's ocular techniques. The potency of yin release is directly proportional to mental energy. Observing Shinyu's half-comprehending expression, Ban pondered for a moment before asking, Do you know the essence of chakra? I can answer that, Shinyu replied. Chakra is the product of the perfect fusion of a person's mental energy and physical energy. Mental energy represents yin attributes, while physical energy represents yang attributes. The varying proportions of yin and yang give rise to the 7 elemental transformations of chakra, corresponding to the creation of all things. Well said, Ban nodded in satisfaction. Shinyu smiled. These concepts were imparted to him by a warm-hearted elder on the battlefield, who ultimately perished during the Senju clan's onslaught. Reflecting on this, his smile dimmed. Ban seemed oblivious to his thoughts and continued. In the transformations of chakra, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning are the 5 fundamental elements. While yin release and yang release are regarded as special properties, Shinyu was brought back to reality, questioning, does this mean mental energy equates to yin release, while physical energy equates to yang release? Beginners often fall into such misconceptions. Ban chuckled lightly. Sipping his warm tea, he elaborated. Yin release is a special chakra derived from the fusion of mental energy with a portion of yang attributes. Conversely, yang release follows the same principle. Their uniqueness lies in the fact that these yin and yang proportions are innate, unlike the elemental ninjutsu that can be learned through training. Gazing out the window, his voice trailed off. Those born with yin release must defy fate to acquire yang release. Shinyu pondered deeply. Ban's words illuminated his understanding. Akin to clearing fog to reveal a bright sky, the external manifestations of elemental ninjutsu are easily distinguished. Yet techniques based on yin and yang release seem predominantly to be secret arts. For instance, medical ninjutsu, the Akimichi clan's expansion technique, and the Senju clan's monstrous strength. All these pertain to the external expressions of yang release, while those related to the mind predominantly belong to yin release. Such as the Nara clan's secret techniques that manipulate shadows, the Yamaika clan's mind transfer technique, and the ocular techniques of the Byakugan and Sharingan, all exemplifying yin release. One could assert that mental energy is an essential component of yin release, which in turn symbolizes the strength of ocular power. Shinyu's eyes brightened as he felt the previously obscure concepts gradually clarifying. Chapter 11. The New Uchiha. At that moment, Ban tapped the table. The source of strength in taijutsu lies in physical energy, while genjutsu derives its power from mental energy. However, both taijutsu and genjutsu are inextricably linked to chakra. This, I trust, you have come to understand. Shinyu nodded in realization. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu are fundamentally different systems of power that cannot be conflated. In the original timeline, the reason why Kisame's chakra-absorbing Great Shark Bomb was defeated by Might Guy's 7th Gate Daytime Tiger was precisely that. Ban took a sip of tea and continued. As for the 8 Gates technique, it is an incredibly powerful taijutsu secret. The stronger the physical constitution, the greater the might, but it requires years of relentless training. Shinyu nodded in agreement, fully aware of this. The prerequisite for mastering the 8 Gates technique is to cultivate one's strength, temper the body, and undergo extraordinary, excessive, and extreme training over long periods. Only then can one condition their body to endure the burdens imposed upon it after activation, thereby minimizing the potential harm caused by the immense energy released. Their meal arrived, and the two began to eat. It was not until the tea had cooled that a stumbling figure appeared at the edge of their vision. Uchiha Hikari had indeed followed them all the way. Her breath was slightly hurried, and her pale complexion was tinged with an unusual flush, resembling someone who had just recovered from a serious illness, clearly nearing her limit. She leaned against the doorframe as she entered the shop, approaching with a feeble gait. Where did this beggar come from? Upon seeing her, the shop assistant immediately displayed an expression of impatience. With her tattered clothing, disheveled hair, and especially bare feet, anyone would associate her with the term beggar. Go away. There's nothing for you to eat here. How unfortunate. If the boss sees you, I'll have my wages deducted. He brusquely chased her off. Ban raised his gaze, just about to rise, when Shinyu, who had been observing the situation for a while, stood up first. She is with us, Shinyu said, pressing a hand on the shop assistant's shoulder, offering an innocuous smile. Thus, Uchiha Hikari took her place at the table, staring intently at Ban. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with anticipation, occasionally glancing at the food on the table. Her stomach growled in protest. Eat, Ban said nonchalantly. She immediately began to devour the food voraciously, sushi in her left hand and chicken leg in her right, shoveling it into her mouth with abandon. The clinking of bowls and chopsticks echoing amidst her meal. Such an eating manner caused the surrounding diners to frown slightly, moving their chairs away. Poor child. How long has she been starving? Shinyu sighed, pushing a cup of tea towards her, and Uchiha Hikari wasted no time, lifting the teapot to drink. Are you deciding to join us on our journey? Ben asked softly as he lifted his teacup. Uchiha Hikari paused, her mouth stuffed full. Ben nodded vigorously before resuming her feast. That's how you win her over? Shinyu expressed admiration, his mind racing with disjointed thoughts. Indeed, the aloof and handsome uncle was always a surefire way to touch a little girl's heart. After finishing their meal, Uchiha Ban stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Shinyu, who felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. Do you have any money? Ban's deep voice resonated. Shinyu swallowed hard, suddenly realizing something. Wait, does Lord Ban not have any money? You dragged me in here. I never intended to eat or drink here, he retorted. The eyes of the surrounding diners turned towards them, and Shinyu felt embarrassed, lifting his head to ask softly, do we need to pay for our meal? Do I look like a thug? Ben tilted his head, observing him curiously. Uchiha Hikari wiped her mouth and looked over with curiosity, her bright eyes blinking. Shinyu looked at the two individuals, who bore striking resemblance to each other. A few black lines appeared on his forehead. Lord Ban, may I ask something? Speak. You too. Surely you don't have any blood relation, do you? Of course not. Why do you ask? Ban frowned. It's just that you look so alike. Shinyu gestured in the air. The hairstyle, the demeanor, even the clothing style is quite similar. Is it? Upon hearing this, both looked at him with wide eyes, mixed with a hint of confusion. It's too evident. Shinyu nodded vigorously. Just a coincidence, Ban replied nonchalantly. Oh, and by the way, make sure to get her a new outfit. Looking like this is too conspicuous. And one more thing, remember to settle the bill. From today onward, the three of us will be the new Uchiha clan, Ban proclaimed as he looked at the two children before him. Where are we going next? Uchiha Hikari asked softly. Ban gazed up at the sky, his expression inscrutable. To the ends of the earth. Shinyu clutched his thin wallet, looking up at the sky with a forlorn expression. 2 days later, within the borders of the land of waterfall, boom, two massive arms collided fiercely, stirring up a whirlwind. One was deep blue like the sea. The other pitch black like ink, their profound and violent power unapologetically unleashed, threatening to obliterate everything. Ban and Shinyu faced each other from a distance. Their colossal Susanoo forms standing firm, both activating their first stage, debris scattered around, the earth marred by fissures. Indeed, your speed is impressive, Ban remarked, arms crossed, commanding his Susanoo to throw a punch. I couldn't do this at your age. Bang! The black Susanoo raised its arm, blocking the powerful punch. As fierce winds howled and black mist spread, quickly forming a second pair of arms that ensnared Ban's Susanoo tightly. In the face of Ban's praise, Shinyu appeared serious. Unable to divert his attention from the confrontation, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. You're mistaken. I still have much to learn, Lord Ban. In the lush, dense forest, a massive waterfall cascaded down the cliff, the rushing river pouring into the downstream channel, the water curtain unfurling, creating a myriad of splashes. Beneath the waterfall, a small figure was bathing naked in the pool. A set of brand new clothes was neatly piled on the shore. The cool river water flowed over her snow-white skin. Under the dappled shadows of the trees, her skin was smooth and delicate, radiating a warm, jade-like glow. Uchiha Hikari raised her wrist, scooping water over her head, feeling the refreshing sensation penetrate her scalp, releasing a contented sigh. Having been sealed for so many years, that overwhelming earthy odor that even she found repugnant was finally washed away today. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the pool, the sounds of heavy impacts resonated, making Hikari feel as if her heart was trembling in sync. She didn't pay much attention to it. After 2 days together, she had already adapted to the dynamics with her new companions. These two almost fought every day. Though termed fighting, it felt more like a form of training, with the man controlling the intensity of his strikes, pushing the young one to continuously improve. That technique is called Susanoo? She tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, tinged with a hint of eagerness to try. Splash! She cupped the clear pool water, watching it flow through her fingers. The cool sensation tracing over her skin, under the dappled sunlight, her slender arms glistened like jade. A new life has begun. Chapter 12. The Long and Winding Road. A week later. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shuriken flew out in a triangular formation, colliding midair, sending sparks flying as they scattered in different directions. Bang, bang, bang. The shuriken embedded into various tree trunks, each one precisely striking a fallen leaf. Shinyu slowly retracted his hand, glancing at Uchiha Hikari beside him, and softly said, "The shuriken technique is quite easy for us Uchiha to master. I believe you will reach this level soon." Hikari furrowed her brow slightly. "Can you be more specific? I don't understand." Shinyu blinked, seemingly taken aback. After Uchiha Hikari joined the team, he was surprised to discover that his own foundation was not the weakest among them. In contrast, Hikari's combat style was far more savage. Whether due to being sealed for too long or simply lacking a solid foundation, she could only unleash her eye techniques. With body techniques that didn't even grasp the simplest routines, and her chakra control and shuriken techniques were woefully inadequate. This was reminiscent of Kawaki from the original timeline. Only able to manipulate the power of the seal, yet lacking in fundamental training. Even Ban shook his head upon seeing her, casually saying, "Let Shinyu teach her this child's play." With this thought, he cleared his throat and said, "Practicing shuriken techniques requires sufficient observation and physical coordination. Since you possess the Sharingan, your observational skills should be top-notch. Now, you just need to ensure that your movements keep pace with your thoughts." As for the technique of throwing shuriken, he pondered for a moment, extending a finger and smiling. "Use the method you like best. Do what feels comfortable." Uchiha Hikari was left speechless. "Is this how Lord Ban taught you?" "You might be misunderstanding something. I wasn't taught by Lord Ban." Shinyu shrugged his shoulders and candidly admitted, "To be honest, my foundation is rather weak as well. I am merely slightly stronger than you." "You are deceiving yourself," she said, furrowing her brow, her tone calm. "You can precisely control the direction and landing of hundreds of shurikens. Teach me." "Well, it's just a matter of consistent practice over time, coupled with moments of enlightenment during life and death situations. Of course, the experience and guidance of companions are also crucial." Guang tilted her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. "Life and death situations? During the Warring States period, not everyone, like you, appeared as a decisive weapon only in critical moments." Shinyu shook his head. As a frontline soldier on the battlefield, if your ability to kill is lacking, you merely become cannon fodder. Often, a person's potential is forced out. He picked up a shuriken from the ground. In the chaos of battle, if your aim is off, you endanger not only yourself but also your comrades. Similarly, if you cannot move freely on the water's surface, you will be pinned down and slaughtered by the enemy. With a whoosh, the shuriken shot through the air, tracing a graceful arc around the two before returning to Shinyu's fingertips, spinning delicately. "This is remarkable. Teach me quickly," Guang exclaimed, her eyes widening like a child who has discovered a beloved toy. Simple trajectory calculations, while considering wind direction, air humidity, and so on, Shinyu explained, mimicking the motions. Then, with a swift motion, you execute it. It's all about precision. Guang clenched her small fist, veins popping on her smooth forehead. "If you continue to brush me off, I shall end you." There's no need to be so aggressive. Shinyu recalled the fear instilled by Amaterasu, his expression darkening. "This is a task assigned to you by Lord Madara." She met Shinyu's gaze, extending her small hand. "Teach me. Put your heart into it," she added emphatically. With a long sigh, Shinyu realized that Madara was destined to be a mere figurehead. "It seems your desire to grow stronger is even more urgent than mine," he remarked. "Do you believe the Eye of the Moon plan is feasible?" Not long ago, Madara had formally introduced the Eye of the Moon plan to them, detailing the Rinnegan, the Outer Path, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and the world-altering infinite Tsukuyomi. According to Madara, these secrets were inscribed on a stone tablet in the basement of the Nanga Shrine, left by Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, and could only be fully comprehended through the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. These revelations had solidified his conviction and guided his forthcoming path. Yet before proceeding, Madara had decided to assess the world's dynamics, determining whether Tsunade's methods had genuinely ushered in peace. If this peace were merely superficial, hypocritical like Konoha's acceptance of the Uchiha, then he would adhere to his beliefs and execute the Eye of the Moon plan without hesitation. If Lord Madara deems it possible, then it is indeed possible, Guang said nonchalantly. "Your confidence is quite unfounded," Shinyu silently criticized. He understood that the purported infinite Tsukuyomi was merely a scheme orchestrated by Kagaya's will to resurrect her, with the content of the clan's tablet having long been altered by her. Even Madara had become a pawn in her game. Such ideals of a perfect world and genuine peace are nothing more than a comprehensive deception. Kagaya's true objective is to resurrect and fortify her defenses against the impending arrival of the Tsutsuki clan. Should Kagaya successfully revive, all of humanity would be transformed into white Zetsu by the god tree. If the Tsutsuki from beyond the stars were to invade, then all of humanity would become nourishment for the god tree, devoured by the Tsutsuki clan. Regardless of which side prevails, the outcome is catastrophic for the world. The current shinobi world appears tranquil, under the suppression of the two deities, Hashirama and Madara, yet it conceals countless dangers. Unknown malevolent gods, the manipulations of Kagaya, descendants of Hamura on the moon, the sage of six paths observing from a pure land, and that ancient Tsutsuki who inhabited the monk Tsushin's body, surviving for millennia with distant ambitions. The uncertainties in the shinobi world are overwhelming. Even though Shinyu was privy to these truths, he could not voice them, as no one would believe him, and doing so could place him in peril. For now, he could only remain by Madara's side, diligently growing stronger, awaiting the right moment to become the one who controls his own fate. The essence of the saying, "A wise man hides his talents." Waiting for the opportune moment perfectly encapsulates this. "These are not matters I should concern myself with right now," Guang suddenly said, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. "All I know is that if I cannot grow stronger, I will merely be a burden and will inevitably be cast aside." In the afternoon, Uchiha Guang placed one foot on a tree branch, gathering chakra beneath her foot. With a deep breath, she placed her other foot on the branch, her body becoming perpendicular to it at a 90-degree angle. She was training her chakra control and balance. Above her, Shinyu's voice resonated. For a ninja, walking on trees or water is merely a manifestation of chakra manipulation. The principle lies in altering the physical properties of the fiber molecules in contact with your feet through chakra, affecting the hydrogen bonds to enhance the adhesion of the tree trunk to your feet. The difficulty lies in the need to constantly switch the state of your chakra while walking. Guang strained her small face, and after taking 2 tentative steps, she fell. Rubbing her backside, she stood up and gazed up at Shinyu in the tree, her expression a mix of speechlessness and envy. Perched in an inverted position, Shinyu's feet firmly adhered to the branch, his black hair standing on end, exuding a relaxed demeanor akin to a bat. Clutching a scroll, he casually replied, "You are too focused. My suggestion is to manipulate your chakra in the way that feels most comfortable to you. Imagine walking on flat ground, allowing it to become second nature." Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Guang's expression turned serious as she resumed her attempts. Shinyu paid her no mind, his gaze fixed on the scroll before him. The spirit transformation technique. This ninjutsu separates the practitioner's spiritual and physical energies, materializing the spiritual energy into a stable spirit form for combat, surpassing the conventional concept of ninjutsu. The spirit possesses the caster's consciousness, enabling high-speed flight, traversing terrain, and ignoring all physical attacks. It can attach itself to an enemy, causing their spirit to collapse from within or enter another's spiritual world to forcibly control their body. Once mastered, the soul becomes specialized, granting an expansive perception ability to sense other souls, regardless of distance or prior knowledge of their location. Upon transforming into a spirit, it can reach another's body instantaneously. Depending on the situation and the user's intent, it can accomplish many tasks, such as relaying information or confirming another's fate, and may even provide chakra to others. However, it possesses a critical weakness. When the spirit departs from the body, the physical form becomes highly vulnerable to attack. Should the body be lost, the spirit will quickly dissipate and perish. This truly resembles the legendary In Spirit technique. Shinyu nodded repeatedly in agreement, further solidifying his resolve to practice this technique. The reason it is classified as a high-level ninjutsu is due to the steep training threshold. The practitioner must possess high-quality in-release chakra, and the act of the spirit leaving the body is inherently perilous. Only those with immense willpower can even muster the courage to undertake such training. At that moment, a figure landed on a branch, prompting both to look up. Clad in black, with hair reaching their waist and carrying a fan and scythe on their back, it was none other than Uchiha Madara. "How is your training progressing?" "Not well," Guang replied, raising her small face and pointing at Shinyu, reporting bluntly, "He cannot teach me." "What? I can't believe it. You look so adorably clueless. Yet you dare to report me out, and right in front of me." Shinyu was taken aback, hooking one leg around a branch and swiftly standing upon it. As for Lord Ban, her proficiency in shuriken jutsu had greatly improved. If she were to consider a single shuriken, she had already achieved a perfect hit rate. Though her mastery of chakra manipulation still required refinement. "He deceives me. His tactics are beyond my grasp." As he continued speaking, his words became increasingly audacious. Cold sweat trickled down Shinyu's back. "Teach me earnestly," he implored. Ban cast a fleeting glance in his direction. "Certainly," he replied, with an air of indifference. Shinyu, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded in agreement. Eager to divert the conversation, he inquired, "What brings you here, Lord Ban?" "Merely a brief visit to an old acquaintance." Ban replied with a faint smirk. "The investigation into the people's livelihood is destined to be a protracted endeavor. We have a long road ahead." Chapter 13. The Moon Eye Plan 5 years later, on a platform high above the Land of Lightning. "Be careful, do not gaze into their eyes." 3 cloud shinobi fled in a frenzy, the sound of air breaking behind them as a swarm of shuriken rained down like bullets, cornering them. Opposite them stood a striking pair in high-collared black attire upon the sandstone, their pairs of crimson 3-tomo Sharingan glowing with an eerie light. Beneath their feet lay the lifeless bodies of several cloud shinobi, charred remains scattered about, with rivers of blood flowing in the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. "Reveal the whereabouts of the Ninetales, and we shall spare your lives." The girl's voice rang clear and cold, tinged with impatience. "Otherwise, do not blame us for taking matters into our own hands." Her skin was as white as snow, accentuated by her glossy black hair. Her long brows arched like crescent moons, and her delicate features were shrouded in an icy demeanor. With eyes resembling pools of autumn water, yet harboring undisguised intent to kill. "How dare you?" one cloud shinobi retorted angrily. "The information regarding the Ninetales is a closely guarded secret of our village. How could we possibly divulge it to you?" "So, you choose death then?" the girl replied, her gaze lifting slightly, her pupils transforming into a kaleidoscope, swirling with dark patterns reminiscent of 3 swallows soaring freely in the sky. A chilling aura of chakra enveloped the air, causing all 3 to shudder in unison. "You despicable Uchiha, are you attempting to instigate a war between the cloud and leaf?" The leader of the cloud shinobi stepped forward, his teeth clenched. "Entering our territory and ruthlessly slaughtering our ninjas? Are these actions condoned by Lord Hashirama?" "Mind your words." "We have no affiliation with the leaf," spoke the boy on the left. He possessed a handsome visage, his clear eyes and naturally tousled dark hair giving him an air of elegance. Although a faint smile graced his lips, his cold, proud eyes exuded an intimidating presence. And do not utter that person's name in our presence. No sooner had he spoken than his figure flickered and vanished, reappearing at the center of the trio. Swish. A flash of brilliance erupted, revealing a blade of icy blue chakra, accompanied by a spray of blood as a bewildered head was sent soaring into the sky. What? The leader exclaimed, aghast. The remaining two, seasoned warriors, quickly regained their composure and lunged forward with their blades, targeting the boy's back and ribs. With a sharp sound, brilliant electricity flickered along their blades. This was the secret technique of the Cloud Village, Soundwave Lightning Blade. At that precise moment, the boy's cheeks puffed slightly, invoking the fire release, ash concealment technique. A massive cloud of ash engulfed the area, filled with unimaginable heat. The two cloud shinobi instinctively closed their eyes, yet were still scorched in their airways, causing them to cough uncontrollably. One cloud shinobi, enduring the discomfort, attempted to retreat, but was met with a crushing blow as a hand, like a vice, clutched his throat. The wind roared past his ears, and the air turned cool, as though someone was carrying him out of the dust cloud. He instinctively opened his eyes, only to meet a pair of enchanting, luminous Sharingan. Magical puppet technique. The three Tomo spun slightly, rendering him dazed and utterly lost in the illusion. Meanwhile, from within the swirling dust, explosions erupted. Flames rippling outward as a horrified scream pierced the air, revealing a charred corpse as the dust settled. Your body flicker technique has become increasingly elusive, Shinyu. The girl remarked, gracefully descending as her black attire billowed like a butterfly. You are not to be underestimated either. Your physical and shuriken technique surpass that of an average J-nin, the boy replied, smiling slightly and giving her a thumbs up. This pair of youth were none other than the accomplished Shinyu and Uchiha Hikari. Their purpose for being here was clear, to uncover the whereabouts of the Nine Tails. Speak of the Nine Tails' location, Shinyu commanded. The cloud shinobi appeared bewildered, their mouths opening and closing. I do not know. How could that be? 3 months prior. Your village captured the Nine Tails, did you not? That operation ended in failure. We lost many lives, the cloud shinobi responded, adhering to Shinyu's inquiry. Shinyu shifted his gaze. Who knows the whereabouts of the Nine Tails? Lord Kinkaku and Lord Ginkaku might possess such knowledge, as they were swallowed by the Nine Tails during the capture attempt, but returned safely 2 weeks later, acquiring its chakra. I see, Shinyu mused, stroking his chin as he looked toward Hikari. It appears we must make a decision. What kind of decision? Return obediently and leave this matter for Lord Ban to decide. Or press forward, interrogating Kinkaku and Ginkaku for information before returning. Shinyu extended his hand toward Uchiha Hikari, presenting a choice. So, which will it be? Remain a nameless pawn or become renowned throughout the world? I will follow your lead, Hikari remarked thoughtfully. Are Kinkaku and Ginkaku truly formidable? Shinyu shrugged. As far as I know, they are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, capable of wielding the 5 great tools of the Sage with ease. They possess chakra at the level of a tailed beast, and now they have acquired Nine Tails chakra. So yes, they are undeniably troublesome. However, I am more concerned about the Cloud Village, he continued. These two hold a high status within the village, belonging to the upper echelon. If we carelessly barge in, it may cause significant trouble for Lord Ban. Is it not possible to remain undetected? Hikari raised his eyebrows, casting a puzzled look at him. For some reason, Shinyu perceived a hint of provocation in that expression. I am merely stating the facts. If we are discovered, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm within the ninja world. If the Leaf becomes aware, it could jeopardize Lord Ban's plans, Shinyu retorted, glaring back. Feeling somewhat vexed, he noted that he was already 13 years old, yet still stood half a head shorter than Uchiha Hikari. Hikari pondered seriously. I choose to become renowned. Very well. Then I shall accompany you to the bitter end, Shinyu said, clapping his hands with a touch of elegance. Wait. Why is it that I am the one making the final decision here? She finally realized the pattern. Why bring that up? In the land of fire. Upon a desolate plain, Uchiha counterattack. A fierce wind surged forth, toppling dozens of Leaf shinobi and sending them crashing to the ground, scattering like dumplings. The area within a radius of several hundred meters was razed to the ground by the tempest. Uchiha Ban folded his fan, gazing toward the direction of the Leaf village with a cold yet gradually softening expression. Now, Hashirama will have no choice but to intervene. After 5 years of wandering, he had traversed nearly the entire ninja world. From great nations to small, Any nation with a modicum of strength was emulating the ninja village system established by Shinju Hashirama, erecting one village after another. Yet he began to comprehend that this peace resembled floating weeds upon a tranquil surface. Should anyone disturb the waters, it would undoubtedly stir up a chaotic froth. The ninja world appeared stable, yet nearly every ninja village was actively cultivating power. Some nations were even petitioning their daimyo for funding, covertly amassing military strength, and their burgeoning ambitions were glaringly evident. The so-called peace was merely constructed upon Hashirama's military deterrence. Once the strongest force was removed, this fabricated tranquility would swiftly shatter. As time progressed, Ban gradually adopted such a perspective. Especially when the first generation of the Mizukage learned that he had departed from Konoha, he discreetly extended an invitation for him to join the Hidden Mist village, solidifying this perspective to an utmost degree. Hashirama, you are mistaken. As long as there are beings in existence, strife will be inevitable. He was utterly disillusioned with Hashirama's approach. Thus commenced the execution of the Moon Eye plan. The initial step was to awaken the power of the Rinnegan. According to the tablet, he must first obtain Hashirama's cells, merging the powers of Indra and Azura to awaken the Yin-Yang release and unveil the legendary eyes. This would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Hashirama. Reflecting on his previous defeat, Madara resolved to capture one of the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts before the decisive battle, to compensate for his shortcomings in prolonged combat. This was also to slightly increase his odds, in preparation for Tobirama, that cunning old fox. This was the reason for the appearances of Shinju and Uchiha Hikari in the Land of Lightning. The second step involved utilizing the Rinnegan to summon the Outer Path Golems, the physical form of the Ten Tails. The third step was to gather the nine-tailed beasts, reviving the Ten Tails and performing the Six Paths Ten Tails Jinchuriki technique. He calculated that awakening the Rinnegan would be a lengthy process and anticipated that after battling Hashirama, he might lose his fighting capabilities. Hence, the roles of Shinju and Uchiha Hikari became particularly crucial. To this end, he would spare no effort in nurturing the two and instilling his ideology within them. In the future, they would act in his name in the outside world, capturing the nine-tailed beasts before he awakened the Rinnegan. The final step would involve approaching the moon with the power of the Six Paths, awakening the Rinnegan, and unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi to control all of humanity, unifying the world and crafting a realm of eternal peace within an illusion. After unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi, the divine tree would descend, sealing humanity within cocoons, nourished by its essence, thus avoiding death. Their souls would be eternally immersed in the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi, each individual living in their ideal world of dreams. There would be no distinction between reality and illusion, as sunlight bathed the earth, and the world fell into a profound stillness, devoid of war and smoke. Meanwhile, Madara would transform into a guardian, bearing the weight of eternal solitude alone. Chapter 14. A Trap for the Lord in the Land of Lightning. The two who had resolved to act against the brothers Kin and Jin were also preparing. You must ensure my safety, once my soul leaves my body. I will be exceedingly vulnerable, Shinju cautioned Uchiha Hikari with a serious expression. First, I am not deaf. Second, I am not foolish. And third, you have already mentioned this for the fourth time, Hikari replied with an impatient demeanor. The cave was dimly lit, and a cloud ninja stood beside them, appearing quite dazed. I am not worried about others. Are you going to make a move or not? All right, I'm coming. Shinju raised his hand in surrender. Their plan was straightforward. Since they intended to confront Kin and Jin, they could not be overt about it. The Cloud Village was formidable, and directly attacking two high-ranking members within their village would be utterly reckless. Thus, the comprehensive strategy was to set up an ambush in advance and lure them into the trap. This also mitigated the risk of being discovered while infiltrating the Cloud Village. As for how to draw them out, spiritualization technique. Shinju inhaled deeply, forming the rabbit hand seal, and with his eyes closed, a delicate, ethereal humanoid spirit leaped from his crown. Observing his translucent hands, once transformed into a spirit, his vision expanded immensely, and he felt a profound ease emanating from within. Each time he employed the spiritualization technique, an urge surged within him to roam freely between heaven and earth, surveying the world from above. His physical body remained obediently in place, breathing evenly, his countenance serene, as if ensconced in a deep slumber. Without hesitation, the spirit doved downward, instantly merging with the cloud ninja's brow. He found himself in a vibrant, boundless space filled with fantastical colors. This was the cloud ninja's mental realm, or rather, his state of mind. Upon glancing around, He noticed the spirit representing the Cloud Ninja at the center of this space, eyes closed in slumber, clearly still entranced by Shinju's illusion. Though he was the master of this realm, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Approaching the Cloud Ninja's spirit, he concentrated a distorted, pure light in his palm and gently pressed it against the other's forehead. Notably, when Shinju's soul exited his body, his spirit also retained the properties of his Mangekyō Sharingan, enabling him to effortlessly unleash illusion techniques powered by spiritual energy. This meant that once he entered an enemy's mental realm, his illusions would strike true, transforming the enemy's state of mind into his domain. Furthermore, with a mere touch to the enemy's spirit, he could extract all the information he desired. This method, akin to a soul-searching technique, even eliminated the need for interrogation. The wondrous synergy between the Uchiha clan and the spiritualization technique yielded results far surpassing expectations. Naturally, all of this hinged on the enemy's soul being weaker than his own or already in a dormant state. Otherwise, even the spiritualization technique carried the risk of backlash. Soon, Shinju completed the intelligence gathering, a smile gracing his lips. Outside the mental realm, under Uchiha Hikari's vigilant gaze, the Cloud Ninja's fingers twitched slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. "Long live Lord Madara," the Cloud Ninja spoke, his tone lively. Only then did Hikari relax, recognizing the prearranged signal between them. In the event that Shinju's possession failed, she would be prepared to respond immediately, although the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim. Shinju stretched his body, saying, "From what I know, Kin is a protective brother. Should anything happen to Jin, he would become uncontrollably furious. Therefore, I will ambush Jin. And at that moment, you can use your ocular technique to control Kin, ensuring our success." The two reviewed the plan once more. "Remember my signal. Those brothers are no fools, and if we fail, there will be no second chance," Shinju admonished. "Understood, but you must be cautious as well." "Oh? Cautious of what?" Shinju blinked. "Cautious not to be discovered, lest you jeopardize Lord Madara's plan." Hikari lightly averted her gaze. Before him stood a figure whose appearance and voice had entirely transformed. Yet that mischievous, slightly flippant gaze remained as infuriating as ever. Shinju pointed to his own head. "Rest assured, I have memorized this fellow's mannerisms, speech patterns, and personal habits, so I should not be discovered." Also, noticing Hikari's hesitance to speak, he smiled slightly. "I will be careful. I'm not worried about you." Hikari's delicate face flushed slightly. Just as she was about to retort, Shinju activated the body flicker technique and vanished in an instant. The Cloud Village, part of the Land of Lightning, was a martial arts ninja village established by the first Reikage. It stood as one of the foremost villages among the 5 great ninja villages. Founded atop towering peaks shrouded in mist, it echoed with thunderous roars day and night. However, what garnered the admiration of outsiders was the village's unparalleled unity. From top to bottom, they were of one mind, which inevitably dictated their exclusionary demeanor. In the original timeline, the Cloud Village was the only one among the 5 great ninja villages that had never produced a traitor from the Akatsuki organization. Shinju, utilizing the body of a cloud ninja named Omui, effortlessly blended in, using the information stored in his mind. He navigated the village with apparent aimlessness while stealthily approaching a certain location, the residence of Kin and Jin. After confirming that no one was paying attention to him, Shinju stepped through the door. Upon entering the residence, he donned a panicked expression, stumbling directly towards the inner courtyard. "My lords, I have urgent news to report." "Where's Lord Kin? Where's Lord Jin? I have pressing matters to discuss." With a resounding bang, the front door was forcefully pushed open, and a towering figure emerged leisurely. It was the height of midday, and the noise was unbearable. Silverhorn, still drowsy, stifled a yawn. Upon recognizing the face of Shinyu, his expression shifted to one of impatience. "Oh, it's you, Omui. If you woke me up for some trivial matter, you'd better watch out." He shook his head, silver hair glimmering in the sunlight beneath his sturdy horns. Shinyu quickly scanned Silverhorn's face and noticed the 3 symmetrical whiskers on his cheeks, furrowing his brow in silence. The rumors were indeed true. These brothers had acquired the chakra of the 9 tails. "Lord Silverhorn, we have discovered the trace of the 9 tails." "What?" Silverhorn's eyes widened, and he leaped forward to stand before Shinyu. "Repeat that." "We encountered the 9 tails while on a mission. It seemed intent on avenging Yunin and launched a direct attack." Shinyu's voice trembled with fear as he revealed, "Everyone except me was killed." Silverhorn seized Shinyu by the collar, lifting him as if he were a mere chick, and crashed through another door. "Golden Horn, wake up. That beast has returned for revenge." However, Golden Horn was not napping. He appeared to be refining his chakra. Upon Silverhorn's intrusion, he opened his eyes, and the violent chakra surrounding him gradually subsided, rising slowly. Shinyu was astonished to find that Golden Horn was even more robust than Silverhorn. His dark golden hair flowed freely, and his muscular physique radiated a vigorous life force, complemented by his fierce horns, resembling a humanoid beast of prey. Can you believe it? That beast has indeed returned to seek revenge. Silverhorn exclaimed with an excited laugh. At that moment, Golden Horn's authoritative gaze turned towards them. Oh my! Are you certain that was the Ninetales? Shinyu nodded fervently, his tone reflecting his narrow escape. It was the Ninetales. It merely swiped its paw. And my companions were all slaughtered. I previously sought Lord Raikage's assistance, but it seems he is reluctant to commit further resources to this matter, merely instructing us to comfort the families of the fallen, citing the long-term development of the village. Humph, that fellow truly is dim-witted. Silverhorn spat. Silverhorn, regardless. He is still our Raikage. Sometimes he is right, Golden Horn reminded him. But Yue Kong, Byumo, and Seiryu all perished. Shinyu lamented in despair. My lords, are you not willing to avenge them? His expression appeared dramatic, but internally he remained composed. According to Omoi's intelligence, Golden Horn and Silverhorn had some discord with the first Raikage. While it wasn't a matter of life and death, their attitudes often diverged on various issues. If the first Raikage was seen as a dove advocating peaceful development, these brothers were hawks who revered martial prowess and favored aggressive tactics. Moreover, among the fallen he had mentioned, the Yue clan ninja was one of Golden Horn and Silverhorn's confidants. At this, Silverhorn patted Shinyu's shoulder. Do not worry. We shall certainly avenge our brothers. Golden Horn, let us set forth immediately. Such a small portion of flesh can bestow us with such great power. Are you not curious about the Ninetales' might? Yet, Golden Horn remained silent for a moment, gazing into Silverhorn's eager eyes before finally nodding. Very well. With just the two of us, we can certainly capture the Ninetales alive. Once accomplished, even the Raikage will have nothing to say. Homa, lead the way. Chapter 15. The truth revealed in a desolate mountain of the land of lightning. Shinyu guided the Silverhorn and Golden Horn brothers onward, the wind howling as the scenery rushed by. Along the way, the brothers engaged in casual banter. That beast certainly had much to say, didn't it? Yes. Last time I didn't have the chance to utilize my ninja tools. This time I can. Golden Horn, my tailed beast transformation is still somewhat unrefined. Then I shall take the lead. In half-tailed beast form, I risk losing consciousness. You will control the ninja tools. As he spoke, Golden Horn produced a miniaturized banana fan and the 7-star sword, handing them to Silverhorn. The simplicity of their exchange established a tactical plan against the Ninetales, demonstrating the depth of their synergy. On several occasions, Shinyu almost succumbed to the impulse to enter the spiritual realm of either brother for intelligence interrogation. However, after much contemplation, he restrained himself. After all, they were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, having survived being devoured by the Ninetales and even turning the tables to feast upon its flesh. Should their souls possess any peculiarities, it would be a calamity for him. In the original timeline, they boasted remarkable feats, having slain the second Raikage and the second Hokage. A reckless attack could easily backfire. To err on the side of caution, he resolved to adhere to the original plan. Before long, the trio traversed several mountains, arriving at a fog-laden canyon. My lords, this is where we encountered the Ninetales. Shinyu called back. Silverhorn and Golden Horn immediately halted, their brows furrowing as they surveyed the numerous cloud ninja corpses. They approached to inspect the grim scene. These ninjas had met with a tragic end. Their bodies were shattered and torn as if by vicious claws. Silverhorn wrinkled his nose as the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Yue Kong, so you perished here, Silverhorn remarked, spotting a pale head. Golden Horn frowned slightly. Strange, I do not sense the Ninetales' presence. Omoi, when was the last time you saw the Ninetales? At this distance, we should be able to sense it. Suddenly, Silverhorn instinctively lowered his head. In his dazed vision, a brilliant blue blade pierced through his chest, hot blood gushing forth. Ah, I was just about to ask you that, Shinyu whispered, pressing close to Silverhorn's back. Silverhorn, shocked, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His heart had been pierced. Shinyu swiftly withdrew his hand, having retrieved something from his bag. In the next moment, an enraged Golden Horn surged forward, his roar resembling a thunderous crash. How dare you harm Silverhorn? Regardless of whether you are Omoi or not, you shall die. With his hair bristling and two powerful arms seizing Shinyu's wrists, an explosive force erupted, tearing Shinyu, Omoi, apart, scattering organs and creating a rain of blood. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted at their feet, white smoke enveloping the area, quickly filling the canyon. Shinyu had thrown all his smoke bombs at the last moment. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I will kill you. I will eradicate everyone. Golden Horn gasped like a beast, a tempest of chakra enveloping him. Deep crimson-tailed beast chakra tearing through his skin and spilling forth, cloaking his entire being. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and perish. And Silver Horn was that reverse scale. Witnessing his brother's murder, he could no longer contain his hatred. The desire for slaughter surged. The tailed beast chakra was inherently violent and challenging to control, and even the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths were no exception. At this moment, he was utterly incensed, and the last remnants of his rationality were devoured by the will of the tailed beast. Chakra exploded forth, the swirling winds dispersing much of the smoke. Even the ground beneath him could not withstand the weight of this power, cracking inch by inch. Roar! Golden Horn let out a deafening roar, transforming into a half-tailed beast form, 6 red tails thrashing menacingly. With a swipe of his claws, the smoke parted. But the instant he charged through, he faced a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes, a potent Jinjutsu lying in wait. Tsukuyomi, with an unexpected maneuver. The frenzied Kinkaku fell victim to the trap. His gaze momentarily lost its focus as he slumped helplessly to the ground, resembling a marionette with severed strings. Sliding to the feet of Uchiha Hikari, Hikari staggered slightly, her delicate face turning pale. Subduing Kinkaku had drained her significantly, blood trickling down her cheek. Kinkaku's consciousness had already succumbed to the illusionary realm of Tsukuyomi, unable to extricate himself. It was surprisingly smooth. A voice emerged from the side, belonging to Shinyu, who patted Hikari's shoulder, asking if she was all right. As Kinkaku had slain Omi with his bare hands, his spirit had already retreated back into his body at that very moment. I didn't expect this guy to drain so much of my chakra, Hikari murmured, covering her left eye and breathing slightly heavier. Time was of the essence. It was imperative to extract information now. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from the thin mist. Shinyu's pupils constricted as he swiftly pulled Hikari's body closer, simultaneously activating his Mangekyō Sharingan, enveloping himself in a dark, ink-like skeletal form. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang in the air as Shinyu, clad in the immovable Susanoo, launched a silver blade resembling a massive door, sending it soaring into the air, only for it to spiral back into the hands of one individual, Kinkaku. At that moment, a deep crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped his body, 6 long tails flailing mischievously. Unlike Kinkaku, his chakra appeared semi-transparent, and his eyes glimmered with cunning intelligence, betraying no signs of losing his sanity. Ah, a tailed beast chakra cloak? Shinyu squinted, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. So, among the 2 of you brothers, you are the one who truly masters the 9 tails chakra. The tailed beast chakra cloak was a sophisticated maneuver, borrowing the chakra of a tailed beast without undergoing full transformation. The ninja retains personal consciousness, their abilities heightened, and the tailed beast chakra possesses remarkable healing properties that prevent scarring, making it a formidable asset in combat. In the original timeline, this was a signature technique of the so-called perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. It is precisely for this reason that I have preserved my life. Is it not? Kinkaku tilted his head with a mischievous glint, pointing at his chest. Ah, so it was you who ambushed me. That stab truly hurt. The ground beneath him abruptly cracked as he transformed into a crimson shadow, dashing forward with such speed that the 7 stars sword became a blur of silver light. Yet, Shinyu matched his velocity, summoning a massive skeletal hand that materialized from thin air and delivered a punch that sent Kinkaku crashing into the adjacent stone wall. Boom. Dark energy surged and coiled around Shinyu as another skeletal hand sprouted from the ink-black ribs, raining down powerful blows that shattered the wall and sent dust swirling into the air. This was the initial form of Susanoo, versatile for attack, defense, protection, and control, boasting remarkable strength even in its arm alone. Shinyu had merely struck a few times when he inadvertently excavated a small cavern. Hikari looked on in awe, envious of such power. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite awakening her Sharingan earlier than Shinyu, she was unable to manifest her Susanoo. Chapter 16. 6 Paths Ninja Tools. As Shinyu commanded Susanoo to retract its fists, he noticed that a golden thread had somehow coiled around the wrist of the skeletal hand. What is this? Shinyu exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Kinkaku burst forth from the dust-filled cavern, gripping the other end of the golden thread, swinging onto the rocky surface like a gibbon. His tattered robe and armor bore several bruises on his forehead and arms, but aside from that, he appeared unscathed. The once earth-shattering punches had merely left him in a state of disarray. A typical ninja would have been reduced to mush by such blows. Feeling the ominous presence of the golden thread, Shinyu sensed danger and promptly retracted Susanu's skeletal arm, regenerating another. Sharingan, Uchiha? You are from Konoha? Ginkaku declared. Shouldering the 7-stars sword as he looked down at them, the thick golden thread automatically wrapping around his arm. Hikari, do we have a chance? Shinyu asked quietly without turning his head. Hikari shook her head, stating, No, this guy has been avoiding my gaze. Shinyu frowned slightly. Ginkaku was exceedingly cunning, evading their line of sight during battle and confrontation, leaving them no opportunity to cast illusions. Be cautious, that thread is peculiar. It must be the Kinjuai rope I told you about. Best not to touch it, he warned gravely. Hikari nodded cautiously. The Kinjuai rope causes those it touches to utter their most frequently spoken words, what is known as a word spirit. The 7-star sword was not merely a weapon for slashing. Its true purpose lay in severing an opponent's word spirit and casting a curse. The red gourd could record and seal these word spirits. If the subject uttered a keyword or remained silent for too long or spoke words phonetically similar to the keyword, they would be drawn into the gourd and sealed away entirely. Together, these 3 items formed a formidable causal weapon. As for the other 2 six-paths ninja tools, the amber purifying bottle was a massive jar that would ensnare any entity responding to the wielder's voice, capable of even subduing the rampaging 8-tails, the banana fan. On the other hand, disregarded chakra attributes, allowing the user to unleash powerful techniques of all 5 elemental transformations in one fell swoop. Reflecting on this, it became clear that these 2 brothers possessed strength and weaponry that reached the level of a Kage. At that moment, Ginkaku grinned widely. Silence implies consent. His expression grew increasingly deranged, bolstered by the tailed beast chakra, revealing a menacing demeanor. To dare attack us, brothers, is unforgivable, no matter who you are. Come willingly into my red gourd. A small gourd, merely 3 inches in size, was tossed into the air, expanding rapidly to a height greater than a person, which Ginkaku clasped around his waist. Fire release, great fireball. Hikari initiated the assault, her mastery of fire techniques honed over 5 years. The enormous fireball shot forth, only to be cleaved in 2 by Ginkaku's sword. What a joke. Such a trivial technique could never harm me. Ginkaku descended from above. His 7-star sword aimed directly at Uchiha Hikari's head, a beam of silver light tearing through the air. Hikari immediately dodged, yet Ginkaku executed a feint, darting toward another location, precisely where Ginkaku lay. He intended to break Ginkaku's illusion. Shinyu's gaze turned cold as he flashed to Ginkaku's side, meeting him with a punch from his initial Susanoo, the dark skeletal fist surging like thunder, accompanied by a heavy gust. Absorb it, Kinjuai rope, Ginkaku suddenly called out. To Shinyu's astonishment, there was no anticipated clash. His eyes widened as his stomach churned, his body momentarily losing control, causing Susanu's skeletal form to flicker and collapse into black mist. Uncontrollably, he opened his mouth, releasing a bluish light. Is this my word spirit? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. How can this be? I never even touched the Kinjuai rope. Curse it, 7-star sword, Ginkaku whispered, a smirk of triumph crossing his lips as he swung his sword vertically. Shinyu, Hikari cried out urgently. In that critical moment, Shinyu found clarity. Leaning back slightly to evade the lethal edge, yet the emitted light was still severed by the 7-star sword. His expression hardened. He had thought he understood the 6-path sage's tools well enough, only to find himself ensnared. Ginkaku spun abruptly, the 7-star sword slicing in a half-arc, forcing the 2 backward. Did you think you were safe just because you weren't touched? Contact with the Kinjuai rope can still absorb your word spirit, you brat. Ginkaku cackled maniacally, raising the red gourd. Capture it, red gourd. With a pop, the blue light suspended in the air was instantly drawn into the gourd's mouth. Ginkaku lifted the 7-star sword, revealing Shinyu's word spirit on its mirror-like blade. Madara-sama. Oh? Ginkaku raised an eyebrow, an intrigued expression crossing his face. You've shown me your word spirit? Shinyu raised his gaze, 2 crimson kaleidoscopes spinning ominously. If I am not mistaken, it must be Lord Ban. At this moment, both Yin Jiao and Uchiha Hikari widened their eyes, the former with delight, immediately raising the red gourd, while the latter wore a look of sheer astonishment. Earlier, Shinyu had meticulously introduced the 6 paths ninja tools of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao to Uchiha Hikari, and she never anticipated that Shinyu would voluntarily put himself at risk, seemingly forgetting the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Panic flickered across Shinyu's face as his body uncontrollably surged toward Injiao. However, just as he neared the gourd's mouth, a sharp blue light suddenly erupted from his left hand, slashing toward Injiao's neck. Autumn dew on the leaves. What? Injiao could hardly believe his eyes. Hastily raising his sword to block the attack. With a sharp sound, the autumn dew scraped against the seven-star sword, creating a shower of sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Shinyu grasped the sword's spine and executed a somersault, landing behind Injiao. A blue aura gathered in his palm, the air crackling with energy and with a resonant hum. He conjured a rapidly spinning chakra sphere. Spiraling sphere. Holding the spiraling sphere with determination, Shinyu pressed it forcefully against Injiao's back. The swirling winds expanded, and Injiao's body was propelled with immense torque, crashing into the stone wall behind him. Quite interesting. The destructive power is commendable, Shinyu nodded in satisfaction. The magic of the void bestowed upon him a formidable capacity for learning and mastering the spiraling sphere, a technique of such caliber. Was not particularly arduous once one comprehended its principles and training methods. In the original timeline, Jiraiya had achieved mastery in merely 3 days. The challenge lay primarily in the extreme manipulation of chakra, directing it to flow in various directions while compressing it to form a high-density, rapidly rotating chakra sphere. Shinyu's understanding of chakra transformation far surpassed that of Jiraiya, as demonstrated by the autumn dew technique that had even left Tobirama in awe. Consequently, he had fully mastered this iconic technique of the original timeline's protagonist within a single day. Why? I clearly severed your spiritual words, Injiao exclaimed in frustration, awkwardly scrambling up from the rubble. Is that so? I don't recall such an event, Shinyu retorted with a disdainful smile. After Injiao's spiritual words were absorbed into the red gourd, Shinyu activated his ocular technique, simultaneously employing the powers of the void and the sky's constancy. While adapting to the effects of the kintrope, he restored his state to the moment before it had touched him. From the perspective of the entire timeline, he was whole at that moment, unaffected by any external forces, thus effectively negating the reality of his spiritual words being severed. His choice was quite astute. The activation of the kintrope, the seven-star sword, and the red gourd all hinged upon the absorption of spiritual words by the kintrope. So merely dispelling its influence rendered the latter two ineffective. Damn it, what is happening? Injiao raged, yet no one would provide him with an explanation. This is the world of Naruto, where information holds immense significance. There are no publicized techniques, and Shinyu had no interest in elucidating his ocular abilities. Amaterasu, seizing the opportunity, Hikari launched an attack, a sphere of pitch-black flames striking Injiao's chest. Oh no! Feeling the bizarre temperature, Injiao's pupils constricted, and the deep crimson cloak of the tailed beast writhed frantically, gathering towards his chest. To Hikari's astonishment, this fellow actually chose to strip away the tailed beast chakra from his body, allowing it to fall to the ground alongside the black flames of Amaterasu. Consumed by the void, he managed to obstruct the flames of Amaterasu in such a manner? Shinyu was equally astonished, for this was a method Naruto had employed to counter Amaterasu in the original timeline. So this is the supposedly eternal flame. Indeed, it is perilous. Injiao chuckled darkly, his menacing gaze shifting towards Uchiha Hikari. It seems you are the enemy that must be eliminated first. Chapter 00. Supplementary setting. Greetings, fellow cultivators. This is Juzai. This section is not part of the main storyline. It serves merely as a supplementary explanation regarding Susanoo. Those who do not require this information may skip ahead. Considering that some may have questions regarding my terminology for Susanoo in the text, such as initial stage Susanoo, first stage Susanoo, etc., I will standardize the nomenclature here and refer to it consistently henceforth. Below is the compilation of Susanoo's settings, synthesized from the original work in various sources, along with my personal interpretations. Susanoo form setting. Principle. A high-output form of chakra release that materializes energy into a highly dense chakra body, transforming into a towering deity for combat. It grows in phases as the user's ocular power increases, representing the ultimate ocular technique that integrates offense and defense. Initial stage Susanoo. Rib-like arms that can serve multiple purposes, including offense, defense, protection, and control. The body is not fully enveloped by Susanoo, leaving considerable gaps. Yet the defensive capability is sufficient to withstand most attacks. First stage Susanoo. Half-formed skeletal structure, appearing skeletal, with chakra completely enveloping the body, further enhancing defense. However, gaps remain at the feet, allowing overly forceful attacks to breach its protection. At this stage, Susanoo can wield simple weapons, such as ordinary swords, with attack methods limited to standard physical strikes. Second stage Susanoo, half-formed skeletal muscle, covered with tendons and flesh, enveloped by a cloak of chakra. It can unravel seals and utilize its own specialized weapons and techniques, such as the Yata mirror and bow and arrows. This form of Susanoo offers the best balance, frequently employed by characters like Ban and Sasuke prior to acquiring Six Paths power. Additionally, this version can utilize the universal long-range attack technique, Yatsukatama. Third stage Susanoo, Yatengu, half-formed Yatengu armor, further enhancing defense and expanding the range of available weaponry to include the Ten-Fist sword and Kagaya's sword. This iteration of Susanoo possesses immense power, although chakra consumption greatly increases and it becomes highly unstable. Ordinary kaleidoscopes struggle to maintain this form for extended periods, representing the limit of common kaleidoscopes. Only the eternal kaleidoscope can allow this Susanoo to grow legs, towering mightily. Fourth stage mature form unlocks the full body form, building upon the second stage while adding a lower body and legs, significantly increasing size. The user occupies Susanoo's head. In terms of weaponry, it can wield not only the unique weapons of Susanoo, but also utilize the expansive Susanoo sword, striking a balance between the second stage and complete form. It retains the balance and full capabilities of the second stage while enhancing mobility, compensating for the original gaps in defense. Fifth stage complete form. Based on the third stage Yatengu, it rises above the half-formed limitations as the armor further integrates, being referred to as the true Susanoo. Only those who have fully realized their kaleidoscope's ocular power and possess vast chakra reserves can unlock this complete form. At this stage, Susanoo becomes extraordinarily large, chakra stabilizing, capable of effortlessly cleaving mountains and meteors, possessing flight ability while being able to weave hand seals for techniques the user excels in. Fifth stage armored form. Based on the third stage Yatengu, Susanoo is donned as armor upon the Nine Tails, merging the overwhelming strength of the Nine Tails with Susanoo's formidable defenses, while also enabling the use of Susanoo's weapons and cooperative techniques with the Tailed Beast Bomb. Sixth stage ultimate form utilizes Susanoo in place of the Outer Path's demonic statue as a vessel for Tailed Beast chakra, merging chakra into a humanoid form, perfectly combining the powers of the Tailed Beast and Susanoo. At this stage, Susanoo becomes godlike in strength, capable of unleashing the mightiest technique, Indra's arrow, which is exceptionally powerful. According to the Nine Tails, Sasuke's integration with Tailed Beast chakra rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths, Chapter 17, Fierce Battle Within the Valley. Yin Jiao unleashed the chakra of the Tailed Beast once more. Having tasted the essence of Amaterasu, he immediately redirected his target, launching an assault on Uchiha Hikari. Prepare yourself. Hikari, already bloodied from unleashing two ocular techniques, felt her vision blur as a sharp gust of wind approached. Swiftly, she clasped her hands together and summoned Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. She tilted her head back, and flames transformed into a lifelike dragon head, surging forward with searing heat to meet the impending strike. With a crack, the fire dragon split in two at its center, accompanied by Yin Jiao's maniacal laughter as the sword's light surged forward, unstoppable. As the seven-star sword drew near, Hikari's eyes gleamed with determination. Suddenly, a slender shadow emerged before her, blocking the attack. A dark, bony hand shot forth, catching the strike with a clang, firmly grasping the seven-star sword. Amidst the swirling black mist, Shinyu stared coldly at Yin Jiao, his kaleidoscopic eyes shimmering with an ethereal glow. "Damn little brat, you're quick on your feet," Yin Jiao sneered. The seven-star sword appeared embedded in a mountain, immovable. Seeing another bony arm raised high, he quickly abandoned his sword and retreated. What a troublesome opponent. Yin Jiao muttered incantations to stow away the red gourd. Freeing up another hand, "I will feign an attack. You find an opportunity to finish him with your ocular technique." Shinyu spoke rapidly, his hands enveloped in azure light, ice blue chakra surging like blades. Before Hikari could respond, the black arm abruptly lifted, tossing the seven-star sword skyward, disappearing in an instant. As Shinyu's figure vanished from sight, Yin Jiao's heart raced. He was momentarily distracted by the sword in the air, as a deadly chakra blade cut towards him, causing him to lose the chance for a counterattack. Summoning all his strength, he twisted his body just in time, the blade flashing past him, slicing through half of his silver hair. "My hair!" he roared, lunging at Shinyu, his massive form casting a shadow like a ravenous tiger. After exchanging several blows, Shinyu began to falter under Yin Jiao's relentless assault. Struggling to keep pace with his speed, he found himself overwhelmed. Bang, bang, bang. After several exchanges, he had been struck multiple times by Yin Jiao. Had it not been for Susanu's protection, he would have sustained severe injuries. The terrifying force felt as though it might crack his very bones. It seems this is my usual limit, Shinyu thought solemnly, beginning to gather his strength in secret. 8th gate, open. 1st gate, open. His forehead bulged with faint veins. 2nd gate, open. His hair flew wildly as his black attire billowed without wind. His body flushed red from blood flow, even emitting wisps of steam. 3rd gate, open. With a deafening roar, a torrent of energy surged forth as Shinyu spread his arms, the wind swirling around him, igniting tangible azure energy. At that moment, his physical prowess surpassed tenfold of his normal state. Yin Jiao was momentarily taken aback as a strikingly fierce face appeared before him in a flash of crimson. Countless fists and kicks rained down like a torrential storm, and though Yin Jiao hastily defended himself, he was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing into the ground and carving a deep trench. In a flash of blue light, Shinyu charged at Yin Jiao once more, the raging energy leaving a straight trail in the air as his hands wove through the wind, sharp chakra blades crystallizing like ice. You little brat, do not underestimate me, Yin Jiao bellowed, bursting forth from the swirling debris to confront Shinyu. Not done yet. 4th gate, open. Shinyu's speed surged to another level. His form melding with the air like a specter, he disappeared from sight, only to reappear behind Yin Jiao, ready to deliver a lethal strike. Swish. The hairs on Yin Jiao's body stood on end as he desperately twisted, feeling a tingle at his neck, quickly followed by a searing pain. You bastard! You almost took my head off, he shouted, clutching his neck as warm blood seeped through his fingers, panic flashing in his eyes while sweat evaporated from the heat. Just a hair's breadth away. I could have severed an artery, he screamed, his rage igniting. In response to his fury, the chakra of the 9 tails erupted into flames, propelling him towards Shinyu like a cannonball. The clash of red and green light raged through the valley, their fists like the wind, sword shadows flashing, debris flying. Their figures nearly indistinguishable amidst the chaos. Shadows intertwined, indistinguishable from one another, relying solely on the sudden eruptions of stone and rising dust to trace their movements. Hikari scanned her surroundings, her crimson lips pressed together, her mindset shifting subtly. Is this his true power? I never realized how vast the gap between us truly was. Though she had been entrusted with a fatal blow against Shinyu, her emotions grew complicated. After 5 years of training, both of their powers had surged. If her progress could be described as rapid, then Shinyu's growth was nothing short of meteoric. In terms of forbidden techniques, the spirit transformation technique had fortified his essence, enhancing his yin release and ocular power, while the 8 gates had elevated his limits, allowing him to potentially unlock the 6th gate with his current strength. In ninjutsu, under Madara's tutelage, he had mastered a plethora of fire-style techniques, significantly enhancing his chakra manipulation abilities. Even minor techniques wielded substantial power. As for taijutsu, he had learned the essence of Madara's teachings, refining his life-risking combat style into something swifter and deadlier. Regarding jinjutsu, through practice with Uchiha Hikari, he had gradually become adept, likely on par with the original Uchiha Itachi. However, if his opponent employed Tsukuyomi, the situation would be entirely different, given that he lacked the ocular prowess. In developing the Mangekyō Sharingan, he was not to be outdone, especially with the formidable Susanoo at his disposal. Hikari squinted her bright eyes, the blurred vision reflecting the bloodied silhouette of the young warrior. Boom! Yin Jiao slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing a torrent of energy waves, his expression fierce. Fangs bared, his body marred with blood. He had come to understand the unique nature of Shinyu's chakra blades. They were not mere transformations. The seemingly unremarkable blades flowed with chakra like a relentless river, forming a perfect closed circuit within the blade, ceaseless and inexhaustible. Each seemingly simple contact felt like being sliced by a chainsaw. Even his tailed beast chakra cloak was rendered ineffective. A fierce gust swept past as Shinyu leaped into the air, retracting his limbs, revealing dark ribs that enveloped him like armor. Yin Jiao's eyes glinted with malice as the ground beneath him exploded, a fierce onslaught arriving in the blink of an eye. Boom! The sharp horns collided violently with the Susanoo's skeletal frame, creating a thunderous sound that shook the earth, the gusts expanding violently. Shinyu's form was hurled high into the sky. Just as he prepared to weave the hand signs for a fire technique, he noticed golden ropes entangling his external ribs. Little brat, did you forget this move? Yin Jiao cackled, pulling on the ropes, sending Shinyu hurtling back at an even greater speed. Absorb it, H-kin rope. Yin Jiao readied his punch, brimming with anticipation, waiting for the moment Shun Yu's Susanoo faltered. Yet, to his astonishment, Shinyu remained calm, personally reaching out to grasp the H-kin rope. I advise you, do not attempt the same trick on me a second time, Shinyu replied coolly. His left eye swirling ominously, blood trickling forth as it emitted an otherworldly glow. Utilizing the magic of the void, Shinyu had already adapted to the three great ninja tools. He tugged on the H-kin rope, repeating Yin Jiao's incantation, absorb it, H-kin rope. Yin Jiao's eyes widened in shock as his tail beast chakra cloak disintegrated in an instant. In that moment, it felt as though he had lost control over his body. As if he were severed from the world itself. He uncontrollably expelled a mist of blue light, a manifestation of his words. How could this happen? How could the golden rope backfire on me? The pupils of Silver Horn contracted violently. What have you done? Godfeather would not let such an opportunity slip by. He rubbed his hands together, and a solid chakra blade pierced Silver Horn's chest, driven into the ground by tremendous kinetic energy from above. But that was not the end. A bony arm sprouted from the ribs of Susanoo, lifting slightly as if to catch something. Godfeather leaped from his spot. The bony arm swung down with great force. And a flash of silver light reflected Silver Horn's panicked face on the flowing blade. It was the Seven Stars sword. Good grief. Had he calculated the timing and landing point all along? Curse it, Seven Stars sword. With a swift motion, Silver Horn turned his head, losing an ear. And along with it, the fading words of power. Stepping on Silver Horn's chest, Godfeather reached for his pocket, where the red gourd was kept. Damn it! Silver Horn roared in fury. I will make you pay for this. He clapped his palms together, and an overwhelming gust of air surged around him. The hot and heavy chakra of the tailed beast erupted, transforming into a long tail that swept violently. Godfeather immediately withdrew from the range of attack. Dust and debris began to float as immense power surged. Deep red chakra flowed like molten lava, enveloping Silver Horn. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, the lava swelled. And in Godfeather's astonished gaze, a towering figure clad in skeletal armor let out a roar. Chapter 18. I am invincible. Silver Horn stood in the arena, energy coursing through him like lava, his hair jutting up in the shape of fox ears. His wounds had healed completely. He radiated a red glow, his exoskeleton trembling. Exuding a powerful aura, he silently recited a mantra, and Godfeather suddenly felt the golden rope on his left arm growing hot. He released it, and the rope slithered back into Silver Horn's hand like a long serpent. Another trick? Observing Silver Horn in this state, Godfeather's expression turned grave. Silver Horn opened his mouth, and the golden rope, the Seven Stars sword, and the floating words of power all shrank and were drawn into him. I didn't expect you to force my trump card out. A rough voice emerged from the skeletal mask of Silver Horn. Amaterasu. Uchiha Light seized the opportunity and unleashed the long-prepared Amaterasu. A ball of black flames appeared on Silver Horn's back, but with a flash of red light. Silver Horn instantly vanished from his spot, causing Amaterasu to miss and unexpectedly land on Godfeather. The black flames engulfed him, and Godfeather furrowed his brows. But before he could think further, a fierce wind arose, and Silver Horn had already lunged at him with a punch. Such speed, Godfeather's gaze tightened. Chakra naturally surged into his legs. The crimson fist fell like a hammer, seemingly sucking the air out, and Godfeather's body was torn apart. Yet Silver Horn let out a gasp. This sensation is wrong. It's an afterimage. He quickly looked up, and Godfeather had leaped above him. A brilliant red light erupted from Silver Horn's back, forming a long tail entirely made of tailed beast energy, roaring towards Godfeather. In midair, Godfeather could not leverage anything. He clasped his palms together, and his black-clad figure flickered, transforming into two, narrowly avoiding the tail. Shadow Clone Technique. The two Godfeathers descended simultaneously, chakra blades enveloped in black flames slashing downwards. Silver Horn roared, his red fist like thunder, colliding with Godfeather's strike. A tremendous explosion erupted, shockwaves sending gusts of wind, visible ripples spreading in all directions. Once in this mode, Silver Horn's attacks were unpredictable, no longer merely physical strikes. The power of his blows, mixed with pure Ninetails chakra, was elusive, making it evident that merely using the injury gate state in conjunction with Uchiha's sword techniques was insufficient to contend with him. Fifth gate. Open, Godfeather shouted. The azure energy around him intensified, the airflow surged like a tempest, raising the ground beneath him. At this moment, with a single step, he could cover 100 meters. And with a snap of his fingers, he could shatter stone and sever metal. Utilizing the state of the fifth gate, he entangled with the Nine-Tails chakra mode Silverhorn. While the two figures continued to split, 2 becoming 4, 4 becoming 8, in mere moments, 16 identical figures surrounded Silverhorn. Godfeather did not rush to extinguish Amaterasu. Having practiced with Uchiha Light for 5 years and enduring Amaterasu's flames numerous times, he had developed a high resistance to it, while chakra blades were indeed sharp. Facing a monster like Silverhorn, with its absurd regenerative capabilities, proved to be a challenge. Thus, to truly injure Silverhorn, he had to rely on Amaterasu. Just because Light could not hit Silverhorn did not mean he could not. Numerous clones surged forth. Azure energy entwined with black flames raged, and in a moment, black fire erupted across Silverhorn's body. Enraged, Silverhorn continuously shed the tailed beast's outer layer to shield against Amaterasu's flames. As they fought, bone fragments fell. And this desperate act of self-preservation filled him with humiliation. Under the relentless assault of the clones, even Silverhorn began to feel a headache. Despite employing his long tail to sweep, those clones would not vanish even if struck, their forms fading only to reappear and attack again. This was not a sustainable strategy. This damned fire consumes too much chakra. Silverhorn crossed his arms in front of him, trying this move. He leaped into the air, radiating red light. Resembling a burning sun, and 6 long tails struck the ground simultaneously. Boom. The ground exploded in an instant, surging waves of energy rushed outward. Red energy like a torrential river overturned everything, engulfing all of Godfeather's clones in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, Silverhorn was stunned. The 16 figures stood unharmed, as if they were bamboo amidst shattered rocks, not moving an inch. Within the surging azure energy, 16 pairs of crimson eyes coldly stared at him. How is this possible? Are they mere illusions? But why does every attack feel so heavy? My shadow clone technique lacks substance. The clones of Godfeather spoke in unison, raising their chakra blades in perfect unison, yet simultaneously. It could be said that all the clones were indeed real. This monotonous method of attack must be tiresome for you by now. Godfeather smiled slightly, the energy boiling around him, as if draping him in a cloak of dark azure. Let us try something new now. Let me ask you, do these clones require Susanoo? What? Silverhorn gaped, seemingly struggling to answer this question. Very well, allow me to answer for you. Godfeather's lips curled into a smirk. The answer is yes. Black mist churned like waves, and a total of 16 massive skeletons materialized from the ground. Unlike the previous ribs and arms, Godfeather activated the first stage of Susanoo. 16 half-body skeletons emerged as if crawling from the abyss, forming a massive encirclement. The black skeletons roared in unison, each adorned with 4 arms, all dripping with black flames. Silverhorn's scalp tingled. He dared not confront them head-on, transforming into a streak of golden light, darting away. Godfeather stood within Susanoo, arms crossed. Concealed beneath the black mist, Silverhorn could not discern his face, nor could he see the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The so-called shadow clone technique creates afterimages through rapid movement, and with the aid of illusions, it obscures traces left by the movements, creating a visual effect as if one were truly surrounded by clones. In reality, the true body only appears at the moment of attack, at a fixed moment. Silverhorn's attacks actually only struck one, but when he attempted to counterattack, Godfeather would utilize the shadow technique or the heavenly constant to return to a certain afterimage, creating the illusion that the clones could not be eliminated. Though the effects of this technique are remarkable, the consumption it entails is astonishingly great. Leaving behind merely an afterimage is one thing, but now he must also maintain Susanoo and keep the door of death open, which brings about an entirely incomparable level of exhaustion. It is crucial to understand that once the 8th gate of death is opened, the body begins to sustain damage, entering a perilous state. At present, not only is his chakra rapidly depleting, but he is also enduring the relentless agony of muscle tears, with every cell in his body subtly aching, a side effect of Susanoo. Were it not for the ocular technique, heavenly constant standing, he would not dare to engage in such reckless abandon. Thunderous fists descended like a torrential storm, and amidst a cacophony of explosions, the ground continued to shatter, revealing Silverhorn's vulnerabilities. Although his movements were akin to lightning, he could not escape this nearly omnidirectional assault. With a resounding crash, he was struck into the earth, resembling a red thumbtack. To avoid prolonged contact with Amaterasu, Silverhorn immediately burrowed underground, evading attacks while swiftly searching for the true form of Shinyu. How infuriating. How could this little brat be so formidable? Where's his true self? Transforming into a slippery eel, Silverhorn found himself bombarded by incessant black fists striking the ground. A sudden realization struck him. He could employ that technique. Concentrating intently, Shinyu was suddenly jolted, a beam of red light piercing through the ground, hurtling directly towards him within Susanoo. The speed was so remarkable that he had no time to react, locking gazes with a pair of eyes brimming with violent intent. Found you. Silverhorn appeared before him, a wide grin stretching across his face. With a sickening sound, Shinyu's heart was pierced by skeletal claws. Blood spraying into the air as his body was flung far away, the 16 towering half-skeletons vanishing in an instant. Little brat, no one can rival my speed. Is that so? Well, do as you please. Shinyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his right eye's kaleidoscope quietly rotating. An astonishing scene unfolded as his condition instantaneously restored. The blood vanished, his crimson body returned to its pale hue, the black flames and azure energy extinguished. And even the 8th gate of death was closed. His aura was profound, steady as a mountain. Silverhorn stared blankly at Shinyu, who had regained his peak condition in a heartbeat, utterly bewildered. Now, Shinyu emanated an imposing presence, calm and unhurried, as if he had just stepped off the battlefield. He had appeared gravely injured moments before. What kind of monstrous physique is this? Silverhorn was flustered, his anger mounting. Do you possess the power of a tailed beast? My sincerest apologies, Shinyu replied placidly, flexing his wrist, his eyes reflecting an air of nonchalance. I forgot to mention, I am invincible. Chapter 19. Banana Fan in the Valley. The mist was thin, and a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the lingering smoke. Lightning release, false darkness. Shinyu raised one hand high, accompanied by a crackling sound, as brilliant thunder erupted, coalescing into 2 massive lightning spears that shot forth. Silverhorn transformed into a beam of red light, leaping onto a cliff, where the rocks behind him were instantly perforated by the lightning spears, shattering into dust. This is never-ending, he exclaimed, feeling a surge of frustration. This little brat's body was eerily resilient. Even with a destroyed heart, he still thrived. In light of this, Silverhorn's eyes shifted slightly as he spat forth a crimson feather fan. Shinyu's gaze sharpened. What is that? You enjoy playing with lightning, do you? Silverhorn leapt into the air, vigorously waving the fan. Lightning, come forth. Boom. The roar of thunder erupted as torrents of lightning surged forth, instantly engulfing Shinyu. Countless arcs crackling violently. Fire arise. Silverhorn tightened his grip on the fan, waving it once more. Blinding flames illuminated the sky, a torrent of searing fire cascading down, licking the earth as if a ray of sunlight had fallen from the horizon, plunging into the lightning storm. Susanoo. A deafening howl erupted as a colossal black skeleton burst through the flames, dark energy rolling like waves, extinguishing the lightning. Shinyu's form became obscured, with only his 2 Sharingan eyes glowing with bloodthirsty crimson. Little brat, do you think this is the end? I refuse to believe I cannot break through your shell. Silverhorn bellowed. Winds, arise. A fierce gale erupted from the banana fan, seemingly concealing invisible blades within, carving deep gashes into the surrounding rocks. The air grew tumultuous, merging into the sea of flames. The wind fueled the fire's ferocity, the extreme heat coursing through the air as if it could vaporize anything in its path. Silverhorn squinted, eagerly anticipating a charred corpse before him. Suddenly, the smoky air began to distort, a pitch-black lightning bolt slicing through the atmosphere, striking Silverhorn in an instant. His pupils constricted as he barely managed to evade, realizing it was not lightning, but a massive spinning magatama. Boom, boom. The magatama shot forth like cannonballs, obliterating 2 mountains in succession, the resounding echoes of falling stones resembling mournful wails. A dark, massive hand extinguished the flames, and with a deep, resonant roar, Susanoo revealed its colossal form. However, this incarnation of Susanoo was no longer the skeletal figure of before. Dark energy spiraled along its spine, manifesting solid veins and flesh, muscles bulging as the thick, black chakra enveloped it, for robust arms prominently displayed, transforming it into a true half-giant. You had quite the fun just now. Shinyu fixed his cold gaze upon the red figure pressed against the stone wall, the black giant's 4 hands coming together, slowly parting to reveal a series of enormous magatama like prayer beads. This was the second stage of Susanoo, beyond its enhanced physique. It could wield its exclusive weapons and ninjutsu, such as the universally applicable long-range attack technique, Yata no Kagami. Su, 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 Su. Each black magatama shot forth like gigantic shurikens, densely packed and hurtling towards Silverhorn, causing his scalp to tingle with fear. He had no intention of colliding with them. While under the Ninetales chakra mode, being struck by shurikens was trivial, yet if he were to be swept by these, he might lose his life. A beam of red light darted across the valley, evading the onslaught of Yada no Kagami as rocks crumbled and dust filled the air. The explosive sounds reverberating like rolling thunder. Shinyu, shrouded in Susanoo, remained steadfast, his right eye spinning like a clock's face, continuously recalibrating his state. The rapid fire of the Magatama was astonishing. To Uchiha Hikari's eyes, the indistinct streaks of black light swept across like anti-aircraft fire, obliterating everything in their path and raising immense clouds of dust. The valley was being reduced to rubble. Suddenly, Uchiha Hikari shivered, feeling an intense heat behind her. She quickly turned, only to be met by a torrent of flames surging towards her. Behind the distorted air was Silverhorn's fierce and cunning visage. "Do not underestimate me," she thought, closing her left eye as crimson blood streamed from her wide-open right eye. Amaterasu. A spot of black flame emerged amidst the crimson sea of fire. Akin to ink dropped onto rice paper, rapidly spreading until the entire inferno transformed into a dark abyss. Winds arise. Silverhorn seemed to have anticipated this maneuver. With a wave of the banana fan, a tempest erupted, the surging currents merging into the sea of fire. Under this thrust, the black flames surged towards Uchiha Hikari. "Am I to perish?" She gasped lightly, kneeling on one knee. The consumption of Amaterasu was immense. For her, it was akin to a final trump card. Moreover, having just deployed Tsukuyami to restrain the frenzied golden horn, what seemed easy to others was a tremendous drain on her chakra. The black flames loomed like ominous clouds, seemingly sealing off all her escape routes. Hikari felt her vision darken, and by the time she regained her senses, Shinyu had enveloped her within Susanoo's protection. The billowing black flames approached with an ominous fervor, yet the divine feathers Susanoo formed a protective barrier, shielding him from the searing heat and torrential currents. At first glance, it appeared as if Amaterasu's flames melded seamlessly with the obsidian giant, indistinguishable from one another. However, the expression on the divine feather's face was anything but relaxed. The black mist swirled as if vaporized, accompanied by a nauseating hissing sound that echoed in his ears. His Susanoo was beginning to dissolve. Fire, lightning, wind. Silverhorn launched a frenzied assault, previously pursued and battered by the divine feather, now seizing the opportunity to mercilessly strike a drowning foe. It seemed my suspicions were correct. That woman truly was his Achilles heel. His onslaught was exceptionally fierce, the banana fan creating afterimages as he expertly maneuvered to evade the divine feather's targeting, unleashing 5 elemental jutsu in rapid succession. This was intolerable. If this continued, he would surely be exhausted. The divine feather's countenance darkened, his kaleidoscopic eyes spinning like a windmill. Hot blood creeping across his face, vanishing repeatedly in the relentless flow of time. At that moment, his magical void could only adapt to one entity, and he chose Amaterasu. Silverhorn's 5-element barrage appeared formidable, yet the true harm came from the insidious black flames, which seemed to devour all existence. It was time to attempt that technique. But with such a vast target, I wonder if my right eye can endure. Previously, he would pull the timeline as far back as possible, reversing Amaterasu to its inception. Yet now Silverhorn's attacks continuously fueled Amaterasu, presenting a monumental burden to his right eye. What was the secret behind this technique? Suddenly, a voice broke through from behind, belonging to Uchiha Hikari, her tone ethereal, as though she were an outsider. "Susanoo, was it?" The divine feather glanced back at her, contemplating briefly, and remarked, "The sensation of using it differs from that of other ocular techniques. If I had to describe it, activating it isn't about protection. Rather, it's about destruction, annihilating everything before me, something akin to that feeling. You must be nearing your limit as well, right?" she inquired softly. The divine feather exhaled deeply, indeed. "But fret not. When the moment arrives, I shall not allow myself to perish." "So, you're in such a predicament to protect me?" Hikari fell silent, the Susanoo crackling with energy as the sudden illumination flickered across her delicate features. "Tisish, never mind. It seems unrealistic to comprehend it here," she murmured, a hint of vexation flashing in her eyes as she placed her palm gently on the divine feather's shoulder. "Let us focus on surviving for now. You can teach me gradually later." In an instant, a surge of chakra surged within the divine feather, an overwhelming force akin to molten lava. Was this the chakra of a tailed beast? The divine feather realized he too was enveloped in a translucent cloak of tailed beast chakra, resembling a quivering strawberry jelly. Chapter 21. Divine Artifact. Surely, you do not believe me to be useless? Uchiha Hikari scoffed lightly. Did you think my only means of striking Kinji was with Tsukuyomi? Suddenly, the divine feather had a revelation. It was another ocular technique from my left eye, the 8,000 spears seal. When Kinji fell into the illusionary realm, I had also marked him with the seal. Hikari lifted her chin proudly, her calm tone laced with a hint of arrogance, as long as I activated the 8,000 spears from my right, I can manipulate his chakra directly, regardless of distance. How does the taste of the Nine-Tails chakra feel? On the other side, Kinji lay incapacitated on the ground, the red light flickering as the tailed beast cloak peeled away from him, revealing Uchiha Hikari's kaleidoscope mark emblazoned on his hand. Not just decent, Hikari's expression shifted in surprise. Haha. As the Nine-Tails chakra flowed into him, the divine feather-esque complexion grew flushed, gasping for breath. The cold chakra merging with the tailed beast chakra, boiling like magma. With this chakra, perhaps I can try that technique. The divine feather felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. This ferocious tailed beast power seemed to influence his emotions. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire, the kaleidoscope Sharingan shining brightly, emitting a crimson glimmer. All right. I've made up my mind. I shall utilize that technique. Wait. Hikari hesitated. Which technique are you referring to? The divine feather exhaled softly as chakra slowly gathered around him, a whirlwind forming, the winds intensifying, his black hair whipping wildly, his dark attire billowing like a battle flag. Hikari nearly squinting against the force. Hikari, behold. This is how Susanoo is utilized. The divine feather subtly gathered his strength, chakra erupting in a roar. Susanoo, third stage, Yatagarasu. The black mist swelled dramatically, resembling boiling lava. The half-giant roared as intricate armor rapidly formed upon its body, resembling a series of black scales that opened and closed sequentially, producing a metallic clink. Once the Yatagarasu armor enveloped its head, a half-masked visage revealed a brilliant white face, and the armor clamped tightly, two dazzling blue eyes radiating light. The third stage Susanoo, augmented by the Yatagarasu armor, expanded several times in size, its defensive capabilities significantly enhanced, and the available arsenal became more diverse, even including legendary artifacts. This form of Susanoo wielded immense power, yet the chakra consumption surged dramatically, and it proved to be highly unstable. A typical kaleidoscope Sharingan could scarcely maintain this form for extended periods, marking the limits of an ordinary kaleidoscope. The sheer size of the Yatagarasu Susanoo was imposing, its presence nearly rivaling that of a small mountain, overshadowing the black sea of flames that surrounded it. Now it's my turn. The divine feather's eyes blazed with crimson light, the massive hand of Susanoo sweeping forth, releasing dozens of black magatama that scattered across the sky, sending a shiver down Silverhorn's spine as he hastily stowed his banana fan and fled. Previously, maintaining the strength of Susanoo had prevented him from focusing on Silverhorn, but now, bolstered by the armor, Susanoo could endure far longer, allowing the divine feather to finally retaliate. The relentless rain of 8 Saka Magatama cascaded down like scattered seeds. Silverhorn fanned his banana fan, conjuring vast clouds of sand and wind to momentarily obstruct the onslaught, yet the Magatama surged against the current, nearly severing his head, while simultaneously blocking Silverhorn's movements. The divine feather utilized the other two hands of Susanoo to conjure a veil of black light, a dark, profound aura swirling, gradually revealing the form of a long-handled weapon. Buzz. The black light coalesced into substance, a dark golden glimmer coursing along the shaft. It was a massive spear. The spear was straight and sharp, its tip as blinding as lightning, the shaft intricately carved with ancient, obscure patterns, exuding a striking linear beauty. The chilling aura emanating from it was so formidable that a mere glance sent shivers down one's spine, as if a poised dragon awaited to strike. Ferocious, yet elegantly nimble. This was the divine artifact, the T-Ken-S. The four-armed giant grasped the spear's handle, slowly drawing it back as several Magatama forced Silverhorn from midair. The divine feather seized the opportunity, aiming at Silverhorn's landing spot, and hurled the spear with tremendous force. Whoosh! The enormous spear flew through the air like a black thunderbolt, its velocity so great that even its tail produced a white shockwave. Silverhorn beheld the ominous spearhead and felt the first pangs of death's threat, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. In a moment of desperation, he quickly sidestepped the attack using the red gourd, but the spear, imbued with immense power, shattered the gourd into fragments with a single strike. The legendary ninja tool of the Sage of Six Paths met its dismal end. The spearhead plunged into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave, the black light dispersing, and amidst the thunderous sound, the ground trembled violently. Panting, Silverhorn clambered to his feet, breathless and battered, his exoskeleton shattered. The red glow that once enveloped him significantly dimmed. "You rascal, you nearly finished me off." "Ha ha," he cackled, his eyes dancing with the thrill of survival. The corners of Shinyu's mouth subtly lifted, did they not? The colossal black spear remained, its body illuminated by intricate archaic runes, sending ripples across the ground. At that moment, the gravity within a radius of hundreds of meters intensified by several hundred times, causing the ground to collapse with a thunderous roar. And even the air became heavy. Yin Jiao nearly doubled over in an instant, his knees cracking under the strain, and his spine creaked under the unbearable burden. It felt as if he were being dragged towards the depths of hell by a ghost from an endless abyss. How infuriating. What on earth is happening? He attempted to raise his head, but it was an impossible feat. Even lifting a foot required tremendous effort. The spear of Dojin Huangbatu, rumored to harbor the laws of gravity, not only bestowed weight upon its body, but also created a domain wherein all within its range bore tens or even hundreds of times the weight. Yin Jiao collapsed to his knees, straining to support himself on the ground, trembling uncontrollably like a bamboo bent under pressure. Despite his physique being capable of withstanding supergravity, the blood within his body pooled downward, depriving his brain of oxygen. He had no choice but to bow his head in a gesture of submission to stave off the blood loss. "How detestable!" he roared in fury. "Are you forcing me to kneel, you wretched brat?" Yin Jiao finally lost his composure, his crimson aura flaring as the Nine-Tails chakra erupted in waves. Although he managed to stand, he remained ensnared by the gravity's grip. Such persistence, Shinyu mused, as he dispelled the third stage of Susanoo, leaving only its skeletal form. While the Amaterasu flames gradually extinguished with the dissipation of the dark energy surrounding it. Seizing the opportunity, he activated his bony arms, conjuring a handful of flames, and then lunged towards Yin Jiao in a swift motion. The Dojin Huangbatu had no influence over him, allowing him to move freely within the gravity domain. And with a single slap, he suppressed Yin Jiao. The black flames rapidly ignited along the bony hand, finally making contact with Yin Jiao. "Aya!" Yin Jiao emitted a piercing scream, writhing like an eel, but under the suppression of Shinyu and the Dojin Huangbatu, his struggles were futile. "Gather!" Shinyu commanded, his voice resonating like thunder. Uchiha Hikari suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, a rare expression indeed. What did she witness? That handful of Amaterasu expanded exponentially at Shinyu's command. He could actually control her Amaterasu, renowned for its ability to burn anything until nothing remained. While she could merely control its ignition, Shinyu not only amplified the flames but also directed their path, ensuring his own safety. In stark contrast, Yin Jiao was at a dire disadvantage, losing consciousness within mere breaths as the Amaterasu extinguished after stripping away his tailed beast cloak, revealing his severely burned form underneath. Finally, Shinyu smiled. The battle concluded, and he instinctively activated his ocular technique to restore his state. Aside from the black flames adorning his body, all injuries, chakra depletion, were on his Sharingan, and the fatigue from battle dissipated, restoring his bodily functions to normal. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari also felt a sense of relief, having expended such effort to finally subdue this foe. At this moment, the original valley lay in ruins, the clouds dispersed, and smoke billowed around, leaving several kilometers flattened. However, she regarded Shinyu with curiosity, her voice returning to its cool tone. "Are you so pleased to have defeated him?" "That's not the reason," Shinyu replied, waving his hand as the black flames actively converged into his right hand, coalescing into a pitch-black fireball. With a gentle breath, the fireball extinguished instantly, his casual demeanor reminiscent of blowing out a candle. "How did you achieve that?" Hikari inquired, noticing Shinyu had not employed his ocular technique. "This," Shinyu said, brushing his fingertip across his left eye socket, the patterns of the ocular array illuminating with a soft glow. "I have finally adapted to your Amaterasu." The battle concluded. Yet the crisis had not abated. In Shinyu's soul perception, many individuals were approaching. The commotion from the earlier battle had been too great. The two ceased their idle chatter and swiftly learned from the Golden Horn about the last known location of the Nine-Tails, situated in the Land of Rice, at the center between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire. "Shinyu, what shall we do about these two?" Uchiha Hikari drew a kunai, her gaze icy. As before, shall we kill them? Her hair was disheveled, her appearance somewhat disheveled, with traces of bloodshot in her eyes. There's no rush, I have other plans. Shinyu reassured her, patting her shoulder. These two are more valuable alive than dead. Compared to Uchiha Hikari, his demeanor was considerably more composed. His dark eyes pure and gentle, exuding an air of refreshment, as if the cataclysmic battle had no bearing on him. Shinyu approached the unconscious Injiao. Seizing his hair, Hikari, use your 8,000 spears to mark him. You mean? Uchiha Hikari instantly discerned his intent. Exactly. These two possess vast amounts of chakra. And combined with the Nine-Tails chakra, they are essentially two walking sources of chakra. Shinyu eagerly pulled back Injiao's eyelid. I believe eye contact is necessary to initiate the marking, right? What a conundrum. Uchiha Hikari frowned slightly, yet complied and activated her ocular technique. Soon, a kaleidoscope mark emerged on the back of Injiao's hand. Her 8,000 spears marking required eye contact, and if the target's mental strength was inferior to Uchiha Hikari's, she could directly imprint the mark. Otherwise, it could only succeed with the target's consent or if they were unconscious and unable to resist. That is correct. With these two power banks, we need not worry about chakra shortages for the time being, Shinyu declared, clapping his hands. Uchiha Hikari glanced at Injiao. Are you going to take his 6 paths treasures? Merely trifles. I might have considered it in the past. Shinyu gently shook his head. He raised his finger. A chakra blade sprouting forth, glowing blue as he inscribed flamboyant characters beside Injiao. The assailant is Uchiha of Konoha. Done. It's perfect, Shinyu remarked, scratching his chin with a satisfied smile. You. Uchiha Hikari paused slightly, regarding him with a bemused expression. Is this truly advisable? What does it matter? The Konoha clan is grand. Are we to fear such trifling troubles? Shinyu replied nonchalantly. Lord Madara is surely causing trouble for Konoha as we speak. I am merely alleviating his burdens. All right, the pursuers from Unhidden are soon to arrive. Let us make our exit. With that, he bit his fingertip and swiftly formed several seals, reverse summoning technique. With a loud bang, his figure vanished, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Uchiha Hikari followed suit, her alabaster fingers gliding across her face, using her blood to form the seal, reverse summoning technique. The world darkened abruptly, a dizzying sensation spinning through her. And when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an ancient, quaint little room, where a plump orange cat squatted before her. Meow. The cat appeared apathetic, extending a paw towards her. Uchiha Hikari sighed, pulling out a stack of bills from her waist pouch. The orange cat accepted the bills, licked its paw, and without lifting its head, scampered away. This cat was her summoning beast, a ninja cat named Jiromaru. Despite its adorable appearance, it was notoriously stingy, refusing to accept any less than its due, which made her long to pet it but difficult to do so. Merely relying on the Mugen Taitu drink will not suffice to placate me. Setsu, I will not be deceived this time. Do not be so miserly. What use does a little cat have for so much money? Ahead, Shinyu was bickering with a slender tabby cat. The infinite time summoning technique is quite exhausting. Freeloading is not a commendable habit, Zetsu retorted, raising its head to stare at Shinyu, its claws outstretched. Humph, I thought we had a good relationship, Shinyu hesitated, rummaging through his pockets, appearing rather reluctant. If you refuse to pay this time, I shall not respond to you next time, meow. You're quite ruthless. I won't bring you any drinks next time. The reverse summoning technique, a spatial ninjutsu developed by Shinyu, requires one to greet the cats first. When they sense the summoning, if they do not respond, they will instead turn to the summoner. This is also a form of spatial ninjutsu in disguise. This is the payment for this summoning. Additionally, Shinyu placed a second stack of bills on the cat's paw, conveying a message to Lord Madara. The Nine-Tails is likely in the land of rice, and we shall converge there. Zetsu nodded and snatched the mugwort drink from Shinyu's hand. Aren't you going to visit Granny Cat? No. That old codger talks too much and will reveal our whereabouts. Oh. Zetsu counted the bills with his paws, saying, what about Boss Pochi? Aren't you going to see him? That guy would cost me half my fortune just for a single meeting. He is a bottomless pit. Shinyu declined Zetsu's suggestion, urging him to focus on his own tasks and to swiftly relay the message to Lord Madara, emphasizing the need for caution. Rest assured, meow. As long as the payment is adequate, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. The two rested briefly in the cat house before setting off towards the land of rice. Hey, what is this adaptation to Amaterasu you mentioned? On the way to the land of rice, Uchiha Hikari could no longer contain her curiosity. Why has Amaterasu become so obedient in your hands? This is all thanks to my ocular technique, which allows me to continuously adapt to all things in the world, eliminating negative influences and providing optimal responses to damage. Shinyu smiled slightly. Your Amaterasu is truly the most challenging thing I have ever encountered. Is this so-called optimal response the reason you can manipulate Amaterasu? Manipulate? I'm not quite there yet. Shinyu leisurely traveled, resting his hands behind his head. Currently, all I can do is remain immune to Amaterasu and control the direction and intensity of its flames. I am far from truly mastering it. How did you manage that? I hesitated for a moment, recalling the predicament I faced when surrounded by my own Amaterasu during the battle with Ginkaku. Although Amaterasu possesses remarkable lethality, it also inflicts considerable harm upon its user. Besides consuming vast amounts of chakra, both its release and closure place unimaginable burdens on the eyes, especially when closing it. The flames overwhelmed me. If I had forcibly shut it down, my eyes would have been unable to withstand it. As the caster, I nearly perished within my own technique. If only I could control the direction of Amaterasu. Want to learn? Shinyu turned to her, a smirk playing on his lips. I'll teach you. Uchiha Hikari fixed her gaze on him, a certain determination flickering in her beautiful eyes. Quit the suspense. Will you tell me or not? Ahem. Shinyu cleared his throat. Amaterasu, at its core, is merely a transformation of chakra, albeit in a very extreme manner. Extreme? Well, to put it simply, use wind release to control its direction, and then employ fire release to adjust its intensity. To extinguish it, you must strip away the chakra from the portion that contacts Amaterasu. Though this requires a bit of finesse, the transformation of chakra is no trivial matter. As he spoke, Shinyu's expression grew serious, while Hikari listened intently. Her watery, apricot eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. As they walked and talked, they naturally fell into a teacher-student dynamic. For a long time, Uchiha Hikari's training had been guided by Shinyu, who had imparted all ninja skills to her, from tracking and reconnaissance to body techniques, offering a comprehensive education. It was the kind of one-on-one instruction where mastery was guaranteed. On the surface, they were both disciples of Madara, yet in truth, the one Hikari should truly call her master was the ethereal youth before her. Controlling two elemental natures simultaneously is rather challenging. Hikari furrowed her brow slightly. Strictly speaking, it is three. Shinyu's expression turned contemplative. My initial adaptation to your Amaterasu has offered me some intriguing insights. This so-called eternal flame likely represents a unique bloodline limit. Bloodline limit. Shinyu nodded. Yes, if I am not mistaken, it should be a fusion of wind release and fire release, which accounts for that terrifying temperature. As for the characteristic of eternal burning, it seems there is a third nature involved. Hikari pondered, realizing that perhaps her focus had strayed. Is this really important? Of course, it is crucial. Shinyu raised his voice. If we can discern what the remaining property is, it would mean we can reconstruct Amaterasu, merging it with our chakra to develop a new bloodline limit. He gazed into Hikari's eyes, his starry pupils shimmering with excitement. At that point, manipulating the form of Amaterasu would be no different from controlling ordinary transformations. Our Uchiha clan is, at its core, a bloodline limit. Hikari felt a tinge of frustration. Developing a new one is not so simple. I have a backup plan. Shinyu winked, suddenly shifting to a tone almost pleading. Hikari, let us conduct an experiment. I'll activate the magic void, and you use Amaterasu to burn me. I'll see if I can analyze it further. Though I can analyze it myself, the progress would be too slow. Are you insane? Hikari exclaimed, inching closer to test his temperature with her cool, delicate hand. Shinyu brushed her hand away. What's the matter? I'm already immune. Just trust me on this journey. Right now? Yes, I'm quite curious about the results of the secondary adaptation. Oh, really? I can't deal with you. Chapter 22. I will bring him back myself, Konoha. 5 years have passed since Uchiha Madara left Konoha, and Senju Hashirama did not falter in despair. Rather, with the cooperation of his brother Tobarama, he managed the village with remarkable order and prosperity. He continuously refined the policies of the ninja village, using funds allocated by the Fire Country as initial capital to invest heavily in the development of Konoha. Tobarama even established a ninja academy to cultivate high-quality ninjas, offering formal ninja education to any child capable of molding chakra, regardless of their familial lineage or social standing, including commoners. Simultaneously, Konoha dispatched ninjas to undertake various missions, thereby acquiring substantial remuneration, which in turn stimulated the economic growth of the Fire Country. with ample financial resources. The Fire Country could allocate funds for military expenditures, maintaining a large number of ninjas as the nation's military force. Coupled with its advantageous geographical conditions, the Fire Country rose to become the most powerful nation in the world, without exception. At that moment, within a training ground in the Konoha forest, shadows flickered amidst the trees, accompanied by the occasional sharp clink of metal, as if a battle was underway, with rapid, heavy breathing indicating more than two combatants. Suddenly, two youths were sent flying from the treetops, crashing to the ground. But it was not over yet. A brash youth leaped from a hidden corner, forming hand seals and shouting, "Wind release, vacuum wave." He expelled a long, transparent line of wind from his mouth, piercing straight into the treetops. The leaves rustled violently as a cold voice emerged from the canopy. "Danzo, have you been hiding all this time just for this move?" Danzo tilted his head, the wind line slicing down like a long blade, splitting the treetops asunder, cutting branches and leaves cleanly. A boy leapt from the treetops, the sun obscuring his outline, leaving only a shadow. A flicker of annoyance crossed Danzo's face as he failed to hit his target. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Immediately, Danzo's eyes ignited with flames as dozens of burning fireballs erupted from the shadow. "Uchiha Kagami, do not underestimate me," Danzo shouted, changing his hand seals and thrusting his palms forward. Wind release, air cutter. The wind pressure gathered in his palms, releasing a bullet-like stream of air that, under its powerful impact, caused the fireballs to wobble precariously before extinguishing one after another in the surging winds. However, Danzo did not exhibit a relaxed demeanor, for he perceived that amidst the extinguished flames, a myriad of spinning shurikens emerged. "Not good," he exclaimed. In that moment, countless hidden threads materialized in the air, causing the shurikens to momentarily halt before them, only to swiftly return to the thicket like a flock of birds returning to their nest. Landing in the hands of the young boy, the youth descended gracefully, clad in black attire that billowed with the wind, standing with his back to the crowd. The emblem of the Fan clan prominently displayed on his back. "You have lost," Uchiha Kagami spoke in a calm tone. On the ground, a boy with a pineapple hairstyle struggled to rise, protesting, "I can still fight." "Hiruzen, I have already shown mercy." Kagami's voice was cool and composed, emphasizing the insurmountable gap between a jonin and a chunin that mere numbers could not bridge. As long as I can still move, I have not lost." Sarutobi Hiruzen glared fiercely, leaping from the ground and drawing a kunai, charging directly at that solitary figure. "Very well, let me show you the true power of the Uchiha." As the kunai drew nearer, Uchiha Kagami remained still, making no extraneous movements, merely turning to cast a glance back. In his crimson eyes, three tomo-like shapes subtly rotated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground as if severed from his strings, collapsing in a heap, motionless. "What?" exclaimed Mido Gate Kaido and Shimura Danzo in disbelief. "That bastard was merely toying with us." Kaido adjusted his glasses nervously, realizing that Kagami could have ended the battle in an instant if he had desired. "Is this the power of the Sharingan, the bloodline limit?" Danzo stood frozen in place. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami approached Hiruzen, bending down to retrieve the kunai, placing it against Hiruzen's neck. "This should suffice. If this were a battlefield, you would have died twice already," he stated, "be it ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu. I can crush you effortlessly." Danzo fought to steady his trembling hand, feigning calmness as he retorted, "Even so, you shall not earn our recognition." Kagami frowned slightly. "I have acquiesced to all your requests. I have risen to jonin, accepted your challenges, whether in tag team or in a brawl. Must I only attain victory over you to gain your acknowledgement? Such arrogance is unwarranted. We are not so weak." Danzo scoffed. "I understand your disdain for me, but we are all part of Konoha. We must coexist harmoniously. Only through unity can Konoha grow stronger. I genuinely wish to be friends with you all." Kagami sighed lightly. "Friends? What nonsense are you speaking?" Danzo retorted. "A traitor has emerged from your Uchiha clan, and you dare to wish to integrate with us? What?" Kagami fell silent. As if recalling something, Danzo grew increasingly animated, seemingly trying to reclaim the dignity lost in defeat. "Indeed. 5 years ago, your traitorous brother defected from Konoha, killing many comrades, including several jonin from our Shimura clan. You, Uchiha Kagami, shall never repay this debt." Kagami's voice lowered ominously. "Repeat that." "Humph," I said. "Your damn traitor brother." Wind surged, and a kunai pressed against Danzo's throat. The suddenness of it caught Danzo off guard. He felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain at his neck as the kunai pierced his skin. Warm blood seeped forth, quickly chilling in the wind. Uchiha Kagami leaned closer, his crimson eyes swirling with an unspeakable ferocity, a cold aura emanating from the kunai that made Danzo shudder involuntarily. I will personally bring him back to the village. That is the sole motivation that has sustained my arduous training thus far. Kagami whispered into Danzo's ear, enunciating each word. Before that, you are forbidden from speaking ill. Thud. Danzo collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror, gasping for breath. Uchiha Kamikaze. Mito Gate Kaido sprawled out in a relaxed position, exhaling deeply. His voice tinged with lingering fear. That guy is incredibly powerful. 16 Jonin perished at his hands that night, and even Lord Tobirama was powerless against him. He wanted to bring him back. He glanced at Uchiha Kagami, his tone faltering. It seems that merely possessing Jonin strength is insufficient. Lord Tobirama has recognized my resolve and has agreed to take me as his disciple, provided I can master that technique. Uchiha Kagami gazed at the vast sky, the crimson sunset casting a golden hue over his eyes, directing his sight towards the entrance of Konoha. Brother, regardless of the distance or the cost, I will bring you back to the village with my own hands. Chapter 23. Madara's intentions in the land of rice, amidst a lush forest. 3 figures traversed a shaded path, all possessing raven-black hair, their expressions aloof, clad in high-collared black cloaks, each bearing the emblem of the Fan clan on their backs. Upon closer inspection, it was a man accompanied by a pair of youths, a boy and a girl. The man stood tall and handsome, exuding an unparalleled aura as he carried a fan and a scythe, moving with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. The girl, fair as snow and possessing a serene beauty, appeared diminutive in comparison to the man, yet her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with life, resembling a tranquil autumn pond, complemented by an ethereal elegance that exuded an air of aloofness. The boy, possessing refined features and long eyelashes, had strikingly distinct black and white eyes that, at first glance, appeared gentle and clear, yet concealed a profound and restrained brilliance, hinting at an otherworldly charm that only the discerning could perceive. This trio was none other than the Uchiha trio that had arrived in the land of rice. Once united, Kamikaze utilized the transformation technique to soar through the air, scouring the entirety of the land of rice within half an hour, their target residing deep within this forest. Kamikaze, he called. Kamikaze stepped forward briskly. Yes, Lord Madara. You will be responsible for capturing the 9 tails, Madara stated nonchalantly. Understood, Kamikaze replied with a calm nod, appearing unfazed as if he had anticipated this outcome. Madara glanced at him. You are not surprised? One prepares troops for 1,000 days to employ them for a single moment. Kamikaze smiled. Since you gathered us here in the land of rice, I suspected as much. One prepares troops for 1,000 days to employ them for a single moment, Madara mused. Those words are quite profound. Indeed, you have invested great effort in nurturing us. Even with our thick skins, we cannot continue to live off your generosity. Kamikaze scratched his head. Ever since you initiated the Eye of the Moon plan, I knew we would undoubtedly play a role. Oh? Madara raised an eyebrow in surprise. Do elaborate. Kamikaze plucked a straw from the ground, placing it between his lips. The first step of the Eye of the Moon plan is to acquire the cells of Senju Hashirama, which means we will inevitably face Konoha in battle soon. This mission to capture the 9 tails is also to ensure the success of that battle. However, Senju Hashirama is known as the god of shinobi, a peer to Lord Madara. And even with the 9 tails, unforeseen circumstances may arise. Kamikaze cautiously glanced at Madara, noticing his brow furrow slightly, and quickly modified his statement. This will undoubtedly be a battle worthy of being recorded in the annals of shinobi history. However, with Lord Madara's meticulous preparation over the years, it should be a straightforward endeavor. Kamikaze chuckled nervously, rubbing his hands together. Once the task is completed, Lord Madara will focus on awakening the Rinnegan, and the subsequent mission to capture the tailed beast will inevitably fall to us. So that's how it is. Uchiha Hikari blinked, realizing, then, it is indeed necessary to assess our combat capabilities in advance. The 9 tails will serve as the perfect test subject. Indeed, if we can successfully complete this capture mission, then Lord Madara will have no further worries and can engage Senju Hashirama with full force. Kamikaze nodded in agreement. It seems you have misunderstood something. The voice of Ban was low and cold, sending a slight chill down Shinyu's spine. Ban glanced at Hikari beside him, stating, I did not request her assistance. This capture mission is solely yours. The atmosphere fell silent. What? Shinyu's mouth fell open, feeling as if struck by lightning, leaving him speechless. Ban's gaze turned to Hikari, declaring that she was not permitted to assist him with the 8,000 spears or provide any help during this battle. Uchiha Hikari's mouth hung slightly ajar, clearly astonished. Humph. You are quite perceptive. You have surmised much of my intent, but this remains unaddressed. Ben said seriously, Hikari is our trump card, and I do not intend for her to reveal herself prematurely or partake in this decisive confrontation. Shinyu, momentarily dazed, quickly deduced Ban's reasoning. Was it due to her ocular techniques? Ban nodded, affirming, indeed, her ocular abilities are unique and could serve as a powerful weapon if utilized correctly. Yet they have not yet reached a level of unparalleled excellence. She requires time to develop. Should Konoha discover her existence, even if Hashirama refrains from intervening, Tobirama would undoubtedly seek to eradicate her. Hikari immediately sprang in front of Ban, raising her tiny fist, her voice resolute. Lord Ban, I can do this. What I need is the grown version of you. Ban reached out, affectionately ruffling her hair. Your weaknesses are too apparent. It is not the eternal eye, which always has side effects. Without Hashirama's cells, you will ultimately face blindness. Can you then? Hikari's delicate face flushed slightly as she gestured towards Shinyu. To her surprise, Ben smiled. I have chosen him precisely because of his unique ocular technique. He patted Shinyu's shoulder, explaining that this boy could refresh his state through time reversal, engaging in battle with zero consumption, completely erasing any negative physical effects, thus eliminating concerns regarding the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Shinyu felt somewhat speechless, silently relieved that he had kept a few cards hidden. If Ban were to discover the true capabilities of his celestial permanence, he might truly become a mere tool. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Hikari exclaimed in urgency, But I can assist you. During your showdown with the clan leader of the Senju, I can provide you with chakra. We have marked the gold and silver horns of the Cloud Village with the Nine-Tails chakra. I could even attempt to mark the Nine-Tails itself, alleviating any concerns of chakra shortages. No, Ben interrupted. This decisive battle is solely between me and Hashirama. Neither of you are to engage. Even you, Shinyu, are to focus solely on post-battle tasks. He turned to Shinyu, stating, If I succeed, Konoha will not allow my departure. You are to ensure my exit. If I fail, do not concern yourself with my remains, but you must retrieve the Nine-Tails. It is an indispensable element of the Moon Eye plan. Shinyu was momentarily taken aback. Thus, this capture operation was to ascertain whether he possessed the strength to subdue the Nine-Tails directly. You are indeed astute, Ban remarked with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Shinyu wondered, but what if I fail? Do not worry. Should it come to that, I will intervene to ensure your survival. Yet Ban's tone shifted, laden with significance. Over the years, I have witnessed your growth. Chapter 24. I have come to capture you in the tumultuous history of the ninja world. Tailed beasts have become terrifying entities deeply etched in the minds of the people, synonymous with calamity. Their power is so formidable that ordinary folk, not to mention ninjas, cower in fear, regarding them as monstrous manifestations of natural disasters. Throughout history, countless ambitious individuals have sought to wield them as instruments of dominion over the ninja realm, gradually associating them with warfare. In truth, tailed beasts possess thoughts and emotions. Their disdain for humans who exploit them grows increasingly potent. The Nine-Tails, reputed to be the mightiest among the nine-tailed beasts, boasts the capacity to annihilate an entire ninja village, with nearly infinite chakra, a profound loathing for humanity, and a temperament marked by brutality, all underscoring its perilous nature. Shinyu wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment, for he now stood before the Nine-Tails. In a relatively open area of the forest, the colossal fox lay in slumber, sprawled in a languorous pose, its exaggerated form resembling an orange mountain. With each breath, its steel-like fur rose and fell, and the mere sound of its breathing stirred gusts of wind. Despite having previously encountered the chakra of the Nine-Tails and battled its pseudo-Jinchuriki, the sight of the true entity still left him awestruck. Gazing upon its mountain-like stature and feeling the overwhelming chakra emanating from it, Shinyu realized that with his current ocular power, he could not hope to control it directly using the Mangekyō Sharingan. Insufficient ocular strength was one factor. His Jinjutsu skills were not yet up to par. A single ill-timed illusion might very well result in his own downfall. Who dares disturb my slumber? The Nine-Tails slowly opened its eyes, its crimson-slitted pupils narrowing upon seeing the intruder. Greetings, Shinyu stepped forward, standing firm before the Nine-Tails, offering a harmless smile. You carry a most detestable aura. The nine tails rose, causing the ground to tremble and the nearby trees to sway. The force of its breath sent Shinyu's hair flying back. Yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor. Nine tails, I have come to capture you. Recognizing that an immediate strike against the nine tails was impossible, his strategy was to undermine its spirit, gradually depleting its strength until it lost its rationality, at which point he could employ Genjutsu to secure victory. The nine tails glared, incredulous that humans had grown so audacious. Having been devoured by the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths was one thing, but now even a mere child dared to set its sights on it. Enraged, it unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated like a storm. Several hundred meters away, on a towering cliff, Ban observed the unfolding scene with Uchiha Hikari. Is it truly wise to provoke the nine tails like this? Hikari, trembling with fear, watched the confrontation, her mouth slightly agape. After all, it was the nine tails. Even subduing a mere silver horn with its chakra had been a monumental task, and yet here was Shinyu, seemingly unfazed by the true beast. Ban crossed his arms, dismissing her concerns. Rather than worry for him, focus on concealing your presence as I taught you. Otherwise, the nine tails will detect you. I am not worried about him. Hikari's face flushed as she muttered, the nine tails is probably too enraged to notice us. It is completely provoked by Shinyu. Below, the wind surged like a tidal wave, and Shinyu stood resolutely at the center of the storm, like bamboo breaking through rock, firm and unyielding. Nine tails, I have heard you are the embodiment of rage. Yet you do not seem quite so fearsome at the moment. In the face of the overwhelming presence and ferocity of the beast, most would have cowered in fear. However, Shinyu did not retreat but rather taunted the nine tails. Is that all you can do, merely roar? Furious, the nine tails raised its paw, and with a thunderous crash, the ground erupted, sending debris flying like water splashes. This is your own doing, the nine tails sneered. Soon, as the dust settled and the wind cleared, its gaze sharpened. Discovering Shinyu casually perched upon its paw, arms crossed, exuding an air of calm. I am called Uchiha Shinyu. As soon as the words left his lips, Shinyu sprang into action. He moved like a shadow, swiftly ascending along the nine tails' foreleg. The nine tails, unable to react in time, opened its maw, crimson chakra surging forth like a torrent. Yet Shinyu was nimble, slipping effortlessly beneath the nine tails' foreleg, evading its sight as he continued his advance. The nine tails exhaled two streams of searing air, and before the second projectile could fully charge, Shinyu leapt into action, extending his 3-meter-long chakra blade with both hands. Its sharp light aimed directly at its eyes. However, the triumphant expression on Shinyu's face instantly froze as a massive shadow enveloped him, followed by the ominous sound of rushing wind. Boom! He was struck down into the ground by a single tail. Just a quick little imp. The nine tails thought the battle was over, but suddenly, a thick black mist erupted from beneath its tail. Immediately, it felt a tightening grip, as a pitch-black skeletal hand seized its tail and lifted it forcefully. In its astonished gaze, a half-giant emerged from underneath its tail, while that swift little imp stood unharmed inside the giant. Shinyu activated the second stage of Susanoo, wrapping 4 massive hands around one of the nine tails' tails and flinging it with great force. The sheer power erupted, sending the nine tails flying several dozen meters, creating deep trenches in the ground before finally coming to a halt. The nine tails bared its teeth in fury, its fur bristling, as its 9 long tails whipped around like dragons, unleashing a barrage of strikes against Susanoo, venting its pin-up rage. Bang, 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 bang. Shinyu maneuvered Susanoo to defend. But under the torrential assault, even the second stage of Susanoo began to crack. The crisp sound of cracking was like that of shattering crystal, and Shinyu's expression grew grave as fissures spread, and even the internal framework showed signs of breaking. Seeing the black giant before it was so resilient, the nine tails could not contain its impatience and charged forward. Its exaggerated form shook the mountains, causing the surrounding forest to tremble and birds to scatter in panic. Sometimes, being too large is not an advantage. Shinyu immediately dispelled Susanoo, forming hand signs for the shadow clone technique, splitting his body into 8 phantoms that scattered in all directions, leaving the nine tails to strike at nothing but air. Die! The nine tails howled, furiously stabbing at each phantom with its tails, each seemingly fluffy tail carrying immense force, sending splinters flying and shaking the earth. The ground could not withstand its flailing, stirring up clouds of dust. Supersized tailed beast ball. The nine tails was startled, feeling a sharp pain beneath its rear end, followed by a surge of incredible power, as Shinyu had somehow appeared beneath it. He lifted a massive tailed beast ball with one hand and leaped out. The nine tails roared, and the fur in contact with the tailed beast ball immediately began to emit smoke. Although this strike did not shatter its flesh, the immense force was enough to hurl it away. Its colossal form soared high into the air, casting a shadow that could cover the entire forest. The Nine Tails roared, its lantern-like vertical pupils wide with rage, mixed with a hint of human confusion. The chakra required for that last move was immense, yet this boy's aura seemed so ordinary. How could he summon such chakra out of thin air? Shinyu fixed his gaze on the falling Nine Tails, bringing his palms together in a bow and arrow stance, pointing towards the airborne beast. That last move had not been effortless. The seemingly powerful supersized tailed beast ball had required him to trace back 3 times in mere breaths to accumulate enough chakra. In the brief moment the Nine Tails was suspended in the air distorted, and dark flames erupted from Shinyu's hands, dancing like ethereal spirits. The flames expanded instantly, enveloping the surroundings in terrifying heat. Centered on Shinyu, flowers and grass evaporated inch by inch, swiftly turning to ashes as the black flames blazed, obediently merging into his right hand, forming a burning bow and arrow. In the distance, Uchiha Hikari gasped, covering her mouth, while even Madara widened his eyes slightly. That is Amaterasu. He actually did it. Hikari stared in awe at the figure, her beautiful eyes wide. Indeed, after a long journey of adaptation with Uchiha Hikari's assistance, Shinyu had continuously analyzed Amaterasu, trying to fathom its essence. Through relentless construction and repeated attempts, he finally completed a second optimization. Amaterasu, the legendary Undying Black Flame, comprises 3 chakra attributes: wind, fire, and yin. The wind grants agility and grace, while the fire provides intense heat. Wind fuels the fire's strength, and fire harnesses the wind's might. Together, they elevate the flame's temperature to a terrifying degree. Yet, on top of this foundation, by endowing the user S-will, representing the ignition of all things, unyielding and relentless with the yin attribute, this unique bloodline limit was born. The flames of the arrow rapidly condensed, absorbing enough power before solidifying again, shrinking repeatedly. A pitch-black arrow took form, its body dark and profound, all heat contained within, as the surrounding air twisted, seemingly swallowing the sunlight. Arrow of Earth Command, Shinyu called out coldly, and the black arrow shot forth, as swift as lightning. In the next instant, the Nine Tails let out a muffled grunt. Chapter 25, Shinyu, the Nine Tails. The black arrow raced like wind and thunder. The Nine Tails merely blinked, and the sharp arrowhead was already upon it. It swiped at the black arrow with a claw, clearly underestimating its strength. With a piercing sound, the black arrow pierced through the Nine Tails' paw and entered its body through the shoulder, erupting in a cloud of blood mist. Boom! Shinyu snapped his fingers. The black arrow detonated suddenly, releasing the densely compressed Amaterasu black flames, flooding the Nine Tails' insides like a raging river, ruthlessly obliterating everything. Flesh, veins, and bones began to dissolve at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a sinister sizzling sound, as the Nine Tails crashed to the ground, rolling in agony. Black smoke pouring from its mouth and ears. A bloody hole appeared in its paw, and the black flames quickly spread to its chest. But the most excruciating pain remained from within. The Nine Tails opened its mouth wide, spewing a deep red chakra cannon mixed with black flames, attempting to expel the internal black flames while releasing waves of chakra to peel away the external flames. Shinyu would not allow it to escape so easily. He immediately formed hand signs, and amidst the explosive black mist, the second stage Susanoo descended in an instant. He commanded Susanoo to charge forward. Its robust arms tightened around the Nine Tails' neck, while the other 2 fists rained down blows on its face. For a time, the dull sounds of impact echoed relentlessly. The energy projection was abruptly interrupted, replaced by the Nine Tails' intermittent roars. Roar! A woo! Such a brutal scene caused even Madara to rub his forehead in disbelief. So this is how Susanoo is utilized. Madara paused, glancing sideways to see Uchiha Hikari's eyes shining with excitement, her small hands clasped over her chest. The Nine Tails' resilience was beyond imagination. Shinyu focused, causing Susanoo to grasp with one hand, forming a peculiar black blade. Seizing the moment, he swung, the blade's light transforming into a black crescent that swept out, but the Nine Tails ducked low and evaded, flattening the forest behind it. It feigned a move to deceive Shinyu, then swiftly redirected its attack, unleashing a heartfelt atomic breath aimed at him. The tailed beast energy transformed into a thick, straight laser that completely engulfed Susanoo. The earth trembled, and vegetation turned to ash, as the landscape was instantly cleared. In the Nine Tails' eyes, That black giant was swallowed by the light, rapidly disintegrating, compelling it to amplify its energy output. Although this was not a tailed beast bomb, such a massive and violent energy release still dealt catastrophic damage. As a mere mortal, how could he withstand it? The Ninetales successfully shed the last remnant of Amaterasu's fire, but its form had visibly withered. Unexpectedly, Shinyu stood upright amidst the chakra cannon, steadily advancing against the torrent. The little imp, how on earth did he achieve this? The Ninetales was astonished, its vertical pupils narrowing to pinpricks. In its lifetime, aside from that man, it had never encountered such a creature. Responding were whispers that flowed like a gentle murmur. The third gate, open. The fourth gate, open. The fifth gate, open. It was unaware that, not long ago, Shinyu's magic, Mokorosu, had adapted to its chakra. Although it hadn't completed the analysis, it had gained sufficient resistance. Bang! Shinyu leaped high, delivering a vicious uppercut that struck the Ninetales' chin, instantly silencing it. The overwhelming force sent it tumbling. Enraged, the Ninetales charged forward, eyes ablaze, engaging in a fierce battle with Shinyu. The primal ferocity of their conflict unfolded amidst the chaotic forest. Shinyu was engulfed in a surge of energy, azure power swirling around him, emanating a torrent of heat. Each punch and kick contained unfathomable strength, causing the Ninetales to stagger. As a tailed beast, the Ninetales displayed remarkable resilience, appearing battered yet unharmed, its ferocity only heightened by the encounter. Taking advantage of its long and numerous tails, it unleashed a sudden blow, sending Shinyu flying. Fortunately, he summoned the Susanu's skeletal form just in time. How heavy? Shinyu's eyes widened in surprise. The sweeping tail struck with tremendous force, shattering his black ribs and sending shockwaves through his body, rattling his internal organs. With a whoosh, he was propelled through the air, crashing into a distant stone wall. The Ninetales opened its massive maw, directing its formidable presence towards Shinyu, as dual-colored chakra, red and blue, converged before it, rapidly transforming into a purple-black liquid sphere. The moment the sphere manifested, the air in the forest stilled. This was its ultimate technique, the tailed beast ball. It aimed to decisively end the battle. However, before it could gather its power, the sky suddenly darkened, overshadowed by a colossal silhouette. In a hurried glance, its gaze froze. Reflecting in its vertical pupils was the towering figure of a Susanu, resembling a small mountain. That little imp, who had just moments ago been flung away, now appeared within the Susanu without any forewarning. How infuriating. When did he? The Ninetales had no inkling as to how Shinyu had suddenly appeared above it, nor did it realize that this was, in fact, Shinyu's position from 5 seconds prior. The Susanu clasped its hands, enveloped in black energy, as a massive spear descended from the heavens, piercing through the Ninetales' body and pinning it to the ground. The sacred weapon, Dojin Huang Ba Tu. The Ninetales' tailed beast ball was also interrupted mid-formation. It struggled to rise, its 4 claws digging into the earth, as the sheer might of the tailed beast was indeed formidable. The third form of Susanu was a colossal sight to behold. Yet the Ninetales managed to sway it, causing it to teeter. Shinyu activated the gravitational array within Dojin Huang Ba Tu, and suddenly, the pressure of 20-fold gravity came crashing down, sending the Ninetales plummeting amidst a cacophony of thunderous sounds. How detestable! What is this? Its face was buried deep in the earth, its massive frame seemingly embedded into the ground. Not only could it not lift its head, but even its fox ears drooped helplessly. It seemed to have calmed down a bit. A sinister smile crept onto Shinyu's face as he twisted the spear's handle slightly, causing a cluster of burning black flames to travel down the shaft, infusing the Ninetales with Amaterasu once more. How? The excruciating pain gnawed at the Ninetales, forcing it to open its mouth wide in a humiliating and anguished wail. How dare the little imp underestimate me? In a desperate bid to escape the gravitational bind, the Ninetales concentrated all its chakra, unleashing maximum power. A colossal beam of light shot skyward, a tempest roaring as it expanded, shattering earth and stone, the forest obliterated in waves of light. The beam thundered, rapidly morphing into an enormous luminous sphere that illuminated the world in daylight. The storm annihilated everything in its path, with shockwaves spreading, leaving devastation in their wake. Uchiha Hikari stared wide-eyed, the blinding white light consuming her vision, her hair wildly whipping about. In that moment of distraction, Uchiha Madara stepped in front of her, the azure Susanu enveloping both of them. Lord Madara, as the light gradually dissipated, the scene within unfolded. The first sight was Shinyu Susanu. But now the half-giant had reverted to its second form, half its body disintegrated, shrouded in swirling black energy, its skeletal structure glaringly visible. Shinyu panicked. Standing within the Susanoo, blood trickling from his eyes, slowly streaming down his delicate cheeks. Yet, despite this, his smile remained unyielding, albeit slightly deranged. For before him, the Ninetales appeared even worse. Once vibrant and resplendent, it now looked emaciated and withered, as if its very essence had been drained. However, the fury in its eyes had reached a climax, glaring fiercely at Shinyu, its eyes bloodshot, yearning to tear him to shreds. The remnants of rationality were on the verge of extinguishment. Shinyu's right eye shifted gently, his condition quietly stabilizing. He awaited the moment it succumbed entirely to rage. With a heavy gathering of chakra, the Ninetales eagerly began to coalesce its tailed beast ball. But it quickly fell silent. For a massive Magatama hurtled toward it at an alarming speed, like a streak of black lightning. Had it not dodged in time, its teeth would surely have shattered like the stones behind it. I will not allow you to unleash that technique. Shinyu smirked confidently, as the four hands of Susanoo gradually pulled apart, conjuring a series of Magatama. The Ninetales, infuriated, retaliated with a faster energy blast aimed at Shinyu. Unfazed, Shinyu formed a hand seal, his Susanoo standing firm as he directly controlled the Magatama to exchange fire with the Ninetales. The two, man and beast, appeared almost frenzied, unleashing their full potential. Yet, the true madness lay within the Ninetales. While Shinyu seemed deranged, he remained as steady as a rock. The intricate patterns of Mokoroso had been quietly operational for quite some time. His chosen target for adaptation was the Ninetales chakra, and he had already acquired a certain degree of resilience. His Magatama now contained an indistinct energy, capable of delivering effective strikes against the Ninetales. During the ensuing exchange, he would further adapt to the incoming energy, ultimately deciphering the decisive blow. The air was thick with smoke, and the earth lay in ruins. The battle had escalated to such an extent that Hikari anxiously observed below, worried for Shinyu's safety. Uchiha Madara observed for a moment, as if he had seen through it all, letting out a knowing hum. Lord Madara, how long will they fight? Rest assured, it will conclude shortly. What? Hikari gazed at Madara's calm demeanor, puzzled, wondering how he could be so confident. That fellow has never fought for more than 5 minutes. Soon, the brilliance extinguished, and Hikari understood that the battle had determined its victor. The battlefield was engulfed in billowing smoke. Boom, 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 the ground trembled. Evidently, a colossal entity was approaching step by step. Hikari immediately felt a surge of tension. As the noise drew closer, a massive fox face emerged from the smoke. Looming over the two, it was the Ninetales. Uchiha Hikari took a small step back, instantly feeling a sense of impending doom. Do not panic, Madara's voice remained calm. At that moment, the Ninetales lowered its head slowly, a young boy slumped casually on its brow. Hikari then realized that the Ninetales' red vertical pupils had somehow transformed into the shape of 3 Mangekyō Sharingan. Shinyu supported himself on his knee, one leg dangling from the Ninetales' forehead. His tattered black clothing and the blood at the corner of his mouth did little to conceal his imposing aura and that slightly sinister smile. He looked at Madara, wiping the blood from his lips. I have not disgraced my mission. Chapter 26. The End of the Valley in the Land of Fire, beneath the divine bridge of Kamizukabashi. Shadows of trees swayed gently as the moonlight danced upon the waves. Midnight was approaching, the air infused with a cool mist, while a few seagulls, bathed in moonlight, spiraled above the shore, emitting mournful cries of solitude. Outside a secluded cave near the coastline, Uchiha Madara was imparting his final instructions. There is no need for further words. Your task is to remain at the base and ensure no one discovers this place. Madara's companion, Uchiha Kei, extended her hand shakily, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears, exuding a sense of vulnerability. Her gaze was laden with unspoken pleas, whether to persuade him to stay or to accompany him, remained ambiguous. However, under Madara's stern gaze, her resolve crumbled, and she retreated in despair. Understood, she murmured softly, nodding her head slightly. Do not attempt to search for us until we contact you. Do not act recklessly. Yes. Madara turned away, facing the sea, where waves surged with a rhythmic intensity, his expression inscrutable. At this moment, he was fully equipped for the impending confrontation, adorned with a fan on his back, a scroll at his waist, and a scythe polished to a gleaming finish. While his dark crimson armor reflected the moon's glow, the sea breeze tousled his long hair, cascading like a waterfall. I know you feel discontented. But this is the best arrangement. Madara's tone softened unexpectedly. With the nine tails present, I will lack no chakra, and your vision has deteriorated considerably, has it not? Kei's eyes widened in surprise, and in her blurred vision, Madara's silhouette merged with the moonlight. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists, parting her lips to speak. Yet no words escaped. Silent tears cascaded down, splashing onto the rocks below. A sigh escaped from a distance where Kamehane stood, leaning against an aged palm tree. Its slender leaves veiled in moonlight, casting dappled shadows upon his fair complexion. Like Madara, he was fully armed, donning a vest of soft armor over his black attire. Bracers on his arms, and a long sword strapped to his back, his medium-length hair tied back with precision. In truth, his current attire bore a striking resemblance to the Red Moon Uchiha Itachi from the night of the massacre in the original timeline. Observing Madara's proud silhouette, emotion surged within him. If his intuition was correct, the outcome of the impending battle between Madara and Hashirama would not differ significantly from that of the original timeline. Though the world often regarded these two as the apex of the ninja realm, the true pinnacle was solely occupied by Senju Hashirama, a truth Madara understood all too well. In the original timeline, Madara and Hashirama engaged in only 3 true battles. Despite differing motivations, the outcomes remained consistent. The first was when Madara, having transplanted his brother Izuna's eyes and awakened the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, faced Hashirama in a decisive confrontation, ultimately falling to him, marking the end of the Warring States period. The second occurred after Madara had left Konoha for several years. Upon returning with the Nine Tails, Hashirama, believing Madara intended to obliterate the village they had founded together, struck him down in a fit of righteous fury. The third battle took place during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where both, as reincarnated beings, clashed. Even with the Rinnegan, Yin-Yang release, and boundless chakra, Madara found himself suppressed, trapped within the confines of the Divine Gate. You will never know what other techniques Hashirama has in store. There is only one god of ninjas. However, Madara's true goal this time was not the destruction of Konoha. Rather, he sought merely a piece of flesh from Hashirama. The demeanor he adopted, one of a fallen entity intent on annihilation, was merely a fade to provoke Hashirama into a full frontal engagement. Often, Kamehane pondered, what if Madara could set aside his pride and approach Hashirama with a gentler tone instead of resorting to such extremes? Would Hashirama not acquiesce to his request, thereby averting this battle? Yet, such a scenario was implausible. Madara harbored his own arrogance, a reflection of the dignity that accompanies strength. Kamehane, we must go. Madara's voice resonated from a distance. Understood, Kamehane responded promptly. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving only a single leaf drifting down. 7 years in Konoha. On a summer night. For the village, this night was destined to be extraordinary. Summoning technique. With a thunderous plume of smoke, the massive form of the Nine Tails emerged outside Konoha. Amidst the swirling winds, its 9 tails unfurled beneath the full moon, producing a roar fiercer than any beast. Echoing like thunder, clang, the fan clashed violently against the heavy sword, as 2 figures engaged in a fierce struggle, parting ways under the moonlight, both retreating backward. The 9 tails roared, colossal vines entwined, as a devastating shockwave ravaged the land, a confrontation far beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. Madara surged forward, chakra erupting with ferocity as he summoned the formidable Susanoo. The Nine Tails, bolstered by its power, towered over 100 feet, eclipsing even the tallest mountains. Susanoo, a manifestation of immense chakra, took the form of a colossal warrior, and when its destructive essence was clad upon the beast, the resulting devastation was akin to a natural disaster. Madara's old friend, Hashirama, felt a flicker of admiration for this display of power. Yet recognized this was no time for friendly sparring, it was a battle for survival. His primary concern was the safety of the village amidst the chaos. Thus, he fought while maneuvering, subtly guiding Madara and the Nine Tails toward the beach. Madara, seizing the opportunity, pursued in kind, for his intentions were never to annihilate Konoha. His singular focus remained on Hashirama. Kamehane quietly lurked in the shadows, maintaining a discreet distance behind them, observing the Titans. His mission was to retrieve the Nine Tails, and all he needed to do was await the conclusion of the battle in silence. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. Through his mental perception, he sensed that numerous figures had emerged from Konoha, stealthily trailing behind. What were these individuals scheming? As he contemplated this, a crimson beam shot forth, piercing the distant island. Moments later, a colossal fireball ignited upon the island, reminiscent of the rising sun, shaking the land beneath, illuminating the entire forest with blinding light. As an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air. Was this the nature of their conflict? Kamehane pressed against a tree, a chill creeping down his spine. In that fleeting moment, he discerned the unmistakable essence of a tailed beast bomb, empowered by Susanu's might. He couldn't help but inwardly exclaim his relief. Had the Nine Tails unleashed its bomb, he would have stood no chance of blocking it. From a distance, obscured by billowing smoke, a faint azure glow flickered, along with the imposing silhouette of the wooden giant. As the sounds of splintering trees melded with the Nine Tails' roars. In the heart of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara towered within his Susanu, addressing Hashirama. It has been too long since we have fought earnestly. You must realize I am no longer the same. Hashirama's expression grew grave as he clapped his hands together, gathering chakra while attempting one final plea. Everything we have worked for until now, do you wish to render it all in vain? Madara. He tilted his head upward, confronting the colossal Susanoo. There is no benefit to engaging in combat. This battle will only harm the village and the ninjas, insulting our brothers and comrades. Madara regarded him with an increasingly frigid expression. You dare lecture me? I do not wish to kill you. Hashirama's gaze remained sincere. You imply that you could slay me at any moment? No, I mean we are friends. A flicker of emotion flashed across Madara's face, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. He growled fiercely, I have already crossed to the other side. As if affirming his stance, the Nine Tails roared defiantly beneath him, its roar echoing through the air. In a sudden moment of stillness, Hashirama was thrust back in time, recalling a sunlit morning from decades past, where two innocent youths engaged in a playful contest, hurling stones across the water. The spirited boy of yesteryears began to merge with the figure before him, yet no matter how hard he tried, they could never fully align, ultimately shattering amidst a roar. Defeated, Hashirama closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the compassion and sincerity in his gaze had vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve, along with the deep, natural energy embodied in the black markings on his face. Senjutsu, the thousand-handed Buddha, he bellowed, his chakra transforming into a radiant glow. Amidst the crashing of colossal trees, a towering figure of a Buddha rose majestically from the earth, casting an immense shadow that enveloped the land beneath the moonlight. I am ready, Madara. Come forth, Hashirama. Chapter 27. You have changed. Hashirama Shinju stood quietly among the trees, observing the once mighty Nine Tails. Now held in the palm of the giant Buddha like a mere kitten, its eyes closed in serene slumber. A gentle breeze stirred, causing its orange fur to ripple like waves. From this vantage point, the Nine Tails appeared rather docile, a thought that flickered playfully in Shinju's mind. Despite the objective lying within reach, he hesitated to act, not out of fear of the hidden leaf ninjas lurking nearby, but because the outcome of the battle between Madara and Hashirama remained uncertain. This confrontation had persisted for 3 days and nights. Shinju wrinkled his nose, noting the emergence of a fresh scent of earth in the air, which had grown increasingly humid. He extended his palm, catching a raindrop that splashed coolly against his skin. It was raining. This time, it's your turn to falter. Under the empty waterfall, Madara gasped for breath, wielding a fan and a scythe. Eyeing the equally exhausted figure across from him, a victorious smirk creeping onto his face. Both warriors were nearly depleted of chakra, their faces worn and haggard, their armor in tatters, lending them a disheveled appearance. Hashirama lifted his gaze slightly, fixating on his erstwhile friend, who appeared dazed, either from exhaustion or grave injury. Suddenly, the water beneath them rippled. Madara was on the move. Hashirama, belatedly realizing, raised his long blade and charged toward him with equal fervor. Their blades flashed, and in a heartbeat, they separated. With a splash, Hashirama plunged into the water, a spray erupting around him as he was struck in the abdomen. Yet Madara stood firm. Turning to see Hashirama's complex expression of reluctance, a smile of triumph growing upon his face. This time, I stand tall, unlike before. Lightning pierced the sky, and the rain fell relentlessly, drumming against their faces, obscuring their features in a veil of mist. Hashirama struggled to rise, his gaze fixated on the water's surface. Expressionless as he stared at his reflection, his lips moving. My dreams have just begun, and I wish to protect them. I cannot allow you, Madara chuckled softly. You seem rather despondent, Hashirama. Have you decided not to succumb to despair this time? With a swift thrust, a blade pierced through Madara's chest, emerging from his back and puncturing his heart, blood flowing down with the rain, staining the water red. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the blade that had pierced him, his vision blurring. He glanced back at Hashirama, then at the wooden clone before him, his pupils narrowing in shock. I was stabbed in the back? A voice, low and weary, floated from behind him. I aim to protect our home, my village. No matter what occurs, I steadfastly believe that safeguarding the village equates to protecting its people, ninja and children alike, whether they be my friends, brothers, or even my own kin. Anyone who dares oppose the village shall face my wrath. You have changed, Hashirama, Madara gasped, his eyes trembling as he fell to his knees. Hashirama looked down on him with indifference, an emotion once known as friendship unraveling before his eyes. You are misplacing your priorities. One day, this will lead to the village's downfall. With a thud, Madara collapsed, mirroring Hashirama's earlier position. He closed his eyes, his breath ceasing. Uchiha Madara had fallen. Hashirama gazed skyward. The entire night sky reflected in his eyes. Under the faint moonlight, it seemed as if every raindrop fell from the heart of the heavens, landing within his gaze. You wield would release. Thus, the village shall be named Konoha. You wield fire release. The leader shall be called Hokage. A chill enveloped him, and his vision blurred as an overwhelming fatigue surged through him, sweeping over him like a flood. Unable to withstand it any longer, he succumbed to sleep beside Madara's lifeless body. Moments later, a youth silently emerged on the opposite side of the waterfall, with striking features and eyes like obsidian. It was Shinyu. He approached the two figures, contemplating Madara's corpse, the torrential rain cascading around him, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. After an indeterminate time, his gaze shifted to Hashirama, and he raised his foot to lift the scythe, aiming it at Hashirama's head, the blade glinting ominously in the cold moonlight. Farewell, God of Shinobi. The executioner's blade was poised to descend when a thunderous roar erupted from the forest. How dare you, wretch! The wind howled as a shuriken sliced through the air, clashing against Shinju's scythe, sending sparks flying. In an instant, a man charged toward Shinju, kunai slicing through the air with deadly precision. Who are you? Shinju queried, recognizing the newcomer, instinctively leaning back to evade the attack, though he was still pushed back. My name is Sarutobi Sasuke, the man declared with authority. Shinju nodded slightly. The current head of the Sarutobi clan. I see. I am aware of you. The man unrolled a scroll from his back, his gaze icy. Uchiha Shinju, the traitor who left Konoha with Uchiha Madara 5 years ago. Your hands stained with the blood of 22 lives, 16 J-nin, 2 special J-nin, and 4 CH-nin. The Senju, Sarutobi, Shimura, and even your Uchiha clan have suffered losses. On the night of your treachery, you stole forbidden scrolls and destroyed countless properties. Your misdeeds are beyond measure. As he spoke, several Konoha ninjas emerged from the forest surrounding Shinju, all exuding an air of formidable prowess at the J-nin level. Shinju surveyed them with indifference, casually digging at his ear. You know, I was unaware of how formidable I was back then. Arrogance. As long as I am here, you shall not harm a single hair on this village. Sarutobi Sasuke roared. That fateful night, he had been absent from the village due to a mission. As one of the founding figures of Konoha, Hashirama had entrusted him with significant responsibilities, yet such a calamity had unfolded, leaving him with a sense of humiliation. The sight of this youth had become a thorn in his heart. Today he would settle the score. As he contemplated this, an instinctive chill ran down his spine. Honed by years of combat experience, he instinctively lowered his head. Swish. A blade whizzed past, a few strands of hair falling in the rain and wind. He was taken aback to discover that the assailant was a companion. However, this ally appeared dazed, expression vacant, like a puppet controlled by an unseen force. Realization struck Sarutobi Sasuke. They had fallen under a jinjutsu. Damn it, do not look into his eyes, he shouted. Years of battle had conditioned him to avoid gazing into the eyes of his foes, and due to this habit, he failed to notice that Shinju's eyes had quietly transformed into a vibrant crimson. However, his warning came too late. A series of muffled groans filled the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh. Just as he had subdued his companion, the ground around him was already strewn with casualties. This group of ninjas possessed remarkable skills, many of whom had previously battled against the Uchiha clan and understood the dangers of looking directly into their Sharingan. Yet, they fell victim to the blades of their own comrades. In summary, only a mere 4 ninjas remained who, like Sarutobi Sasuke, could resist Jinjutsu and evade assassination attempts. A sense of dread washed over Sarutobi Sasuke as he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. His expression twisted in alarm as he reached out toward Shinyu. His eyes bloodshot. Stop. The ninjas ensnared by the Jinjutsu, finding no way to succeed, unsheathed their swords and committed suicide without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, the tide turned, and blood soaked the ground. The few who managed to survive hastily moved towards Sarutobi Sasuke, facing the unapproachable youth as if confronting a formidable foe. "Forgive me, I am not in the best of spirits today, unlike my usual self." Shinyu stood there, seemingly unfazed, a cold and sinister aura radiating from him, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. The rain-soaked night felt particularly desolate. Chapter 28. The Substitution Technique. "I shall not spare you," Sarutobi Sasuke declared through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with undisguised murderous intent. With a loud bang, a scroll released a plume of white smoke, and he brandished a colossal wind-style shuriken, hurling it at Shinyu. Before swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Technique. Shuriken. The smoke erupted in a series of explosions, and a multitude of wind-style shurikens surrounded Shinyu, sealing off all his escape routes. Shinyu, emotionless, swung his scythe, its cold gleam forming an impenetrable defensive barrier, sparks flying as the invading shurikens were disassembled, falling to the ground like scrap metal. But that was not the end. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Shinyu swung the scythe against the tide towards Sarutobi Sasuke. The latter quickly retreated, only to hear a light hiss as the blade unleashed a thin, shimmering arc of energy. What? His pupils constricted in shock, and in a moment of unpreparedness, his returning kunai was cleaved in two, leaving a gash across his cheek. Shinyu retracted his scythe, deftly twirling it, shaking off the blood from the blade. "Did Master Tobirama not share information with you?" He feigned confusion. "This technique is called Autumn Dew on Leaves. How curious. You have seen it before." What responded to him was a ferocious fire dragon. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Shinyu smirked, his body swaying as he left behind an afterimage, effortlessly dodging the dragon. Amidst the rain's deluge, several figures emerged outside the encircled area. Each one resembled Shinyu, each wielding a scythe, surrounding the leaf ninjas with a menacing intent. With a coordinated flourish, the scythes glimmered with icy blue blades in the air. Except for Sarutobi Sasuke, the remaining four were thrown into disarray, frantically attempting to fend off the onslaught of Shinyu's clones. As they struck, they discovered they were merely shadows. The real Shinyu remained untouched. Suddenly, chaos erupted as two Shinyu clones simultaneously plunged their scythes into the chest of two leaf ninjas, blood splattering as their bodies were bisected midair. In the end, all the figures merged into one, still a singular Shinyu. Water style, Water Fong Bullet. He formed a hand seal with one hand, channeling chakra into the scythe, compressing the water into a thin blade that sliced through the air. The water blade shot forth with incredible speed, obscured by the torrential rain. Sarutobi Sasuke perceived a fleeting distortion in the downpour before realizing, albeit belatedly. He yanked at his companion's shoulder. The crescent-shaped water blade flashed through the air, instantly staining the rain with crimson. Sarutobi Sasuke stared in disbelief at his own arm. His companion cleaved in two, organs spilling forth, the water beneath them turning a deep scarlet. He charged at Shinyu in a frenzy, hurling countless shurikens. However, attempting to wield shurikens in front of an Uchiha was akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guanyu. Shinyu, barely glancing, effortlessly knocked down every shuriken solely by sound. Yet, Sarutobi Sasuke seized the moment to close in. The physical prowess of the Sarutobi clan was formidable, and for a moment, Shinyu found himself unable to gain the upper hand. Pretending to create an opening, Sarutobi Sasuke took the bait, delivering a fierce strike to the center line, slicing through Shinyu's right arm at the shoulder. The scythe clattering to the ground. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Shinyu unleashed numerous translucent threads in the rain, instantly immobilizing Sarutobi Sasuke. Autumn Dew. Shinyu swiftly swiped with his left hand, a thin chakra blade emerging, aimed at the throat. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Sarutobi Sasuke had transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution? Shinyu's reaction was astonishingly swift. The moment the smoke billowed, he used the blood from his right arm to form a one-handed seal, pressing it to the ground. Summoning technique. A dark ritual spread and surged with chakra as a giant cat materialized from the billowing smoke, the ground erupting beneath it, sending a figure flying backward from the shockwave. Sarutobi Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the imposing cat that had suddenly appeared, his eyes filled with trepidation. A transforming cat? Baki. The legendary spirit cat, the only one in the cat household possessing an extraordinarily large physique. According to Uchiha clan intelligence, Baki had lived for centuries, possessing extraordinary wisdom and even mastering legendary sage arts, a divine beast that had not bonded with a human for hundreds of years. Yet now, it had been summoned right before his eyes. The transforming cat was a deep blue, with enormous bronze-colored slit pupils. Its beautiful fur shifting like a dream, constantly changing patterns. Surrounded by an ethereal black mist, both enchanting and elusive. Standing atop the cat's head, Shinyu looked down at Sarutobi Sasuke with a hint of amusement as he stroked his chin with his remaining left hand. I underestimated the situation. I did not anticipate such a formidable presence in Konoha besides Tobirama. Meow. The giant cat Baki spoke human words. 3 million. Deal. A fleeting grimace of pain crossed Shinyu's face as he pointed at Sarutobi Sasuke. Kill him for me. Baki's eyes twinkled with shrewdness. I need more money. How much more? 2 million. Forget it. Then just restrain him. Do not let him disturb me. Shinyu chose to compromise. 500,000. Agreed. Shinyu nodded firmly. He leaped down as the giant cat simultaneously charged towards Sarutobi Sasuke. Do not underestimate me. Sarutobi Sasuke's eyes widened, his hands flashing as he slammed them to the ground. Summoning technique. Appear. The Monkey King Saru. A white line extended across the water's surface, erupting into a cloud of white smoke as a massive monkey burst through. Engaging Baki in combat. Sarutobi Sasuke glanced at Shinyu, feigning an intent to pursue. However, Baki suddenly inhaled deeply, floating gracefully into the air, blocking him and the Monkey King. Do not think of escaping, Baki declared. Then let me witness the legendary transforming cat's extraordinary powers. Sarutobi Sasuke raised his hand high. Monkey King, adamantine staff. Transform. With a low roar, the Monkey King transformed into a staff amidst a thick cloud of white smoke, landing in Sarutobi Sasuke's hands. He swung the staff in a wide arc, the adamantine staff expanding miraculously, with a resounding crack as it struck Baki's rotund belly, reducing it to a fine powder. What? Sasuke's gaze faltered. This sensation felt peculiar, akin to striking a balloon. Baki yowled, its entire form exploding into ethereal blue smoke, leaving only its head floating in the air. Solid yet dissipating. It conjured a dark whirlpool, ensnaring the unsuspecting Sarutobi Sasuke in place. Bang, bang, bang. Baki's cat head floated as if weightless. The sound of blunt strikes resonating through the smoke, yet it emitted a contented purr, wearing an expression that was infuriatingly smug. With a serene smile, Shinyu's pupils shifted, and at the moment the kaleidoscopic patterns emerged, his right arm returned to its original state. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed his expression as a familiar yet strange soul entered his perception. Chapter 29. Dear brother, aren't you going to embrace your brother? Release my father. Several youths sprang forth from behind, the foremost charging directly at Shinyu with reckless abandon. This uncoordinated approach revealed countless flaws to Shinyu. He executed a swift kick that sent the boy flying several meters away. Day/. Monkey! The onlookers exclaimed in shock. The figure that emerged from the side was the last remaining J-nin on the field, a ninja from the Sarutobi clan. As he approached, wielding a kunai, Shinyu's surroundings darkened momentarily, and the outline of his skeletal form flickered before the kunai snapped in two with a sharp clang. What? The ninja's eyes widened in astonishment before he was seized by a massive, shadowy hand that lifted him high into the air. However, Shinyu did not spare him a glance, for at that moment, his gaze was solely fixed upon one person, a black-haired boy who bore a striking resemblance to him in both stature and appearance. Kakashi, Uchiha Kagami stared blankly at Shinyu, his steps faltering inexplicably. Shinyu regarded him for a prolonged moment before breaking into an impish smile. You've grown quite a bit, my dear brother. Kagami stood frozen, bewildered. He had envisioned countless scenarios for their reunion, yet nothing could have prepared him for the reality of seeing his brother again, the familiar yet unfamiliar face, and that ever-mischievous glint in his eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. He forgot to breathe, his heart pounding fiercely. That silhouette, those eyes, the kaleidoscopic patterns, he had last seen them 5 years ago on the night of the full moon. Their features were 7 parts alike, delicate facial contours and long eyelashes. Though their eyes differed slightly, Kagami's visage leaned towards the delicate, with slightly drooping outer corners, appearing somewhat languid when squinting. In contrast, Shinyu bore striking phoenix eyes, with upward tilting outer corners, narrow yet not constricted. As a man, he exuded an air of elegance and grace, captivating all in his presence. Imbued with an aura of nobility and an unyielding strength. Are you so overjoyed to see your brother that you've become dazed? The voice that floated near his ear snapped Kagami back to reality, and he was startled to find Shinyu had somehow appeared right before him. Speaking softly into his ear, in a reflexive motion, he thrust out the kunai he held. Shinyu effortlessly grasped Kagami's wrist, as if he had willingly offered it. What? Can't resist the urge to give me a hug. He locked eyes with his brother, and with a sudden surge of strength, the Susanu's skeletal hand crushed the Jainin from the Saratobi clan before him. Kakashi. Kagami's face contorted in horror. Hey, Kakashi, what are you doing? From a distance. Shimura Danzo bellowed. Did you not vow to capture him with your own hands? What are you doing now? Kagami finally revealed his Sharingan. But as Shinyu beheld the three jet-black Tomo, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his eyes. Kagami uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his 7 orifices. His vision spun, consciousness fading as if he were being flung from this world. My dear brother, casting illusions upon those with superior ocular prowess will result in backlash. Did your elders not teach you? With a contemptuous kick to Kagami's chest, he sent him sprawling like refuse. In the next instant, an invisible wind blade enveloped him. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo formed hand seals, releasing a torrent of razor-sharp wind blades reminiscent of a scythe, carving the ground with varying depths. Yet, as Shinyu maintained his initial Susanoo, the seemingly invulnerable wind blades left no mark upon his skeletal form. The dark energy surged as a bony arm shot forth at an odd angle, reaching for Danzo. Amplification technique. A stout, blond man leaped high, his massive hand colliding with the skeletal arm, unleashing an invisible shockwave. Water release, water whip. Lightning release, thunder wave. From afar, a man and woman executed a combined water and lightning technique, with the girl wielding a whip of crackling lightning that hurtled toward its target. This is troublesome. If the flies are too unruly, they must be swatted dead. Shinyu spoke coldly, the dark energy roaring like a dragon as the first tier of Susanoo materialized, resembling a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Under the gaze of the giant skeletal figure's hollow eyes, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Crack. The stout man was the first to suffer, his arm crushed by Susanoo, and he was slammed down to the ground, blood spraying like a waterfall. A single eyeball rolling free from his fingers, landing at Uchiha Kagami's feet. In the next moment, the water and lightning technique struck the skeletal form, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, creating not a ripple. But that was not the end. Shinyu clapped his hands, enveloping himself in a massive black aura, the skeleton sprouting flesh and growing to an extraordinary size. Its 4 long arms coalesced into 4 bizarre black blades. Die. The half-giant swung down, a crescent-like slash leveling the ground. Danzo and the stout man were obliterated, scattering blood mist, with the distant Tsuji Kasumi unable to escape the onslaught. Help me. Mito Minju clutched Kagami's pant leg desperately. Kagami trembled as he turned, only to see the remnants of his companion's body. Kagami, save me, save, puff. A splash of crimson filled his vision. Susanoo raised his fist, the stench of blood overwhelming as flesh and bone fell, splattering Kagami's face with gore. Feeling the burning warmth on his face amidst the wreckage, Uchiha Kagami could no longer suppress the turmoil within, retching violently. Shinyu controlled Susanoo to lift him, observing the Tomo in his brother's eyes, clicking his tongue. Your comrades have perished before your eyes, and yet you feel no sorrow? Kagami quivered, resignedly closing his eyes, allowing the liquid on his face to flow freely, unable to distinguish whether it was rain, blood, or tears. I never imagined you would be so heartless, dear brother. Your companions are dead, and you, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Kagami, what are you doing? Move. Kagami abruptly opened his eyes. The acrid scent of blood had vanished. He was not crushed by Susanoo and remained unscathed in his place. Stunned, he surveyed his surroundings. The lifeless bodies of his comrades strewn about, their gazes filled with hostility, yet they were all still alive. The surreal mirror world spun around him. Before him, Shinyu spoke languidly. It's merely an illusion rebound. Did your elders not teach you? Oh, have you truly cried? Kagami hastily wiped his face, feeling the dampness. Kagami. Cough, cough. You must flee. This man is too strong. We are not on the same level. Saratobi Izashi, covered in dirt, lay in a deep pit, seemingly lacking the strength to rise. Humph. He claimed he would capture him, but now acts like a coward. Danzo muttered sullenly beside Izashi, though none paid him heed, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Quickly go. Akito Torikase sprawled on the ground, gasping for air as if he had just emerged from the water. Tsuji Kasumi, her face etched with despair, tears streaming down her lovely features, urged, let Lord Tobarama take revenge for us. Shinyu smiled. While you were lost in this trivial illusion, I casually dealt with your companions. You seem much more obedient than before. Chapter 30. Hizashi Danzo, what prowess do you possess? Uchiha Kagami gazed at his elder brother, who could effortlessly annihilate all his companions with mere laughter, yet he found himself devoid of the courage to even draw his kunai. After enduring that terrifying genjutsu, his desire to fight had been utterly extinguished. Techniques such as shuriken jutsu and fire release, even his most cherished genjutsu, seemed trifling before his brother. What if he were to genuinely unleash the strength contained within that illusion? Acting recklessly could very well lead to the tragic demise of his comrades. Do you believe that as long as you refrain from striking, your companions will remain unharmed? Kagami's heart plummeted, and he raised his gaze in horror. Shinyu was leisurely observing him, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes seemingly capable of unraveling all of Kagami's thoughts with ease. The skeletal form reemerged. A dark, ominous arm raised high, slowly hovering above the likes of Hiruzen and others, akin to a colossal serpent foraging through an ancient forest, greedily seeking its prey. Dear brother, who among them do you share the strongest bond with? Shinyu inquired lightly, his voice as soft as a caring elder brother checking on his younger sibling's social circle. Yet to Kagami's ears, it resonated like a whisper from a demon. What do you intend to do? He dared not reply. What am I to do? I shall punish you, of course. Had it not been for your betrayal, I would not have forged such enmity with Konoha. Shinyu smiled at his brother, his words biting, yet his smile remained untainted, radiating warmth like the gentle sun. Refusing to speak? How cunning. I shall have to make my own guesses. Shinyu rubbed his chin, the immense bony hand gliding through the air. The skeletal hand slowly swept over the crowd, from Danzo to Hiruzen, then to Akimichi Choza, and finally to Mito Menka, all of whom stared transfixed. The corners of their eyes twitching, cold sweat streaming down their faces, as the shadow of death loomed over each of them. Is it him? The languid voice struck like a hammer upon their hearts. Boom. The bony fist crashed down. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, mingled with the sickening sound of bone fracturing. Akimichi Choza's body became deeply embedded in the fish-shaped crater, life or death uncertain, as the warm blood rapidly stained the water's surface. Kagami, driven by desperation, charged forward. The dual torment of illusion and reality threatening to drive him mad. Steady yourself. Shinyu turned his head slightly, casting a fleeting glance at him. Just as Kagami's fingertips grazed the skeletal form, they abruptly halted, upon meeting the gaze of those resplendent kaleidoscopic Sharingan. His body felt as though it had been severed from command, all movement ceased in an instant. It was Genjutsu. His heart stuttered. A flicker of indescribable fear and confusion flashing in his eyes. Do not rush. Our game is far from over, Shinyu remarked with a smile. It seems I was mistaken. Thus, the game continues. Danzo stared in terror at the approaching skeletal hand, his breath growing increasingly frantic. He had an instinctual feeling that this time it was aimed at him. The skeletal hand hovered above him, enabling him to discern the bloodstains lingering upon it. Danzo's complexion turned ashen, his heart racing violently. I am to die. I cannot perish like this. Not yet. I have yet to become Hokage, to establish my name. Move. He cursed inwardly, wanting to flee. Yet his body felt leaden, devoid of any strength. Among them, his injuries were the least severe, having merely received a kick from Shinyu moments prior. Yet that kick had struck precisely at a vital chakra point, the impact causing the jutsu he had been preparing to detonate within him, countless tiny wind blades rebounding chaotically, severely damaging his meridians, rendering him immobile. The skeletal hand loomed closer, casting an ever-expanding shadow in the moonlight, sending chills across his skin. Think of something. He gritted his teeth, resolved, suddenly shouting, Lord Shinyu, I have always held Uchiha Kagami in disdain. Everyone fell silent, even Hiruzen beside him stared in bewilderment. Indeed. The person I detest most is Uchiha Kagami. What is he? Merely a boastful individual, after all. Ultimately, I share the worst rapport with him. Danzo disregarded the glances of his companions, speaking solely for himself. TCH, Shinyu scoffed, the skeletal hand nonchalantly swiping Danzo aside, sending him tumbling far away, akin to swatting away an annoying insect. You lack the qualification to die at my hands. Shinyu's indifferent voice echoed distantly. At that moment, a shadow flickered. The skeletal hand materializing beside Hiruzen, two fingers pinching his head, lifting him as one would a chick, bringing him before Shinyu. You still have potential. Shinyu grinned wickedly, drawing the long knife from his back. In the eyes of the horrified Kagami, the blade plunged into Hiruzen's heart with a sickening thrust. As the knife twisted, warm blood gushed forth like a fountain. Hiruzen's eyes bulged, his body convulsing. The excruciating pain forced his mouth open, yet no sound emerged. He kicked his legs. And then there was silence. Kagami's pupils constricted to pinpricks, that moment frozen before him. Icy dread coursed from his spine to the crown of his head. Is this the true nature of the ninja world? From birth until the conclusion of the Warring States period, he had been well protected by Shinyu. Since joining Konoha, he had been well guarded by his mentors. Ultimately, this was only the second time he had truly felt the presence of death. Aside from that one occasion with his parents. In that moment, his heart ceased to beat, his pupils flashing with immense terror, his face ashen, his mouth trembling in silence. This pitiful visage drew a frown from Shinyu. Strange, is it not him? Shinyu glanced at his brother, now rendered speechless by fear, disappointment evident in his eyes. From the outset, his sole purpose in this brutal massacre had been to incite Uchiha Kagami to awaken his eyes. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their profound emotional depth, possessed a love unmatched by any other family. Once the Uchiha, who understood love, lost that intense affection, it would be supplanted by an even stronger hatred, giving rise to extreme anguish. At that juncture, their in-release chakra would undergo a qualitative transformation, affecting their optic nerves, leading to a change in their eyes. This was the manifestation of the eye reflecting the soul, the Sharingan. On this foundation, even more extreme and intense emotional stimuli could propel the Sharingan to its ultimate form. The Mangekyō Sharingan. According to Shinyu's knowledge, once the Sharingan achieved 3 tomo, stimuli concerning life and death became the crucial factor for its evolution. Such as witnessing the death of a significant individual, he himself had awakened under such circumstances. In his heart, he regarded his brother as nothing more than a complete traitor. A person of true importance to him could never exist within his clan. Yet despite his attempts, even in witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen perish before him, this fool showed no signs of awakening his eyes. Could it be that the bonds he formed were still insufficient? Shinyu glanced at Hiruzen's corpse, pondering briefly. His exquisite right eye turned softly, an unknown power acting upon Hiruzen. In an unseen perspective, Hiruzen's shattered heart miraculously healed, though the damage to the heart's veins remained. The external wounds still present, skillfully maintained in a state of half-life. Assessing the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was far more valuable alive than dead. His charisma was decent, otherwise. He could not have successfully served as Hokage for so many years in the original timeline. Thus, Shinyu resolved to spare his life for the moment, intending to kill him again before Kagami once they established a profound bond. As for Akimichi Choza, his fate was of no concern to Shinyu. It was time to attend to serious matters. He grasped his knife, step by step advancing towards Senju Hashirama, raising the blade without a hint of hesitation. Clang! A figure appeared silently, blocking the strike, sparks flying, illuminating the stern visage and a pair of lethal eyes. Silver-haired and crimson-eyed. Standing tall in a form-fitting black combat suit adorned with layers of blue armor, he bore a unique white feathered collar on his shoulders. His movements were resolute, exuding an aura of deadly intent. It was Tobirama Senju. He still wore an iron forehead protector resembling a mask, though the clan emblem had been replaced by the symbol of Konoha. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Lord Tobirama, Shinny remarked, displaying no signs of panic but rather a hint of exhilaration, as if he had foreseen this encounter. Tobirama averted his gaze from Shinny's mesmerizing eyes, failing to notice the deep mockery reflected in them. Chapter 31. Who is the supreme ninja of speed in the world? Tobirama positioned himself in front of Hashirama, confronting Shinny from a distance. He quickly surveyed the battlefield, his gaze passing over the disoriented Uchiha Kagami, the bloodied Hizashi, and the unaware Akimichi Takuf. His expression growing graver upon spotting Boki. It seems you have made significant progress over the years, he said in a deep voice. Shinny shrugged. I owe it to your mercy back then. Are you attempting to provoke me? Tobirama narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint of murderous intent igniting within them. Indeed. I should have ensured your demise back then. Otherwise, we would not be facing this calamity today. Are you regretting it now, Lord Tobirama? Alas, there is no remedy for regrets in this world. No, Tobirama replied, withdrawing 8 kunai from his pouch. Today, I shall eliminate you. With a whoosh, the kunai pierced through the rain, each one bearing the flying thunder god seal, clearly visible to Shinny. He swiftly shifted his gaze, instantly locking onto the trajectories and landing points of the kunai. No matter where Tobirama appeared, he would be ready to strike. Come, let me test who truly is the fastest ninja in the world. Shinny licked his lips, muscles tensed, instinctively gripping the hilt of his blade. Suddenly, A firm grip tightened around his ankle, a powerful hand emerging from the water, yanking him down into the ground. "Are you so focused on the kunai?" An icy voice whispered like a chilling wind from a grave. Tobirama had silently appeared behind Shinny, demonstrating the prowess expected of a swift ninja. In an instant, a kunai pierced through Shinny's right eye, driving deep into his skull. With a gasp, Shinny's stunned expression froze on his face as Tobirama dissipated into a puff of white smoke. This technique is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Quite strange. Considering you have witnessed it before, Tobirama's true form emerged behind him, speaking coldly. Shinny was momentarily taken aback. Those words were eerily familiar, echoing his earlier taunt towards Sarutobi Asuma. "So you have been observing all along," he stammered, his pallor paling, his handsome visage twisting in agony. Kunai embedded in his eye socket, blood pouring forth like a spring, his left eye now vacant and entirely stained crimson. "Do not even think of using that ocular technique to recover. I have already severed your optic nerve." Tobirama crouched, one hand picking up the long blade while the other seized Shinny's hair. In truth, Shinny convulsed, his voice growing fainter, muttering something indistinct. With a swift motion, the blade glinted under the moonlight, cutting cleanly through Shinny's neck, blood splattering across the water, as red as fine wine. "I have won." Tobirama furrowed his brow, comprehending the unspoken words of the severed head at the last moment. Suddenly, he realized something, lifting the head only to discover the faint smirk at the corner of Shinny's mouth. A jolt of realization struck Tobirama. In the next instant, the head began to dissolve with the raindrops, flesh and blood transforming into transparency, coalescing into a pool of clear water, slipping through Tobirama's fingers. Looking down, he saw the headless corpse liquefy into water, merging with the earth, erasing any trace of the previous bloodstains, completely vanishing into the puddle. Water clone technique. His face turned ashen, fists clenching tightly. Before revealing himself, he had been an observer, unable to decipher Shinny's true intentions, hence quietly lurking nearby. Thus, Shinny could not have possibly utilized the water clone technique before him. This man had merely been a water clone all along, similar to the shadow clone but possessing only a fraction of the original strength and unable to stray far from it. However, the power of the water clone would amplify in its element. This signified that his true self was. Oh no. Tobirama suddenly grasped the implication, his expression shifting to one of fury, disregarding his surroundings as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his spot. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the land lay in ruins. Although the heavy rain had washed away the scorched remnants, chaos still reigned in every direction. Towering trees grew haphazardly, the ground uneven and riddled with chasms, as if a giant had ravaged it, leaving no intact surface, a result of the roots' chaotic encroachment and destruction. A colossal wooden Buddha stood tall. Facing it were intricate wooden dragons constructed of entwined roots, seemingly guarding something. However, these wooden dragons had long since fractured, and the Buddha's hands were splintered, the thing they had guarded having vanished without a trace. Atop the wooden figure, a young boy dressed in black stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. The moonlight fell cold and clear, etching his striking features. Droplets of water glistening at the tips of his hair, cascading down his fair visage. His exquisite eyes, like flowing kaleidoscopes, shimmered with a dreamlike glow. As the rain continued to fall, the night had grown slightly chilly, the thin mist amplifying the sensation of cold. With a flash, Tobirama's figure appeared atop the giant tree, his gaze immediately landing on the empty wooden dragon cage and the seemingly unperturbed boy, a tempest of rage brewing within him. The Ninetales was missing. Even the sealing technique he had placed on the Ninetales had vanished. From the very beginning, you sought the Ninetales, did you not? He glared intensely at Shinny's back, wishing his gaze could strike him dead 100 times over. Shinny turned leisurely, smiling as he replied, "Did you not suspect as much?" Tobirama's expression darkened, a cold huff escaping his lips. Shinny was correct. During the battle between Hashirama and Madara, he, as Konoha's second-in-command, had already devised strategic countermeasures. To avoid being caught in the fray, he had specifically dispatched only Sarutobi Asuma and a handful of elite shinobi to assist in the cleanup. In his mind, his brother was invincible, and it was not an exaggeration to proclaim him unmatched in the world. Meanwhile, he remained by the Ninetales' side, keeping watch over the target while also hoping to broaden the horizons of his trusted subordinates. This target was none other than Uchiha Shinny. Tobirama had never forgotten him. Since that fateful night 5 years ago, he had regarded him as Konoha's greatest threat, second only to Madara. As seasoned adversaries, He had anticipated Madara would send Shinny to reclaim the Nine Tails. Yet, despite lying in wait for so long, Shinny had failed to appear, which did not rattle Tobarama's composure. He had decisively ordered his subordinates to scout another battlefield for news. However, he had not foreseen that Sarutobi Hizashi, upon witnessing his father ensnared, would rashly charge forth. The typically cautious Danzo had let Uchiha Kagami strike first, taking advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack, ultimately leading to their comrades falling into peril. When Tobarama saw that his subordinates had not returned, a chill of foreboding coursed through him, and he instantly transported himself using the Flying Thunder God mark on Hashirama. Soon after, he continued to be misled by Shinny, believing that the latter's target was Hashirama, compounded by Shinny's provocations. His accumulated murderous intent could no longer be restrained until he realized he had walked into a trap. Even the most meticulous plans can falter, Lord Tobarama. Shinny winked at him. What truly astonished me was your ability to break the seal in such a brief span and effortlessly release the Nine Tails. However, Tobarama's eyes twitched. And the future second Hokage inhaled deeply, compressing his rage into a chillingly cold voice. You will die today. Chapter 32, Flying Thunder God Technique. The final syllable barely escaped his lips when Tobarama vanished. Shinyu's pupils constricted as he stepped aside, tilting his head. The movements were fluid, executed without a hint of hesitation. With a swift motion, blood sprayed from the right side of his face, the searing pain contorting his features as Tobarama, wielding a kunai, unexpectedly attacked from his flank. Shinyu's reflexes were remarkable. His right hand shot out, the afterimage of his arm resembling a long whip, snapping tightly around Tobarama's wrist with such force that it caused the kunai to slip from his grasp. Gripping Tobarama's wrist firmly, his other hand emanated a blue glow. As autumn dew transformed into an ice-blue blade, aimed directly at Tobarama's heart. In a flash, Tobarama's form vanished again. Shinyu sensed a slight shift in the air behind him. A bone-chilling aura rushing toward him, but he had no time to turn around. In a moment of panic, his crimson pupils darted back. A ghostly light flickered as Tobarama reversed his kunai, viciously aiming for his eye. He struck true. Tobarama's gaze darkened, the kunai cleaving through the air with a piercing sound. Silently, the weapon met only emptiness, as Shinyu's body vanished, reappearing 5 meters away, nearly stumbling. So close. His breath was ragged, even after escaping danger. His eyes still shone with alarm, akin to a wary young beast. Just a moment more, and Tobarama would have blinded his right eye. Yet, compared to Shinyu, Tobarama's expression was even more intriguing. Space-time ninjutsu? Your ocular technique possesses not only restorative effects but also spatial mobility? He furrowed his brow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Compared to Lord Tobarama, he still had much to learn. Shinyu feigned nonchalance. Tobarama's countenance returned to normal as he spread his hands, stating, This place has long been inscribed with my Flying Thunder God marks. I can appear at any position. This is the grave I have constructed specifically for you. Instinctively, Shinyu scanned his surroundings. In the low grass, amongst the shattered tree crevices, at the edges of ground fissures, beneath the water's surface, and between stone walls, countless Flying Thunder God marks appeared before him. Kunai lay scattered across the battlefield, mingling with the disordered weapons. Nearly indiscernible, without deliberate searching. In that moment of distraction, Tobarama again teleported before him, the kunai glinting ominously. There was no time. Before the thousand-hand Tobarama, Shinyu could not execute the body flicker technique, resorting instead to heavenly constant standstill. His right eye instinctively rotated, allowing him to reappear at Tobarama's previous position. From an observer's perspective, the two seemed to blur momentarily in the downpour, exchanging positions in the blink of an eye, an extraordinary display of skill. Besides the body flicker, his facial injury had vanished as well. This ocular technique not only restored his wounds but also his spatial position. These locations were not random. As Tobarama launched his assault, he simultaneously analyzed the battle. In the blink of an eye, he resembled a vengeful specter, reappearing before Shinyu. The kunai aimed directly at his right eye. You cannot escape. I can teleport to any corner of this space. With a piercing sound, the kunai pierced through Shinyu's palm, blood splattering as he gripped Tobarama's fist tightly, the blade halting just an inch from his eye. The cold light flowed past, reflecting the intricate sheen of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Not teleporting away immediately? Is there a cooldown period? Tobarama squinted. His attack appeared fierce, yet given Shinyu's previously displayed agility, he could have anticipated the assault and used his space-time ocular technique to evade at the first opportunity. As this thought flickered in his mind, Shinyu vanished. In an instant, a shadow appeared atop the wooden figure, representing Shinyu's position from approximately 3 minutes prior. The left eye's technique could negate his water release. The right eye's technique must be time-space reversal. Not only could it return to a previously occupied position, but it also restored his health state, albeit seemingly with a 1-second cooldown, preventing consecutive use. Tobarama's mind rapidly processed the information, his gaze calm as water, since Shinyu had not left this range. It implied that the time he could revert was limited, likely just a few minutes. Through brief exchanges, he had nearly grasped Shinyu's abilities. The moment Shinyu landed, he summoned Susanoo without hesitation. Ribs expanded, arms grew, and veins rapidly filled the gaps, coalescing into solid flesh in the blink of an eye. The second stage of Susanoo manifested in under half a second, its massive form stretching luxuriously under the cold moonlight, its lines sharp and imposing. The half-giant clasped its hands together, forming a bizarrely shaped weapon, yet the chakra accumulation did not cease. Amidst the swirling dark energy, the weapon's tail suddenly elongated, transforming into a formidable spear. Finally willing to utilize this technique, Tobarama did not pursue, a cold smile curling his lips. The Susanoo's spear swept through the air, carving a perfect arc amidst the rain, its dark curvature appearing as though it had torn through space, leaving behind a void of darkness. Then, the arc shrank like a black hole, expanding with a thunderous roar, a powerful strike rending the earth, as if a tempest had swept through, centered around Susanoo. The ground shattered inch by inch, splintered wood and rainwater caught in the whirlwind, following the arc to distant realms. Even the wooden figures and the colossal wooden Buddha were swept aside. Devoid of Hashirama's support, these wooden constructs bore no difference from ordinary trees. As the tumult gradually subsided, all that remained was the barren earth, the giant wood, puddles of water, and the flying thunder god Kanai and Marks had vanished. The area within 1,000 meters flattened by a single thrust. At a distance from Susanoo, the space subtly warped as Tobarama's figure reappeared. Yet he did not continue his assault on Shinyu. In that instant, he discarded the flying thunder god Kanai from his hand, but the target was not Shinyu. It was an entirely unrelated direction. The Kanai erupted in a plume of white smoke mid-flight, and a second Tobarama materialized, seizing the Kanai, twisting in midair to change direction and throw it anew. As the third Tobarama emerged, Shinyu furrowed his brow, within the dynamic vision of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The Kanai's trajectory traced a straight line through the air, subtly encircling him. He had discerned Tobarama's intent, flipping his wrist as 3 shuriken soared through the air, quickly closing in on the flying thunder god Kanai, seemingly poised for interception. However, the fourth Tobarama unexpectedly appeared ahead of schedule. A cacophony of clanging sounds as he wielded the Kanai to deflect all the shuriken, taking advantage of the moment to leap sideways, positioning the remaining 3 Tobarama at the east, west, south, and north, encircling Shinyu at the center. At that moment, a streak of crimson light shot upward from one of the Tobarama's forefronts. 3 more beams followed, akin to celestial monkeys, shooting toward the heavens. The beams intertwined, forming a deep crimson barrier, enclosing a radius of 100 meters. United Instant Shadow Flying Thunder God, for Red Sun Formation. The 4 Tobarama exclaimed in unison. Shinyu's heart plummeted, a chill creeping up his spine. He sensed a formidable sealing power emanating from the shield, the air growing heavy, his chakra sluggish, reduced several levels from its previous fluidity. Chapter 33, Tobarama's Killing Move. It is not over yet. On the open ground, Tobarama clapped his hands together, shouting loudly. Summoning Technique. Impure World Reincarnation. Within the 4 Red Sun Formation, hundreds of coffins erupted from the ground, one after another emerging from the edges of the barrier. Clouds of dust swirling, quickly surrounding the central black Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of coffin lids crashing to the ground echoed incessantly. Amidst the thick smoke, hundreds of eerie silhouettes flickered in and out of view. As the moonlight drew nearer, the divine spirit within the Susanoo could not help but furrow its brow. What met its gaze were pairs of blood-red Sharingan eyes, those of the Uchiha ninja who had perished on the battlefield 8 years prior. Tobarama fixed his cold, mocking smile upon the figure of the divine spirit trapped within the crimson barrier, declaring that they would usher him on his final journey today. A deep hum resonated as a dark slash tore through the earth, transforming into a beam of moonlight that swept across, obliterating dozens of figures and shattering their coffins into dust. The Susanoo quivered as it brandished its spear, its tip igniting with dark energy. Sweeping forth with the might of 1,000 warriors, unleashing another arc of darkness that surged with overwhelming power, a tempest of destruction. Under this cataclysmic force, the reanimated corpses crumbled like fragile insects, swiftly reduced to ash. The arc, relentless as a battering ram, collided with the barrier, causing a resonant hum and sending forth waves of turbulent energy. The divine spirit narrowed its eyes. The Four Crimson Suns formation was indeed a barrier technique reserved for those of shadow-level prowess, its resilience astonishingly capable of withstanding even the full force of his second-tier Susanoo. Throughout this confrontation, he had regarded Tobirama's reanimated army with disdain. The only true threat lay in the barrier before him. Yet, the barrier seemed to expand and contract with a life of its own, as dark light surged upward, spewing forth thick clouds of dust, scattering the leaden gray clouds above. In light of this, he resolved to employ the third-tier Susanoo. The kaleidoscope in his right eye began to whirl, restoring him to peak condition. He had lost track of how many times he had revisited this state. Since his debut, this was the most frequent instance of such a recurrence. The tenacity of Shinju Tobirama had exceeded even that of the Ninetales. However, these undying pests were indeed a formidable challenge. As dust began to coalesce, the previously shattered reanimated corpses regained their upright stance. As long as the caster did not release their binding, they were indestructible. The most direct and effective means to deal with them was to compel the caster to dispel the impure world reincarnation. Alternatively, one could use yin-yang release to directly attack their souls. At the very least, they could be defeated and sealed to limit their movements. Yet, sealing techniques were not within the Divine Spirit's expertise, and he was utterly clueless in that regard. The reanimated corpses, swift and undeterred by death, surged forward, their vacant, lifeless faces clearly manipulated. Fire release, grand fireball technique. They formed seals, launching massive fireballs like cannonballs that detonated against the exterior of the Susanoo, billowing thick smoke. The Divine Spirit stood confidently within the protective realm of the Susanoo. To ordinary ninjas, a second-tier Susanoo represented absolute defense, and these mundane ninjutsu could hardly inflict a scratch upon him. Clang, clang, clang. Countless shurikens struck the giant's eyes, armpits, and joint seams, yet proved utterly ineffective. The Divine Spirit barely glanced, swinging his spear to reduce dozens more to mere powder, and with a swift motion, he crushed several who had failed to escape into the ground. Little demons, you show no mercy even to your own kin, came the distant voice of Tobirama from beyond the barrier. They were once your comrades in battle. Look upon their faces, and tell me you can strike them down. The Divine Spirit scoffed. Tobirama, such psychological tactics are rather juvenile. They have long since perished. Now, they are merely animated corpses. Furthermore, he raised a spear. Gathering a tide of surging energy, they fell at your hands. Buzz. The Susanoo wielded dual spears, driving the spearhead into the ground, unleashing a sweeping arc that cleaved the earth. The ground splintered, fragile as tofu, yet the arc did not breach the surface, for deep beneath lay the red barrier. Boom. A tremendous shockwave detonated beneath the surface, erupting the earth, sending debris cascading down. A pit with a radius of several dozen meters formed before the Susanoo. Nearly half of the reanimated corpses buried under the rubble. TCH, so the barrier extends underground as well. The Divine Spirit clenched his fists, a flicker of frustration crossing his brow. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a straggler, one of the reanimated corpses that had survived the arc. It had infiltrated close to the Divine Spirit, striking the exterior of the Susanoo with a palm. Such a mindless attack was poised to be ignored. Yet his Sharingan suddenly caught a glimmer of something imperceptible. The corpse's palm bore something affixed to it. Not good. The Divine Spirit instinctively focused his gaze, realizing that not only the palm but the armpits, ribs, inner thighs, and even the soles of its feet were adorned with explosive tags. The Divine Spirit's expression shifted as he recalled Tobirama's initial intention in developing the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. I've got you now, Tobirama chuckled coldly. Mutual detonation. Boom. A blinding white light flooded the Divine Spirit's entire field of vision as the living bomb erupted before him. Yet this was not the end. As each explosive tag detonated, they summoned forth more explosive tags, creating a concentrated chain of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. More reanimated corpses charged forth, pressing closely against the Susanoo. Some leapt up, clinging desperately to the Susanoo's arms, as the dark form of the Susanoo ignited in crimson light, each tag ablaze. Boom. The intense flames filled the barrier within mere moments, the barrier's walls convulsing with each explosion, thick smoke billowing forth as if from a volcanic eruption. Waves of flames erupted from the top of the barrier, transforming into burning wings that soared into the obsidian sky. Dazzling white light pierced through the barrier, illuminating the surrounding area as bright as day. The radiance illuminated Tobarama's red eyes, yet could not penetrate the profound darkness that lay beneath. The onslaught before him could not be deemed weak. The continuous explosions of so many explosive tags, coupled with the chakra suppression of the four Crimson Suns formation, concentrated the force of the blast even further. With the characteristics of impure world reincarnation, the relentless attack of human bombs could persist indefinitely, as long as the explosive tags were sufficient and the caster remained active. This was not merely a battle, it was a form of alternative torture. Tobarama held this confidence. Trapped within this barrier, even Uchiha Madara would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Yet, he was uncertain whether he could eliminate the Divine Spirit. He understood that the Divine Spirit possessed the ability of time-space regression, while he could not ascertain the maximum time range of this ability amidst the unrelenting barrage of explosions. Even regression would come too late, but the Divine Spirit still had his left eye. 5 years prior, when the Divine Spirit had disregarded his water release and severed his shadow clone, Tobarama had deduced the capabilities of the Divine Spirit's left eye. Adaptation. While the explosive attacks appeared ferocious, breaching the Susanoo would require time, and he could not be sure if the Divine Spirit could successfully adapt to the damage from the explosive tags in such a brief span. With this in mind, he quickly commanded a portion of the reanimated corpses to retreat from the explosion's epicenter, moving toward the edges of the barrier to unleash ninjutsu of 5 elemental natures. Wind release, Wind Cutter Technique. Fire release, Grand Fire Dragon Technique. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Lightning release, Lightning Tiger Strike. Dozens of ninjas took their positions, unleashing a barrage of elemental attacks, mingling with the explosions. Even if they were caught in the blast, they would perform seals at the earliest opportunity, unleashing the cacophony of wind, thunder, water, and fire, as countless ninjutsu overwhelmed the Susanoo. Chapter 34. Great Transfer Boom. 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 The explosions within the four Crimson Suns formation continued unabated. How infuriating. Within the black Susanoo, Shinyu gritted his teeth, his eyes resembling a kaleidoscope spinning like a windmill. Blood continuously oozing from his eye sockets, only to vanish in an instant, repeating this agonizing cycle second by second. He endeavored to elevate his Susanoo to the third stage. The concentrated point explosions were no mere trifles. If he were not desperately maintaining it, his Susanoo would succumb in merely 3 seconds. As long as he could provide a steady stream of chakra, the Susanoo would not collapse. With a resonant hum, the colossal half-formed Susanoo released a surge of black mist, enveloping him like a cloak, forming a hazy semblance of armor. But just as the armor was on the verge of completion, it suddenly shattered, reverting the Susanoo to its second stage. The unbearable sensation was akin to the frustration of holding back a sneeze. The four Red Suns formation was indeed formidable, suppressing him to this extent, preventing him from unleashing the Crow Tengu Susanoo or utilizing his divine artifacts. Shinyu clasped his hands together, attempting to adjust his internal energy, striving to reactivate his sluggish meridians. No. After numerous attempts, he found it impossible. Continuous explosions would persist for a long time. Under such circumstances, the timeline for retrospection could not refresh, and he had only 2 minutes left. Exceeding this time, and he would perish. Even with the adaptation to explosions using the magic void, he could not contend with the 5 ninjutsu barrage before his chakra was depleted. The cunning Tobarama. This could not continue. Shinyu surveyed his surroundings, peering through the interior of the Susanoo at the dazzling flames outside and the faces of zombies crumbling in the explosions. He resolved to change tactics and eliminate this horde of zombies first. Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. Previously, these creatures were too distant, but now they had inadvertently gathered around him. Having devised a countermeasure against these reanimated corpses, Shinyu, although lacking sealing techniques, possessed another lethal move. To combat the indestructible, one must wield the indestructible. Relax, relax. The principles of ninjutsu are all alike. By merely altering the chakra's attributes, he could achieve it. He adjusted his breathing, his hands beginning to form seals with slow precision, the heavy chakra starting to flow along a specific route, albeit sluggishly. Rat, ox, dog, horse. Shinyu crossed his hands, his index fingers forming an arch, concluding the ninjutsu with the horse seal, positioned before his chest. Inferno release, Great Fire Annihilation. He inhaled sharply and then exhaled. Jet black flames erupted forth like a torrential flood as Shinyu spun his body, allowing the black flames to sweep outward in all directions, engulfing all the reanimated corpses outside the Susanoo. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a sea of black flames. Even the explosions became fuel for the Amaterasu fire. With a whoosh, under the extreme heat, the reanimated corpses disintegrated into ash. Even if they reformed, they would be swiftly consumed by the flames. This fire, for the first time, truly achieved eternal combustion. As the explosions ceased, Shinyu exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze turning cold as black mist coiled around him. And the Yata mirror reappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless mirror shards scattered away, obliterating the distant ninjas, unleashing the 5 ninjutsu barrage, the mirrors entwined with the Amaterasu black flames. Indistinguishable from the black shards, soon turning those outer ninjas into sustenance for the black flames. Shinyu's gaze sharpened as he noticed that when the Amaterasu spread to the boundary wall, it ceased to expand, instead being repelled. The barrier technique and sealing technique were indeed extraordinary, even suppressing fire release. A second had passed, and Shinyu prepared to activate the Eternal Heaven once more, refreshing his 5 minutes of invincibility. Just then, a hand pressed against the exterior of the Susanoo. Tobarama Senju. Gana, Uchiha Shinyu. Tobarama's face was exceedingly pale, with deep-set eyes that accentuated his fierce gaze. In that brief moment, Shinyu glimpsed his visage. It was a gaunt, menacing face. 2 black vertical lines extending from the blank diamond mark at his forehead, wrapping around his limbs like ribbons. Before he could express his astonishment, the colossal half-giant vanished in an instant, including Shinyu within, disappearing without a trace, leaving only the black flames raging around. After successfully striking, Tobarama did not immediately leap from the barrier. He threw out hundreds of flying thunder god kunai in all directions, while a kunai slipped from his sleeve, ready for battle. Crack, 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 crack. Shinyu immediately heard a distinct sound of shattering. It was the sound of the Susanoo cracking. This sound resonated like a bell, ringing clear and bright, instantly jolting his dazed mind back to awareness. This was the closest he had ever been to death, and the instincts honed through years of combat saved his life. In the moment of clarity, he instinctively contracted his body, unleashing a massive amount of chakra to sustain the Susanoo. So dark, so cold, he could see nothing. He strained to widen his eyes, but the surroundings were pitch black, as if consumed by a black hole, leaving him with only a vague sensation of floating and sinking. A taste so intensely salty assaulted his senses, threatening to tear through his nostrils. Crack. In less than a second, his Susanoo cracked once more. What? That crisp sound emanated from all directions, time seemingly slowed. Even the sound of cracking was stretched into a distant echo, indicating that the Susanoo still faced relentless, all-encompassing attacks. Shinyu broke into a cold sweat, utterly unable to fathom the nature of the assault he was enduring. Calm, I still have time. Shinyu desperately activated the Eternal Heaven, rewinding his state, while striving to calm his mind. In that final moment, Tobarama teleported over and struck him with a palm, followed by a wave of unfamiliar dizziness. Indeed, this sensation was unmistakable. He must have been transported away by Tobarama's flying thunder god. An endless darkness, an all-encompassing onslaught, 100-mile radius devoid of any soul. And this faint metallic taste, this bone-chilling temperature could only belong to the depths of the ocean. I could not imagine another place. He intended to use the pressure of the deep sea to eliminate me. Almost instantaneously, he sought to employ his ocular technique to teleport back. He forcefully suppressed that thought. Since Tobarama was aware of his space-time ocular technique, he would naturally anticipate that he had a method to return at this moment. He was certainly lying in wait at the original position. The moment he revealed himself, regardless of where he appeared, he believed that the next thing to descend upon him would not be raindrops, but Tobarama's kunai. The Eternal Heaven was not truly invincible. Even if he selected to teleport the Susanoo along with himself back, he could not guarantee that Tobarama would not suddenly appear within the Susanoo. That cunning old fox would undoubtedly have already laid out the Flying Thunder God technique again in that very spot. In the subsequent 1 second of cooldown, there was enough time for him to kill himself multiple times. But if he did not escape, he would inevitably be crushed into a meat paste by the pressure of the deep sea. With this thought, Shinyu's breath became erratic, struck by a wave of dread at Tobarama's cunning and his series of tactics. Lord Madara, this is disastrous. Hashirama was hailed as the god of shinobi. If Tobarama were to be deified, Shinyu would willingly bestow upon him the title of the god of conspiracy. He chuckled softly. Shinyu crossed his arms, the biting cold invading his very bones. He felt like a lab rat within a container, The only thing he could do was desperately maintain the strength of the container. But this was undoubtedly a futile endeavor, merely prolonging the inevitable. In the time that lay ahead, he could only await death. For the first time in his life, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. I've messed up. In truth, after unleashing the external nine tails, there was a brief moment when he could have made a graceful exit, even with pursuers at his back, even under the relentless pursuit of Tobarama Senju. He still could have departed with composure. The reason he willingly fell into the trap set by Tobarama and why he had been entangled with him for so long was merely a part of his grand scheme. A phrase from Madara suddenly flashed through his mind. Relying solely on intelligence to engage in battle will never lead one to become a formidable force. Such a strategy, if one cannot achieve a swift kill at the first encounter, will undoubtedly result in significant losses in subsequent confrontations. The sea was frigid, and his lips trembled. Despite the numbing coldness enveloping his body, the boundless darkness threatened to crush his spirit. No. Shinyu slowly clenched his fist. Within the pitch-black depths of the ocean, his gaze suddenly grew resolute as a kaleidoscope of thoughts swirled within him. I can still adapt to the deep sea. Chapter 35. I have triumphed as the torrential rain ceased. The night breeze felt cool, refreshing each breath. Chinsho Tobarama held a kunai tightly, his body taut, slightly hunched over, with sharp, vigilant eyes akin to a tiger poised to pounce. He had maintained this stance for a considerable duration, at least half an hour. Surrounding him were countless kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique, scattered haphazardly in various positions. The black flames of Amaterasu had long since extinguished, and the once mighty Four Crimson Suns formation had vanished without a trace. At midnight, the air was eerily tranquil, with only the gentle caress of the night wind. Tobarama. A voice shattered the silence. Tobarama's gaze shifted. In the distance, a figure was rapidly approaching. Although he recognized the face, he still activated his sensory abilities to gauge the chakra of the newcomer, easing his defenses slightly. It was Sasuke. He spoke in a hoarse voice, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Tobarama, the battle over there has concluded. That cat-like creature's abilities were too bizarre. I couldn't contain it. Not to worry. A mere summoning beast poses no threat, Tobarama instructed, a shadow of a grim smile crossing his lips. Have the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans returned to the village. That nameless entity has yet to reveal itself. Madara has hidden her away quite well. I've already sent my son to do so. Sarutobi Sasuke landed beside Tobarama, casting a glance at the scattered kunai on the ground. That little brat hasn't he been dealt with yet? Who knows? Tobarama exhaled deeply, his complexion pale. For the Four Crimson Suns formation had drained him of too much chakra. Let us regroup. He should not be able to teleport back. Is he still alive? Sasuke inquired, astonished. If we all attack together, our odds would improve. Tobarama shook his head. It's futile. He likely has mastered intangibility. In the face of that technique, numbers offer no advantage. Our forces would be dispatched like mere fodder. Moreover, that little brat's ocular technique is exceedingly strange. I cannot allow him to adapt to the secret arts of other clans. You understand, do you not? In this village, aside from my brother, only you and I stand a chance against him. As Tobarama spoke, he released the seals on his body, erasing the markings upon him. Lacking the vast chakra of Hashirama, he had devoted 3 years to researching ancient texts, ultimately developing this forbidden technique capable of storing chakra to confront Shinyu. Sasuke silently nodded, and after a moment, he remarked, if he is not dead, he will undoubtedly return for revenge. Tobarama responded. His ability allows him to teleport back to any previously established spatial coordinates and heal any injuries sustained. I have transported him to the depths of the sea. To prevent him from using that technique, I have been here for quite some time. The deep sea. Sasuke gasped in horror. You can leave a spatial marker in such a place? My kunai is specially crafted from deep-sea black iron, possessing immense density, despite its small size. It weighs 1,000 pounds, Tobarama explained. 2 years ago, I cast it into the ocean, and now I can sense its spatial coordinates. Approximately 20,000 meters below the surface. Such depth is beyond human reach. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. I cannot ascertain whether he is alive or dead. He may be buried in the depths of the sea or... Tobarama gazed upward, his expression distant. He may have survived, transformed into a true monster. Sasuke surveyed the surroundings, observing the massive cracks in the stone wall and the devastation of the uneven ground, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. To me, he is already a monster. In the land of iron, North Sea, the bright moon hung high, the stars twinkled in the vast sky. and the sea roared tumultuously as towering waves crashed against the rocks, sending up a spray of white foam. Suddenly, with a splash, a youthful figure leaped from the ocean's surface, soaring through the night sky like a missile. He cleaved through the colossal waves, his form unfolding beneath the full moon's cold light, which cast an impervious halo around him. The youth gracefully descended, his toes lightly touching the water's surface, sending ripples cascading outward. Despite the tumultuous waves, the water near him remained tranquil, like a playful child in the presence of a teacher, instantly subdued and unable to stir even the slightest turbulence. His visage was handsome, with ethereal phoenix-like eyes, and his dark hair danced in the breeze, while his crimson kaleidoscope-like eyes sparkled with a translucent glow. It was Shinyu. At that moment, he stood bare-chested, his skin as pale as jade, muscles subtly defined and honed like divine metal, radiating an ethereal glow under the hazy moonlight, as if enveloped in a crystalline membrane. Shinyu examined his hands, fingers clenched into fists, feeling the surging vitality and the overwhelming strength coursing through him, a wave of exhilaration washing over his being. I have triumphed. The trials of life and death indeed awaken one's latent potential. The adaptation to the Flying Thunder God technique was nearly complete. The perilous battle with Tobirama had primarily stemmed from his inability to adapt to the damage inflicted by Tobirama. The full-powered MKRO had been focused on one task from the beginning, adapting to the Flying Thunder God technique. He sensed an intuitive urge. Should Tobirama employ the Flying Thunder God technique again before him, he would instantly adapt to this godly space-time ninjutsu. It was not entirely fruitless. He shook off the water from his hair, gazing at his smooth, jade-like torso, his expression slightly peculiar. Oh no, I have become the Sea King. He had succeeded. He had successfully adapted to the deep sea, embracing the very essence of natural water. Moreover, this was the outcome of a second optimization. From the moment he resolved not to remain idle, he exerted all his effort into MKRO, resulting in a portion of seawater penetrating through the fractured Susanoo, instantly piercing his body, leaving him riddled with wounds. The excruciating pain awakened his latent abilities. As he adapted to the seawater, he also became capable of enduring greater harm, ultimately relinquishing Susanoo and reverting to his original state. With a crack, bones shattered, flesh mangled, only to be restored in the next instant. Ligaments reknit repeatedly, blood staining the seawater, pain and rebirth acting as twin blades, ruthlessly ravaging his body and spirit, dismantling and reconstructing him time and again. After several cycles of this harrowing process, Shinyu finally adapted to the extreme pressures of the deep sea. During the first optimization, he developed gills. The seawater was no longer briny and bitter, allowing him to breathe as easily as in air, even in the pitch-black depths of the ocean. His physical form underwent unimaginable enhancement. Bones and flesh became remarkably resilient, and even his skin glimmered with a crystalline sheen. Within what appeared to be a delicate physique lay the strength of a colossal beast. Every cell in his body grew immensely tough and solid, capable of adjusting internal pressure in response to external conditions. Neither the corrosive seawater nor the terrifying water pressure could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. His circulatory system upgraded. His heart beat steadily and powerfully, like a divine drum from the celestial realm, maintaining a constant body temperature. This evolution from within to without rendered him immune to all harm from seawater, even adapting to sudden temperature changes, disregarding the cold of the ocean. Webbing sprouted between his fingers, granting him the ability to swim. Additionally, his eyes evolved, significantly enhancing his visual acuity in the dark depths of the ocean, automatically adjusting his sight to the intensity of light. This enabled him to perceive the depths of the ocean, even revealing the mysterious abyss of the ocean trenches. In his second optimization, his gills and webbed feet vanished, and his exterior traits, which deviated from humanity, reverted to their original form. Instead, every acupuncture point in his body became activated, allowing him to breathe through his skin, the largest organ he possessed. He absorbed oxygen through his pores and expelled waste. His cells could consciously regulate the process of gas exchange across cell membranes, deliberately absorbing only the oxygen from the water. He enhanced his affinity for water, gaining the ability to subconsciously control the molecules of water within a certain radius outside his body, delicately maneuvering them with his thoughts, maintaining a stable density and rhythm of waves while controlling the flow of water. This was a completely natural response, akin to how human skin contracts in the cold and expands in the heat. This allowed him to move freely amidst the resistance of ocean currents and the immense pressure of the depths, a significant improvement over simple muscular movements with webbed feet. Moreover, when his focus turned to manipulating water, He could control a broader range of water molecules. Within his domain, he became the sovereign of water, commanding the authority of the ocean. Even in the depths of the sea, he could effortlessly control water against the current, creating a stable spherical vacuum out of thin air. Additionally, he evolved a new sensory ability. His chakra could diffuse in high-frequency waves before being reabsorbed, enabling him to gather information about his surroundings through bodily awareness. He had transformed into a humanoid radar, capable of detecting changes in molecular density within a certain range, and combined with his spiritual perception, he could sense every detail within a 10-kilometer radius, moving at high speeds without colliding with obstacles. Thus, he had completely adapted to the underwater realm. He seized the opportunity to catch his breath while searching the ocean and finally discovered a severely deformed kunai of the flying thunder god nestled within a coral. Without hesitation, he tore apart the seals inscribed upon it and returned to the surface. With his head bowed, he examined his pale, luminous palm. As if his gaze could penetrate the skin, an endless reservoir of power coursing silently through his muscles and veins. As the possessor of the Mangekyō Sharingan, he quickly acclimated to this exponentially increasing strength, his eyes' divine light retracting, breathing steady and prolonged. With his current physical prowess, he felt confident to stand against even Hashirama. Yet an odd expression lingered, unresolved within him. While becoming stronger was undoubtedly a boon, he couldn't help but question, am I still human? Chapter 36. The body of the sea god in the underground base of Shinbai Bridge. Uchiha Kagami sat cross-legged on the bed of a secret chamber. Her eyes tightly closed as she attempted to divert her attention through chakra refinement. After several failed attempts to concentrate fully, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a heavy sound emanated from the stone door. Kagami's body quivered momentarily, and her beautiful eyes regained their luster. She quickly leaped from the bed and, like a small cat, darted to the entrance of the base. Lord Madara. Uchiha Madara leaned against the wall at the base's entrance, his long hair disheveled, draping over his face, while his pallid complexion resembled parchment. Clad in tattered black garments, he appeared utterly disheveled. Yet, what concerned Kagami most was the state of Madara's eyes. She squinted and approached him, only to observe that one of his irises had entirely transformed to a stark white. It was an emptiness, a pure white. Distinctly different from the pale gray of the Uchiha clan, Madara's eye resembled a fusion of pupil and sclera, foreboding in its nature. Some unforeseen circumstances have arisen, fortunately. The plan succeeded, Madara said weakly, adjusting his breath. This price, I can still bear. He carefully produced an object from his robes, delicately revealing a small piece of flesh, saturated with an incredibly rich amount of yang-release chakra, glistening with a sanguine hue. Gazing at the morsel in his hand, Madara's lips curled into a ghastly yet triumphant smile. The piece of this world shall ultimately be forged by my hand. Similar to the original timeline, he had not truly perished. Before the clash with Hashirama, he had cunningly preserved a contingency. He had preset his Anaji within his Sharingan. This was one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular techniques, capable of transforming unfavorable events occurring within a certain timeframe into illusions, selectively converting only beneficial occurrences into reality. This was the true art of rewriting destiny, capable of altering even the reality of death, a terrifying ocular technique that could render oneself invincible. The cost was that upon activation, the caster would inevitably lose sight in one of their Sharingan. Madara feigned death using his Anaji, sacrificing one eye to survive. Upon awakening, he found himself in the secret chamber of Konoha. The Konoha folks had indeed failed to bury him as promised. He sat upright, expelling a piece of flesh from his mouth, which he had bitten off when Hashirama was caught off guard, serving as his ultimate objective for this venture. Breathing heavily, he gradually regained his composure, yet feelings of resentment surged within him like a tidal wave. He had not anticipated being defeated by Hashirama. However, he quickly rallied himself, escaping from the secret chamber of Konoha and swiftly returning to the base along a predetermined retreat route. Lord Madara, where is Shinny? Kagami nimbly maneuvered past Madara. Glancing behind him, but seeing no one, she crouched at the stone door like a meerkat, peering outside with her bright eyes squinting into narrow slits. He did not return with me, Madara remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her as he stepped further into the base. Rest assured, that fellow will not be easily eliminated. Ah, understood. Kagami's heart skipped a beat as she swiftly closed the stone door. If Lord Madara said he was fine, then he must indeed be safe. In response to Kagami's concerns, Madara remained nonchalant, possessing great confidence in Shinny. From Madara's perspective, Shinny's ocular technique also possessed temporal and spatial capabilities, rivaling the flying thunder god technique of Tobirama. As long as he didn't act recklessly, escaping would not be difficult. Furthermore, after leaving the village, he had specifically sensed the chakra of the Nine Tails, detecting that the summoning contract had not been dissolved, indicating that Shinny had completed his mission. Madara turned to Kagami. Prepare yourself. We shall commence the transplantation of Hashirama's cells shortly. In the land of iron, the cerulean sea roared with tumultuous waves, schools of fish swirled beneath the surface, and vibrant seaweed bloomed in a riot of colors, gentle beams of light filtering down and dancing with the surf. Suddenly, a fleeting silhouette zipped past, slicing through the ocean's surface in an instant. It was difficult to discern what it was, resembling a high-speed torpedo. Countless bubbles converged into a straight trajectory, cleaving through fish and seaweed like a sword before dissipating into the depths. Moments later, a tremendous roar erupted, shattering all corals like a bomb. Shinny reveled in the ocean's expanse, not restraining his power in the slightest, fully immersing himself in the exhilaration brought by his newfound abilities. Following the second optimization from the Mangekyō Sharingan, his swimming technique had become otherworldly. Water manipulation had turned instinctual. As he moved, he subconsciously regulated the density of the water molecules around him, encasing himself in a bubble of thin molecules, propelling himself through the ocean with compressed water currents, compressing the water behind him while softening the water ahead. His muscles only served to adjust his direction, and he would not grow fatigued from rapid movement. It was no exaggeration to say that his current swimming speed surpassed all marine life. Shinny estimated that he had reached nearly 60 times the speed of sound. The Sea King is quite impressive. A thought flickered through his mind. He spread his arms wide, gliding like a specter, effortlessly transitioning into a backstroke. The dark rocks whizzing past his nose. Ha! I shall forsake my humanity. Shinyu shouted with excitement, dancing with joy, only to have seawater rush into his mouth, causing a multitude of bubbles to erupt. In a swift swim, he nearly reached the shore within 5 minutes. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself aimlessly wandering in the ocean for hours, resting in the depths, exchanging breaths with dolphins, dancing atop a blue whale, tossing orcas into the sky, and racing with sea turtles. After indulging in these antics for quite some time, he finally swam toward the land with lingering delight. With a resounding splash, he leaped from the water like a cannonball, performing a perfect 720-degree rotation in mid-air, completing 2.5 flips before landing gracefully on the ground. His knees bent slightly, arms raised straight, eyes gently closed, and a proud smile gracing his face. Please, judges, score my performance, he called out, lost in his own world like a madman. With a clatter, an old man, who had been gathering shellfish on the shore, dropped his spade, which landed at his feet. His face turned awkwardly red as he hurriedly bent down to retrieve it. Shinyu opened his eyes, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. He had not anticipated encountering anyone so early in the morning, especially at such an hour. The old man, clad in a straw raincoat and a conical hat, was wrapped snugly in winter clothing. It dawned on Shinyu that the air was frigid, as his breath formed large clouds of mist. Young man, why are you dressed so lightly on such a cold day? The old man exclaimed, staring in astonishment at Shunyu's bare upper body. Logically, such a fragile physique should have been frostbitten, yet the youth's skin remained rosy and even emanated a faint warmth. I accidentally tore my clothes while fishing. Shinyu scratched his head and approached the old man. Sir, do you have any spare clothing I could borrow? His garments had been shredded by the forceful currents, along with his ninja tools, money pouch, supply bag, and food, all crushed in the depths of the sea. Although his divine-like physique allowed him to endure extreme temperatures, being exposed in the Iron Country during winter was rather inappropriate. He disliked being seen as an oddity. The old man hesitated, explaining that he had no spare clothes, but did possess a raincoat in his boat. Sensing the old man's dilemma, Shinyu smiled brightly. No worries, I won't take your clothing for free. How about I trade you something? The old man raised his hand, intending to politely decline, but was taken aback as Shinyu turned and leaped into the sea before he could respond. With a loud splash, the waves surged, creating a frothy spray that obscured all traces of him. The old man sat dumbfounded, having never witnessed such a spectacle in his long life. Not only was this youth astonishingly agile, leaping several meters into the air, but he also dared to dive into the ocean at low tide. Not long after, Shinyu burst forth from the water with the same grace, landing before the old man. Here, he exclaimed, laughing as he tossed a plump fish beside the old man. The faint scent of the sea wafted through the air as the old man cautiously approached, his murky eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. A bluefin tuna. Where on earth did you catch this? Did you not just see me? Shinyu replied without turning back, gesturing toward the vast ocean behind him. I've only seen this fish once before, brought back by my son. They say they dwell thousands of meters beneath the surface. Only catchable by the ninjas of the water country. Shinyu raised his arms and tilted his chin. Do you like it? I'll trade it for your raincoat. Oh my, this is far too precious. The old man stammered. Will you trade or not? All right. Shinyu beamed as he accepted the raincoat, and out of gratitude, the old man also gifted him a conical hat. Turning to leave, Shinyu concealed himself among the trees and formed a hand seal. Summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, a slender tabby cat appeared before him. Yarr, it's so cold. The cat shivered, shaking off the snowflakes. Ziju. Go back and tell Pochi to summon me back to the cat house. I can't. Pochi's not here. What? Shinyu exclaimed in disbelief. Where could he possibly be? I don't know, Ziju replied, shaking its head. What about Jiramaru? Jiramaru was called away by Uchiha Hikari yesterday and is currently in cooldown. Fine, Shinyu said dismissively. Then you return and summon me back to the cat house. Foolish Shinyu, have you forgotten that summoning times are fixed? Ziju leaped onto a branch, licking the snow off its paws. If you summon me once, the next time will be 3 days later, and we can't summon each other during that time. Ah. Shinyu covered his face in despair. So I have to walk back on my own? You're welcome. Ziju raised a paw cheekily. No, my friend. Shinyu widened his eyes. You did nothing, so what reward do you expect? I'll keep your secret, so the other ninja cats won't find out. Ziju said with a sly glint in its eyes. Or perhaps Shinyu no longer cares about his own information. Shinyu's face darkened, his mouth twitching in frustration as he tossed a fish to Ziju. You see, I'm quite poor at the moment, so this will serve as payment. As he twirled around, showcasing his raincoat, with a snap, Ziju angrily discarded the fish. Not again. A few minutes later, the old man, who had been salting fish by the sea, turned around to see the youth had returned. Sir, may I ask you one more thing? Do you know the way to the land of fire? Just a general direction will suffice. The Iron Country, with its frigid climate, was perpetually blanketed in snow. The further west one traveled, the colder it became. Thankfully, Shinyu, wrapped in a raincoat, was concealed from prying eyes, even with his bare chest hidden beneath the snow. According to the old man, he had landed on the easternmost shore of the Iron Country, and to return to the land of fire, he would need to journey westward, passing through the capital city, traversing the entire nation. The journey to the capital stretched over 1,000 miles, with countless mountains and dense forests along the way, compounded by the cold climate, making the route perilous for ordinary folk. Even the fastest horse would take days and nights to reach the destination. However, for Shinyu, this posed no obstacle. He needed only a direction. The way of the ninja was straightforward and unyielding, relying solely on their legs to traverse mountains or cross rivers with ease. To ordinary people, ninjas appeared superhuman, their speed easily surpassing any beast. At full speed, they resembled human-shaped high-speed trains, unfazed by any terrain and with minimal energy expenditure. A single soldier's food pill could sustain them for 3 days and nights. Thus, Shinyu diligently followed the direction indicated by the old man, running silently for an entire day. Yet, the landscape remained blanketed in snow, indicating he had not yet exited the confines of the Iron Country. Before he attained the form of the sea god, he had already reached a speed of Mach 12 in his normal state, which now escalated to an astonishing Mach 30. Although this was inferior to his speed in water, it was still beyond the reach of most ninjas. Logically, he should have crossed the Iron Country in no time. Noticing something amiss, he sought out a nearby village and inquired about his location, only to discover that he was still meandering in the eastern part of the Iron Country. Impossible. Did that old man deceive me? Or did he give me the wrong direction? After questioning over a dozen locals and receiving consistent directions, he finally smiled in relief. The next morning, what? Where am I? Chapter 38. Am I directionally challenged? Where's this? Ah, the Iron Country, in the small eastern town of Machino Village. The woman appeared alarmed, startled by the youth before her. It is impossible. I had clearly followed their direction without deviating, even crashing through obstacles along the way. How am I still going in circles? Shinyu, somewhat agitated, began to speak incoherently. Clad in a raincoat and a bamboo hat, his handsome face contorted slightly, bloodshot eyes revealing disbelief. My child needs milk, the woman thought, desperate to avoid provoking this unstable individual, and sought an excuse to slip away. Outside the tranquil town, Shinyu stood alone amidst the wind and snow, gazing skyward as the swirling snowflakes danced in his eyes. The biting cold wind wailed, and at last, Shinyu revealed an expression of utter desolation. Am I truly directionally challenged? No. If following a fixed path leads to confusion, then I shall choose a direction at random. A day later, Shinyu lay feebly sprawled upon a frozen river, limbs akimbo, resigned to his fate, his bamboo hat carelessly tossed aside, allowing snowflakes to gradually blanket his form. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The ground beneath him was frigid and piercing, yet it paled in comparison to the chill within his heart. Ah, so I am indeed directionally challenged. Ha, ha, ha. I am directionally challenged. He laughed maniacally for a time, only to be overcome by sudden drowsiness, closing his eyes, using the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, and thus fell into a deep slumber. After all, given his current physical condition, describing himself as invincible would be an affront. Should a hungry beast find him unpalatable and swallow him whole, it might just take him away from the Iron Nation. Time passed unmeasured until the ice beneath him trembled slightly, awakening Shinyu. He opened his crystal-clear eyes to find himself covered by a layer of snow 3 fingers thick. Sitting upright, he shook the snow from his raincoat and donned his hat once more, turning his gaze in a particular direction. Several kilometers away, a group of about 30 people tread upon the ice, making their way toward him. 5 horse-drawn carts, 12 horses, with 26 men and 11 women. Flanked by 2 fully armored samurai at the front and rear, their silver-layered armor glinting, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. It appeared to be a merchant convoy. The carts were empty, having completed their delivery task. Shinyu withdrew his gaze, a flicker of intent crossing his face. Ever since his eyes had evolved, even without activating his Sharingan, his vision surpassed that of the Hyuga clan Byakugan, while lacking the ability to see through objects in terms of clarity and observation distance. He was by no means inferior. Presently, he could effortlessly focus on details several kilometers away, every cart track, every snowflake. Even the moles on the faces of each member of the convoy were clearly discernible. His exceptional mental acuity allowed him to effortlessly process this information, no matter the environment. His eyes could automatically adjust to changes in humidity and refraction, rendering even the night as bright as day in his perception. After all, these were eyes that could penetrate the depths of the ocean. Approximately 10 minutes later, the merchant convoy drew closer, and the leading samurai finally noticed Shinyu. Halt! He shouted, raising a hand high, his robust voice echoing across the ice. The samurai approached step by step, halting a few meters before Shinyu, and called out, "Who goes there? State your name." "Uncle," Shinyu exclaimed, wearing an expression of having narrowly escaped disaster. Though feigned, tears welled in his eyes. "Uncle, could you take me along?" His intent was simple. Since he was directionally challenged, rather than wandering aimlessly, it would be wiser to accompany the locals. The samurai squinted, finally noticing the youthful countenance beneath the hat. The boy's lips were red and teeth white, his bright eyes strikingly beautiful like a girl's, and his pleading tone, paired with his enchanting gaze, stirred a deep sense of compassion. However, the instincts of a warrior prompted him to restrain his emotions. "You have yet to answer my question," he said, hands resting on the hilt of his sword. "Uncle, please don't harm me." Shinyu scrambled to his feet, brushing the ice and snow from his trousers. "I am a fisherman. This morning, I accompanied my grandfather to the town to deliver fish. But the snowstorm was too fierce, and my grandfather didn't even realize I had fallen from the cart. Uncle, I am so frightened. What place is this?" As he spoke, tears began to flow, his pitiful demeanor appearing utterly genuine. The samurai's vigilance lessened somewhat, yet his hand remained poised on the hilt of his sword. "What is your grandfather's name?" "Miyamoto Musashi." Shinyu replied without hesitation, the name escaping his lips without thought. "Where is your home?" "In Mangekyō village." "And your name?" "Miyamoto Shinyu." "Ah. It seems you truly are a lost child," the samurai observed, noting Shinyu's decisive responses and nodding, finally convinced of his story. "However, Mangekyō village is to the east. While we are headed west to Takeo City, we cannot take you with us." Takeo, the capital of the Iron Nation, sent a thrill of excitement through Shinyu as he rushed forward, grasping the samurai's hand. "Uncle, I wish to go to Takeo. You see, we are traveling to the capital to seek out relatives. Once there, I shall find my family." Seeing the samurai frown, Shinyu immediately sniffled, his voice quavering. "It is getting colder. The fishermen have had no harvest, and our income is pitiful. Now that I am lost, my grandfather must be frantic." "Enough." The samurai shook Shinyu's hand off, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Enough with the theatrics. Huh. Shinyu was bewildered, unsure where he had gone wrong. I was almost deceived by you. The samurai tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, sneering. Umph. A child who has been lost in the snow for who knows how long, yet your palms remain warm, even if you are not an assassin. You are certainly not an ordinary person. Ah, a flaw in your otherwise meticulous ruse, Shinyu sighed, wiping away the last of his tears, slowly lifting his head. What a waste of my acting skills. A flash of crimson flickered in his starkly contrasting eyes, causing the samurai to pause. The three black tomo within his gaze resembled an unfathomable whirlpool, drawing in all of the samurai's emotions and thoughts. Believe everything I've just said. You possess a kind heart. Assist me in reaching Takeo City. Shinyu spoke softly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Samurai, what is happening? A middle-aged man from the merchant convoy approached, his expression slightly anxious. Why are we not moving? The captain is urging us. The samurai turned back. Oh, it's nothing. We encountered a child who has become separated from his family. We can take him along, if that is acceptable. Ah, it's a trivial matter. Let us be on our way. As long as we do not delay the journey, it's all fine. The merchant quickly beckoned Shinyu, arranging for him to ride in a cart, given his youth. Chapter 39. The Iron 3 Chronicles upon the Snow-clad Earth. A weary merchant convoy was making its way toward the capital of the Iron Nation. So, you are indeed from the Takeo Merchant Guild, Shinyu remarked. Seated in a corner of the cart, conversing with the middle-aged man beside him. Huh, have you not heard of our Forge Guild? The man replied, astonished. My apologies. Perhaps my origins are too remote. Shinyu scratched his head sheepishly. Is it too late to learn now? Well then, the man nodded. Since you will be living in the capital henceforth, knowing these things will serve you well. A proud smile spread across his face. The Forge Guild is the largest merchant guild in all of the Iron Nation, and we are known for having the finest blacksmiths in the world. He then began to elaborate. The Iron Nation, he explained, was rather unique within the realm of ninjas. It lacked both ninja villages and ninjas themselves, instead giving rise to the profession of samurai. This singularity had rendered the Iron Nation a neutral territory, and long ago, the ninjas had agreed not to act against it. In the original timeline, the Iron Nation had even evaded several ninja wars. The so-called samurai are predominantly swordsmen, distinct from ninjas. They concentrate the refined chakra into their blades, transforming it into a sharp sword aura for slashing, which, when combined with their exceptional swordsmanship, makes their combat capabilities comparable to those of ninjas. Shinju nodded repeatedly, noting that the samurai of the Land of Iron form their own unique faction, and their distinctive sword techniques are highly regarded by Madara. The quality of a samurai's blade, to a certain extent, determines their strength. Thus, the profession of swordsmith emerged. The legacy of swordsmanship has given rise to countless schools, and the art of blade forging is no exception. To achieve excellence, one must first have the right tools. Throughout history, numerous renowned blades and master craftsmen have emerged. While their influence in the ninja world may be negligible, they hold significant status in the Land of Iron. After thousands of years of accumulation, the essence of the era coalesced, and the once numerous swordsmith clans dwindled to just three: the Oikawa family with their 100 hands technique, the Sugawara family with the Imperial Dragon technique, and the Damba family with the One Heart technique. Their craftsmanship is exquisite and deeply rooted, producing countless renowned blades, all regarded as national treasures, collectively known as the Three Traditions of Iron. A century ago, the three families, in response to the changing times, jointly established a merchant association, merging the three top swordsmithing factions into one, thus giving birth to the Blade Forge Guild. As a consortium housing the finest swordsmiths, the Blade Forge Guild monopolized the entire sword forging business in the Land of Iron within less than a decade, offering a comprehensive service from custom blade creation to craftsmanship and delivery. Within the Land of Iron, any demand could be met with doorstep delivery. The merchant caravan currently underway had just completed a delivery task and was hastily returning to the capital. Shinju suddenly recalled something and casually inquired, Uncle, since the Blade Forge Guild is so famous, why did the entire caravan only hire 2 samurai? It would not be unreasonable to employ 10 for a caravan of this scale, would it? The middle-aged man hesitated, suddenly lost in thought. After a deep sigh, he lamented, if it weren't for the fact that our Blade Forge Guild, even in 100 years, would face no issues, we wouldn't need to rely on the powerful. Shinju's interest was piqued. Was there some underlying change? The middle-aged man's mood visibly darkened, and he lost interest in conversation. He waved his hand and, with a bitter expression, remarked, "Never mind. I am feeling troubled and plan to get off for a walk. Young brother, the journey is long. You should conserve your strength and rest." With that, he turned and lifted the carriage curtain, departing with a heavy heart. Shinju blinked, unfazed by the sudden shift in mood. His curiosity had not yet reached that level. Moreover, the middle-aged man had already accompanied him in conversation for quite a while. The discussions about the Blade Forge Guild and the 3 traditions of iron were merely idle chatter for him. He decided to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Soon, his chakra began to mobilize, each cell thawing like spring rivers, as a delightful power flowed within him. A gentle yet formidable chakra blossomed from his cells, gathering and coursing through his meridians. His chakra resembled a clear spring, flowing through the spiritual realms. Dividing into 2 streams from his dantian, one flowed downward to the lower abdomen, merging into the chi sea, while the other ascended, disappearing into his brow, following a specific route to initiate the next cycle of rotation. Refining chakra was a daily practice he had maintained for 12 years, aimed at expanding his meridians and enhancing his chakra reserves, steadily advancing towards his grand goal. Interestingly, since he had adapted to the deep sea and optimized his body into that of a sea god, his physical prowess had exponentially increased, not only in strength, speed, and defense, but also in his chakra volume. Externally, he appeared unchanged, with merely a more lustrous and delicate complexion, but within him lay the essence of an ancient beast. If his previous chakra resembled a gentle stream, now it was like a mighty river, surging and unstoppable. Upon contemplation, Shinju understood the reason. Chakra is formed through the perfect fusion of spiritual and physical energies, an embodiment of yin and yang, evolving into myriad phenomena. As a descendant of Indra and a wielder of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, his yin release was already exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, his study of spiritual transformation had induced a qualitative change in his soul, significantly amplifying his mental power. In comparison, his less exceptional physical energy had previously capped his chakra volume. It was akin to a wooden barrel filled with water, where the shortest plank determined its capacity. Now, with the enhancement of his physical body, the corresponding increase in physical energy provided a counterpart for the vast mental energy, completing the final plank and naturally elevating his chakra reserves. Notably, when Shinju focused on refining his chakra, achieving a state of unity between spirit and form, his aura completely retracted. Unless one were a sensing ninja, they would not perceive his presence. For Shinju, immersed in his cultivation, time flew by, and he was unaware that night had fallen. The snow had ceased, but the midnight wind was even more biting, slicing through the skin like a blade. The middle-aged man could not endure it and returned to the carriage early, leaving only the 2 samurai outside. Observing Shinju in the corner, eyes closed and breathing evenly, the middle-aged man assumed he was asleep and refrained from disturbing him. In the dead of night, the stars illuminated the gray-blue sky, and amidst the icy landscape, a faint white glow shimmered. The caravan, resembling a long dragon, wound its way from the mountains, leaving behind serpentine trails in the snow, as the sound of axles crunching through snowflakes echoed in the stillness of the world. Suddenly, Shinju, who was meditating in the carriage, opened his eyes. 3,000 meters ahead, around a bend in the cliff, lay an ambush of no less than 30 individuals, armed with weapons. They either concealed themselves behind the stone walls or lay in wait within the snow, their auras suppressed, eyes fixed with predatory intent, each possessing substantial chakra strength. None of this escaped Shinju's radar-like perception. When it comes to sensing, he could confidently claim to be the best in the entire ninja world. With soul detection, high-frequency chakra waves, and auto-adjusting supervision, he could see everything within a 10-kilometer radius clearly, even distinguishing between male and female mosquitoes. What a performance, Shinju mused. Pondering whether to quietly eliminate these individuals, he found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he did not wish to be delayed by these trivial characters. However, on the other hand, this presented a splendid opportunity to observe a duel between samurai. Madara had once explained that the principle of the sword techniques of the Land of Iron involves applying chakra in a transformed state onto the blade, unleashing tangible slashes characterized by speed, wide range, and high damage. Those of profound skill could even rend the earth with a single strike. Shinju found this immensely intriguing and had long harbored a yearning for it. After all, who does not dream of being a swordsman? The sword aura takes shape. Invincible in its path, with a mere flick of the blade, one can shatter myriad techniques. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to witness it firsthand. As he and his companions had traveled extensively through various lands, it had completely overlooked the land of iron. As fellow wielders of chakra, the samurai have eschewed the nature transformation of chakra, instead specializing in form transformation. For those with the innate talent to finely manipulate chakra, studying sword techniques may prove to be a superior choice. Ordinary ninjas require specific chakra-infused metals to execute attacks akin to sword techniques, such as Asuma Sarutobi's chakra blades or the chakra knives used against puppet masters. They excel in performing form transformations based on the nature transformation of chakra. For instance, transforming fire-release chakra into fireballs or fire dragons, or lightning-release chakra into lightning spears or pillars. These constitute the essence of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu based on transformation is indeed exceedingly rare, let alone the integration of nature transformation within it. In the original timeline, only Naruto was capable of such feats, with his diverse and formidable Rasengan serving as the finest testament to this. However, the technique known as Autumn Dew on Leaf by Shinyu also represents a chakra-based transformation attack. When unleashed, it flows like water, endlessly surging and imbued with exceptional cutting capabilities. Despite the ability to manipulate its form at will, it remains impossible to project the slashing attack outward. Thus, the methods employed by warriors have long intrigued him. After all, having waited so many days, what is a moment more? Shinyu opened his palm, observing a small shard of light blade emerging from his palm, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Perhaps this would elevate my skills further. With this thought in mind, Shinyu restrained the impulse to act. Soon, as the merchant caravan passed the foot of the mountain, bandits surged forth from all directions, their battle cries echoing thunderously. The leading warrior was taken aback, immediately drawing his sword to engage. The clash of blades rang out in a crisp symphony. "This is bad, bandits." A middle-aged man jolted awake, peering through the curtain, helplessly lost. "What are you panicking about? Aren't there warriors present?" Shinyu calmly lifted the curtain to gaze outside. He beheld the warrior, dual swords dancing, faint blue chakra swirling around the blades, gleaming brilliantly against the snowy backdrop, occasionally unleashing sharp gusts of blade energy that cleaved through the bandits in the distance. Interesting, Shinyu mused with a slight smile. In his perception, the warrior at the rear of the caravan was also beset by bandits. These ruffians had clearly come prepared, launching their attack only when the caravan reached the mountain's foot, flanking the two warriors. The warrior at the rear was evidently not on par with his counterpart at the front, likely a novice on his first mission, his swordplay somewhat chaotic, unable to stabilize his chakra around the blade. In just a few exchanges, he had already drawn blood and was on the verge of collapse. To Shinyu's surprise, when several bandits aimed their blades at the innocent civilians in the caravan's midst, a lithe figure burst forth from a carriage, swiftly dispatching them in mere moments. Shinyu exclaimed, intrigued. "There is a master among them?" The middle-aged man cautiously protruded his head, glancing back quickly, whispering, "It is Lady Shoko. She has made her move." "Shoko? Who is she? A warrior?" Ignoring Shinyu's inquisitive gaze, the man patted his chest, murmuring in a state of shock, "What are we to do now?" "Enough," Shinyu suddenly commanded. "Look at me." The man's gaze instinctively shifted, a flash of red light appeared, and he immediately fell silent, obediently stating, "Lady Shoko is the captain of this caravan, responsible for this cargo mission, and the inheritor of the Sugawara Re-sword technique, as well as the sole successor of the Re-forging method." Sugawara Shoko. Shinyu recalled hearing of the Iron Clan's 3 transmissions. Seemingly, the Sugawara family governed the Re lineage. Yet, he had just mentioned being the sole successor. Could there have been some upheaval within the Sugawara family? Never mind, now is not the time for such considerations. Shinyu shook his head. What mattered more to him was the swordsmanship of this ample-chested girl named Shoko. Her swordplay was swift, with broad, dynamic movements that did not lose their grace. Her soaring figure resembled a true dragon tumbling through the sea of clouds, executing strikes with the splendor of a blood-soaked storm, as if cutting through an empty realm. Just as Shinyu was captivated, the girl suddenly found herself in peril. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. 3 bandits simultaneously pressed their hands to the ground, causing the snow beneath to undulate, catching the girl off guard as one of her legs sank into the mire. "No. Is this ninjutsu?" The girl gasped, the sudden ninjutsu strike disorienting her. In close combat, footwork is paramount. It is often said that a warrior's eyes are rooted in their feet, a truth that holds for swordplay as well. The girl's movements hindered. She was struck by a heavy blow, her swordplay instantly thrown into disarray. 2 bandits sensed the opportunity to attack, advancing from either side, successfully disarming her long blade with a clang. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The girl abruptly looked up, her crystalline eyes reflecting a massive water dragon that tore through the air, manifesting before her. This was a combined attack from the three, its might not to be underestimated. The enormous dragon head roared and charged toward her, her hair billowing as the approaching mist enveloped her. At that moment, a figure clad in a raincoat silently appeared before her, slowly raising a hand against the oncoming water dragon. With a splat, the unstoppable dragon head dissipated as if that hand were an indomitable stone, shattering the dragon's body into countless streams of cool water that vanished without a trace in the palm. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a fierce ninjutsu had been effortlessly neutralized by the person before her. If we are to clash with blades, let us do so. What need is there for ninjutsu? Truly lacking in martial ethics, Shinyu remarked with a hint of languor. He raised his hat slightly, casting a cold gaze over the crowd. If this is a battle among warriors, I shall not interfere, but to think there are ninjas among you? Watch out, the girl suddenly shouted. Shinyu's gaze shifted, spotting a burly man attempting to ambush him from the side, swinging a massive hammer toward his face. Bang! The hat shattered instantly, with splinters flying chaotically. Yet Shinyu remained utterly unmoved. Amidst his wildly dancing black hair, his calm and composed gaze remained unfazed, his face unscathed. The girl was momentarily entranced. She widened her beautiful eyes, clearly witnessing that the moment the hammer struck Shinyu's cheek, a ripple akin to water undulated through the air, as if a transparent barrier had shielded him from the attack. Turning swiftly, Shinyu unleashed a punch. The force erupting from his fist produced a deep, resounding thud, obliterating half of the giant's body, bones and flesh reduced to mere pulp, showering the ground in a torrent of crimson mist, staining the snow beneath a vivid red. Chakra surged behind him. The three bandits were concocting another ninjutsu, while the remaining bandits rushed to assist. However, Shinyu did not turn back. He merely closed his eyes slightly. In the air, an invisible wind surged past in an instant. In less than a second, he opened his eyes. The girl noticed that his body seemed to sway gently, as if momentarily losing its support, yet upon opening his eyes, he stood firm once more, as if nothing had transpired. Having trained in swordsmanship for many years, she was keenly aware of even the slightest bodily movements, thus she caught Shinyu's anomaly. Plop. The girl perked up her ears, hastily glancing behind Shinyu. A startling scene unfolded. Over a dozen men behind him, including all the bandits at both ends of the caravan, collapsed in succession with a series of thuds, as if they were a batch of overcooked noodles. Their expressions were eerily uniform, pupils dilated, lacking focus, some even had drool trickling from their lips. Their faces frozen in a dazed expression, reminiscent of a tableau captured by a painter. It was as if their souls had been extracted. Instant kill. He had just executed an instant kill on these individuals. The girl was overwhelmed with shock, her cherry lips parting involuntarily, unable to close for some time. What kind of technique is this? How terrifying. Shinyu smiled, stretching his neck. The intangible technique truly lived up to its reputation as a forbidden art. Indefensible, inescapable, killing in silence, proving remarkably effective for clearing out foes. Just moments ago, in that brief instant, he had detached his spiritual form, traversing among the brows of over 20 individuals, not only annihilating their souls, but also successfully acquiring a piece of intelligence. Shinyu was astonished. These individuals, though appearing as mere bandits, were in fact a well-armed private force, serving a mysterious high-ranking individual from the Land of Iron, comprising not only wandering warriors and assassins, but also elite jonin from the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village? Huh. Their reach even extends to the Land of Iron. This ambush was no coincidence. It had evidently been premeditated. Intriguingly, there are those who wish to eliminate this merchant convoy, or rather, to extinguish the life of a particular individual within it, ensuring he does not return to Wuxiong City. While the crisis has been averted, Shinyu has also revealed his prowess, having effortlessly dispatched all adversaries in mere moments. Naturally, he now enjoys a treatment that is markedly different from before. At present, he sits within the most opulent carriage, a display of exquisite delicacies and fine wines laid before him, as the members of the convoy come forth to express their gratitude, including the two humble warriors. After all, had it not been for Shinyu, they might have faced a brutal beating to the point of death. Lord Miyamoto, Sugawara Shoko sits beside Shinyu, her graceful legs neatly together, her gaze earnest. I am deeply grateful for your valiant assistance, were it not for your timely intervention. we would likely have fallen victim to the brigands. Shinyu, contemplating the somewhat archaic manner of her speech, merely nodded in acknowledgement. On behalf of the entire convoy, I express our heartfelt thanks for your aid. He squinted slightly, maintaining a facade of indifference, embodying the demeanor of a skilled master. Such profound kindness. I have no means to repay you. I can only pray. Continue, Shinyu interjected, discreetly opening one eye to appraise her. This young woman appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, and though she held the title of convoy leader, her attire was remarkably simple, coarse linen garments and medium-length chestnut hair, with a finely crafted sword and scabbard at her waist. She was at the height of her youth. Her ruby lips and pearly teeth captivating. Though not as ethereal as Uchiha Hikari, she possessed her own unique charm. Particularly striking was her linen outfit, which seemed almost strained under the weight it bore, inappropriate for her tender age. She stifled a belch, hastily covering her mouth. A faint scent of alcohol wafting towards Shinyu, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. This girl has been drinking, he mused silently, retracting his gaze and assuming a formal posture. Shoko inhaled deeply, a flush creeping onto her cheeks, instinctively diverting her gaze to her toes. I have resolved to offer you my most treasured possession. Shinyu observed with an impassive expression, yet his heart raced with anticipation. The young woman, summoning her courage, lifted her head, gazing intently at the handsome youth before her. Biting her vibrant red lip, she delicately raised her hand to slowly unfasten her linen belt. Surely you jest. Is this some sort of test of my resolve? Shinyu thought, utterly perplexed. Having devoted himself to rigorous training and accustomed to the brutality of combat, he had never encountered such an enticingly ambiguous scenario. Flushed with shyness, Shoko's chest rose and fell with each breath, her delicate fingers hesitating to loosen the knot of her waistband as if it were an insurmountable challenge. The moment became increasingly tense for Shinyu. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the window, as if breaking the seal of a clay jar, momentarily chilling the atmosphere within the carriage. Shinyu steadied himself. At that moment, a pale purple long sword was tremulously offered to him. Huh. Shoko bit her lip and turned her head away, quietly introducing. This sword is named Initial Snow's Divine Dragon, the most cherished possession of my life. It is a masterpiece forged by my father, crafted through 128 meticulous processes, with exquisite patterns and a blade as bright as snow, capable of slicing a strand of hair without tainting itself with blood. The scabbard of purple jade leather is a work of art in itself. Shinyu stared at the sword in astonishment, his mouth opening and closing. So you disrobed merely to retrieve this sword? Ah, do you fancy my waistband, Lord Miyamoto? Shoko inquired, bewildered as she raised her gaze. Oh, it is of no consequence. Shinyu replied with a gentle smile, pushing the sword aside with a light touch. A gentleman does not covet what belongs to others. Besides, I merely acted out of convenience. It is not a matter of indebtedness. His expression remained calm, yet internally he was in turmoil. What is the meaning of this test? Within the carriage, following Shinyu's refusal, Shoko ultimately relinquished her intention to present the sword. Miss Shoko, I have a question, Shinyu said. Please, speak freely, Lord Miyamoto. She responded promptly. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, is there something amiss with your sword-forging workshop? At his words, Shoko's once bright countenance suddenly dimmed. Her gaze drifted towards the nearby hearth, where warmed rice wine rested. Understanding her unspoken sentiment, Shinyu smiled and offered her the wine jug. Shoko hesitated momentarily, but upon meeting Shinyu's gentle eyes, she seized the jug and took a hearty swig, exhaling deeply afterward. Our merchant guild is on the brink of a transition, she confided softly. As she recounted the tale, Shinyu gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. Why had such a large guild only been able to hire 2 warriors for protection? Why did the middle-aged man sigh so heavily? And why was Sugawara Shoko drowning her sorrows in drink? The legendary merchant guild of the Iron Country, the swordsmith workshop, was on the verge of change. 3 months prior, the Okikawa family, known for their sword forging, faced accountability from the feudal lord due to poor craftsmanship, leading to the head of the Okikawa family, Okikawa Mototaka, fleeing in fear of punishment. In a single night, he emptied the estate, absconding with a significant portion of the guild's funds, defecting to the water country, scattering the Okikawa clan. Enraged, the feudal lord ordered the heads of the Danba and Sugawara families to capture Mototaka and dispatch the shogunate troops to assist, only to be met with a fierce counterattack during the pursuit. The shogunate forces suffered heavy losses, and the head of the Sugawara family succumbed to his injuries, leaving only Danba Meiko, who also bore grave wounds, to carry on. On his deathbed, The Sugawara patriarch entrusted the unique techniques of the Urita style of sword forging to his only daughter, Sugawara Shoko, and asked Meiko to care for her, before passing away. The Sugawara family, already weakened, fell prey to treachery, unwilling to pass on their true skills. With the patriarch gone, the family members scattered like leaves in the wind, some hiding their identities, others seeking refuge, soon to be devoured by the powerful. Only the steadfast Damba family remained untroubled by succession issues. Although Meiko had no children, he had 3 disciples who were true inheritors of his techniques, yet they were still at a disadvantage, with the looming threat of collapse. In a matter of months, 3 branches of inheritance had suffered significant losses, and the swordsmith workshop found itself in dire straits, entangled in a torrent of intrigue involving numerous nobles, all facing accountability and demotion. Damba Mako's second disciple, Ryanosuke, could not bear to see the decline of the swordsmith workshop, and advised Meiko to marry off Shoko to a noble, thereby leveraging connections to stabilize their situation. However, Meiko vehemently opposed this, enraged, exclaiming, "My friend entrusted me with his daughter, not so that I could sell her off for profit. What will the world think of me? Master, the edifice is collapsing. Only by aligning with the powerful can we find a glimmer of hope. If we can weather the immediate storm, who fears the whispers of the masses? Silence. You wretched creature. This is no different from betrayal. Do not speak of this matter again." With no other recourse, Ryanosuke acquiesced. After his disciple departed, Damba Meiko calmed down, the flames of anger subsiding, yet the notion of aligning with the powerful lingered in his mind. Ultimately, he made a shocking decision that reverberated throughout the realm. The head of the Damba family, the helm of the swordsmith workshop, decreed that any warrior, regardless of age or origin, who could endure until the end of a contest would be eligible to wed his only daughter, thus becoming part of the Damba family. Once this announcement was made, the entire Iron Country erupted with excitement. Commoners were elated, and nobles eagerly prepared to sign up. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, with Meiko having no sons, any man who married into the family would not only gain Shoko's hand, but potentially inherit the entire swordsmith workshop. Secondly, Damba Yukino was of extraordinary beauty. Despite being merely 17, she had blossomed into a graceful figure, with alluring curves that would easily captivate even the most powerful nobles. For ordinary individuals, this was a golden opportunity to ascend to greatness, but the nobility scoffed at the notion, believing that these commoners could never produce warriors on par with their clan members. Thus, the position of son-in-law of the swordsmith workshop would undoubtedly fall to a noble. Sugawara Shoko, astute as she was, immediately sensed the undercurrents of a scheme behind this event. As the martial contest approached, she found herself reassigned to a different task. For the Damba family was intent on preventing her from thwarting their plans, resolute in their decision to sell her off for gain. However, Yukino is not only her dear friend but also a sister with whom she has grown up since childhood. She suspects that the intended victim of this conspiracy should have been herself, yet due to the noble intentions of the head of the Niwa family, her beloved sister has become the scapegoat. The reason for her hurried pace is that she wishes to return swiftly to take Yukino's place in marriage, unwilling to see her fall into the jaws of danger. Originally, it was I who was meant to be the sacrificial pawn. Shoko clutched the nearly empty sake bottle, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Kamehane gazed at her, a bold idea sprouting within him. After the battle with Hashirama, the entire landscape of the ninja world is about to be rewritten, as Hashirama will soon meet his demise, and Madara will be ensnared by the Moon Eye plan. With the absence of these two titans, war is imminent. The ninja world is destined to plunge into a prolonged period of turmoil, during which the economies of all warring nations will be affected. Only the Land of Iron, independent of the ninja village system, can preserve its integrity. The samurai of the Land of Iron are numerous, and their sword-forging skills are exceptional. Given the current predicament of the Sword-Forging Academy, if they can assist in overcoming this crisis, seizing the opportunity to invest in commerce and initiate cross-border dealings in weaponry, it could indeed yield substantial profits. By gaining control over the financial lifeline of the Land of Iron, it may not be impossible to eventually subdue it. With resources, land, and wealth at hand, even nurturing one's own faction is within reach. This notion took root and flourished wildly in Kamahane's heart, becoming an unshakable obsession. The conditions are favorable. This is achievable. He took a deep breath and fixed his ardent gaze upon Shoko. Miss Shoko, I have a plan that can restore the Merchant Guild to its former glory. What? Shoko momentarily faltered, observing Kamahane's sincere eyes and the confident smile dancing at the corner of his lips, which reminded her of his formidable presence moments ago. If it is you, then what is your brilliant strategy? Kamehane plucked a fruit, tossing it into his mouth. This matter can be intricate or straightforward. I ask you, what is the greatest crisis facing your merchant guild at present? The sovereignty is about to change hands, and we will become mere tools for the powerful, Shoko replied instinctively. Yukino will also lose her freedom and sacrifice her happiness. Is that so? Must one always depend on the powerful? Kamehane smiled. What if we were to refrain from such actions? At that moment, Shoko found herself momentarily speechless. After a moment's contemplation, she responded. The guild was originally managed jointly by 3 family heads, allowing it to remain independent of the powerful. Now, with the disintegration of our unity and significant resource loss, Uncle Niwa alone will certainly not be able to sustain it. Kamehane chewed the fruit. If he cannot sustain it, then what of it? Shoko seemed to grasp a crucial point. It will be preyed upon and devoured by those with ulterior motives. Precisely, Kamehane tapped the table. The root of this issue lies with the powerful of the Land of Iron. Their greed has led to your crisis. Chapter 43. Entering the Merchant Guild inside the carriage. Kamehane spoke earnestly. In their eyes, your sword-forging academy is now a delectable morsel, and anyone who captures it will wish to take a slice. Your Uncle Niwa's reason for holding this martial arts contest is to redirect the conflict, allowing the powerful to engage in a life-and-death struggle. The loser will retreat in disgrace while the victor seizes the spoils, thereby minimizing the losses for the Merchant Guild. Although this will not alter the final outcome, it merely changes the name of the sword-forging academy. With the backing of the powerful, you shall not face bankruptcy. Suddenly, Shoko became agitated, standing up abruptly. But what of Yukino? Must we sacrifice the happiness of women like us to preserve the guild? Calm down, let me finish, Kamehane said calmly, gesturing for her to sit. Why do you think your guild thrived before, without the powerful daring to covet your interests? A flash of resentment crossed Shoko's face, of course. Because my father and Uncle Ichikawa were present. They are not only the most renowned swordsmiths in the Land of Iron, but also top-tier warriors. Our 3 families are intertwined, and no one dares to act rashly. Finally, you have hit the nail on the head, Kamehane smiled slightly. The powerful are skilled in scheming. And there are too many interests at play. I may not be adept at the intricacies of power struggles, but I am willing to speak on your behalf. He shifted his tone. Of course, if someone proves obstinate, I am also somewhat proficient in martial arts. His gaze turned cold, exuding authority. Years spent alongside Madara had imbued him with a touch of his intimidating aura, causing Shoko's heart to tremble. Kamehane scrutinized the girl's eyes, pondering if his words were too subtle for her comprehension. What he meant was, should anyone dare to trouble you, I shall deal with them accordingly. Are you willing to assist us? Shoko certainly caught the underlying message in Kamahane's words. A warm current surged within her, only to cool in the next moment as she hesitated, asking, what do you desire? What is your true intention? What do I desire? Naturally, it is wealth. Or do you think I am enamored by your beauty? Kamehane replied nonchalantly, getting straight to the point. Transfer 3% of your guild's shares to me, and I shall stand guard for you. Anyone who troubles you, I shall eliminate. Shoko hesitated. My Sugawara family originally held 40% of the guild's shares, but after the upheaval, I personally possess only 10%. If you can truly rescue us from this predicament, I can transfer all my shares to you. 3%, not a fraction less. Kamehane leisurely pulled out a handkerchief, wiping his hands. I have no money, no power, and I am even a foreigner, a solitary figure. Precisely because of this, I do not regard those pompous nobles. If the time comes, even your feudal lord, I shall strike him down. As he spoke, his expression was calm, his tone unperturbed, yet beneath that calm lay an unwavering confidence, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. Shoko's heart quaked, staring at the boy before her. Judging by appearance alone, he resembled an unassuming neighbor's boy, whose smile radiated sunshine. Yet it was this seemingly harmless individual who had just dispatched dozens of foes with ease. She realized he was more than capable. Upon reaching the capital, guided by Shoko, Kamehane strode confidently through the gates of the Sword Forging Academy. After a brief moment, he finally encountered the current leader of the guild, the head of the Niwa family. Meiho Niwa, you are the savior of Shoko and the others, I presume? He was a tall, middle-aged man, his beard neatly trimmed, his face gaunt and pale, suggesting a past of robust health. He walked into the guest room, leaning on a cane, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman who assisted him, dressed in modest white garments. The woman's face was partially veiled, yet her captivating eyes revealed her extraordinary beauty. "Yukino!" Shoko exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to link arms with the woman. Kamehane noticed two young men following behind Meiho, one tall and robust with a rugged appearance, and the other handsome yet seemingly aloof, as if lost in thought. These are Uncle Niwa's two disciples, the eldest, Ryanosuke, and the second, Tetsuya, Shoko introduced. Upon seeing Tetsuya, a flicker of recognition glimmered in Kamahane's eyes, a certain force within him stirring. Strange, this boy's presence. Upon realizing that Kamehane was the Merchant Guild's savior, Meiho Niwa treated him with utmost courtesy, providing him with fine food and drink. After some polite exchanges, Shoko spoke up. "Uncle Niwa, this gentleman Kamehane has mentioned that he can." Meiho Niwa immediately noticed the hesitance in her demeanor, raising his hand to interrupt, to have such esteemed guests. "It is already a grave offense not to have welcomed you properly. Allow us to withdraw, so our honored guest may rest," he instructed Ryanosuke. "Provide the finest food and drink, ensuring that no courtesy is overlooked." Once he finished speaking, he led the others out of the guest room, leaving only the two disciples to accompany Kamehane, who smiled and nodded, though his smile held a subtle nuance. Ryanosuke rubbed his bald head and leaned closer, asking, "I heard from Shoko that you single-handedly dispatched all the bandits?" Shinyu cast a glance at him. "You don't believe me?" "I naturally trust Xiaozu's words," Longjuan replied. "I merely lament that I was unaware of such a formidable master emerging from the Iron Kingdom. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." Beside them, Jie suddenly yawned. "Brother, please take care of this esteemed guest. There's no need for me here. I shall return to prepare for the contest." "You," Longjuan glared. But he could not vent his frustration in Shinyu's presence, and merely waved his hand, dismissing him. "A contest?" Shinyu inquired, tilting his head. "If I am not mistaken, is this contest not the martial arts competition for marriage tomorrow?" My junior has been close friends with Yukino since childhood. Upon hearing that master intends to marry her off, he has caused quite a stir," Longjuan said helplessly. "Do not be fooled by his laid-back demeanor. He is quite concerned about Yukino. No matter how I advise him, I cannot dissuade him from participating in this martial arts event." Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, finding the situation intriguing. The guest room was not only prepared with delicious delicacies, but also housed a long, elegant divine blade resting on a rack. The scabbard was a pale blue, its body slightly curved, lacking a guard, yet the hilt was exquisitely crafted, showcasing an ancient wood color wrapped in intricate dual-colored cords. Shinyu approached with interest, grasping the hilt, drawing the blade 3 inches from its sheath. The blade gleamed like a mirror, its sharp, icy light flowing slowly along its surface, emanating an aura of chill merely by observation. He gazed at the razor-sharp edge, pressing a finger against it, then swiftly swiping across. Nothing occurred. His finger remained unscathed, without a trace left behind. Shinyu frowned, his palm emanating a blue light as he enveloped the blade in a chakra edge before swiping across the blade once more. A faint white mark appeared on his fingertip, exceedingly subtle, vanishing in an instant. Without Shinyu's exceptional eyesight, it would have been nearly imperceptible. "The sharpness is quite commendable." Shinyu nodded. Longjuan, startled by the previous scene, approached to introduce. "This blade is named Frostfall One Heart, forged from heavenly black iron by Master himself. It was originally intended for offering at the shrine, but if you desire it, you may take it." "Is that truly so?" Shinyu asked. "Indeed," Longjuan replied, gesturing towards the door. 2 servants entered, bowing as they carried trays. One tray held neatly arranged garments. Shinyu glanced at his somewhat shabby poncho, relinquished the divine blade, and deftly accepted the robe. It was a black brocade robe, styled like a samurai's attire, with violet floral patterns embroidered on either side of the collar, bound at the waist with a light purple cord. The design and size of the attire fit him perfectly. "Am I a wandering warrior? Is all this the intention of President Damba?" he turned to inquire. "Naturally, Master instructed that no courtesy or monetary gifts should be overlooked," Longjuan indicated towards another tray. "This contains 30 million ryo, a mere token of the President's goodwill. Damba Mayu, indeed worthy of leading the Forging Guild for decades, maintained the operation of the Merchants Association with remarkable efficiency, arranging every detail, large and small, impeccably." Shinyu expressed curiosity. "Are you not quite affluent? Given the importance of escorting the merchant convoy, why employ only 2 warriors?" Longjuan sighed. "Since the Merchants Association encountered difficulties, the shogunate has restricted the number of warriors we can hire and forbids us from training our own, resulting in this predicament. Ah, I see. Shinyu's expression showed understanding as he waved his hand dismissively. Then please convey my gratitude to your president. Longjuan bowed. Very well, I shall take my leave. Wait. Shinyu suddenly called out, a slight smile gracing his lips. Please convey a message to your president for me. Chapter 44. A Tale Divided. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Kamishinbashi, Uchiha Hikari quietly entered through the stone door, the fine sand trickling down as the stone slab shifted inward seamlessly. Upon entry, she heard heavy breathing from within. Uchiha Madara lay pale and weak on a stone seat, blood soaking his chest. A piece of flesh that clearly did not belong to him neatly stitched into the center of the wound. The scene was grotesque. The flesh pulsed like a crimson heart with each breath he took. Hearing movement, he slowly lifted his gaze, resembling a bear awakening from hibernation. His mismatched crimson and white eyes turned toward the door. What is happening outside? Hikari ignored his question, silently entering, skillfully wetting a towel by the washing stand, wringing it out as clear water flowed down her delicate white hands. She approached Madara to wipe the bloodstains surrounding his wound. He emitted a muffled groan. Even her gentle touch caused him to convulse in pain, as the flesh seemed to act like a corrosive acid, consuming his body through his veins. The damp towel rapidly turning crimson. This excruciating pain mercilessly tormented his nerves. Hikari furrowed her brows. It has been 2 days. Why are there no signs of healing? Was it not said that Senju Hashirama's chakra contains life force? Madara gasped, forcing a pained smile. This is the only path to peace. If all goes smoothly, I might even doubt its authenticity. Hikari frowned, washing and wringing out the bloody towel, placing it aside before speaking softly. Before we commenced the transplant, Senju Hashirama had awakened. Is that so? Madara sat up slightly, gesturing for her to continue. According to the intelligence I gathered during interrogation, he left the village immediately upon awakening, capturing all tailed beasts except for the 1 tail and 9 tails in less than 3 days. Simultaneously, Konoha sent word to the other 4 great ninja villages to gather the leaders of the 5 great nations for what was called the 5 Kage Summit. Madara exhaled slowly, scoffing. That fool must intend to distribute the tailed beasts among those ants to maintain that laughable balance. Distribute? Hikari tilted her head, not fully comprehending. With such power, why not unify the ninja world directly? Wouldn't that be more peaceful? Having witnessed the power of the 9 tails, she could not understand why someone capable of subduing 7-tailed beasts in such a short time would lower themselves to the weak. This is why I cannot get along with him, Madara said, somewhat frustrated. The true balancing force has never been the tailed beasts, but rather he and I. This point, his wooden brain simply cannot comprehend. He is making a mistake. Once peace collapses, the tailed beasts will undoubtedly become a calamity for ordinary people. At this moment, Madara noticed Hikari's hesitance, softening his tone. Do we have any news on Shinyu? Ah. Hikari's eyes widened, quickly responding, according to the information obtained. He was ensnared by Senju Tobarama during their battle, where a massive crimson barrier arose. When the barrier dissipated, Shinyu was nowhere to be found, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Madara pondered for a moment. He must have been transported away by the Flying Thunder God technique. Humph. That Tobarama fellow resorts to such measures when grappling with a child. Child? Hikari raised her head slightly, casting a peculiar glance at Madara, thinking to herself, is your perception of this disciple somewhat narrow? Well, let us not dwell on that. For the time being, do not expect Shinyu to return, Madara said with a casual smile. He is likely disoriented and will have a difficult time finding his way back. Let him have some time. I understand, Hikari nodded, then pouted her lips, clenching her small fist. He actually made us worry. When he returns, I shall make him pay. Ha ha ha. I have not a worry in the world. Madara suddenly laughed. Hikari, unable to meet his teasing gaze, intentionally averted her eyes. Fortunately, at that moment, Madara commanded, all right, if there is nothing else, you should return to rest. You have worked hard these days. This should have been Shinyu's duty. But Lord Madara. Hikari glanced at his blood-soaked chest with concern. It is of no consequence. Very well. She finally took a step forward and departed from the stone chamber. At the very moment her foot left, Ben's previously serene visage transformed into a grotesque mask, veins bulging, and features contorted in agony. The flesh on his chest pulsated violently, each struggle eliciting a surge of blood, the pain threatening to consume his very essence. It felt as though the flesh were the true master of the body, intent on obliterating Ben, the intruder. His palm sank deeply into the stone, knuckles turning white, and the stone chair, crafted from solid rock, was effortlessly shattered by his grip. An almost lethal thought invaded his mind, relentlessly compelling him to claw at the flesh of his chest, that which did not belong to him. Yet, he resisted with an almost inhuman willpower. Was this the price of the myriad phenomena? Come on, Uchiha-ban, can bear it. In the Uchiha clan territory of Konoha, Uchiha Kagami returned to his empty room after a day of training, gazing at the desolate bedroom and the neatly arranged tatami mat. His eyes trembled as he despondently leaned against the wall. Nisan. Memories of that familiar yet strange face flickered in his mind. Scenes from just days ago playing like a slideshow, ultimately fixating on those exquisitely beautiful, almost devilishly enchanting pupils. Those eyes were truly powerful. Just thinking of them sent a chilling sensation coursing from his fingertips to the crown of his head, and he hugged himself, unable to suppress a shiver. His brother's chakra had completely transformed, cold, ferocious, brimming with murderous intent, but he had not killed me. He lowered his head, fingers tangled in his messy hair. Reflecting that among the squad, I was the only one slightly injured. If he despises me so much, why not eliminate me? He buried his head deep into his knees. His cheeks dampened. I had resolved to confront death, after all. Brother, Lord Tobirama said your fate is unknown, yet I still hope you are alive. After a moment, a knock echoed at the door. Kagami, are you home? Uchiha Kagami snapped to attention, immediately rising, wiping his face, and adjusting his expression in the mirror before heading to the door. Captain Heinekage? Uchiha Heinekage leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. I need to trouble you with something. What is it? Kagami stepped outside, relieved he hadn't yet removed his gear, ready to depart at a moment's notice. This young man, clad in tight attire, though still youthful, had become recognized as the strongest within the clan since Ban and Shinju left Konoha, possessing significant influence. Kagami wondered what matter could necessitate his presence. Heinekage explained, there's a group of children within the clan, around your age, who have reached the age to sign a summoning contract. They require at least 2 jonin and several chunin to escort them to Cat House. Originally, this task was my responsibility, but with the upcoming 5 Kage Summit, Lord Tobirama has ordered me to maintain order at the venue. I simply cannot spare the time. He displayed a hint of difficulty, after considering, you're the only trustworthy jonin within the clan. Though young, your strength and reputation are commendable. I wonder if you... I'll go. Kagami nodded immediately. There was no shame in this. Really? That's wonderful. Kagami, you're truly a good person. Heinekage rejoiced, patting Kagami's shoulder, though his gaze suddenly turned complex. I've heard about your brother. He once fought alongside me. To be honest, it troubles me as well. It's all right, Kagami feigned nonchalance. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. By the way, there's one more thing. Heinekage leaned in, adopting a cautious tone. Your other teammate, Uchiha Shana, has been vocal against Lord Tobirama recently and may harbor hostility towards you. Be wary. Kagami arrived at the clan's main gate as agreed. Before him stood over 20 boys and girls, chattering noisily, with about 20 chunin stationed around them. At the front of the group stood a young man, half of his face obscured by protective gear, his expression dark and menacing. He crossed his arms, his gaze like a cold, venomous serpent, brazenly scanning Kagami with palpable aggression. Greetings, Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 45. In the Court of Law. Knock, knock, knock. At midnight, someone rapped on Shinju's door. Shinju calmly rose from his bed, and as the door creaked open, a pair of bright, beautiful eyes met his. You? Shinju raised an eyebrow. Why isn't it not Suki? Outside, Damba Yukino bowed deeply, her crimson lips parting. Miyamoto-kun, my father has urgent matters to discuss. Please come with me. Understood. Shinju's gaze swept across the darkened room, his lips moving silently. You brought a tale. Yukino understood his unspoken words, a shadow of sorrow passing over her brow, as if she had long anticipated this, and she repeated. Please come with me. Shinju smiled softly and stepped outside. At the headquarters of the Smithing Guild, in Damba Minya's chamber, the situation was urgent. I'll get straight to the point. Can you truly help us through this crisis? I do not jest. 30% of shares for your resolution, Shinju replied, arms crossed. Your guild lacks neither funds nor resources. What you require is a sufficiently formidable martial deterrent, and I happen to fit that role perfectly. Minya hesitated. Just how strong are you? To be frank, I'm unsure of my current strength. Shinju's gaze drifted, a hint of aloofness in his gentle tone. If I wished, obliterating a nation would not pose a challenge. Minya nearly dropped his teacup in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this extraordinary youth concealed such power. Contemplating this, he rose. If we are to collaborate, I have a condition. We still do not know your true identity. Uchiha Shinju, he stated softly, do not misunderstand. I have no connection with the Uchiha of Konoha in the Land of Fire. I am a disciple of Lord Ban and a blade in his service. The legendary Uchiha Ban. Mangekyō staggered back, while Natsuki and Yukino rushed to support him. He murmured, if you are his disciple, then it's settled. Upon learning of Shinju's origins, he waved his hand, immediately consenting to the terms. Mangekyō's eyes gleamed. Moreover, I pledge that should you liberate the Smithing Guild from the control of the Iron Country's elite, in addition to the previously agreed 30%, I will personally relinquish another 20%. Henceforth, half of the guild's annual profits will be yours. Shinju regarded the solemn-faced Damba Mangekyō, recognizing the cunning fox. He aimed to bind me to the guild entirely. In prosperity and adversity alike, our fates will intertwine, and at critical junctures, my 50% stake may not suffice to tip the scales of interest. One must concede, as a clan head and the guild's acting president. This individual was both audacious and resolute. Yet, Shinju did not hastily acquiesce. Instead, he established 3 stipulations. I can assist the guild in overcoming this takeover crisis and will serve as the ultimate martial deterrent against the lords of the Iron Country. However, I will not involve myself in the guild's operations or expansion. I shall intervene only in times of crisis. I am a sharp blade, capable of killing and intimidating. How you wield me is up to you. After careful contemplation, Damba Mangekyō ultimately agreed. Since the proclamation regarding the martial arts contest had already been made, they could only adapt their strategy and allow Shinju to demonstrate his strength before the world's warriors. However, Natsuki hesitated, whispering, the requirements for this contest state that only warriors may participate. Shinju-kun, you are a ninja, aren't you? Shinju chuckled softly. Rest assured, even without utilizing ninja techniques, I can certainly defeat them. At that moment, Damba Mangekyō cleared his throat, casting a meaningful glance at Shinju, and declared loudly, then it is settled. If Lord Shinju can win the championship, marrying my daughter to you would not be out of the question. Yukino's delicate figure trembled slightly. Her crimson lips pressed together beneath the sheer white veil. Shinyu observed this with keen eyes, feigning a playful demeanor as he declared his departure. This son-in-law takes his leave now. Mayako turned to her daughter. Yukino, see him off. Hesitation flickered in Yukino's eyes, yet upon meeting her father's gaze, she gracefully moved her steps and exited the room alongside Shinyu. Natoko, you should also head down, Mayako instructed. One by one, they departed, leaving Mayako leaning against the bamboo chair, her gaze fixed on the solitary moon outside, her expression melancholic, as if the weight of years had suddenly aged her. Before half an hour had passed, a knock echoed from outside. Come in, Mayako sighed deeply. The visitors were her 2 disciples. Master, Ryunosuke began hesitantly, casting a swift glance at his fellow disciple. Ah, I heard you intend to entrust the fate of the guild to that boy from earlier. I fail to comprehend why you would place your trust in an outsider. However, Mayako paid him no mind, her focus shifting to her second disciple, Tetsuya. Do you share this sentiment? Tetsuya frowned slightly, replying, I also find it rather unwise. Mayako scoffed. What? Do you believe I have lost my senses? Never. Ryunosuke knelt, unable to meet her gaze. How did you come to know of this matter, Tetsuya? Tetsuya remained silent, merely stating, I simply do not wish for you to make a hasty decision that could jeopardize the guild's promising future. Tetsuya, speak less. Ryunosuke's eyes widened, startled by his fellow disciple's audacity. He could not fathom why this usually lethargic and non-confrontational disciple dared to confront their master today. Unexpectedly, the usually stern master chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by her disciple's impudent remarks. A miscalculation, Tetsuya. Both disciples paused, bewildered. Mayako continued, Ryunosuke, it was you who urged me to marry off Natoko, was it not? Ryunosuke broke into a cold sweat, confirming it indeed was him. Now, confess honestly, who informed you of this plan? No one told me. It was my own idea. Ryunosuke's complexion turned pale. Mayako leisurely approached him. You may be concerned for the guild, but with that simpleton mind of yours, how could you have devised such a plan? Ryunosuke grew anxious, attempting to explain, yet the words eluded him. He was, after all, a person of few words. Mayako sighed. Even you failed to notice, did you? Was it not your good junior disciple who hinted at this? Ryunosuke stood frozen, casting a doubtful glance at his junior. He vaguely recalled a night when he sought solace in drinks with Tetsuya, who had mentioned that if the sole daughter of the Sugawara family found a good match, It might alleviate some pressure on the guild. Suddenly, he remembered Shinyu's words from earlier. Your second disciple is no ordinary person. In the president's room of the sword forging hall, shadows danced in the flickering light, casting the silhouettes of 3 men on the wall. Mayako continued. When we pursued Ikegawa Jinzo, few knew of the operation plan. Aside from those involved, only Yukino was aware. She lifted her gaze to the ceiling. Fixated on the bright light, for the sake of my master, I fearlessly speak the truth. I have indeed doubted my own daughter. Thus, the typically reticent Tetsuya found his voice, his tone hoarse. You are using your own daughter as bait. Merely a test? Mayako met his gaze squarely. Indeed. What significance does this hold? Are you truly willing to sacrifice Yukino's happiness? Tetsuya's eyes brimmed with emotion. Of course it holds significance. It has drawn you out. Has it not? Tetsuya was momentarily taken aback. Mayako continued. Since I announced this news, Yukino has not reacted with the hysteria I anticipated. Rather, she has accepted it with calmness, only shedding tears in solitude at night. She has always been a sensible child. Yet you, my disciple, your reaction has truly surprised me. Not only have you repeatedly sought to rescind my decision, but you have also incited the department heads to undermine my authority. And those clandestine maneuvers with the nobles, did you truly think I was oblivious? With a deep sigh, Mayako added, upon receiving reminders from the nobility, I finally realized that the person closest to Yukino is none other than you, Tetsuya. Tetsuya's brows knitted in concern. Master, do you suspect me? Mayako locked her gaze onto his. That day, you learned of the rout from Yukino. Besides you, I cannot fathom who else would betray us. And how did you come to know of my late-night discussions with Shinyu? Mayako stepped forward. Have you been following Yukino all along? Were you orchestrating everything to draw me out? Tetsuya's realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, Damba Mayako. You are indeed relentless for the sake of the guild. Tetsuya, what are you saying? Ryanosuke tugged at Tetsuya's trousers, whispering harshly, how dare you speak to the master in such a manner? Kneel, now. He glared at his junior. Yet Tetsuya remained unmoved. Tetsuya, you. At that moment, Tetsuya suddenly raised his foot, sending Ryanosuke crashing into a nearby weapon rack. Tetsuya's eyes turned fierce as he drew a blade from his sleeve, its sharp edge aimed directly at Mayako. With her arms folded behind her back, Mayako stood defenseless before Tetsuya, her eyes closing in resignation. Clang! Tetsuya felt a sudden pain in his wrist as the blade shattered. A colossal black skeletal hand interposing itself between Mayako and him, as if separating the heavens from the earth. A handsome young man stepped forth from beside Mayako, having appeared there without notice. The enormous black ribcage and the ominous hand brimming with dark energy left Tetsuya utterly stunned. Shinyu extended a hand, and with a mere gesture, Tetsuya felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, a terrifying pressure enveloping him, as if an invisible hand had tightened its grip, rendering even the slightest movement a luxury. What is this? He struggled to widen his eyes, yet his lips remained immobile, fear igniting within them. My instincts were correct, Shinyu remarked, slightly rotating his palm, causing Tetsuya's body to follow suit. There is something amiss with your body. He suddenly pointed a sword finger at Tetsuya, whose right hand bulged, a liquid-like energy coursing down his arm, creating eerie ripples across his entire being. Disperse, Shinyu commanded. With a loud pop, Tetsuya's entire right arm exploded, liquid splattering against the walls, with droplets even hitting Ryanosuke's face. In a panic, Ryanosuke wiped his face, only to realize it was not blood, but rather clear water. Shinyu withdrew his hand with nonchalance, and Tetsuya's body collapsed, kneeling to the ground. An invisible stream of water gushed from the severed arm, writhing and reconstituting into his right arm, fully restored. This spectacle left Ryanosuke in shock and astonished Mayako. I was not mistaken. Your second disciple is indeed remarkable, Shinyu smirked. He is not even one of Iron Country's people. Amidst the twisted dark energy, Mayako slowly turned, tears glistening in her eyes. What a pity, Tetsuya, among my 3 disciples. You are the one I value the most. Shall I end him? Shinyu tilted his head in inquiry. Yes, Mayako replied calmly, her gaze unyielding. Akin to an executioner wielding a sword. Please allow him a complete corpse. Understood, Shinyu acknowledged, dissolving his Susanoo, the dark energy dissipating. Yet a pure and light spirit shot forth, instantly embedding itself in Tetsuya's brow. In the next moment, the spirit entered and exited. And Shinyu's expression grew complex as he gazed upon Tetsuya, now devoid of life. Clad in black, he turned to leave, having interrogated the information before extinguishing the opponent's soul. Tetsuya H. Zuki, a man of the Water Nation, infiltrated the Damba family in his youth with the sole purpose of seizing the remarkable sword-forging techniques of the Iron Nation. Collaborating with the corrupted nobility of the Iron Nation, he meticulously undermined the prestigious San Chuan. 3 months prior, under the guise of assistance, he tampered with the forging furnace of the Akikawa family and replaced the Baisho Chuan sword forging manual, resulting in the failure of the scheduled production of 3,000 renowned swords for the Lord's estate. Upon delivery, the swords shattered, inciting the Lord's wrath and precipitating the disintegration of the Swordsmithing Guild. He clandestinely orchestrated a rescue for the beleaguered Akikawa family, dispatching ninjas to eliminate the pursuers from the Iron Nation. He incited the Damba family to marry off their only daughter, Sugawara, and had secured the support of influential figures, fixing the outcome in his favor. However, when Damba Mayu designated his beloved Damba Yukino as the bride, chaos ensued in his heart. He declared his participation in the tournament, plotting to eliminate Sugawara Shoko. Despite his careful concealment, the astute Mayu discerned something amiss. Had he not been discovered, he would have unveiled his identity during the upcoming martial arts competition, overpowering all to claim victory, subsequently allying with the bribed nobility to assimilate the Merchant Guild, and seizing the opportunity to assassinate Damba Mayu, ultimately dismantling the San Chuan and placing it under the dominion of the Water Nation. Crucially, he could then legitimately wed Damba Yukino. Returning to his chamber, Shinhain sprawled across his bed, gazing vacantly at the night sky. A profound sense of reflection enveloped him. The plan was initially flawless, yet his emotions had led to his downfall. He turned, bathed in the cold moonlight, his eyes glowing with a fiery red, intricate patterns shifting within, like a kaleidoscope in bloom. He extended his hand, slender fingers brushing against his eyes. Suki Tetsuya, a man of deep stratagems and distant ambitions. Yet even the most intricate machinations falter before my gaze. As chaos looms, strength reigns supreme. In the face of absolute power, all schemes appear ludicrous. Shinhain stared at his palm, murmuring to himself, "Is this what it feels like to wield the fate of others?" That night, he tossed and turned, unable to find tranquility. In comparison to the grand aspirations of Lord Ban, I still have a long way to go. Chapter 47. The Minions. The next day, the martial arts tournament commenced as scheduled. Yet to everyone's surprise, a youth ascended the stage early, clad in a black brocade robe with violet patterns that exuded nobility. His long, dark hair was tied in a high ponytail, secured with an indigo ribbon, and a long ceremonial sword hung from his waist. He moved languidly, standing at the center of the arena. His face was strikingly handsome, with phoenix-like eyes exuding a cold, proud aura. The audience swelled, including battle-hardened warriors who initially displayed impatience. But upon meeting the youth's gaze, they fell silent, not daring to breathe. Only the samurai mingling among the crowd exhibited cautious glances, instinctively adopting defensive stances with hands resting on their sword hilts. What is this boy's aura? However, the nobles in the stands began to fidget, some baring their teeth in discontent. From their elevated position, they could not discern the youth's expression. Who is this brat, seeking death? Humph, what is the Damba clan thinking? Allowing a mere child to disrupt such an important occasion? Someone, throw him off the stage. The crowd below scoffed, unable to handle a mere child. Soon, a man clad in samurai armor ascended the stage, reprimanding Shinhain's back. "Brat, go play elsewhere. This is no place for you." Shinhain turned slightly. "Are you here to challenge me?" "Challenge?" The man scoffed. "You, a child, cannot possibly wish to participate in the tournament." Shinhain replied coolly, "I give you 3 breaths to leave." From the stands, someone shouted, "Is it over yet? The match is about to begin. Can't you keep this brat in check?" Ridiculous. The Damba family can't even manage this. The man on stage, feeling his pride wounded, placed a hand on his sword hilt, his gaze sharp. "Brat, if you don't leave, don't blame me for taking action." 3 breaths passed. In an instant, Shinhain vanished from view. The man only saw a shadow flash overhead, a slender hand lightly resting on his shoulder. Then, with a tremendous force, his world spun as the youth effortlessly hurled him away. The man soared like a straight line, crashing into the stands with a resounding thud, eliciting cries of despair from the very spot where he had yelled the loudest. The nobles gasped, some rising in shock. Glancing at the main seat, while Damba Mayu remained composed, eyes narrowed, and the entire merchant guild appeared unfazed, as if they were entirely unconcerned. "Damba chairman, I demand an explanation." A portly noble intoned gravely. "Today is the martial arts tournament. Only the strongest can become my son-in-law, and a bit of bloodshed is inevitable." Mayu flashed a cunning smile. "Swords have no eyes. An occasional mishap is quite normal, wouldn't you agree? Humph. The noble snorted, unable to express his anger. Muttering under his breath, after this, you will pay for this. On the high platform, the lord of the Iron Nation sat amidst opulence, his folding fan obscuring half his face, deep in thought. On the stage, Shinhain surveyed the crowd, his icy gaze sweeping over all present. I understand why you are here today. However, I find this tournament rather tedious. His lips curled into a devilish smile. Let me simplify the process for you. If you wish to wed Miss Yukino, it is simple. Ascend the stage and kill me. His gaze was fierce, brimming with aggression. I am Shinhain, and today, I stand guard over this arena. At this proclamation, all the warriors in attendance could no longer remain seated. Such words were intolerable to them. The heart of a swordsman lies in invincibility, each striving forward without fear, to achieve greater heights in the art of the sword. They remained steadfast to their path and beliefs, unyielding against formidable foes. To falter in this conviction is fatal. Consider this. If you cannot even trust yourself, how can you trust the sword in your hand? Consequently, many warriors emitted cold snorts, and a few hot-blooded individuals could not contain their outrage. A fiery-tempered warrior leapt onto the stage, glaring at Shinhain. I am. His voice abruptly ceased, for in the next moment, he was sent flying off the stage, crashing with a loud thud into the wall, unable to peel himself away. The crowd gasped in unison, their gaze returning to the stage, where Shinhain maintained a perfect sidekick stance, slowly retracting his leg. Minions should not waste my time. Shinhain scanned the crowd. Here is a piece of advice. This is my final act of mercy. Anyone who steps up next must be prepared to die. A stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Uproar erupted both on and off the stage, a cacophony of shouts filled with crude insults and indignation. Brat, do not underestimate us. Reveal your master, and I shall demand an explanation. Do you think there is no one left in Wuxiang City? Let me play with you. No. Let me. My blade is eager for action. Humph. Let my Bayuki style take the measure of this brat. Bathed in the uproar, Shinhain opened his arms. No need for such trouble. All of you can come at me at once. Arrogant. Instantly, 3 warriors ascended the stage, encircling Shinhain. This time, there were no words wasted. They struck first, their blades flashing like streaks of light, 3 chakra-infused energy blades slicing towards Shinhain. Buzz. Everyone gaped in astonishment, for they witnessed the youth enveloped in a translucent ripple, like a flowing spring, repelling all the energy blades effortlessly. With a swift motion, Shinyu grasped the hilt of his sword, the blade gleaming like flowing water, blinding the eyes of all present. The swords of 3 warriors were simultaneously severed, sending them flying off the stage, blood spraying in their wake. By the time the crowd regained their senses, the frostfall had already returned to its sheath. Wasn't the boy's earlier display of defensive technique even more astonishing? What was that? Did you see clearly? The audience buzzed with speculation, the fleeting defense and counterattack of Shinyu reigniting the atmosphere of the arena. Endowed with the unique capabilities of the sea goddess body, he could manipulate water currents in the ocean and harness the moisture in the air, condensing it upon his skin to form a high-density protective barrier. This molecular shield was remarkably resilient, almost imperceptible due to its transparency. Such an ability could be consciously controlled or activated instinctively, with the body automatically gathering moisture to fend off impending harm. To breach this aqueous shield, blunt force was clearly an unwise approach. Only concentrated thrusts or slashes held any promise. Yet, the attacks of these warriors were pathetically weak, failing to even dent the shield, let alone confront his more formidable physique. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Shinyu frowned. Those weaker than these 3 should refrain from seeking their demise here. Chapter 48. Dual Sword Flourish. In the Iron Nation, at the Forging Guild conference, Shinyu stood steadfastly at the center of the arena, surrounded by blood splattered like ink. Countless broken swords and limbs littering the ground, the acrid scent of blood lingering in the air. Silence enveloped the venue, both on and off the stage. This boy, akin to a reaper, had stood there for hours, from dawn to dusk, as countless warriors had come forth, only to meet their demise. As the battle reached its conclusion, no one dared to boast. Some were even too frightened to breathe. The entire contest had morphed into a farce, where once admired warriors crumbled before the boy, utterly defeated. It was not that the boy's swordsmanship was exceptionally ornate or unfathomable. On the contrary, he stood there, inviting them to strike, crushing all warriors with the simplest of stances. Whether facing a lone expert or being besieged by dozens, the boy remained unmoved, the fierce sword energies failing to touch him. In the end, With a disappointed sigh, he executed a straightforward sword draw, causing his foes to collapse like harvested wheat, bloodied and defeated. Powerful warriors would break their swords. The slightly weaker might lose a limb, while those with empty reputations would leave their lives behind. What? Is there no one left? Shinyu's voice sliced through the silence, his cool tone resonating throughout the arena. He surveyed the crowd, his disappointment evident. Throughout, he had sought someone capable of breaching his molecular barrier, for only such sharp strikes warranted his adaptation. His fundamental goal was merely to adjust to those strikes and evolve his autumn dew on leaf. Yet, to his astonishment, not a single individual from the esteemed Iron Nation met his expectations. My lord, it seems we can announce the results now. He turned towards the dais. Ahem. Dan Yumayi, leaning on his cane, rose and cleared his throat, declaring, Shinyu has guarded the arena, since no one dares to challenge him further. I hereby announce that today as champion of the martial arts tournament is Shinyu. Wait. A sharp voice interrupted him. Mai looked up in shock at the daimyo of the Iron Nation on the high platform. Ah, how unexpected. Our Iron Nation has produced such a youthful hero, indeed. Quite remarkable. The daimyo clapped enthusiastically, prompting a thunderous applause from the crowd, both nobility and commoners alike. The clapping eventually dwindled, and the daimyo, smiling as he opened his folding fan, said, My lord Mai, it is evident to all that today as champion is none other than this young man. Surely there is no need for an early announcement? Ah, what the daimyo says is true. Mai nodded with a smile. Then, I have an ungracious request. Might I inquire if young brother Shinyu could oblige? The daimyo asked. Speak, Shinyu replied nonchalantly. The air suddenly stilled, and all present, including Mai, recognized Shinyu's blatant disrespect towards the daimyo, yet none dared to voice their concerns. The daimyo, seemingly unfazed, chuckled lightly. In my lordship, there are 4 warriors, whom I shall deem the strongest in the Iron Nation before your emergence. Though they have surpassed 50 years, their swords remain unblemished. He spoke with a cadence, accompanied by his sharp voice, reminiscent of a timeless nursery rhyme. Now, might I request you to test whether they still possess their edge? Mai felt a wave of unease, but just as he was about to decline, Shinyu interjected with enthusiasm. Certainly. His tone carried excitement, his once stoic gaze now glimmering with life. Let us proceed. Do not dampen my spirits. Excellent. The daimyo beamed, snapping his fan shut. I have long dispatched for them. They have been awaiting you here for some time. From behind him, 4 figures emerged, one tall, one short, one stout, and one slender. Their forms flickered momentarily before they took their positions on the stage, encircling Shinyu. They removed their cloaks, revealing a uniformity of white beards and faces lined with wrinkles. Time may have eroded their bodies, but their spirits remained unyielding. The brightness of their keen eyes was irrefutable evidence of their prowess. Fear not, Miss Yukino. Even if they were to win by sheer luck, I would not allow you to marry them, the daimyo assured, casting a glance at the worried Yukino. How could I bear to let the esteemed daughter of the Forging Guild be wed to a few old men? Swords know no mercy. Be cautious, young brother. The tall elder cautioned. Shinyu placed one hand on his sword, inviting them to demonstrate their skill. With a swift motion, 4 fierce slashes descended upon Shinyu. The air reverberated, yet he remained unmoving, his water shield vibrating fiercely, deflecting the strike skyward. However, the old warriors did not relent. They seamlessly exchanged positions, their single swords slicing through the air like ink, carving a cross in the sky. Shinyu, embracing the challenge, spread his arms wide as a torrent of strikes rained down upon him. Bathed in the dim golden light of the setting sun, a pale blue aura enveloped his form. To his astonishment, the upper half of his water shield flickered violently before shattering, the strikes closing in. With a swift sound, his robe was torn into countless fragments, revealing his unblemished torso. The 4 elders gasped in disbelief, realizing what they witnessed. The boy, illuminated by the brilliance of the strikes, remained unscathed by what appeared to be lethal blows. His upper body resembled divine iron, the blue radiance swirling, resembling a piece of exquisitely polished jade. In shock, the old warriors did not cease their assault, an unending wave of strikes engulfing Shinyu entirely. Yes, just like that. You 4, unleash your full might. Shinyu laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. With the upper water shield shattered, there was no need to maintain it. Experiencing true harm would hasten his adaptation. Emosu Luo. From his bright blue eyes, a crimson gleam shot forth, a piercing chill emanating, causing the audience to shudder as if enveloped in an icy mountain. Shinyu's left eye transformed into a kaleidoscope, resplendent and exquisite, the intricate pattern swirling as if imprinting every strike into his very consciousness. Chakra, a transformative force, undergoes an extreme compression, with torrents of energy surging forth, perpetually alive. In an instant, the brilliance in the dual pupils of Shinyu flashed, and the frostfall blade of one heart surged forth from his right hand. In his left hand, azure light coalesced, swiftly forming an ice-blue blade that emanated a radiance akin to ancient glaciers. Grasping his sword, he spun fiercely, executing a dual sword slash. The luminous essence of autumn dew on leaves condensed into a tangible form, transitioning from ice blue to jade green. Shinyu's blade traced a perfect arc, the curve gleaming with vibrant emerald hues, expanding suddenly. In this moment, all other strikes dimmed before this arc, which, like a force of nature, effortlessly severed every attack, sweeping across the warrior's blades like a gentle breeze. The sound of blades clattering to the ground resonated, as four elder warriors spat blood, their hair standing on end. Tumbling from the arena, Shinyu sheathed his sword, the light blade in his left hand extinguishing like a ghostly flame. Standing atop the arena, he cast a proud gaze over the four elder warriors. They remained alive. His strikes had been calibrated to their chakra strength, leaving each with a grievous wound that exposed bone. This scar, I have left you, shall be your final glory in the years to come. His voice echoed throughout the venue, silencing the once boisterous crowd. It felt as though an invisible hand gripped everyone's throats. The Lord of the Iron Country stood agape, having dropped his fan without realizing. The attendees gazed at the boy on the stage, resembling a deity descended from the heavens, their hearts echoing with unspoken awe. This moment was destined to be etched into the annals of the Iron Country's history. Chapter 49, A Drawn Blade at the Slightest Provocation. Ha ha, young brother. You are truly a prodigy. The Lord chuckled, though his smile bore a hint of bitterness. Dan Yuzhenyi, perceptive as ever, seized the moment to announce Shinyu as the champion. The crowd, filled with emotions, marveled at the emergence of a godlike youth from the Iron Country. Suddenly, an astute warrior noticed movement from Shinyu's right hand. Without warning, the frostfall blade was drawn, and a fierce slash cleaved the air, splitting a distant spectator stand in two, causing a collapse that buried the nobles within. The cries did not cease as Shinyu continued to strike, each blow sending arcs of jade light soaring like a crescent moon, targeting several nobles with deadly intent. This is madness. He has lost his mind. The azure light flashed, striking like thunder, casting the dim sky into a flickering brilliance. The nobles' souls fled in terror. No one could evade such strikes. The warriors, attempting to draw their blades in defense, were severed in twain, becoming mere accompaniments to their lord's demise. After its evolution, the autumn dew technique refined the operation of chakra, embodying the characteristics of flowing water while significantly compressing chakra density. It became a weapon for both offense and defense, liberating him from the constraints of his hands. Amidst the chilling sounds of carnage, blood flowed like rivers, transforming the once celebratory arena into a slaughterhouse. It was worth noting that these were figures of high status in the Iron Country, yet Shinyu executed them before the Lord's very eyes. Chaos erupted. Cries filled the air. Is this also Dan Yuzhenyi's scheme? Help! I'm too handsome to die here. From the moment Shinyu drew his blade until the nobles fell, mere breaths elapsed, as everyone scrambled to escape, fearful that the boy's wrath would turn upon them. After all, he had effortlessly vanquished the four most formidable warriors. It had been centuries since such a power had emerged. If he were to go mad, the entire Wuxiang city could be laid to waste. At this juncture, Shinyu spoke again, his clear voice resonating throughout the assembly. Everyone, remain still. The individuals I have slain were all traitors bought by the Water Country. This has all been executed under the Lord's directive. Now that the traitors have been dealt with, you need not worry. Beneath the lavish canopies of the high platform, the Lord of the Iron Country, hidden behind several shogunate warriors, cautiously peeked out from beneath his chair. What? His gaze was a mixture of fear, confusion, and a touch of panic. Me? At that moment, Dan Yuzhenyi stepped forward, supported by Natsuki and Yukino, swiftly approaching the Lord. My lord, all that has transpired today is the handiwork of the Water Country. He spoke eloquently, revealing how spies from the Water Country had infiltrated the Iron Country, employing vile tactics to undermine it, and how the recent attacks on the Uchiha family were part of a broader scheme. The Lord regained his composure, climbing back onto his seat, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Shinyu continued to explain, and the Lord sat quietly, occasionally glancing at the arena where Shinyu held the divine blade. He had no choice, should the boy frown. he might find himself on the receiving end of a blade. Just then, a nearby fallen structure shifted, and from the rubble emerged a shadow, like a specter. It darted towards the noble and Shinyu with lightning speed. An assassin. The two guards reacted swiftly, positioning themselves before the lord. With a simultaneous draw, their blades released two streaks of pale blue energy, hurtling toward the intruder. The assassin did not evade. He charged headlong into the oncoming strikes. The crowd frowned. Not everyone possessed the same extraordinary prowess as Shinyu. The pride of the warriors was being trampled, again and again, while Shinyu's strength was a known entity. This unknown assassin dared to disregard their might. The blade energy whizzed past, piercing the assassin, yet instead of harm, droplets of water erupted, and he raised his hands, forming a gesture reminiscent of a pistol. Water release, water bullet. The tips of his fingers glimmered, and two crystalline water orbs shot forth, instantly penetrating the bodies of the two guards. Nevertheless, the guards, undeterred by death, held their ground, unwilling to allow their dignity to be sullied. Before the fallen bodies could even collapse, more guards surged forward, forming a shield around the noble and Dan Yuzhinye. "This is utterly tedious," the assassin complained, unleashing a barrage of water projectiles in an indiscriminate attack. Shinyu, eyes closed, concentrated, and in that moment, an invisible wave emanated from him. All droplets suspended midair. Their momentum halted, falling like raindrops. What on earth? The attacker was equally astonished, but there was no time for shock. Time was of the essence. If he could eliminate the Lord of the Iron Country and the detestable Dan Yuzhinye, his mission would not be in vain. After all, they had obtained the Oikawa family's secret techniques, though the plan to destroy the Iron Country's legacy had not been fully realized. The deaths of these two would ensure that the finest swordsmith in the entire ninja world would forever belong to the Water Country. With this in mind, he activated his body flicker technique, leaving behind a faint afterimage as he expanded his right hand, sending the guards flying, while extending his other hand towards the lord. Just as his fingers were about to graze the noble, a gentle breeze stirred the air, and a boy appeared before him, striking his chest with a swift palm. The blow was as rapid as lightning, unavoidable. However, for him, there was hardly any distinction between evasion and confrontation, as long as his body was hydrated. He could disregard all physical harm. An unusual sensation washed over him, causing the assassin's pupils to constrict. The previously disdainful expression vanished, replaced by profound terror. How could one be incapable of hydration? Nothing was impossible. Shinyu spoke calmly, and the assassin's body felt as if it were ensnared in midair. His panicked and fearful expression frozen upon his face. This individual possessed fair skin, a slender visage, and a head of flaxen hairstyle to one side, with a characteristic mustache framing his mouth. Yet, most striking of all was the absence of eyebrows. "So it is you," Shinyu said with a composed smile. "Kagura Hgetsu." The assassin forced a stiff smile. "You know me? An acquaintance?" "Of course, I am familiar with the future second Mizukichi," Shinyu replied. "A man who has mastered the art of water release to an exceptional degree, utilizing unique and formidable techniques that led to a mutual annihilation with the bloodline of a Wagakure. How could I not recognize you? This is not the main storyline. I merely wish to engage in conversation with everyone. In 2 chapters, the Iron Country arc will draw to a close, and the protagonist will return to the main narrative, continuing his journey through the ninja world. I have observed the comments from the past few days, and it seems that the majority do not hold this side story in high regard, finding it rather dull. In truth, the primary aim of this side story was to provide a breather in the plot. It felt as though we had been in constant combat, and readers might experience narrative fatigue. A story must have its ebbs and flows, but I have come to realize that I underestimated your capacity for endurance. Regardless of how intense the narrative becomes, it appears you do not tire easily. Very well, I shall take this into account and present more exhilarating chapters in the future, filled with peaks of excitement, eager to discover your limits. Maniacal laughter. Moreover, there has been considerable divergence regarding Shinyu's portrayal of Tobarama. Some readers believe I have excessively strengthened Tobarama, thereby repressing the power levels. However, I contend that Tobarama, as an elder scholar of the Uchiha clan, acts entirely in accordance with his established character. 5 years ago, the protagonist activated his Mangekyō Sharingan before him and eliminated numerous individuals, which undoubtedly lingered in Tobarama's mind, prompting him to devise various countermeasures against the protagonist, including the development of Unseals and enhancements to the Flying Thunder God technique. I believe this is entirely reasonable and does not violate established lore, including the much-debated 4 Red Yang formation. The original text stipulates that the formation requires the assembly of 4 top-tier ninja with chakra levels equivalent to that of a Kage. Tobirama is already at the Kage level, and as a member of the Senju clan, while not as powerful as his brother, he has developed Unseals and amassed chakra over several years. Thus, his ability to execute this formation is not unfathomable. Furthermore, regarding the Flying Thunder God technique, if Minato could perform such feats, why could Tobirama not execute this creation technique? The original work lacked completeness because Tobirama faced no significant pressure or concerns, but now he has compelling reasons to refine and enhance it. He must act swiftly to contend with Shinju's Mangekyō Sharingan. To confine his power to the original text would be rather unreasonable. Of course, if readers still feel that I am repressing power levels, I can only apologize and humbly accept the critique. Regarding the question, why engage Tobirama in battle for so long? Since the Nine Tails has already been unleashed, why not simply flee? Firstly, he was stalling for time. The Nine Tails had not ventured too far. Secondly, I admit that Shinyu was indeed reckless at that moment. He had his own considerations, seeking to adapt to the Flying Thunder God technique and, in turn, to the very nature of space itself, only to be schooled by Tobirama. Had he unleashed all his abilities promptly and exercised more caution, he would not have suffered so greatly. Yet, in life, who has not experienced moments of arrogance? The protagonist, having been influenced by Madara over the years, has inevitably absorbed a hint of hubris. Imagine awakening your eyes at 4, activating your Mangekyō at 5, possessing an unparalleled adaptability to time-based ocular techniques, and having access to eternal synthesis materials in Konoha. If this were your reincarnation template, I can hardly fathom how audacious you all would be. But a loss is a loss. One learns from their mistakes, and therein lies the beauty of growth. I understand that the feeling of defeat can be quite frustrating. Yet who among us has not experienced the humiliation of being outmatched in a duel, failing to unleash their full potential? The protagonist has acquitted himself well. At the very least, he was not merely toyed with by Tobirama, who employed all his means merely to achieve a narrow victory, leaving him utterly exhausted afterward. Let us conclude this topic here. I have carefully considered each of your comments. If you do not enjoy side stories, I will certainly take this into account moving forward. Writing a new book is no easy task, and I hope for your continued support. Naturally, if you could provide a 5-star review, that would be even better. The second Mizukichi wishes you an early Happy New Year. May all of you enjoy prosperous martial fortunes. Chapter 50. Kagura H. Getsu. Kagura H. Getsu, the second Mizukichi from the original timeline. During his tenure, he not only emulated the second Hokage Tobirama by establishing the Mist Ninja Academy in the Umbu, but also instituted a policy to safeguard the secrets of Kirigakure, mandating that Mist Ninjas must protect their information. Not even their comrades could be trusted to divulge it. This led to a prevailing air of mystery surrounding the Mist Ninjas, to the extent that even the younger generation of Kirigakure was largely unaware of the strength of this Mizukichi. Moreover, he placed great emphasis on the inheritance of the ninja swords, with the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen originating from his era. He regarded these 7 inheritors of the ninja swords as direct subordinates, cultivating a plethora of new generation ninjas as members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, effectively consolidating the village's development. Shinyu scoffed. "Who are you calling an acquaintance?" As he tightened his fist, Kagura H. Getsu's body was torn asunder, disintegrating into a mass of water, with only his head remaining intact, while the rest transformed into a viscous water orb, the flesh liquefying into a transparent, eerie substance. How infuriating. What kind of ability do you possess, you little brat? H. Getsu bared his teeth, attempting to mask the terror in his eyes. Shinyu watched him with an air of calm. The H. Getsu clan, even when decapitated, could regenerate. But I wonder if they could recover from being reduced to a molecular state? I have never. H. Getsu abruptly interrupted himself, exclaiming, "Wait, who are you? How do you know so much about me? Do you believe you have the right to question me?" Shinyu raised his chin, and the water orb beside H. Getsu immediately swelled and exploded, bursting into a cloud of vapor that dampened the air around them. Hey, don't be impulsive." H. Getsu gasped in terror, fixated on the swelling water orb, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "If you have questions, I shall answer them." He forced a conciliatory expression, keeping his gaze fixed on the orb. "How infuriating. It will take a long time for my lower half to fully recover. Reveal your identity, your purpose, and why you sought to assassinate the Daime." Shinyu's expression turned cold, recalling the authoritative tone of Madara, unconsciously adopting a more commanding demeanor. Kagura H. Getsu twitched his lips, discontented. I am Kagura H. Getsu, a direct disciple of the Mizukage of Kirigakure. I have come to seize the Iron Country's 3 treasures. And this assassination is a necessary measure to achieve that goal. You insufferable little wretch. Once I break free, I will surely kill you. Shinyu nodded at Shinya, continuing to inquire, why do you wish to acquire the 3 treasures of iron? What schemes does your water country harbor? H. Getsu stammered. Kirigakure requires blacksmiths, particularly the finest ones who are concentrated here. I have an idea. If we can combine ninjutsu with the craftsmanship of swordsmithing, we could forge a unique ninja blade, and our village would undoubtedly grow stronger. Moreover, this plan is solely my own, and all actions are of my own design. Unrelated to Kirigakure, even my master is unaware of it. Shinyu nodded thoughtfully. What schemes have you undertaken to realize this plan? Huan Yu lamented. I have harbored this thought for quite some time, yet they at the Iron Country are as solid as iron. They even established a chamber of commerce. To dismantle it, one must start from within. Thus, many years ago, I dispatched my most trusted confidant, disguised as a citizen of the Iron Country, to infiltrate the chamber. The aim was to sow discord among them. However, until yesterday, I had not received any news from him. Well, I killed him, Shinyu said nonchalantly. Oh, so it was you. Dan Yuzhenyi interjected suddenly, his voice brimming with indignation. You claim you acted behind the Water Shadow's back. But how did you manage to mobilize the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village? On the day of the attack, there were numerous powerful ninjas among those who assaulted us alongside the shogunate forces. Huan Yu disdainfully curled his lips. Shinyu coldly replied, answer his question. Instantly, Huan Yu opened his mouth. Those were merely mercenaries composed of wandering ninjas and assassins. As long as you are willing to pay, they will do anything for you. I assure you, besides myself and my trusted subordinates, no one from the Hidden Mist Village was involved in the entire plan. How infuriating. I shall kill you. He glared fiercely at Shinyu, visibly terrified. Lord Daimyo, do you now comprehend the situation? The daimyo sat stunned in his chair. A look of shock etched across his face. He had no choice but to believe it now, realizing that his Iron Country, originally a neutral nation, had stealthily harbored so many spies. The daimyo expressed his fury and, amidst his anger, felt a surge of gratitude for finding capable allies. With teary eyes, he exclaimed, How fortunate we are to have you, Jinyi. So resourceful. And you, Shinyu, whose might is unparalleled. You too have turned the tide and saved our Iron Country from disgrace. Shinyu, I implore you, immediately execute this scoundrel. The daimyo pointed at Huan Yu, his voice piercing. Shinyu smiled slightly, and with a flicker, he vanished along with Huan Yu. His speed was astonishing, and Huan Yu felt as if swept away by a tempest, the surroundings blurring past him until he found himself outside the city. Little mustache. I do not harbor ill will towards you. Return whence you came, Shinyu said, releasing his grip. The invisible restraint lifted. Huan Yu immediately merged with several large water spheres, standing up, drenched. Little mustache? Huan Yu's face turned pale as he quickly distanced himself from Shinyu. Leaping several hundred meters away, he sensed that the further he moved from the boy, the weaker that strange binding force became. Young brat, I was careless before. I shall repay the humiliation you inflicted upon me. He formed hand seals and struck the ground with force. Summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, he stood atop a massive clam, its shell pure white, with 2 plump tentacles emerging from the seams. Illusionary mist. The tentacles writhed, expelling a vast amount of thick fog from their breathing holes, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters, including the strangely composed Shinyu. Are you frightened, boy? I am an illusionist ninja. In this mirage, everything you see is but a fade. The fog soon dispersed, revealing Huan Yu and his giant clam still in place. But in truth, it was merely an illusion, while his true self stealthily maneuvered. He chose not to approach Shinyu directly, but instead advanced cautiously, concealing himself behind a massive rock. This boy could control water. Though he was unsure of the peculiar technique, he could not approach recklessly. What of a wide-ranging bubble attack? Suddenly, the ground beneath him became damp, and countless bubbles of all sizes began to rise, floating towards Shinyu. Water sphere technique, explode. He snapped his fingers. A deafening explosion erupted, and when he peeked out, Shinyu remained unscathed, observing his illusionary doppelganger with a tilted head. Cold sweat broke out on Huan Yu's forehead. What in the world? Immune to bubble attacks? Left with no options, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, Steam Catastrophe. This was a unique explosive ninjutsu he had developed. Utilizing oil and water from within his body to create a childlike doppelganger, Its movements were exceptionally agile, with an exterior of oil and an interior of water. Easily heated and cooled. Once it moved, the oil's surface rapidly heated, causing the internal water to evaporate, enlarging the doppelganger until it triggered a violent steam explosion. After the explosion, the steam would rise, cool, and transform into hail to shrink in size, allowing the doppelganger to reconstitute and prepare for the next explosion, creating an infinite loop. In the original timeline, it was this very technique that allowed him to perish alongside the user of Dust Release. Hiding behind the rock, Huan Yu raised his hand to form seals, chakra gathering slowly, steam swirling around him, gradually forming a smiling clown face. "What are you doing?" An unexpected voice startled Huan Yu, causing the nearly formed water-oiled doppelganger to disintegrate uncontrollably. What? Huan Yu trembled against the boulder, fearfully looking up. Shinyu squatted atop the stone, adopting a cat-and-mouse posture, leisurely gazing down at him. He had appeared without warning, as though he had always been there. Huan Yu instinctively attempted to flee, but alas, that cursed binding force descended once more, an overwhelming power lifting him into the air, his belly swelling into a water sphere. "No, this is impossible," he exclaimed in disbelief. "Were you not deceived by my mirage? How could you locate my true form? Not only am I a water-release ninja, but I am also a master of illusions," Shinyu declared, pointing at his own eyes. "You, my friend, have been thoroughly outmatched." A flash of red light revealed his three-tomo Sharingan, the onyx pattern swirling against the crimson backdrop, leaving Huan Yu awestruck. "Uchiha?" He was utterly bewildered. Shinyu narrowed his eyes. "Little mustache, I stated that I do not dislike you, but that does not mean I will hesitate to kill you." A chilling aura flickered momentarily, and Huan Yu's expression turned grave. "I shall spare you this time. There will be no second chance. Have some self-awareness, fool." He casually released his grip, and Huan Yu tumbled to the ground, utterly humiliated. "If you dare to covet the Chamber of Commerce again, I promise to personally visit the Hidden Mist Village and eliminate you before the Water Shadow." This is not right." Huan Yu gasped for air. "Why do you defend the Iron Country? Are you not from Konoha?" With a pop, Huan Yu's head burst open, droplets scattering like rain. "Do not mention that name in my presence," Shinyu replied, his tone severe. "I am no saint. Like you, I am merely a scoundrel capitalizing on chaos. A rogue extracting benefits from the Iron Country. The only difference is that my methods are far more refined." He turned away, no longer concerned with Huan Yu's fate. "Leave. As for the affairs of the Kichuan family, I shall not meddle further. Do not set foot in the Iron Country again." With that, he activated his body flicker technique, vanishing, leaving Huan Yu dumbfounded on the ground. Water pooled at Huan Yu's neck, gradually coalescing into a browless, terrified face. Chapter 51. The helmsman Shinyu returned to the gathering, and upon facing the daimyo's eager inquiries, he shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. "Ah, that fellow has many tricks. I fought him for 300 rounds, yet he managed to escape." The daimyo's expression darkened immediately. Shinyu, resting his hands behind his head, spoke calmly. "However, I am now a member of the chamber. As long as I remain, our chamber will endure. With our chamber intact, that fellow dares not covet the Iron Country. Do you understand?" The daimyo nodded promptly. He could discern Shinyu's intentions, recognizing it as an opportunity to exert pressure on the daimyo's estate. The matter of Huan Yu was indeed complicated. He had already stated that all actions were his own, unrelated to the Land of Water, implying that pursuing the matter further would yield no favorable outcomes, regardless of the truth behind the words of Kurenai. Even if it were indeed a conspiracy orchestrated by the village hidden in the mist, what could the Land of Iron do if they resolutely declared that Kurenai was a traitor? If such matters were laid bare, it would irrevocably sever ties with the Land of Water, which merely stood as a neutral nation, occasionally enduring some bullying. However, should they provoke the other side, they could unwittingly find themselves entangled in hostilities. Although the ninja realm is safeguarded by the ninja god, who knows how long he will endure? The approach proposed by Shinju preserved the integrity of the forging house, while also upholding the last vestiges of dignity for the Land of Iron, effectively deterring formidable foes from encroaching, a commendable achievement indeed. Furthermore, it allowed for the forging of connections with this formidable individual. The daimyo wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, resolved to impose restrictions on the nobles, forbidding them from harboring ulterior motives towards the forging house. He also mobilized samurai from the shogunate to maintain a constant vigil at headquarters and various branches, safeguarding the safety of the merchants and providing robust support for the flourishing development of the forging house. After all, A portion had already been forcibly taken by the land of water. If he failed to offer support, he would inevitably face the ire of the populace, who would decry him as a foolish and tyrannical ruler. Thus, Shinju successfully navigated the ownership crisis of the Merchant Association, preserving the final lineage of the Iron's three heirs and securing his stake in the association. In light of his remarkable contributions, Myo Damba proposed an immediate retirement. But after several insistences from Shinju, they created a new position tailored specifically for him. This role required no involvement in daily management, yet allowed him to enjoy dividends at the year's end, stepping in only during crises to prevent the collapse of the enterprise. He would be respectfully referred to as the helmsman. Members of the Merchant Association, regardless of rank or age, were mandated to address Shinju as young master. With a singular token forged from pure gold, the helmsman's emblem, he could command all resources from the branches across the land of iron. One frosty morning, delicate snowflakes descended upon the city of Takeo. Having concluded his training, Shinju stretched and opened the door, only to be met by a captivating figure. Damba Yukino stood gracefully in a simple white dress, enchantingly admiring the plum blossoms from the viewing platform. The falling snow, the plum blossoms, and the lovely maiden combined to create a scene that could only be captured by an artist's brush, a breathtaking tableau. Shinju stifled the urge to intrude, preparing to retreat inside, when Yukino called out to him. "Shinju-kun, are you leaving today?" Her gentle voice, even in this frigid land, enveloped him like a warm spring breeze. Exhaling softly, he composed himself and smiled as he turned to her, acknowledging that he had a mission to fulfill. If there was one person in the land of iron he wished to avoid, it was this woman before him. He had taken many lives, his hands stained with blood, yet he bore no guilt, feeling he owed nothing to anyone. However, the thought of her solitary figure and her eyes filled with sorrow stirred discomfort within him. The reason was simple. He had been the one to take away her childhood sweetheart. "Don't leave. Stay here," she implored, her gaze tender and wistful. "Just stay here." Shinju averted his eyes, unable to meet her fiery gaze, which threatened to incinerate his indifference, leaving only compassion and remorse in its wake. For the first time in his life, this pure-blood Uchiha found himself unable to meet another's eyes. Seeing his silence, Yukino gently removed her veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her eyes warm and inviting, her lips ripe and alluring. "Shinju-kun, you are like the wind, swift to come and swift to go. But if you stay here, even the Merchant Association will eventually belong to you." Shinju thought to himself that whether he stayed or not, the association would still be his. After all, he had emerged victorious in the martial arts tournament, and she, too, belonged to him. "Miss Yukino, you jest. Do you not know that the wind is free and unrestrained?" He gazed at the overcast sky, watching snowflakes drift leisurely downward. "I have my thoughts elsewhere." Yukino pursed her lips in silence, her luminous eyes stubbornly fixed on his gentle profile. Taking a deep breath, Shinju turned to meet her gaze. "Do you harbor hatred towards me for the matter concerning Kageyama?" "No longer," she replied, but a smile revealed that she had indeed felt animosity. Yukino puffed out her cheeks, her previously composed demeanor giving way to a rare display of childlike frustration. "After all, you are someone who has grown up alongside me." "Yes, and someone who also sought your father's life," Shinju added, delivering his words with unyielding precision. Such was the nature of the Uchiha, sharp and unrelenting. What good is hatred? I have said it before. I am but a blade, a sharp one. Your father used my blade to eliminate Kageyama in order to protect the association. It's that simple. If only my father did not hold the association in such high regard. If only it were not so significant, she murmured, her voice cautious. Shinju immediately countered. "Do you think your father felt no pain when I eliminated Kageyama?" The bonds of kinship are insignificant when weighed against great injustices. If the Kageyama clan were to dismantle the association, the land of iron would be on the brink of ruin. What great injustice is merely the advantage of the many? Yukino whispered softly. "You speak true," Shinju acknowledged, extending his hand to watch the snowflakes melt away in his palm. "In this wretched world, only strength holds true significance. With strength, your interests align with those of the world, and the people you wish to protect become the very ones that others seek to safeguard. When you speak, no one dares to disregard your words. Thus, to protect those you cherish, one must strive and seize. If I had not fought for what I wanted, I would have perished long ago, the moment I first stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 4. His voice carried an icy detachment. Were I to be given another chance, I would still eliminate Kageyama, for he obstructed my path. Should you wish to seek revenge, you are always welcome. I offer you that opportunity. With that, he turned and departed. Having resolved the matter satisfactorily, Shinju invoked a summoning technique, leaving the ninja cat Zetsu behind at the forging house with firm instructions. Should the association face a crisis, summon me immediately, and I will comply with any conditions. Just as Shinju prepared to return to the land of fire, Zetsu brought him delightful news. Pochi has returned. I informed him of your situation, and he is ready to perform the reverse summoning technique at any time. Oh, Zetsu, you truly are my favorite ninja cat. Ensure the reverse summoning technique is prepared. Shinju promptly formed seals, and with a puff of white smoke, he vanished completely. As the surroundings transformed dramatically when he regained his senses, he found himself back in the cat house. Chapter 52. The true cause of his lack of direction in the land of fire, within the cat house. Shinju tightly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling the air within the room, a blend of mint and a faint fishy scent wafting into his nostrils. He opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with delight. I have finally returned. Suddenly, a barbed tongue dashed across his cheek. Shinju shuddered at the unexpected sensation. Although his body instinctively activated the moisture barrier, the feeling remained distasteful. He quickly turned to meet Pochi's striking blue feline face. You seem different, Pochi remarked. Shinju grimaced, still feeling the goosebumps on his skin. Indeed, something has changed, but I am not fond of your method of confirmation. Pochi appeared unfazed, circling around Shinju, sniffing him intently, and pawing at the frostfall heart hanging at his waist, his feline expression full of curiosity. Where have you been? That is a question I should be asking you. Shinju replied, recalling how Zetsu had mentioned Pochi had not returned to the cat house days prior. I remember you were engaged in battle with Sarutobi Sasuke? Pochi yawned lazily. An intriguing opponent, the Monkey King, left me in awe. While the summoning technique was still in effect, I took the opportunity to spar with him for a while. Speaking of which, you are quite remarkable, Shinju mused, resting his chin on his hand. The ability to change your form at will, to condense into shape or disperse into vapor, and even to manifest barriers, creating a prison of your own. Are you finally interested? As Boki's head floated forward, his bronze-colored eyes gleamed brightly, showcasing the clever application of natural energy. For a billion taels, I shall impart my cultivated celestial arts to you. What do you say? If you are unwilling to teach, then simply say so. Do you comprehend the magnitude of a billion? With a swift motion, Shinyu swatted at Boki, causing his cat-like head to disperse into mist, only to reassemble on the other side. Moreover, learning the celestial arts from Yamu Mountain would transform one into a frog, while those from the Dragon Cave would turn one into a snake. Your arts wouldn't result in me sprouting cat fur, would they? Shinyu waved his hand dismissively, asserting that he believed the human form to be the primordial celestial body, always feeling that there must exist a more suitable celestial art for humanity. Whereas you all belong to the demon clan. Meow, where do these words come from? Quite novel, indeed. A shimmering blue mist swirled past Shinyu's pocket, enveloping a glimmering golden object that floated before Boki. The blue mist coalesced into a cat paw, delicately presenting the Captain's token upon its soft pad. Boki opened his mouth to nibble at it, his eyes immediately lighting up with delight. It's gold, pure gold. Give it back to me. Shinyu extended his hand. This item is of no use to you. No, consider this payment for my services. Shinyu had long anticipated Boki's nature. He retrieved a bag from another pocket and tossed it over, an impressive stack of banknotes. Here is 1,000,000 taels. Boki grinned as he accepted the money pouch, no longer clinging to the captain's token, allowing Shinyu to reclaim it. He licked his cat paw and mused, after seeing that Monkey King. I had a sudden thought. Could I transform into a weapon to accompany you? Shinyu paused momentarily, intrigued. Such as? Like this. Boki morphed his form into a blue light mist, swirling around Shinyu in a dreamlike display of colors, reminiscent of a cosmic sea. As the luminescence gathered, he ultimately transformed into a ghostly blue longsword, hovering beside Shinyu. Shinyu expressed his astonishment, grasping the hilt and lightly flicking his finger against the blade, a customary action to assess its sharpness through the metallic echo. The sound rang clear and bright, akin to a dragon's roar. It can vary in size. The voice from the hilt was languid and relaxed. Understood. Shinyu suddenly displayed a look of disinterest, dismissively tossing the resplendent longsword aside. It must be exorbitantly expensive. I cannot afford it. The daily rental fee is 3,000,000 taels. Think about it. I could even conjure a cage to ensnare enemies or inflict injuries. Shinyu ignored him and stepped outside. The blinding sunlight flooded in, accompanied by the faint fragrance of flowers and grass, refreshing his spirit. His eyes quickly adjusted to the brightness, revealing towering mountains and an endless expanse of verdant greenery. Perhaps having grown accustomed to the icy desolation in recent days, he felt an almost surreal sense of dislocation as he basked in the warmth of the sun. The cat house remained the same. It sounded like a mere structure. Yet it was built atop ruins, a city uniquely belonging to cats. Within this realm, there were ordinary felines as well as talking ninjas skilled in crafting tools. And with their astute minds, they had long established an autonomous economic chain. The situation could be aptly described in 4 words: abundance amidst prosperity. Here, one could observe countless cats of varying sizes leaping through streets and alleys, and only the Uchiha clan possessed the means to access the cat house. It's time to return and seek Lord Ban, he reflected as he retraced the path to the base, recalling the few times he had been guided there. Shinyu lowered his head in contemplation, his brow furrowing deeper. Have I truly become this directionally challenged? He finally recognized something was amiss. Previously, although he could not distinguish east from west, his memory of paths traversed was not vague. Thanks to the dynamic vision inherited from the Uchiha clan and the exceptional memory granted by his heightened spiritual essence, which allowed him to retain a vivid recollection of every route he had taken, it could be excused in the land of iron, as it was his first experience. And being lost was understandable. However, the route from the cat house to the Kimui Bridge was one he had traversed many times. There was no reason for him to forget it. Human directional sense is inherently instinctual. Unlike animals, humans lack specialized organs to sense geomagnetic fields. In other words, humans possess a weak magnetic sense because their inherent 5 senses and visual acuity are sufficient for survival, rendering magnetic sensitivity superfluous. Over the vast expanse of time, this redundancy in magnetic sensitivity has regressed to the point of disappearance. Consequently, individuals rely more heavily on visual memory to ascertain their positions in space. When one intends to travel to a destination, their mind often conjures a rough image of the destination, followed by the surrounding environment, and then, utilizing past memories, they formulate a general route based on their current location. Yet now, Shinyu's memory regarding the route had splintered. His intuition indicated that south was the direct path to the destination, yet he suddenly felt that east, west, and north were the correct directions. Each fragment of divergent memory harmonized with the positions in his mind, creating a disquieting sense that every direction was erroneous. Mangekyō, when faced with uncertainty, he decisively activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, and Mangekyō began to rotate slowly amidst a surge of crimson light. With the enhancement of his infinite adaptability, he scrutinized his body inch by inch while continuously recalling the routes stored in his memory. Something is amiss. It is my body that has encountered a problem. Under the influence of some force, the route memories that once resided in my mind have become disordered. Could this be magnetic sensitivity? Is it possible that my brain has evolved the capacity to sense magnetic fields through some adaptation? He abruptly lifted his head, seizing upon the crux of the issue. It is the Flying Thunder God technique. He silently clenched his fist. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique, at its core, is still reliant on the chakra mark for spatial teleportation, undeniably a space-time ninjutsu. Within the realm of space exists a uniformly distributed physical field, constituted by countless moving minuscule particles, transmitting magnetic forces between physical entities, a vector field of magnetism. This field exists within cosmic space and serves as a significant environmental factor, generated either by electric currents within the cosmos and celestial bodies or by the current systems within space. Disturbances and fluctuations in the spatial magnetic field influence the distribution and alteration of charged particles within that space. In other words, if fluctuations arise in space, the magnetic field will change accordingly. Shinyu furrowed his brow during his earlier battle with Tobirama. The reason for his utter disarray was that he had devoted the full power of Mangekyō to adapting to the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, the vastness of spatial power is overwhelming, and even when Tobirama transported him to the deep sea, he had not completed his adaptation. Following that, he even contemplated using Mangekyō to adapt to his own tense constancy. Regrettably, simultaneously activating the source of power was akin to self-contradiction. Moreover, the essence of tense constancy is to alter spatial states from temporal states, which does not induce spatial fluctuations. Hence his adaptation to space remained stagnant. This realization clarified that Mangekyō now finds it exceedingly difficult to adapt to the essence of all things in the world through ninjutsu. Even if it could achieve such a feat, it would require an immeasurable amount of time. However, regarding the Flying Thunder God technique, Mangekyō proposed a countermeasure to evolve a magnetic sensitivity, enabling him to promptly perceive subtle changes in space, thus allowing him to react in an instant to fluctuations and predict the spatial landing of his target. Yet due to incomplete evolution, he had not successfully adapted to the Flying Thunder God, and thus the originally inherent directional sense and the nascent magnetic sensitivity could not synchronize, leading to their mutual interference. If I cannot fully adapt to the Flying Thunder God technique, the original sense of direction and the newly developed magnetic sensitivity will continuously disrupt each other, rendering me directionally challenged. No wonder I found myself going in circles in the land of iron. If Mangekyō's adaptation is incomplete, it may result in peculiar issues, which I must be cautious of in the future. He exhaled deeply, gazing toward the horizon. Tobarama, I shall seek you out. Chapter 53. Why did you provocate him? The door behind him swung open, and a Poke, now shrunk to the size of an ordinary cat, floated onto his shoulder. 3,000 tails, be my navigator, remarked Shinyu leisurely. Having comprehended the rationale, he swiftly accepted this reality. Being directionally challenged now did not mean he would remain so forever. If he truly achieved the evolution of magnetic field perception, all spatial ninjutsu would become transparent before him. With sufficiently strong mental prowess, the entire shinobi world, nay, even beyond the planet, would transform into a living map within his mind. To some extent, there exists a magnetic field between individuals. He could even harness this magnetism to influence human emotions, assimilating and altering their feelings, further augmented by illusions to manipulate their psyche. Yet, this was a double-edged sword. If one's mental strength was insufficient, reckless attempts at perception could lead to emotional entanglements and chaos. Guide me? Poke narrowed its eyes. 3,000 taels is insufficient. It should be at least 50,000. Haha, suit yourself. The duo swiftly exited the cat house and made their way to the city gates. Isn't Shinyu concerned about exposure? Strutting about in broad daylight isn't like you. Poke licked its paw. Shinyu shrugged indifferently, calculating the time. Senja Hashirama was currently preoccupied with the 5 Kage summit, making it improbable for him to come all the way to confront me. As for Senja Tobarama, I would welcome him seeking me out. The intelligence from the Land of Fire had already been conveyed through Zetsu, costing several thousand taels. Though expensive, it was undoubtedly authentic. A cow-patterned ninja cat sauntered past Shinyu, stretching nonchalantly. Subsequently, the ninja cat stood upright and formed hand seals with its front paws, slapping the ground. Summoning technique, meow. Boom. A copious amount of white smoke dissipated, and Shinyu turned slightly to meet a group of fresh-eyed Uchiha, staring at him in astonishment. Oh, long time no see, he remarked, spotting a familiar figure whose eyes were gentle and whose lips curled into a smile, his dear younger brother. Uchiha Kagami stood dumbfounded across the street. His features strikingly handsome, exuding an ethereal aura, reminiscent of the figure he had yearned for incessantly. This is Uchiha Shinyu. Beside Kagami, Uchiha Shana immediately bent low, drawing his sword as if facing a formidable foe. In an instant, both activated their Sharingan. The accompanying Chunin swiftly unsheathed their weapons, casting hostile glares. And the atmosphere grew tense. Ironically, all of them wore fuzzy cat ear props atop their heads, while the children behind them attempted to exhibit fierce expressions. This accessory, known as a cat tool, allowed them to comprehend feline speech. However, for Shinyu, it was utterly unnecessary, as he had already adapted to the language of cats through his ocular techniques, a feat that had once made Uchiha Hikari envious. Mew. The cow-patterned cat leaped, fluffing up in alarm, retreating to the side and baring its teeth. Uchiha Shana remained unfazed. He was a seasoned ninja who had endured the Warring States period. In the final battle, he surrendered after being encircled by the Senju, which allowed him to survive. However, Uchiha Shinyu was different. He had fought to the last moment alongside Madara until the latter was defeated by Hashirama. 5 years ago, Madara had left Konoha, rallying the entire clan before his departure. Yet Shana had not followed. On one hand, he was genuinely weary of war. Peace was hard-won, and he did not wish to return to that tumultuous existence. On the other hand, Madara had failed to clarify what he meant by the true path to peace, leaving most of the clan confused and unable to comprehend their leader's actions. Ultimately, when Shana looked around and saw his fellow clansmen exchanging glances, remaining seated, he lacked the courage to stand up. Yet this individual, who not only left with Madara but also brazenly revealed his Mangekyō Sharingan and violently shattered the gates of Konoha, was someone even Tobirama could not contend with, especially in the recent astonishing battle, where Tobirama exhausted all his means to eradicate him, although the outcome remained unannounced. Shauna speculated that the infamous Godspeed Phantom had likely perished. But now, here he stood, impeccably attired and radiating vitality before them. Hence, Shauna felt an undeniable tension. Kagami, I will take the lead. You cover the clan's retreat. Shauna fixated on the figure opposite him. TCH, even though I disdain you at this moment, there is no one else to rely on. In truth, Shauna's emotions were complex. He had always held disdain for Tobirama, though unable to pinpoint any faults. Yet, every time he faced those scrutinizing and guarded eyes, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped him. Had it not been for Hashirama's influence, he would have reached his limit long ago. Now, witnessing the spirited Shinyu, he felt an inexplicable envy. Why was I not the one who followed Madara? No, you cannot impede him, Uchiha Kagami declared solemnly. At times like this, it is I who should remain behind. What nonsense. Do you think I am unaware that he is your elder brother? Shauna whispered. The drama of fratricide is truly distasteful. This is not a choice I can make. Kagami's tone was somber, aware that Shinyu's gaze remained fixed upon him. Really? Shauna exclaimed in frustration. If I allow you to leave, you simply depart. This is precisely why I loathe you. Their subtle exchanges did not escape Shinyu's notice. However, he merely scoffed and leisurely averted his gaze. Let us go. Proceed south for 3,000 meters, meow. The duo, one human, one cat, blithely disregarded the onlookers and strode away. Both Kagami and Shauna were momentarily paralyzed. He did not strike? Shauna exhaled sharply, the tautness in his nerves gradually unwinding. This sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death felt oddly nostalgic. A gust of wind swept by, chilling his back, and he realized that before even engaging, he had broken into a sweat merely from a glance. Uchiha Kagami glared at that retreating figure, his feelings tumultuous. Strangely, though they had sidestepped conflict, the more nonchalant Shinyu's attitude became, the more it fueled his ire. Suddenly, 3 shurikens flew from the ranks toward the back of Shinyu's head. Poki, without a glance, flicked its tail, summoning a blue mist that effortlessly intercepted the shurikens. Amidst Kagami and Shauna's horrified gazes, Shinyu halted, slowly turning back, his brow furrowed. What the hell? Who threw that? Shauna abruptly turned. It was a Chunin from their clan, around 16 or 17 years old, who had just awakened his Sharingan and was eager to prove himself. At this moment, his face beamed with excitement, tinged with hope as he looked to Shauna. Seeking commendation from his senior, I conquered my fears. I dared to confront a formidable enemy. Run! Uchiha Shauna roared, but it was too late. Shinyu merely advanced a step, his body swaying momentarily before he appeared before them in an instant. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosive shockwave erupted, sending everyone hurtling through the air. The 2 jonin in the group regained their balance first. Kagami, midair, desperately turned to shield the 3 boys in front of him, preventing them from crashing into the buildings behind, while Shauna drove his sword into the ground, gouging a long trench. When they looked up, their eyes widened in horror, reflecting a terrifying spectacle. Shinyu, clad in skeletal armor, a massive bony arm extending from the swirling black mist, grasping the Chunin who had just attacked. Madara would not deign to be angry with the weak, but I am not so noble, Shinyu intoned slowly, drawing his blade, a cold aura radiating. You launched 3 shurikens at me. It is only fair that I return the favor. Silently, with the frost descending, the heart of the one known as Shinyu suddenly unsheathed. A fleeting azure gleam cutting through the air, a soft sound echoed, and amidst the terrified gazes of the Uchiha, the Chunin was cleaved in 2. Blood splattering through the gaps of his bony fingers, viscera spilling forth. Chapter 54. Hate me, my foolish brother, Uchiha Shinyu. His mirror-like eyes were filled with rage. Was this how you treated your kin? I never anticipated your pettiness would reach such depths. Behind him, several young Uchiha huddled together in a panic, resembling a nest of quails caught in a storm, while the Chunin lay on the ground, as fragile as fledglings, too terrified to rise. Ignoring his companions, a flicker of crimson fire ignited the blade, and his figure shot forth like an arrow. Uchiha flowing sword, leap of flames. If he could just finish this with a single strike, it would all be over. Shinyu regarded him coolly, his gaze fixed upon the man's eyes, remaining motionless until the moment he reached him, swiftly drawing his blade to unleash 3 swift strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Pain surged through Miru's palm as his grip shattered. In merely clashing 3 times, his sword crumbled before his eyes. In the slow-motion effect of the Sharingan, 3 fissures split the blade, tiny fragments bursting forth along the cracks, whizzing past Miru's ears, resonating with a long, drawn-out sound. Shinyu moved as if a phantom, and despite Miru's Sharingan being pushed to its limits, he could not capture his movements. The blade's tip pierced Miru's brow, a drop of crimson blossoming, the pain restoring his clarity. He was utterly seen through. The blade hung there, its touch icy. Should Shinyu choose to thrust forward, his life would be forfeit. Realizing this, Miru instinctively retreated. Suddenly, a shadow loomed, sealing off his escape route. A massive fist descending from above, shattering the ground as Miru was driven deep into the soil. As the bony hand withdrew, Shinyu gazed down upon his brother. The kaleidoscope patterns of his eyes shimmering faintly, radiating brilliance. Petty? Shinyu's voice dripped with disdain. You, who betray your kin, grovel before adversaries, you dare to speak of me? Miru, bloodied and dirted, coughed forth a mouthful of blood, ribs crushed. Yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "The one who betrays the Uchiha clan is you. Don't jest." Shinyu retorted, raising the frost-descending blade, half of his face remaining serene, while the other half morphed into the fearsome visage of Susanoo, exuding an aura of dread and power, declaring, "You are not worthy." In that moment, fear filled Miru's eyes. Shinyu had not cast a genjutsu. Yet he felt as if confronting a mountain of corpses. In the distance, Uchiha Shana stared, captivated by the shadow of black energy. A flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. Thump, thump, thump. This was the sound of his heartbeat, a pulse of exhilaration. Sweat beaded on Shana's brow, excitement radiating from his flared nostrils, his pale cheeks slightly flushed. He had never heard such an electrifying declaration. It was the proclamation of a true conqueror. Shinyu's performance was nothing short of flawless, calm, charismatic, and imposing. In his mind, the Uchiha clan ought to embody such greatness, akin to Lord Madara. Shinyu surveyed the paralyzed Uchiha, sheathing his sword, the skeletal form dissipating into black mist. "Do you know why you are so weak?" Miru's gaze regained some clarity as he looked up in confusion. Shinyu replied coolly, "It is because you do not harbor enough hatred. Foolish brother, hate me. Your true power lies within your eyes. Only through hatred can you unlock this treasure. I once harbored hatred for the Senju clan, and you may freely direct your hatred towards me." He took a few steps forward, tilting his head slightly. "Tell Senju Tobarama to clean his neck and await my visit. Perhaps one day I shall whimsically take his life." With that, he knelt briefly before launching himself into the air. Boom! Shinyu vanished, creating a turbulent wave of energy, a streak of shadow shooting skyward, with layers of milky white sound waves rippling outward. Shana remained frozen in place until Miru's voice called out to him, "Shana? Shana." Only then did he snap back to reality. Gasping, Miru, suppressing the pain, crawled from the pit, glancing at him with a reassuring expression. The first time is always bewildering. I too was paralyzed by his eyes and completely lost in the moment, so there is no shame in it. It seems our mission has utterly failed," Miru said with a bitter smile, a deep sense of helplessness washing over him, drowning him entirely. Hatred? With the assistance of Pochi, Shinyu successfully located the direction of the Kemui Bridge. At this moment, the man and cat soared through the air, plummeting towards the base at high speed. His current method of travel rivaled that of the Hulk. With a powerful leap, he could easily reach great heights, the distance merely a matter of a few jumps. "Aren't you concerned about crashing into your base with such immense force?" Pochi inquired, as Shinyu's landing spots often left devastation in their wake. "I have my ways." Shinyu exhaled slowly, and in an instant, an enormous surge of chakra erupted from his back, blooming like a giant bellflower. The chakra danced with the wind, ultimately coalescing into a pair of magnificent ice-blue wings, breathtakingly beautiful. Every chakra point in his body had been opened, leaving him invigorated and indescribably light. Every pore could release chakra, and with his refined control, achieving this was effortless. Gliding gently to the ground, cushioned by the enormous wings, Shinyu landed softly. "You may leave now." He tossed a pouch of money to Pochi, who grinned as he caught it before vanishing into thin air. Shinyu sighed, stepping into the base. As the stone door creaked open, he was greeted by a delicate little pink fist. Shinyu raised his hand to block the punch, sidestepping while deftly grasping the wrist of his assailant, pulling gently as Uchiha Hikari breezed past him, leaving a trail of fragrant air. "Hikari, your welcome is quite unique," he remarked as he entered the base. Yet, the wind howled again, and Hikari did not relent. launching a high kick aimed at Shinyu's temple. Shinyu smiled, again using only one hand to gently tap her slender ankle, deflecting her leg away. Why are you so excessive, returning so late and worrying Lord Madara? Hikari showed no signs of discouragement, relentlessly attacking Shinyu, targeting his brow, chest, and side in quick succession, her delicate hands moving like a gust of wind, leaving a flurry of afterimages in the air. However, Shinyu was swifter. With one hand resting behind him, the other continuously defended, transforming into an impenetrable wall that halted all incoming strikes mere inches away, creating a series of muffled thuds. Suddenly, Hikari's expression changed, and she attempted to retreat. But it was too late. A pale hand pierced through all illusions, gripping her collar with immense strength, effortlessly tossing her aside. Enough, Hikari. Hikari spun through the air, shedding the force, landing lightly against the wall, her long hair cascading like a waterfall as she looked down at Shinyu. What's wrong, are you afraid? She teased lightly. Shinyu shrugged. Using the taijutsu I taught you against me leaves you no excuse for defeat. Humph. One day I will surpass you, Hikari declared, landing gracefully and lifting her chin defiantly, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Indeed, Shinyu raised his hands in mock surrender before stepping into the stone chamber. How is Lord Madara faring? Hikari crossed her arms, a peculiar expression crossing her fair features. You two truly trust each other, don't you? He believes you are safe. And you believe he is alive. Is that so? Shinyu pondered. Perhaps that is the unspoken understanding between men. Trust, my foot. Chapter 55, 3 Proud Spirits Within the Base. Shinyu pushed the door open, revealing a man seated upon a stone chair. Uchiha Madara remained bare-chested, his body marred by bloodstains that traversed the seams of his muscles. From a distance, his form appeared riddled with scars, most of which had healed into cruel, jagged remnants, save for a singular patch on his chest, still a vivid crimson. It pulsated like a heartbeat, each contraction oozing fresh blood. In stark contrast, Madara's expression was one of calm indifference. Upon witnessing the return of Kamehane, he lifted his gaze. You arrived later than I anticipated, he spoke, his tone heavy with a newfound weariness. An unexpected turn of events, Kamehane approached Madara. Contemplating that Light had indeed spoken the truth, Madara was genuinely concerned for him. He offered an explanation. Thanks to Senju Tobarama, I managed a circuit through the Land of Iron. It was a harrowing experience, yet not without its rewards. Oh dear, Light remarked, observing Madara's bloodied form with a frown. Skillfully, she retrieved a towel and dipped it in water. Madara cast a silent glance at her, his face twitching slightly. What are you planning? Kamehane scratched his head. Light clarified. Lord Madara has already assimilated Senju Hashirama's flesh, yet it has yet to heal, the blood failing to clot. Thus, the wound remains exposed, necessitating the removal of excess blood to prevent infection. As she spoke, she had approached Madara. Kamehane found himself at a loss for words. You should first observe Lord Madara's expression. He is clearly resistant, he murmured. No matter, she is correct. Madara's face tightened as he braced himself. After a moment of contemplation, Kamehane suggested, slow down. I have a more effective method for cleansing the blood. He stepped closer to Madara, extending his palm towards Madara's chest. Lord Madara, we shall commence. At your convenience, Madara replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Suddenly, a cool sensation enveloped his skin, akin to being submerged in a spring. He marveled at the absence of the usual pain associated with cleansing his body. In an instant, his torso was drenched, the blood and grime shedding away, revealing skin that was once again pristine. Countless streams of water encircled the vibrant blood, converging towards Kamehane's palm. This does not seem to be water release, Madara squinted, pondering if it was steam from nature itself. Truly worthy of Lord Madara, Kamehane nodded, a hint of pride surfacing in his expression. This is but one of my discoveries. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the collected water into the sink. I have adapted to the ocean, he remarked. Madara suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes quivering slightly. It must be quite painful, he mused. Indeed, I was on the brink of death. Kamehane glanced at Madara's chest. However, compared to Lord Madara, my plight is trivial. Leaning back in his chair, Madara's gaze wandered. I have traversed the ninja world for many years, yet I have never felt this weak. The chakra within me is in disarray, entangled like thousands of yarn balls. Impossible to untangle, let alone engage in battle. My mental fortitude has waned as well. But you still have us, Light declared resolutely. Pain is but temporary, endure it, and rebirth shall follow, Kamehane softly reminded him. You taught me that, Lord Madara. Madara's gaze regained its luster as he met Kamahane's eyes. I am eagerly anticipating your omnipotent power, Lord Madara, Kamahane smiled. A faint smile graced Madara's lips as he exhaled slowly. Please recount your experiences over the past few days. Ah, so during my absence, you fed Lord Madara this? In the storeroom, Kamahane found himself lost in thought, staring at piles of carrots. I have heard that these aid in wound healing. Light's cheeks flushed as she clasped her hands, her voice growing increasingly uncertain. Carrot soup, carrot rice, steamed carrots, stir-fried carrots. Intricately carved carrots, yet one cannot subsist solely on these. Kamahane's forehead bore several lines of concern. Poor Lord Madara, what have you endured these past few days? While these are beneficial, they cannot sustain basic nutrition. Though I am reluctant to admit it, Lord Madara is indeed in a weakened state. He turned to leave. I shall procure necessary ingredients. Minutes later, he returned, holding a plump wild boar, freshly slain. With a flick of his fingers, a blade of light emerged, shimmering like translucent jade. He swiftly eviscerated the boar, extracting its entrails and chopping the meat into various sizes, all executed with fluid grace, without a trace of blood on him. The splattering blood was enveloped by the flowing water, directed towards the drain. Soon, as scallions, ginger, and garlic sizzled in the pan, the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma. The sound of sizzling meat evoking salivation even in Light, who could not resist swallowing hard. Kamahane cast a sideways glance at her and was taken aback to find her fixated on him, her gaze intent on every movement he made, the cooking steps, the heat, the oil temperature, the types of seasonings, and the quantities used. She missed no detail. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Kamahane began flipping the spatula. I have no need to learn from you. Aside from combat, I require no instruction, Light huffed. Sister, perhaps you should reflect on your own abilities. Your Sharingan is activated. Kamahane chuckled, shaking his head as he added caramelized sugar to the pan. In the stone chamber, the pale-faced Uchiha Madara suddenly flared his nostrils, lifting his head as his stomach grumbled. Soon, Kamahane entered the chamber, presenting a plate of beautifully cooked pork belly. Lord Madara, this is the pork belly I prepared for you. The sides were cut by me, Light quickly added. Rich, yet not greasy. Please do me the honor of tasting it. Kamahane smiled. It is beneficial for your wounds. I have already sampled it. No poison, you can eat with confidence. Light wiped her moist lips. Madara, who had been resting his eyes, slowly opened them to behold the fragrant pork belly before him, its vibrant color enticing. However, he merely glanced at it with indifference. Unnecessary. Truly worthy of Lord Madara, it seems ordinary food does not pique your interest. Kamahane's lips curled in a smirk. But this is no ordinary pork. It is from a wild boar of the deep forest, infused with chakra, akin to a ninja beast. He glanced at Uchiha Light, winking as he added. This is my first time cooking with a ninja beast. I cannot guarantee the taste. It seems Lord Madara may not dare to challenge its flavor. Light regarded him with curiosity, belatedly nodding in agreement. Indeed, it appears Lord Madara is not up to the challenge. It is merely a ninja beast, Madara scoffed. Bring it here. I shall consume it all. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. Madara lifted a wobbly piece of meat and slowly placed it in his mouth. His eyes widened in astonishment. The meat was tender and succulent, the texture rich and dense. Dipped in a layer of red sauce, the flavors danced in his mouth. A delightful symphony of taste. Oh, quite spirited are we? I cannot let Lord Madara outdo me. Kamahane seized his chopsticks, joining the fray. You cheat. Wait for me. Light puffed up her cheeks, joining in as well. Chapter 56. The dragon lies in the abyss. After satisfying their hunger, the trio gathered to deliberate their future plans. To conceal our weapons and bide our time, like a dragon lying in the depths, poised to soar into the heavens, Madara spoke softly, outlining the strategy. Uchiha Light tilted her head slightly. According to the Moon Eye plan, shouldn't we be capturing tailed beasts at this juncture? No? Just the two of us? Attack Konoha? Kamahane observed her silently. Let me calculate. As of now, Konoha possesses 7 tailed beasts, making this an opportune moment. However, they are also guarded by Senju Hashirama, the 5 Kage, and elite ninjas from various hidden villages. Will we win? We will perish, he stated with unwavering certainty. There is no need to rush in capturing the tailed beasts. Without the Outer Path's golem, it would be futile. Madara declared, once I awaken the power of the gods. It shall be time for action. I share that sentiment. Kamahane raised his hand. Thus, until Lord Madara awakens his power, we must remain here. Light hugged her legs, resting her chin on her knees. During this period, we shall live incognito and act discreetly. Noticing her gaze, Kamehane shrugged. TCH, I have no issue with that. Though I cannot seek vengeance on Senjitobarama, a gentleman's revenge is best served cold, even if it takes a decade. Uchiha Madara smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals before him. You both are in the prime of your youth, yet have remained confined within this cramped base for far too long. It is indeed inappropriate. Your opportunity for action could very well be altered. In his hands, Kei held a round fan and a scythe, while grasped a scroll. The moment you master the manipulation of these two weapons with ease will mark your departure from this base. Once you comprehend and acquire this secret technique, it will herald the beginning of your renown across the world. Madara looked at them both, a look of satisfaction flickering in his single eye before he let out a long sigh, as if relieved. Cherish the flame fan and scythe, unable to part with them. During Lord Madara's recovery, I shall keep them safe, he declared. Madara replied nonchalantly, consider them a gift. Is that truly the case? I no longer require them. What is this? Opened the scroll, a familiar name catching his eye. Izanaji. Madara returned to his seat, stating, this is my improved version. The original left within the clan was too primitive. Activating it generates a sinister in-release chakra that influences the user's emotions, leading to anxiety, suspicion, and arrogance. My version alleviates that side effect. Cradled the scroll as if it were a treasure. As long as you do not foolishly attempt to activate this technique with your right eye, Madara added silently, causing his expression to darken. Considering the time, Madara suddenly remarked. Hashirama has but a few years left. The two turned to him in unison. Why? The rebirth technique, Madara explained slowly, his ability to heal wounds without hand seals. Incomparable to any ninjutsu, comes at a cost. The division of cells has its limits, thus human life has an end. A truth even the legendary sage of 6 paths cannot escape. It appears as an immortal body, yet it is merely a depletion of lifespan, including his would-release technique, which derives from his vitality. Madara tilted his head back, gazing at the stone ceiling. With Hashirama's strength, he could be deemed invincible in this era. No one can kill him but himself. Our battles have drained far too much of his power, and upon awakening, he captured 7-tailed beasts in one breath. He merely wishes to exhaust his remaining strength while he still has the time. Madara revealed a knowing smile. Intending to substitute his own power with the destructive force of the tailed beasts, orchestrating a balance of power among the nations, deterring them from acting rashly. I understand him well, yet he does not realize that the tailed beasts are not him. Their minds condemn them to forever be mere weapons. And once in the hands of an ambitious individual, the consequences could be dire. Wait, Madara raised his head, his lips parting. A war of even greater scale is imminent. I do have an immature suggestion, pondered aloud. I wonder if Lord Madara has any interest in establishing an organization? Establishing an organization? Madara frowned slightly. The Eye of the Moon plan is destined to be a solitary path, unlikely to gain acceptance or recognition from the world, making it difficult to find like-minded individuals, no? No need for like-mindedness. As long as we provide them with the benefits they desire, they will willingly assist us. Your view is overly simplistic. Human nature is complex. Madara countered. Aside from you two, I trust no one else. I believe our individual strengths are formidable, yet that does not imply we must do everything ourselves. An organization can handle the mundane tasks, allowing us to strategize and intervene only at critical moments. Madara contemplated this for a moment, nodding slightly. There is some merit to your argument. There will indeed be times when it is inconvenient to make an appearance. Very well. I entrust this matter entirely to you. Understood. Nodded in agreement. Madara cautioned, be sure to remember, the Eye of the Moon plan is the sole path to peace. The world is destined to misunderstand it. Unless absolutely necessary, do not disclose it. Furthermore, only the 3 of us are the true practitioners of this truth. The others are mere tools. Rest assured. I will assist Lord Madara in overseeing this, remarked playfully, casting a sly smile at. Of course, all of this will have to wait until we can leave the base. Replied, somewhat reluctantly. From that point onward, the 3 of them enjoyed a period of tranquil and pleasant days. Indeed, they manipulated the direction with wind release, supplemented the flames with fire release, and maintained balance with yin release, gradually controlling the flames to an exquisite precision. Uchiha joined her hands in a prayer position, continuously changing her hand signs. As a circle of black, scorching flames danced around her like a spirit, swelling into a towering black flame vortex over 3 meters high. The moment you can skillfully control my fire release is when you will be able to wield your Amaterasu at will, instructed from the side. Do not mimic Lord Madara's speech, please, she added. Don't dispel it just yet. I need to work on it a little longer, called out, her tone suddenly softening. Yes, came the reply. Thus unfolded their daily training routine, sometimes practicing individually, other times sparring with one another, and during meal times. They would eagerly seek Madara's guidance on their training queries. Madara responded with a hearty laugh, providing answers with the profound knowledge befitting a leader of the Uchiha clan, illuminating the minds of his pupils. Not only that, but he also tailored his teachings to their individual combat styles. For he emphasized fundamental training, physical techniques, ninjutsu, and some unconventional yet practical secret methods, the very set that had learned 5 years prior, now serving as curriculum. In contrast, Madara imparted greater wisdom regarding ocular power, granting her new insights into the manipulation of the Sharingan. Should one step into the base, they might often see a youth engrossed in studying a scroll, while a determined young woman could frequently be found sweating in the training room. Of course, if one were to occasionally venture into the kitchen, they might be fortunate enough to encounter a grown man clad in an apron experimenting with braised pork and its ingredients. Within this dim, cramped base, the three of them coexisted, sharing daily life, exchanging playful banter, and finding rare moments of tranquility. Time passed unremarkably, with 6 swift years elapsing. Chapter 57. The Exit from Seclusion. In the stone chamber of the base, a youth around 17 or 18 waved his hand. Yes, I know. This is your 300 taels. Meow. Feel free to command me if needed, came the reply from an orange cat that promptly dissipated into white smoke. The boy stood tall, limbs long and graceful, his skin smooth as fine porcelain, his long, black hair shimmering with a subtle luster. His features were sharply defined, with bright, clear eyes that held an unmatched beauty. Have there been any news from outside? A girl emerged from the training room, her figure elegant and curvaceous, with a cascade of green hair tied into a high ponytail. Her cool demeanor radiated an air of grace, her eyes glistening like water. She was slightly flushed, perspiring from a rigorous training session as she approached with a towel in hand. Ah, it's not particularly important intelligence, merely a piece of news, the boy replied, turning his gaze softly. Time flies. Shinyu Hashirama even has a granddaughter now. A granddaughter? Hashirama is not only alive but has a granddaughter? Shu immediately raised a finger to his lips, seriousness etched on his face. This matter is not of great significance. It's enough for just the two of us to know. Uchiha tilted her head. So, does that mean Lord Madara is of an age to become a grandfather as well? In an instant, appeared before, covering her mouth with her hand. I told you not to let him know. Otherwise, is it possible that I already know? A deep voice resonated from the kitchen. Moments later, a middle-aged man with red and white heterochromatic eyes emerged, dressed in a dark blue shirt and an apron. His figure remained robust. Though time had left faint traces upon his face, yet his sharp gaze had grown even more profound. Eagerly, the godly feather released his grip, and Guang, sensing the awkwardness, feigned nonchalance as he turned his gaze aside. Come in for a meal, he beckoned. The three entered the stone chamber in succession, gathering as they typically did to share a meal. Over the years, Ban's culinary skills had remarkably advanced, earning even the godly feather's commendation. Throughout the 6 years, the trio had not remained secluded within the base, as the ninja, Nikko-Q, periodically brought crucial intelligence regarding the shifting dynamics of the world, including significant updates from Konoha, such as the movements of Hashirama and Tobarama, and pivotal events within the village, all meticulously detailed. Naturally, such information came at a price, which was solely borne by the godly feather. Following the conclusion of the 5 Kage Summit, the ninja world entered an unprecedented era of rapid development. The economies of the 5 great nations surged, and ninjas became household names. The proliferation of ninja villages across the nations meant that the number of ninjas and their comprehensive strength became the benchmarks of a nation's power. Thanks to Nikko-Q's intelligence gathering, the trio was well aware of the distribution of the tailed beasts. 1 tail remained untouched in Sunagakure, the aquatic beasts. 3 tails and 6 tails were assigned to Kirigakure. 2 tails and 8 tails went to Kumogakure, and Awagakure received 4 tails and 5 tails. In contrast to the original timeline, the land of Waterfall, which was not included among the 5 great nations, received no tailed beasts. Konoha retained the 7 tails. In the year that followed, Konoha made numerous attempts to trace the whereabouts of the 9 tails, with the Shinyu brothers even venturing out personally. Yet all efforts were in vain, and the pursuit of the Nine Tails gradually faded into obscurity. Unbeknownst to them, the Nine Tails they yearned for had already been sealed within a certain individual, living symbiotically with the Jinchuriki, a person they could never have imagined. As history unfolded relentlessly, in the 8th year of Konoha, Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido, became the first Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. A year later, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan established formal relations, and Uchiha village became an ally of Konoha, leading to the emblem of the Uzumaki clan being added to the uniforms of Konoha ninjas, a symbol of the enduring friendship between the two nations. In the 10th year, Konoha's Hokage, Senju Hashirama, fell victim to an assassination by an unidentified ninja. Regrettably, the assassination failed, with the assassin barely escaping with their life. That same year, the upper echelons of Takigakure met a grisly fate overnight, their hearts brutally extracted, leaving behind a scene of horror. In the 11th year of Konoha, to ensure educational stability and talent cultivation efficiency, Tobirama established the Konoha Academy, where knowledge of ninjutsu was imparted regardless of clan or status. The first graduating class boasted 36 members, including Saratobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Kagami, and others. As for Akimichi Torafu, he had long since faded into obscurity. In the 12th year, Tobirama founded the Umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Unit of Konoha, which directly reported to the Hokage. This was the first espionage organization among the 5 great nations, and his political acumen became a model for various ninja villages. The Umbu members were selected from the village's finest ninjas, representing every clan, primarily tasked with protecting the Hokage and preventing foreign intrusions into the village, often engaging in reconnaissance and assassination missions. By the 13th year of Konoha, Tsunade was born. You too, after 6 years, have yet to complete your training? Ban suddenly spoke, his tone somewhat frigid. Guang silently glanced at the godly feather across the table, saying nothing, but discreetly kicked the feather's knee under the table. Ah, my disciple's aptitude is rather dull. This secret technique is exceedingly challenging to master, the godly feather stammered, casting a glare at Guang. That look seemed to say, see? It's all your fault for upsetting him. Ah, I too struggle. The scythe is manageable, but this flame fan is too difficult to wield, Guang lamented, his expression one of grievance. Ban let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over the two, who exchanged a knowing glance before burying their heads in their meals. I understand why you have not departed. Ban's tone softened as he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his robust torso. The two immediately turned their attention to him. Noticing that the injuries on his chest had long since healed, the once unhealable flesh now seamlessly integrated into a pale scar, devoid of any color. Over the years, my strength has gradually returned. While it is still not on par with my former self, I have nearly regained my status at the level of a Kage. Ban stated calmly, his expression serene, exuding his usual aura of dominance. Rest assured, even without you, I remain unthreatened. Haha, Lord Ban's might is unparalleled. I am not so idle as to worry about your safety, the godly feather remarked, deftly placing a piece of meat into his bowl, his peripheral vision darting towards the last piece of braised pork. Indeed, I cannot even tend to my own affairs, Guang mumbled softly. Actually, it is not the matter concerning Hashirama that vexes me, Ban replied, shaking his head with a chuckle. In an instant, his gaze deepened, and his tone was imbued with a warm trust. I too have an heir, and my Uchiha Band's successor is unparalleled. Both the godly feather and Guang were momentarily taken aback, the former taking a deep breath as if to steady his emotions, while Guang's wrist trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon witnessing their reactions, Ben chuckled lightly, I shall reiterate my words. Either you embark on a journey of training immediately, or you shall never leave. The godly feather swiftly seized the braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, I suddenly comprehend. How peculiar that Izanagi is so simple. Guang remained silent, but quickly rose to his feet, slinging the fan and scythe onto his back. The two of them, in perfect harmony, exited the stone chamber. As the stone door of the base swung wide open, Guang seemed to contemplate looking back, only to be pulled back by the godly feather, thus refraining from doing so, and they stepped out together. Ban quietly observed their retreating figures, the sunlight blurring their outlines while illuminating his face, revealing a profound, unmasked sense of contentment that had lingered for 6 years. Chapter 58. Tsunade's 100-day banquet in the land of fire, Konoha village. A grand banquet was imminent, as tomorrow marked Princess Tsunade's 100-day celebration, drawing the high-ranking officials of the 5 great ninja villages once more to Konoha. The streets were adorned with vibrant flowers and bustling crowds, with numerous shops thriving and multicolored welcome banners fluttering in the breeze, creating a scene of jubilation. On a distant high-rise, a solitary figure stood atop the rooftop, gazing blankly down at the lively village below. The streetlights cast a kaleidoscope of colors along the thoroughfare, while the evening breeze carried faint echoes of laughter. And he remained there quietly, as if he belonged to another world entirely. After an indeterminate time, another figure emerged beside him, shattering the tranquility. "Mirror, let us dine together after this concludes," the newcomer suggested cheerfully, a faint scent of alcohol wafting from him. "Chief, have you been drinking?" Uchiha Mirror inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. "How many times must I say it? Outside, call me captain. Referring to me as clan leader feels distant." Uchiha waved his hand, resting it on Mirror's shoulder, his cheeks flushed. "Besides, you are now one of Tobarama's direct disciples, in terms of status. You far surpass a mere clan leader. Once you ascend to a higher position and become Hokage, I may even have to address you as Lord Mirror." "Haha." Mirror frowned slightly. "Captain Huaha, tonight is a critical occasion. The security duties are paramount. The banquet has yet to conclude. How can you indulge in alcohol?" "Oh yes. You are right, Lord Mirror. I shall refrain from drinking." Huaha chuckled, slapping his own face, his smile unwavering. "I will make amends. I shall toast you 3 cups later." Mirror subtly shifted his shoulder forward, creating some distance from Huaha. "Captain, I appreciate your goodwill, but I wish to spend some time alone after this." Huaha paused, sensing that Mirror's mood was off, and quickly responded, "Mirror, are you upset? Today is such a festive occasion. I was merely joking under the influence of wine. Don't take it to heart. I am not angry. I simply wish to be by myself for a while," Mirror replied, shaking his head, forcing a faint smile. "In the future, I will gather with everyone when time permits." "Ah, well then, don't take it to heart," Fire Course said, patting Mirror's shoulder before turning to leave. Muttering to himself, "What on earth is going on today? It's one thing for Shauna not to attend the gathering, but even Mirror has stayed away." After Fire Core departed, Mirror flicked his sleeves, releasing a gust of wind infused with chakra that swept away the lingering scent of alcohol. His gaze returned to a semblance of calm, though tinged with a hint of solitude, as he looked down at the street below. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he vanished from his spot, leaving only a single leaf drifting gently to the ground. In a corner of the street, a confrontation unfolded between the Mist Village delegation and the villagers. "You dare say that again, you little brat?" Gozen Hongguang glared fiercely at a child across the street, veins bulging on his forehead. Behind him, several Mist guards sensed his fury and instinctively formed a defensive perimeter, isolating the increasingly agitated villagers. Beside Hongguang stood a man with long black hair, who sighed helplessly and placed a hand on Hongguang's shoulder. "Hey, come on, you're our second-generation water shadow now. Show a little restraint. Are you siding with that little brat?" "Mizuki-ke?" Hongguang retorted, anger still simmering. "Do you know what I despise most in this world? I told you not to mention that name in front of me. And that brat still dares to utter it. This is clearly a provocation." Across the street, a child hid behind 2 leaf ninjas, making obnoxious faces. The black-haired man glanced around and, sensing the escalating tension, cautioned, "This is Leaf Village. We are guests here. Why would you waste your energy on a child?" All right. You have such a broad perspective, so wise to the times," Hongguang conceded, realizing the impropriety of his actions. He flicked his sleeves, redirecting his frustration towards his companion. "Humph. You're so impressive. How did the old man choose me to be Water Shadow before he passed?" At that moment, Uchiha Mirror gracefully descended into the scene. Resting his hand on his blade, his tone icy, "Disorder is prohibited within Leaf Village." Hongguang cast a casual glance, but in that fleeting moment, his gaze abruptly locked onto Mirror's figure. His pupils constricted, his expression shifted to one of profound distress, cold sweat trickling down his temple as he instinctively recoiled several meters, as if confronted by a formidable foe. What are you doing here?" he exclaimed from a distance. Mirror frowned in confusion, unable to comprehend why this newly appointed Water Shadow exhibited such an attitude. Not just him, even the Mist delegation was baffled, unsure of what had provoked their leader today. Mizuki-ke, feeling some disdain, covered his face. Hongguang, the strongest in Mist Village, was now apparently terrified by a boy whose chakra was far from shadow level. "Your Excellency, it seems we have not met before," Mirror ventured cautiously. Hongguang, Realizing he had mistaken Mirror for someone else, let out a breath, nearly collapsing from relief. You look so much like him, too much. The black-haired figure before him bore a striking resemblance to that devilish child from 6 years ago. Yet, upon closer inspection, there were still subtle differences around the eyes and brows. Hongguang rubbed his eyes and slowly made his way back, unable to shake off the deeply ingrained memories. Especially that playful smile that still sent shivers down his spine. Despite being a water shadow now, the feeling of being at the mercy of others, with life and death out of his control, was suffocating. He never wished to experience that again. My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. At that moment, a dark, mocking laugh echoed from the street. Hee, to think a mere kid from Leaf could instill such fear. Mist Village is truly rising. Hongguang turned to see a man approaching from the edge of his vision, his limbs long and wrapped in bandages, with only a pair of sinister eyes visible. Long time no see, Wu. Hongguang crossed his arms, a flicker of pure killing intent flashing in his eyes. I heard your Lord UCHIHA has passed away. Congratulations. Now you are the Earth Shadow. Likewise. The second Earth Shadow and Hongguang exchanged glances, their gazes reminiscent of two corpses examining each other. Uchiha Mirror sensed the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere was a powder keg ready to ignite. These two were the youngest shadows of the current era. And if a fight broke out, the street would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Just as he felt overwhelmed, a hand patted his back, followed by a deep, resonant voice. There is no arena prepared for you two to duel in this village. If you wish to fight, you may do so in the land of wind after the banquet. Senju Tobarama, clad in a flowing blue ceremonial robe, emerged from behind Mirror. Sensei. Mirror's eyes filled with gratitude, the weight on his heart finally lifting. I'll handle this. You can attend to your business. Without looking back, Tobarama spoke, his hands tucked within his sleeves as he approached the Tardy Rock Village delegation. Mirror nodded and assisted the other Leaf ninjas in dispersing the onlookers, breathing a sigh of relief once the situation returned to normal. Silently, he retreated back into the alley, gently closing his eyes. Atop the Hokage rock, a figure appeared beside a kunai embedded in the cliffside. Uchiha Mirror opened his eyes to find the world around him enveloped in silence, accompanied only by the cool evening breeze, as if he had distanced himself from the clamor of the world. His gaze lowered, taking in the vibrant scene below. Konoha Village was adorned with lights, bustling with life, while the distant Uchiha compound glowed warmly, filled with activity. Yet there he stood, alone atop the Hokage rock, silently overlooking the village. Chapter 59. Thank you for your hard work over the years. In the dead of night, Uchiha Mirror sat alone atop the Hokage rock, lost in thought as he gazed down at Konoha Village. Just as he was absorbed in his reverie, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. He turned his head slightly, and before he could see who it was, a faint scent of alcohol wafted into his nostrils. Clan leader? Mirror exclaimed in surprise, though he furrowed his brow slightly. What brings you here? Mirror, I knew I would find you here. Uchiha Fire Core waved his hand, forcing a bitter smile. You see, I tend to get a bit carried away when I've had too much to drink, and I may have said some rather excessive things earlier. Don't take it to heart. I am not that sensitive. Mirror scratched his head, feeling a bit flustered under Fire Core's sincere gaze. I just prefer quiet, that's all. Fire Core approached him, and as Mirror attempted to rise, Fire Core gently pressed him back down. Clan leader, don't regard me as your elder. Actually, I'm quite youthful, just like you. With a playful wink, Fire Core settled beside Mirror, sharing a view of the village. Ah, so this is what the scenery looks like. It's peaceful and quite pleasant. Mirror was taken aback. Wasn't there a celebration happening in the clan? Shouldn't you be at the clan right now? Being at the clan is to be with my people. Fire Core replied, gazing at the brightly lit compound. And you, Mirror, are one of my people. At that, Mirror averted his gaze, feeling a tug at his heart. As for me, I don't believe I deserve to be the clan leader. The former leader was too exceptional, and no one can compare. That is evident to all. My rise to power was merely due to everyone's support. Fire Core leaned back, propping himself up with his hands, adopting a relaxed demeanor. I know I have many shortcomings. Often, I cannot pay attention to everyone's emotions. So, if you have any worries, feel free to share them with me. Mirror hesitated, remaining silent. You must feel quite lonely, don't you? Mirror's head snapped up, vehemently denying it. How could that be? I have a reliable group of comrades, respected mentors, and kin who are like brothers to me. How could I possibly feel lonely? Hee, truly like brothers, are you? You may deceive others, but not me. Fire Core chuckled. Having been clan leader for so long, I'm aware of those who don't quite fit in, and you are one of them. Clan leader, I really don't. You always stutter when you're nervous. Fire Core said, patting his shoulder. Is it because of your brother? His departure with Lord Madara has left you unable to let go? Jing softly corrected. It's a betrayal of the village. This is not important. Just tell me whether it was because of him. Regardless, he is still my brother. Over the years, every time I reflect on that night, I feel immense pain. Jing's voice was faint. Had it not been for me back then, those companions would not have died. Do you believe you caused their deaths? Yes. I have always regarded myself as a sinner, the root cause of the slaughter. Which is why I cannot face the village or my clan. I cannot truly immerse myself in it. Jing felt a chill, his body slightly trembling. I am indeed the sinner. Hikari gazed at him for a while, his eyes deep and contemplative. After a moment, he suddenly said, if I were to kill Uchiha Kamehane and let him die before you, do you think you could find solace? The clan leader startled Jing, who quickly replied, do not go to your death. He is powerful, terrifying, a formidable opponent on par with the Kage. 6 years have passed. Who knows how much stronger he has become? Hikari waved his hand, merely offering a hypothetical. If he were to die, would you find peace in all of this? Jing took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute as he looked at Hikari. Clan leader, no matter the crimes he has committed, he is my brother. If one day I bring him back to the village, and if death is required for judgment, I would willingly exchange my life for his. I know this is excessive, but as I mentioned, had it not been for me, matters would not have escalated to this point. Hikari quietly studied his eyes, his own gaze calm as a still lake, unusually silent. Clan leader, I only hope that when the time comes, you can support me, stand by my side. Support you in taking his place in death. Hikari looked up at the starry night sky, exhaling deeply. Very well, I understand. I did not expect your thoughts to be this way. Jing lowered his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Do you think my thoughts are naive, clan leader? No. To Jing's surprise, Hikari stood up and embraced him gently, whispering, you have endured much over the years. Jing's mind went blank, and while he was still in a daze, Hikari stood up, chuckling. Oh dear, getting a bit sentimental here. It's getting late and colder. We should head back. Tomorrow's banquet is the main event. Jing watched him depart, then gazed at the still bustling Konoha village, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After opening his heart, the overwhelming loneliness he felt seemed to lessen significantly. The next day, the banquet was held as scheduled. Inside the Hokage building, the dining hall was already filled with guests. The wine-red ceiling, walls adorned with flowers, and luxurious carpets, all illuminated by lights that flowed with a grandeur between blood and rose. The long table was packed with guests, lively and full of sumptuous dishes that wafted rich aromas and steam. Not just the Kage from the other 4 great ninja villages, but their guards were also invited to the table. First of all, I sincerely thank everyone for attending Tsunade's centennial banquet. If only the 5 great nations could continue like this. Senju Hashirama, dressed in white, sat at the head of the table, his emotions spilling forth as tears streamed down his cheeks. Tobirama, seated beside him, covered his face silently, sternly saying, brother, you are the strongest Kage. There is no need for this. Yet, Hashirama gazed at his brother with tear-filled eyes, saying, I am truly moved. Lord Hashirama is still as genuine as ever. The Raikage commented, munching on a chicken leg. The Wind Kage responded, indeed, time is merciless, 6 years have passed, and we are all somewhat older. Take the guards from Kirigakure and Iwagakure, for instance. Those who participated in the 5 Kage summit have all been promoted to Kage, yet Lord Hokage remains youthful. Humph. The Wind Kage is jesting. The Mizukage stroked his small beard, eyeing the others. Lord Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, is incomparable to those old stones from Iwagakure. Before criticizing others, consider your own appearance. The foolish often fail to recognize their own faults. Directly across from him, the second Uchiha retorted in a muffled voice. Foolish? Look at yourself, neither human nor ghost, and you dare to speak of others? The Mizukage shrugged, scoffing, but this cannot be blamed on you. After all, your village is full of oddities. Is there anyone who looks remotely normal? He casually pointed, saying, hey, that short one over there, if you don't come to the table, I won't even be able to see you. Behind him, the hulking Inoki stood like a henchman, glaring at the people from Kirigakure with an unfriendly gaze. His hands clasped together. Calm down, Inoki. We do not need to anger a foolish donkey. The second Uchiha cast a glance at his disciple. The bandaged man retorted, if you dare insult me again, I will send you to the ground. The Mizukage stood abruptly, a palpable killing intent emanating from him. Hey, Tobirama rapped the table, saying, on this joyous occasion, neither my brother nor I wish to see bloodshed. Moreover, do not forget. He dragged out his words, causing everyone to lean in attentively. Uchiha Madara is still alive. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Years ago, Tobirama, out of selfish motives, did not dispose of Madara's corpse but instead moved it to a hidden chamber deep in the mountains while Hashirama was unconscious. However, when he returned from battling Kamihane, exhausted, he discovered that Madara's body was merely a shadow clone. Thus, he painted Uchiha Madara as a world-hating destroyer, spreading this narrative far and wide. This led the 5 great nations to see him as a dire threat, living in constant fear that Madara's scythe might one day descend upon them. Yet, 6 years passed, and the so-called Uchiha Madara not only failed to appear but vanished entirely, causing everyone to doubt the veracity of Tobirama's words. Clap, clap. At that moment, Hashirama clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. A banquet must maintain its decorum. We will not discuss such matters. With a smile plastered on his face, he casually inquired, "Where is Sasuke? And where is Hikari? How come the leaders of these 2 clans have yet to arrive?" However, no sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion echoed from outside the Hokage building. A blinding flash of light flickered, and a tempest carried heat far and wide, shaking the entire building's windows. Hashirama instantly rose, turning to gaze out the window with piercing eyes. That direction was the Uchiha clan. 10 minutes earlier, outside the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, having finished a day's patrol, stretched and, after instructing his clansmen, began making his way to the Hokage building, rubbing his sore shoulders. "You look a bit tired." Sasuke clan leader. Sasuke turned to see Uchiha Hikari leisurely approaching from behind, a friendly smile gracing his lips. "Getting older, there's no helping it. This era must be entrusted to you young ones." Sasuke responded with a smile. Hikari walked alongside him, asking, "Why haven't I seen Hisashi lately?" "Oh." He went to the Sarutobi clan, preparing to establish a summoning contract. "I heard from Jing that although you are both disciples of Lord Tobirama, your relationship has never been harmonious?" "Oh." Sasuke chuckled. "Is the Hikari clan leader seeking to settle accounts with this old man?" Hikari quickly waved his hands, saying, "Not at all. I merely wanted to confirm their relationship. It seems it is not good, after all. Since when did you care so much about Uchiha Jing?" Sasuke responded nonchalantly, advising caution when conversing with Uchiha. A pale blue blade pierced through his chest, leaving Sasuke stunned, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at Uchiha Hikari. "I have always cared for him." With a loud bang, Uchiha Sasuke transformed into a wooden stump. Hikari calmly shook off his hands, slightly tilting his head. "When did you discover it?" "I noticed from the very beginning. Uchiha Hikari rarely speaks to me." "Ah. You are indeed clever. Those fools in the clan did not realize their leader had been replaced." Sasuke emerged from behind the wall, performing seals before promptly leaping onto the surface as if he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Summoning technique. Appear, King of the Monkey. Amidst the swirling white smoke, a colossal monkey sprang forth, its fists crashing down onto the ground with formidable force. "Aren't you even going to reminisce? How utterly unromantic." Firecore feigned disappointment, shaking his head as he effortlessly dodged the monkey's assault. "I have nothing to discuss with you." Sasuke gestured, and the monkey deftly transformed, landing a golden staff into his grasp. He growled fiercely, "Uchiha Divine Feather. Discovered, have I? Haha, then there's no choice." Uchiha Fire Core, or rather Uchiha Divine Feather, opened his blood-red, luminous eyes, declaring, "I shall resolve this in 20 seconds. Sasuke gathered his energy, raising the massive golden staff high, akin to a falling meteor from the heavens, ready to strike down. However, Divine Feather did not evade. In an instant, he completed his seals, unleashing the fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. The flames erupted, for lifelike dragon heads illuminating the night, surging forth with an overwhelming heat towards the Sarutobi clan's territory. "You." Sasuke's eyes widened. Should his blow land, Fire Core would perish, yet the dragon flames would surely decimate the clan's grounds, leaving devastation in their wake. Such a tactic was indeed ruthless to the extreme. In a critical moment, he was compelled to retract his staff for defense, using it to disperse the dragon heads one by one. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 azure sword auras sliced through the air. Sasuke sensed them early, raising his staff to block, causing countless sparks to erupt. Yet, behind him, a fleeting shadow solidified silently, a figure akin to autumn dew upon leaves, wielding a jade-hued longsword, slicing menacingly towards his neck. The Monkey King's hand. In a moment of peril, a furry hand extended from the golden staff, grasping the blade firmly. "Ah, that hurts." A cry of pain emanated from the staff as the Monkey King's hand swiftly withdrew. Divine Feather, having missed his strike, immediately leapt back, creating a gust of wind as he formed hand signs. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, conjuring a massive inferno that resembled a meteor descending from the sky, heating the air to thousands of degrees. Even before the flames approached, Sasuke's garments began to ignite. Fortunately, the Monkey King's hand had afforded Sasuke precious moments to react. He stood firm, the golden staff spinning rapidly, generating a powerful gale that absorbed the flames before they could spread. Sasuke's expression grew tense, his teeth clenched tightly. Despite his skin being scorched, he persevered. The staff whirling faster, the wind howling furiously, even binding Divine Feather in midair, drawing him towards the staff. Golden Prison. Sasuke hurled the golden staff, and amidst the scattered white smoke, dozens of rods flew out, assembling into a cage that ensnared Divine Feather within. Die. Sasuke formed the seals for fire release, prepared to unleash his flames, yet the captive Divine Feather suddenly morphed into a half-buried wooden stump. What? His legs were swept by an overwhelming force, and Divine Feather appeared behind him, executing a sudden sweep that sent Sasuke's body uncontrollably sprawling through the air. Spiral Sphere. A humming sound erupted as Divine Feather smirked, gathering blue chakra into a high-density, rotating sphere, thrusting it fiercely into Sasuke's back. The spiraling force surged through him, propelling Sasuke like a straight line through the air. But it was not over. I can still fight back. He exhibited the qualities of a seasoned ninja, just before being struck by the spiral sphere. He activated his yang release chakra to shield his back, sustaining internal injuries yet surviving the encounter. He gathered strength midair, chakra flowing rapidly towards a specific point. 8 gates. A shadow flickered before him, the sound of an explosion ringing in his ears as Divine Feather appeared in front of Sasuke, exhaling and raising a hand, a sharp finger thrusting directly at his heart's acupuncture point. Useless. Divine Feather's smile remained. I anticipated you would employ this technique. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror as the chakra he had just summoned dissipated. 6 years ago, you could sever my arm, but today, you lack even the qualification to see my true form. Divine Feather whispered. Night has fallen. Quietly disappear. A burst of azure light shot forth, the autumn dew piercing through Sasuke's body, obliterating the building behind him as well. Ah, my foot. Utilizing another's body for the body flicker technique is quite disorienting. Divine Feather formed a quick seal. Across from the Sarutobi clan, hundreds of explosive tags hidden within the Leaf Academy ignited in flames, followed by a violent explosion. The teaching building was reduced to ruins amidst the chaos, thick smoke billowing as structures collapsed, the ground trembling violently. While no casualties occurred, witnessing the destruction of Tobirama's hard work brought a sense of satisfaction to Divine Feather. Approximately half a minute later, Divine Feather turned back with a smile. Countless figures emerging in his line of sight. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages, and numerous umbu masked with animal faces. This scene echoed eerily of 11 years ago. However, this time, he had no Madara to save him. Chapter 61. Wishing you luck in the upcoming battle in the ruins of Konoha. A solitary figure stood defiantly, the lingering flames casting a flickering light upon him, illuminating his blood-red Sharingan. At his feet lay Sasuke Sarutobi, sprawled lifelessly on the ground, while the Monkey King dissipated into white smoke, having lost its summoner. Fire Core? Tobirama Senju's expression hardened, his eyes blazing with fury. Why have you done this? Divine Feather scratched his head, feigning confusion. How should I answer you? It could be considered a whim, or perhaps a long-planned scheme. In any case, I simply did as I pleased. Brother, he is not Uchiha Fire Core. Tobirama stepped closer, his expression grave. Though Fire Core belonged to the Uchiha clan, he was humble and amiable, always adhering to the guiding principles of Konoha, coordinating flawlessly. This is why Konoha supported him in becoming the clan leader. Yet this person's gaze is too bizarre, too malevolent. A stark contrast to the original gentle and modest Fire Core. I am Uchiha Divine Feather, the blade of Uchiha Madara. Divine Feather commanded Fire Core's body, revealing his identity. What? The declaration stunned everyone. The leaders of the 4 great ninja villages exchanging alarmed glances, each perceiving the tremors in the other's eyes. The second Tsuchikige's gaze sharpened, poised to advance, yet noticed that the previously close ghost lantern Mangekyō had stealthily retreated behind the crowd. Hashirama stepped forward, his gaze piercing, Is Madara still alive? Divine Feather's sly smile emerged. What do you think? Am I a child? Guess? Hashirama's eyes widened, urgently pressing. Where is he now? Is he behind the Ninetales incident? Did he orchestrate the unprovoked attack on Konoha? Lord Tobirama, your inquiries are rather numerous. Fortunately, I possess answers to each of them. Divine Feather raised a hand, pointing to his own head. However, I refused to answer. Tobirama glared intently at Divine Feather, or more accurately, at the face of Uchiha Fire Core. Thoughts racing through his mind. Regardless of visual or chakra feedback, this individual was undoubtedly Uchiha Fire Core. Yet what had transformed him into another's puppet? Was it the illusion of the Mangekyō Sharingan? No technique could manipulate a puppet with such intricacy, even replicating expressions flawlessly. Thus, only one possibility remained. One of the forbidden techniques seized by Divine Feather 11 years ago, the technique of spiritualization. Not merely so. The principle of the transformation technique lies in the separation of spirit and body, transforming oneself into a spiritual entity that can possess the enemy. If the practitioner's mental strength surpasses that of the opponent, they can directly manipulate the enemy's body. However, the original soul of the host resides within, and under its interference and restraint, the practitioner must continually vie for control over the body. Even when manipulation occurs, it is not as fluid and graceful. Unless the transformation technique interacts peculiarly with the Uchiha's mental prowess, granting the practitioner the authority to freely control the target's soul. As deductions unfolded, Tobirama's brow furrowed increasingly, his expression darkening as if he could weep. Since it is the transformation technique, he clasped his hands behind his back and silently formed several hand seals. Around him, several members of the barrier corps immediately understood, stealthily departing under the cover of night. Well, the reminiscing phase concludes here. Shinyu clapped his hands, declaring, I come to proclaim war, representing solely myself. I hereby declare war on you, the 5 great nations, and the 5 Kages. Humph, how arrogant. Reikage slowly removed his jacket, revealing his robust, dark muscles. Lord Hashirama, allow me to eliminate this scoundrel for you. Aside from the Mizukichi. The other Kages also stirred restlessly. Wait. Hashirama raised his hand, pressing down. Since this is a declaration of war, why not use your own body? Are you hiding behind others? Is that how Madara taught you? Lord Hashirama, you are not worthy to lecture me. Shinyu surveyed the assembly, his tone somber. I wish you all good luck in the forthcoming battle. Now, the war commences. With a release of his hand, several specially crafted smoke bombs detonated, engulfing everyone in a thick cloud of white smoke in an instant. Hashirama's expression tightened, and he waved his hand. Brother, Tobirama shouted. The wind surged chaotically. The second Uchihas made his move, sweeping a whirlwind through, dispersing the smoke and revealing the internal scene. A massive vine emerged from the ruins, tightly binding Uchiha Hano's body. With dozens of wooden spikes poised above his head, ready to strike, while Hano's eyes were tightly shut, completely devoid of consciousness. Is it this effortless? Reikage mused, somewhat disinterested. Is this the extent of Uchiha Madara's prowess? Do not be complacent. This boy is quite troublesome, Tobirama warned, his seriousness unabated. Just as his words fell, a shrill voice resonated from behind them. Steam danger explosion. Tobirama gasped, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The center of the arena erupted instantaneously, a torrent of heat surging outward, flattening the already ruined Konoha Academy. This was a vapor explosion fueled by the majority of Uchihas chakra, a billowing white mist shot skyward, and everyone present, save for Hashirama, was thrown violently away. Ghost. Lantern. Illusion. The second Uchihas' eyes widened in horror. He had sensed Uchihas' anomaly just before the steam explosion. Instinctively propelling himself away, yet Noki was hurled by the blast, unconscious. Struggling to stabilize himself mid-air, he brought his palms together. Lord Uchihas, do not act rashly. Lord Mizukichi is under control, Tobirama urgently called out. However, his frantic cries fell on deaf ears in the face of the murderous intent emanating from the entity. A glimmer of white light ignited before the entity, twisting, and a proportionately balanced translucent cylinder swiftly formed in its hands. Calm down. A colossal wooden dragon erupted from the earth, lunging at the entity in mid-air. TCH. The entity scoffed, reluctantly halting its ninjutsu, effortlessly dodging the wooden dragon. Seizing the moment of chaos, Uchihas continued to perform hand seals, summoning not only his giant clam but also his clown clone, which materialized amidst the hazy mist. At that moment, everyone present found themselves shrouded in darkness. as if trapped in an abyss where all light had been siphoned away. Illusion, dark journey technique. Hashirama navigated through the darkness, easily locating H-Getsu's true form, realizing that the previous H-Getsu was merely an illusion conjured by a mirage. Uchiha Shinyu. The farce must end. Hashirama swiftly formed seals, pressing one hand against H-Getsu's forehead. K in New York can sh. His palm emanated a sigil entirely composed of technique, capable of suppressing souls and sealing chakra, capable of even containing tailed beasts. H-Getsu swayed, his eyes instantly regaining clarity, staring wide-eyed at the approaching hand. Letting out a strange howl, his head began to liquefy, automatically parting to the sides, causing Hashirama to miss his strike. H-Getsu, trembling with fright, stumbled back 2 steps, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily. What happened? He looked at his hands. My body, why has it suddenly consumed so much chakra, water, and oil? Am I back to normal? Hashirama explained. You were controlled by a spirit. Quite troublesome. I did not expect Shinyu's mental strength to be this formidable. Possessed? H-Getsu silently cursed his misfortune. First, dispel your water oil clone and summoning beast, Hashirama instructed. H-Getsu weakly nodded, raising his hands to prepare for the unsealing. In reality, by the time he regained his senses, the clown clone had already ceased its actions. Just then, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Dust release, original world separation technique. The entity floated in mid-air, resembling a deity judging mortals, the terrifying cylindrical object reappearing. It was akin to a miniature barrier, devoid of high temperature or any fluctuations. Quietly hovering in mid-air, its center radiating an extraordinary light. Chapter 62, Chaos Unleashed. Dust release, original world separation technique. A beam of light duffed down, illuminating Hashirama and the ghostly H-Getsu in a blinding white hue. The steam and dense smoke appeared cleaved asunder, everything along the path instantaneously obliterated. Buzz. Hashirama's expression shifted as the right side of his body rapidly sprouted a towering tree, not only pushing him away but also shielding H-Getsu behind him. The beam of light flashed and vanished, effortlessly piercing through the giant tree as if slicing through warm butter, leaving a circular hole in H-Getsu's chest, devoid of blood. Only evaporating steam wafting out. Banded man. H-Getsu's features twisted in agony, veins bulging, and his hands, poised to unseal, instead transformed as the clown clone ascended, darting towards the entity in the sky. With a slicing sound, the clown's arm morphed into a colossal blade, charging at the second Uchiha. This clone, entirely composed of water and oil, not only possessed the ability to fly but also moved with incredible speed, capable of rivaling Kage-level taijutsu. Within the second Uchiha's mind, amidst a kaleidoscope of colors, Shinyu's spirit smirked slightly. The dark journey technique had indeed stripped him of light perception. Yet he was no longer relying on his eyes to perceive the world. With his formidable soul perception, he extricated himself from H-Getsu's mind just before Hashirama's arrival, swiftly merging into the entity's brow. At this moment, his palm radiated a clear light, pressing onto the entity's spiritual form and under the hypnosis of the illusion. He felt akin to a player in a game, even though he could not utilize the unique techniques of the controller. He could command them to release their powers through illusion. Although the execution was somewhat clumsy, those being manipulated acted like puppets, promptly obeying all his commands. This was distinctly different from controlling Uchiha Hano. That individual's spirit had been rendered unconscious and discarded, while Shinyu operated his body in a manner akin to possession, temporarily replacing his soul to take over. Each method of possession bore its merits and drawbacks. Evade, he softly instructed. The perspective returned to the arena. As the clown clone charged, the second Uchiha elegantly dodged the assault, his palms once again spreading apart, summoning a cylinder capable of disassembling all. Suddenly, 3 Umbu emerged, simultaneously forming circles with their hands, aiming towards the entity in midair. Heart turn technique. 3 streams of spiritual energy surged into the mind of the formless entity, eliciting a faint smile from Shinyu, who promptly pinpointed the true locations of the 3 individuals. Without the slightest hesitation, he withdrew from the formless mind, his ethereal form darting forth like a bolt from a crossbow, spiraling to pierce the foreheads of the 3 dark operatives. The spiritual energy that had invaded the mind of the formless entity collapsed simultaneously, causing blood to gush from their 7 orifices, leaving their fates uncertain. In terms of lethality, the technique of spiritual transformation rendered the heart-turning technique as innocent as a child. To describe the disparity between the two would be akin to comparing ordinary mystical arts to the profound arts of the wind after. The consciousness of the formless entity returned to normal, albeit in a state of confusion, thus failing to notice a shuriken that had been shot into the air. Just then, Senju Tobarama materialized behind the formless entity, employing a technique to restrain his opponent, and the two plummeted from the air together. "Big brother, keep an eye on Lord Mizukichi," he shouted urgently. Without needing further words, Hashirama had already enacted a method to attempt to ensnare the ghostly light of H-Getsu. However, at that moment, a figure crackling with lightning surged unexpectedly behind Tobarama, delivering a powerful elbow strike to his lower back, sending him flying. Raikage. When Shadow Rido was taken aback, and before he could speak, the guard, shaman, suddenly threw a scroll, which erupted in a cloud of white smoke. With a cacophony of clattering sounds, 10 slender puppets clad in white floated into the air, their blades glinting coldly. Jinsung's 10 guardians. Rido immediately turned back. "Shaman, you need not intervene here." His gaze froze. The Jinsung's 10 guardians did not assist the Hokage but instead spiraled into the surrounding crowd, unleashing a hail of poison needles and a flurry of shuriken, commencing an indiscriminate massacre. "You have also been possessed," Rido exclaimed in alarm, and just as he prepared to subdue his subordinates, a flash of lightning illuminated his vision. The Raikage appeared before him like a thunderbolt from the clouds, his iron fist entwined with roaring thunder. Meanwhile, even without deliberate manipulation, the formless entity and H-Getsu had engaged in a fierce battle, their forms clashing midair, dust and water jutsu swirling chaotically. They were unleashing their true power, intent on a life-or-death struggle. Due to the recent attack, Tobarama still believed the Raikage to be under control, executing the Flying Thunder God technique for a close-range assault. Hashirama utilized wood release to shatter the puppets, but found it inconvenient to unleash his full power without risking collateral damage. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Amidst the rising dust, Shinyu's ethereal form had detached from the battle, shooting toward the vortex shrine like a meteor streaking across the sky. "Old man, you certainly hold a grudge," he scoffed, redirecting his attention from Tobarama. In truth, he had intended to possess the first wind shadow, but sensed that this individual possessed considerable mental strength, rivaling even Senju Tobarama, and thus opted to abandon the possession. After all, the situation was already sufficiently chaotic. Within his spiritual perception, the interior of Konoha was enveloped by a barrier, extending several kilometers around the Hokage building, tightly sealed. "Tobarama, oh Tobarama, you truly are clever." Shinyu's expression remained calm, but he was not without his preparations. A day prior, in anticipation of the guests, Konoha had opened its gates wide, allowing his spiritual form and the cat-like Pochi to infiltrate smoothly. Uchiha no Kaku, after having indulged in drink, had been drawn out by the delicate mewing of a cat from the bushes. He approached, parting the foliage, and discovered a luminescent little cat, adorned in ever-changing stripes. Exquisite in its beauty. Recognizing Pochi, he noted the little creature held a crystal vial in its mouth. Upon grasping it, he immediately lost consciousness. It was at that moment that Shinyu completed his possession. Although no Kaku was one of the strongest among the Uchiha, he proved to be akin to a mere fledgling in the face of Shinyu's immense mental prowess. As for his purpose in infiltrating Konoha and instigating such turmoil, Shinyu accelerated, his ethereal form diving into the vortex shrine, disregarding the surrounding ninjas, guards, and attendants as if they were invisible. He passed through layers of ceilings and walls, ultimately arriving at his target, a newborn girl, still in swaddling clothes, with unshorn hair. "Tsunade," Shinyu smiled, swiftly possessing the form of a maid, gently moving his shoulders before approaching the cradle. Chapter 63, The Abduction of Young Tsunade in the Vortex Shrine. Shinyu silently approached the cradle, observing the infant within. The chubby little Tsunade exuded a faint scent of milk. Her skin was soft and delicate, her round face plump and inviting, adorned with beautiful golden hair, and her large, sparkling eyes were wide with curiosity as she sucked on her tiny hand. Such a delightful little creature. Shinyu carefully extended his arms, lifting Tsunade gently, one hand cradling her bottom and the other supporting her head. Drawing her tenderly into his embrace, Tsunade did not cry. Instead, she slowly turned her head, gazing at him with her innocent, unblinking eyes. "Aya," she uttered, her voice a soft babble. Shinyu met her gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt in the face of her pure innocence. "Listen closely, little one. I only wish to eliminate your great-grandfather, and it has nothing to do with you. You will understand, won't you?" "Aya." Tsunade blinked, a hint of confusion on her face. Fear not. As long as you cooperate, I shall not harm a single hair on your head. Shinyu wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow and whispered, In a moment, I will be taking you away, drawing out your two grandfathers. Will you cooperate with me? No response? Then that signifies your agreement, yes? Now, do not cry or make a fuss. We shall leave the village quietly. No shouting, no tears. Shinyu endeavored to maintain a soothing tone while cradling Tsunade as he made his way out of the bedroom. Yuki, how did you manage to bring Princess Tsunade out? An approaching woman, clearly of high status judging by her attire and demeanor, confronted him angrily. Are you unaware of the danger outside? Enemies are attacking the village, and the Hokage is fighting valiantly. Do you wish to risk your life and take the princess with you? Without a word, Shinyu relinquished Tsunade into her arms. The head maid was taken aback, still processing the situation when her hands instinctively reached out to catch Tsunade. A light, ethereal spirit surged into the head maid's brow, completing the possession in an instant. How did I end up here? The maid's consciousness returned, her eyes filled with confusion, completely devoid of her previous memories. Yuki. Hurry, Shinyu urged, his expression serious. What are you lingering for? Enemies are attacking the village. I just received orders. They are after Princess Tsunade and have pinpointed her location, heading this way. The maid gasped, covering her mouth. What shall we do? What shall we do? Immediately return to your original position. Pretend Princess Tsunade is still here. Pretend nothing has happened. I will transfer the princess out. Oh, all right. The maid, flustered, turned back. Move quickly. This is Lord Tobarama's command. Shinyu chastised as he continued toward the shrine's exit. Along the way, he encountered several low-ranking servants. But without the presence of Vortex Mizuho, who was currently at the Hokage building calming guests in her role as the lady of the house. The head maid held the highest authority within the Vortex Shrine. Although many cast inquiring glances, they retreated under his deliberately fierce demeanor. He hastened his steps, soon leaving the Vortex Shrine and stepping onto the street. Seizing the opportunity when there was no one around, he quickened his pace. The head maid, not a true ninja, possessed chakra within her, but could still achieve a speed akin to that of a lower-ranked shinobi under Shinyu's exquisite manipulation. Of course, this speed came at the cost of the host's physical strength. Those untrained would risk muscle strain when forcibly accelerating, leaving the head maid likely to spend months recuperating in the Konoha hospital. On the street, several CHNs stared in awe at the head maid, who leaped gracefully between the tall buildings, her skirt billowing like a butterfly. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Hokage and Lord Tobarama have already gone to confront the enemy. A ninja, lacking in awareness, hurriedly approached. Shinyu muttered a word of annoyance and promptly halted, causing little Tsunade in his arms to sway from the sudden speed, blinking her bewildered eyes before bursting into inconsolable tears. The piercing cries instantly drew the attention of the J-Nin. You're carrying a child? The J-Nin stepped closer, and upon seeing the infant's face, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is Princess Tsunade. Shinyu quickly withdrew from the body of the head maid, his spirit flickering and vanishing into the J-Nin's brow. With swift reflexes, he stepped forward to catch the staggering Tsunade while delivering a swift chop to the back of the maid's neck, rendering her unconscious. Tsunade cried even louder. Her tiny fist pressed against her chest, her mouth agape as she unleashed a shrill sound wave attack towards Shinyu. All right, little one. I'll show you some kittens in a moment. Shinyu hurriedly reassured her, racing in a certain direction. Fortunately, after switching to the J-Nin's host, his speed drastically improved, allowing him to leap over rooftops and swiftly reach his destination. Uchiha Kagami stared blankly at the unfamiliar ninja scaling Hokage rock, particularly startled upon noticing the wailing infant in his arms. This is Princess Tsunade. He recognized her identity, shock evident on his face. Shouldn't she be at the Uzumaki Shrine? There was no time for explanations. Shinyu's expression turned serious, knowing well that his soul-sensing abilities were not to be underestimated. He approached Kagami, directly handing over Tsunade, who instinctively reached out to receive her. At that moment, Shinyu's spirit shot out from the J-Nin's brow, seamlessly entering his brother's consciousness. In the colorful world within, Uchiha Kagami looked up, bewildered, his lips trembling. Shinyu, call me brother, Shinyu instructed, pouting slightly as an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from his essence, shaking the entire realm. Under the overwhelming pressure, Kagami's soul felt like a solitary boat on a tempestuous sea, precariously afloat. After 6 years of training, Shinyu's spirit had reached an exaggerated strength, a result of the interplay between Uchiha's mental energy and spiritual transformation techniques. rendering him superior even to certain shadow-level experts, let alone his half-hearted brother. Without further ado, Shinyu raised his palm. Kagami was a crucial part of his plan, and he had no time for nostalgia. A radiant light burst forth from his palm, instantly ensnaring Kagami's soul in a genjutsu. The host's consciousness was his domain, where his illusions were guaranteed to succeed. Catch that infant gently, he commanded. In reality, everything transpired in an instant. Kagami, dazed, extended his hand and steadily caught the swaddled infant. I'm quite surprised you've learned the Flying Thunder God technique. This saves me a great deal of trouble. Within the consciousness, Shinyu pressed his palm against his brother's head, his lips parting to invoke the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself and the infant to the farthest reaches from Konoha. Uchiha Kagami had become a mere puppet, executing Shinyu's every command without question. The evening breeze caressed him as his figure vanished from sight, the barrier enveloping half of Konoha failing to restrain him even slightly. Chapter 64. Hashirama's Fury. 1,000 miles away, outside a prosperous town in the land of hot water, the evening breeze was cool and soothing, with rustling leaves and moonlight casting a serene glow upon the cobblestones. A flicker of light distorted the surroundings as a figure quietly emerged beside the stones. Wah! The piercing cries of the infant shattered the tranquility. Shinyu, controlling Kagami's body, held the wailing Tsunade while instinctively scanning the area. According to Kagami's memories, this was the farthest point he had traveled on a mission, where he had once joyfully soaked in hot springs with his teammates. He had deliberately left his Flying Thunder God mark on the stones for future visits when weary. Kid, you sure know how to enjoy yourself. Shinyu's spirit murmured in Kagami's consciousness, a hint of envy in his tone, as the original soul lay discarded nearby. His initial plan had been to have the ninja cat, bribed by Pochi, summon Uchiha Kagami to the cat's lair using reverse summoning, but unexpectedly, his brother had also trained during the past 6 years and learned the Flying Thunder God technique, which simplified matters considerably. However, he still needed to settle the little one quickly. Konoha would have already reacted. Earlier, he had utilized the Mist-S Genjutsu to summon a giant clam to create an illusion, not for combat, but to conceal his tracks. Within the mirage, those inside could not perceive the outside world, nor could those outside see inside. They were merely presented with a facade of normalcy. Thus, Shinyu's abduction proceeded smoothly. He entered the town, where the rural surroundings meant the nightlife was rather subdued. The only establishment still lit was a raucous gambling den. He pushed the door open, attracting a swarm of curious gazes with his youthful, handsome visage and the sobbing infant in his arms. Fortunately, in a gambling house, everyone's focus was on their own bets and fortunes, and the attention quickly dissipated. Shinyu boldly paid for a room and ascended to the second floor with the key in hand. He entered the bedroom, locking the door behind him, and placed little Tsunade on the bed. Due to the rustic nature of the town, the gambling den's soundproofing was poor, allowing faint shouts to filter in. Strangely, upon hearing these sounds, Tsunade gradually ceased her crying. She wriggled her body, her tiny hands escaping the swaddle, her eyes darting around as if observing and listening. Yay! She waved her arms, and a sweet smile appeared on her chubby face. Feeling better? That's wonderful. It seems you're trying your best to cooperate. Thank you. I will take care of your great-granduncle. Shinyu was grateful for her quietness and hastily reached into his robe, retrieving a small, smooth glass vial. The vial, transparent and roughly the size of half a pinky finger, contained vibrant red blood, shimmering alluringly under the light. This was his own blood, secretly kept on Kagami for quite some time. With a crunch, he shattered the glass vial, using the blood in his palm to form a seal before slapping it onto the floor. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Summoning technique. White smoke billowed, mingling with ethereal blue mist as Pochi gracefully emerged, striding with elegance. Watch over this girl. Do not let anyone disturb her. If someone dares to meddle, eliminate them, he instructed. Pochi nodded. Rest assured, as long as the payment is sufficient, there will be no issues. It gracefully leaped onto the bed, its bronze eyes scrutinizing Uchiha Kagami's face. You two brothers look quite alike, though your brows and eyes differ. Of course. Don't you and your brothers resemble each other? Shinyu shot a glance at it. Pochi chuckled, though the smile held a hint of coldness. I would love to confirm that, but there hasn't been an opportunity. My mother gave birth to us in flight, and we were soon abandoned. I only remember it was in a landfill, where I had to consume my siblings to survive. It licked its paw, grinning. I'm quite familiar with fratricide. Then carry on with that spirit and live on with their legacy, Shinyu said indifferently. Pochi paused. a flicker of surprise crossing its feline features as it gazed into Shinyu's eyes, seemingly peering into his soul. Before long, it burst into laughter. You truly are different from others. Is this your reason for forming a contract with me? Don't misunderstand. It's simply because you can afford it. Shinyu reiterated his instructions once more, and without further ado, manipulated the body of the mirror to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. The light distorted, and the space shifted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in Konoha, standing atop Hokage Rock. You scoundrel! Was that intentional? In front of the Uzumaki Shrine. Tobirama tugged at the collar of Ghost Lantern Kagyuki, his features twitching. How could I know? I was possessed. Kagyuki protested, feigning innocence with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Besides, everyone present is a Kage. How could the Great Clam's Genjutsu deceive you all? The second Suchikage scoffed. Were you also possessed when you chased me down with your water cannon? I see you as Uchiha Shinyu's insider. You've conspired to abduct Konoha's little princess. Enough of your baseless accusations, you wretched bandage-wearing fool. Kagyuki retorted, his temper flaring. What do I gain from abducting Konoha's princess? You merely seek to frame me and commit murder by proxy. At this point, a cunning glint flickered in his eyes. Ah, among the ninjas present, your perception is unparalleled. You surely cannot be fooled by the Great Clam's chakra steam tower. Heh. You are the true spy here. Both of you, enough? The usually silent Hashirama suddenly spoke. His voice deep and cold, his eyes shadowed. The two immediately fell silent, gazing at his imposing figure, feeling minuscule under the immense pressure he exuded. Kagyuki, in particular, was so intimidated that he nearly collapsed. The other Kages exchanged uneasy glances, each bearing the marks of recent skirmishes. Just a minute ago, Hashirama had subdued the frenzied Kages with overwhelming strength, restoring order amidst the chaos, only to return to find that his granddaughter had been abducted, regardless of the motive. Attacking a child was unforgivable. Hashirama clenched his fists, his voice laced with frost. After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama stated, I have set up a barrier. As a spirit, he cannot perform reverse summoning techniques. Without outside assistance, he cannot escape the village, meaning he is still here, merely hiding. He promptly commanded, send word to assemble all villagers in front of the Hokage building. We will search thoroughly. Notify the sensory ninjas and the Hyuga clan for a comprehensive search. Leave no corner unchecked. We must find Tsunade. At that moment, a figure landed gracefully before the crowd. Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 65. I've changed my mind, Kagami? Tobirama gazed at his disciple in confusion, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. Were you looking for me? Uchiha Kagami spread his arms, a playful gleam in his eyes. No need for trouble. I am right here. Instantly, everyone recognized the true identity of the person before them, a wave of humiliation washing over them. Earth release, drowning hand. The second Suchikage swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a massive rocky hand from the ground to strike at Shinyu. Calmly, Shinyu stood his ground, showing no intention of defending himself. Hashirama twisted his foot, and several thick vines erupted from the ground near Shinyu, swiftly entwining to form a wooden shield. With a resounding thud, the rocky hand was halted, unable to advance. A sudden breeze swept through, and Shinyu's demeanor remained unruffled, his disheveled hair dancing in the wind. Where is Tsunade? Hashirama inquired, his tone grave. Huh? What's Tsunade? Shinyu feigned confusion, acting oblivious. Aren't you looking for me? Stop pretending. I know you kidnapped Tsunade. Hashirama stepped forward, his voice intense. She is just a baby. Our grievances have nothing to do with her. Where have you hidden her? I don't understand what you are talking about. Shinyu waved dismissively, his indifference apparent. I merely created chaos. If you lost a child, you blame me? Uchiha Shinyu. Tobirama shouted angrily. Do not think that because you are a spirit, you can act with impunity. I have many ways to eliminate you. I spare your life only so you may reveal Tsunade's whereabouts. Ah, so you can be angry, old fox. Shinyu chuckled heartily, seemingly having achieved his aim. You have a day of losing composure. The others fell silent. Only he remained in his frenzy. In this bizarre atmosphere, Shinyu's laughter gradually subsided as he calmed his breath. Tsunade is indeed hidden by me, and not in Konoha. Even if you turned the village upside down, you would not find her. Unless... Shinyu's tone shifted. Unless what? Hashirama pressed urgently. Brother, I think he is deliberately toying with us. Tobirama's expression darkened. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Once I capture him, I will personally extract information from his spirit. Hashirama restrained him, insisting, let him speak. It's simple. Shinyu raised a finger, causing everyone but Hashirama to instinctively step back, on high alert. They were still shocked by his smooth spirit transformation technique. Thus every move was scrutinized, with heightened vigilance. Yet, he leisurely pointed at Hashirama, posing a perplexing question. Lord Hashirama, which is more important, your brother or your granddaughter? A suffocating silence enveloped the gathering. Shadows cloaked Hashirama's face, his overwhelming aura solidifying, making the others hesitant to breathe. Shinyu nonchalantly laid out his terms. I offer you 3 choices. First, take your own life now. Second, kill your brother beside you. And the third, which is simpler for you, look behind you at the Kages and choose one to eliminate. I assure you, should you fulfill any of these, I will return your beloved granddaughter unharmed. Hashirama remained unmoving, his breath heavy, standing there like a statue, while Tobarama's gaze turned icy as he silently raised a finger. Compared to the two, the Kages behind them appeared increasingly uneasy. The Wind Kage wore a grim expression, the Lightning Kage swallowed hard. And although the Earth Kage's expression was hidden, he discreetly took a step back. However, it was Ghost Lantern Kageyuki's reaction that was the most animated. He darted glances between Shinyu and Hashirama, anxiety etched on his face, terrified of being the one to perish. Such nonsense, Tobarama coldly declared, then turned to Hashirama. What will you do, brother? Kill me? Eliminate these Kages? Or will you die for this fool's empty words? It is absurd. I told you not to heed him. As he spoke, he felt a sense of déjà vu, his lips curling in annoyance. Truly, he was just like that Madara. At this moment, Hashirama spoke. Are you testing me? Shinyu tilted his head, relaxed. Whether it is the first or second option, it forces me to choose between the roots and sprouts of Konoha. As for the third, it is a complete trampling of peace. Even if it means sacrificing little Tsunade, I will not allow the hard-won peace to shatter. Hashirama articulated each word with conviction. So, to protect the village and the peace in your eyes, you would persist even if it meant the death of family, friends, and comrades? Shinyu locked eyes with Hashirama. But the village exists to protect family, friends, and comrades, does it not? Lord Madara was right. You have lost sight of your priorities. I can't listen to this any longer. Tobarama stepped forward from the crowd, his face grim. Give me a few minutes. I will extract his spirit. Wait. Hashirama halted his brother, gazing deeply at Shinyu before drawing a kunai. He sighed heavily. Perhaps this is fate. From the moment I chose to kill Madara, a curse has entwined itself around my destiny. Brother, you must be joking. Lord Hashirama, ignoring the pleas of the crowd. Hashirama resolutely turned the kunai toward his own heart. In this era, the seeds of rebirth will inevitably sprout. Remember, when the moment of life and death arrives, only by incinerating our decayed would can new trees flourish. As I gazed towards the sky, I softly expressed my wish, may the flame of the leaves endure eternally. Suddenly, an abrupt applause erupts, catching everyone off guard, and they furrow their brows, turning their attention to Kamiyu. Truly, he is the god of ninjas. A man esteemed by Lord Madara, I comprehend your resolve. Kamiyu offers a serene smile, declaring, I have changed my mind, Lord Hashirama. If you accompany me, I shall reveal to you the location of Tsunade. Why? Hashirama inquires, slightly taken aback. Kamiyu replies, because I wish to see you while you still burn bright. Very well. Hashirama nods in agreement, approaching unguarded. Elder brother, you must not acquiesce. Tobarama cautions, this lad is exceedingly cunning. His words are not to be trusted. Haha. When it comes to cunning, who can surpass you, Lord Tobarama? Kamiyu retorts with a mocking glint in his eyes. Except for Lord Hashirama, no one is permitted to follow. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning villainous. In that moment, his smile exudes malevolence and determination, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind regarding the authenticity of his threat. Chapter 66. If only I understood him sooner. Hashirama acquiesces to Kamiyu's request and strides towards him. Allow me to remind you. My perceptive abilities are not inferior to any among you. A reckless attack will not only fail to harm me but may also endanger your granddaughter. Kamiyu's gaze sweeps over Tobarama and the shadows behind him. Should any of you foolishly attempt to follow, I guarantee your ninja village will be far more tumultuous than tonight's Konoha. The detestable brat, Tobarama sees, his eyes gleaming with a venomous desire to annihilate Kamiyu. With that, Kamiyu places his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two vanish from their location. Dispatch a messenger immediately to the cat house, and have the Uchiha guide the way. Tobarama commands, his expression darkening. He strives to quell his inner fury, adjusting his countenance through several deep breaths before slowly turning back. Gentlemen, would you care to join me in meeting the true form of Kamiyu? Hanwei hesitates. We came to attend the 100-day feast, And without the main character present, this gathering seems unnecessary. He meets Tobarama's cold gaze and shakes his head indifferently. Kamiyu made it quite clear. Those who pursue will face retribution, and I cannot guarantee I can detain him. That reasoning is sound. The second Tsuchikage aligns with Hanyu, his voice deep yet resonant. We from Iwagakure are here to celebrate, not to sow discord. Retu strokes his beard, nodding in agreement. Indeed. My village of Sunagakure does not wish to provoke such a madman without cause. This is your Konoha affair. I cannot meddle, the Raikage declares after a moment of silence. Expressing his stance. Tobarama's frustration is palpable. He is Madara's disciple, inheriting his madness. At this juncture, you still believe he won't strike at you? Hanyu flicks his sleeve and strides towards the gates of Konoha. Apologies, but I must attend to urgent matters in Kirigakure. I take my leave. There is no need for farewells. Under his lead, the wind and lightning shadows follow suit, their subordinates trailing behind, and the onlookers soon disperse. The second Tsuchikage remains silent. For his disciple still lies in the hospital, yet he too departs without uttering a word. Soon enough, only Tobarama remains standing alone before the vortex shrine, gazing distantly. His fists clenched tightly. Far away, in the land of water, on the northern coast, the Flying Thunder God technique rapidly transports Kamiyu and Hashirama to their destination. This Flying Thunder God technique is indeed useful, Kamiyu muses, though his spirit within Kagami's consciousness has grown frustrated. He had long sought to interrogate Kagami's soul, hoping to extract information about the technique, but Tobarama had placed restrictions. Before he could delve into Kagami's mind, the soul was ensnared by an ink-like binding, sealing away all knowledge pertaining to the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, when he had previously possessed the bodies of several shadows in Konoha, he attempted to glean information on the steam release, dust release, and lightning release chakra modes, but was thwarted by similar methods. It seems that in this era, the ninja's rights are quite well protected. Standing at the water's edge, Hashirama surveys the surroundings. Is your true form here? Kamiyu smiles faintly, his spirit withdrawing from Uchiha Kagami's brow. Kagami sways on the spot, collapsing as if losing consciousness. Lord Kagami. Hashirama swiftly supports him, placing him on a nearby rock. Lord Hashirama? Kagami blinks in confusion, his expression weary. You have exhausted yourself. Rest for a moment, Hashirama urges. Afterward, we must leave this place immediately. I. Kagami falters, memories of his loss of consciousness flooding back like a tide. Those were the moments when Kamiyu invaded his mind. I was possessed. Panic grips Kagami. What did he do with my body? Do not worry. Hashirama reassures him gently. You are a good soul. Everything that transpired here is not your doing. Recover swiftly and depart. However, Kagami cannot hear him anymore. Memories of Kamiyu manipulating him surge forth, overwhelming his fragile psyche. Kamiyu had not intentionally shielded Kagami's soul. Thus all the deeds he had performed with Kagami's body now played out vividly in Kagami's mind like a lantern show. Stealing Tsunade amidst the chaos. Publicly humiliating the five shadows. Nonchalantly taunting Tobarama. Utilizing Tsunade to coerce Hashirama. He had committed such egregious acts using my face, my body. Kagami collapses onto the rock, staring in disbelief at his trembling hands. His Sharingan activates instinctively, tears streaming uncontrollably, as if he himself had committed those heinous acts. Kagami nearly loses his composure. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. If only I had reacted sooner, if only I had understood him sooner, none of this would have happened. No, I can still save her. I can still make amends. Lord Hashirama, I know where Princess Tsunade is. His eyes brighten, akin to a flame igniting in a dry well. Princess Tsunade is in a gambling house in a seaside town of the Land of Soup. We must go retrieve her at once. The Land of Soup? Hashirama's expression grows serious as he faces the sea. Then this task shall be entrusted to you. Kagami is taken aback. What about you? Hashirama gazes at the undulating waves. His demeanor calm. I have matters to conclude. Suddenly, the waves grow tumultuous, the water swirling without wind, slowly forming a massive vortex that intensifies, until the sea erupts in a storm, lifting a water spout hundreds of meters high. The colossal waves crash down, shaking the entire coastline. Hashirama stands resolutely at the shore, the moist air enveloping him as his clothes whip and flutter in the fierce wind, confronting the rising tide as if he were a solitary boat amidst the storm. Then, a figure leaps from the center of the vortex, shattering the waterspout with the force of his presence. Amidst the chaos of splashing water, this individual hovers high above. Looking down upon Hashirama, Kamiyu walks upon the air, his black hair flowing in the wind, as water molecules coalesce beneath his feet into a transparent staircase. Droplets cascade down his flawless visage, his crimson eyes resembling a tranquil pool of blood beneath the moon, devoid of any emotion. Hashirama raises his head. The two stand opposite each other, locked in a serene gaze. Chapter 67. The pure destroyer on the sea's surface. The two face each other. At last, we meet. Uchiha Kamiyu. Hashirama speaks first, his eyes scrutinizing. You are the disciple Madara cherishes most. Lord Hashirama, you truly have a short memory. 11 years ago we met. Kamiyu replies with a gentle smile. Hashirama lamented. The disparity between your past self and your present is truly striking. Despite existing in an idealized peace, why do you insist on inheriting Madara's will? That is merely your ideal. Moreover, have you not changed significantly as well? Shinju, unfazed by Hashirama's words, countered, I have always safeguarded what is precious to me. That has never wavered. Hashirama shook his head. Shinju scoffed. The peace you speak of, appearing harmonious and tranquil, is merely a facade built upon your absolute military deterrence. Furthermore, I seriously doubt whether you still possess the strength to suppress all. With a swift motion, Shinju gripped his blade, the icy glimmer of his weapon illuminating the air as a chilling aura ascended along his wrist. Hashirama looked up, his tone somber. I do not wish to end your life. Are you implying that you could easily kill me at any moment? Shinju replied, his expression unyielding. Hashirama's pupils constricted at the familiarity of those words, a peculiar emotion washing over him. You resemble that fellow Madara too closely. Of course, I am his disciple, Shinju affirmed. Hashirama furrowed his brow, attempting one last plea. Shinju, why must you mirror Madara? Why must both of you be so extreme? The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable point. No. It is already beyond redemption. Shinju's gaze was frigid, shadows veiling his lowered eyes. Unless you return my brother to me. I am right here. Kagami rose, sorrow glistening in his eyes. Brother, what is it that you truly desire? Shinju cast a fleeting glance at him, his lips parting slightly. What I seek is the brother who has not been brainwashed, who does not incessantly proclaim that Konoha is everything. The pure-hearted brother. Do you wish to tread the same path as Madara? Hashirama remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Indeed, Shinju's voice rang clear and resolute. If you cannot kill me today, I will unleash a frenzied vengeance upon Konoha, not just Tsunade, Hinata, Sarutobi, Uchiha, or Senju. None of them shall have peace. Madara is the architect of peace, while I, Uchiha Shinju, am merely a harbinger of destruction. He thumped his chest, proclaiming, Come forth, just as you did with Lord Madara, and personally end my life. There was no turning back. Hashirama finally resolved himself, and when he lifted his gaze again, it was filled with a determined killing intent. Uchiha Shinju, do you believe that Madara would mourn your passing? With a scoff, Shinju initiated the assault, his blade cleaving the air. A gigantic arc of light illuminating the night sky as the sea was cleaved in two. Kagami trembled, instinctively attempting to evade the imminent danger, when a towering figure shielded him. Would release, tree world wall. Hashirama clapped his palms together, and the ground erupted with thick wooden vines, forming a 5-meter thick shield before the two. The blade's arc, as fine as a hair, struck the wooden barrier with ferocity, splintering wood into the air, leaving a deep gash before it finally dissipated. Observing this, Shinju's brows furrowed, his Sharingan subtly shifting, the tomo intertwining, extending into exquisite patterns. Kagami, leave this to me. Hashirama did not turn back, his expression complex as he regarded the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I entrust you with the task of bringing young Tsunade back to Konoha. Lord Hashirama, I must go. This is a battle beyond your involvement. Kagami hesitated briefly but then resolved, quietly leaving a mark of the flying thunder god on the rocks. Please, if possible, spare his life. Hashirama was taken aback, glancing back at him. What did you say? Do you realize he killed Sasuke? He murdered Hayashi's father. Kagami steadied himself, a profound determination flashing in his eyes. I am willing to trade my life for his. The cause of today's strife lies with me. Hashirama studied him intently. The youth's face was a tapestry of fatigue, sorrow, and deep-seated guilt. He sighed softly. I shall do my utmost. Yes. Kagami nodded firmly, vanishing in an instant. At last, Shinju could unleash his full power. A smirk graced his lips. Suddenly, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy, cleaving the air with over 100 strikes. The azure light slicing through, the very atmosphere vibrating with a resonant hum. Hashirama remained stationary, raising his hands sequentially as enormous roots erupted from the ground. He resembled a conductor guiding an orchestra, the trees rising and falling as a symphony. Crack! The sword energy collided with the foliage. Akin to a stone cast into the ocean. Broken branches and scattered leaves fluttered like snowflakes, yet not a single blade could breach Hashirama's defenses. As an expansive forest sprouted from the coastline, stretching hundreds of meters, Shinyu, sword in hand, poised himself mid-air, using a barrier of water as a springboard, launching himself forward. Buzz! Visible ripples radiated through the air as a streak of light surged forth, Shinyu transforming into his blade, penetrating through layers of explosive energy, vanishing into the woods. Trees splintered and collapsed, a massive gash carved through the forest as the azure light surged forth, crashing into the rocks 100 meters away. As the dust settled, the scene revealed Shinyu, maintaining a poised stance, his blade thrust forward, yet Hashirama's palms were pressed together, firmly holding the blade in place. The tip mere centimeters from his lips, glinting with a menacing sheen. Shinyu's lips curled in a smirk, twisting the hilt slightly, the azure glow flickering. A dazzling light erupted from the blade's tip, but Hashirama, foreseeing the movement, smacked the blade, skillfully evading the sharp edge. The azure light cleaving the earth and splitting a nearby hill in two. Seizing the moment, Hashirama spun closer to Shinyu, his right fist igniting with a torrent of chakra. A formidable force barreling towards Shinyu's chest. Before the punch reached him, the winds howled. Black energy materialized, rapidly enveloping Shinyu in an obsidian-like skeletal frame. Crack! In an instant, Hashirama's fist shattered the ribs of the Susanoo, akin to a speeding train, the sound echoing like thunder as it slammed into Shinyu's chest. The ground beneath them erupted in an explosion. The force of the punch, wrapped in blue flames, dispersed violently against Shinyu's torso, sending shockwaves rippling out for 100 meters. Shinyu, with a smile playing at his lips, did not retreat an inch, rather. He grasped Hashirama's wrist. Is this what you call brute strength? Hardly impressive. What? Hashirama was taken aback. In their shared glance, he caught a glimpse of the bloodlust in the youth's eyes. Shinyu's stance was as solid as a mountain. With a powerful shoulder and twist of his waist, he unleashed a primal strength that flung the astonished Hashirama away. Whoosh! He struck out with a dozen blades towards Hashirama, the blinding azure light intertwining with the swirling black energy, skeletal frames re-emerging as bone arms and sharp blades rapidly materialized. A strand of black flame igniting along the edges as they swung. The explosive force, entwined with black flames, tore through the ocean, pursuing the 12 azure sword strikes as they cut through the air. Boom! Waves surged skyward, a dazzling display of slashes that drove Hashirama into the sea. Chapter 68. Shinyu and Hashirama. The ocean roiled as Shinyu gazed at Hashirama submerged beneath the waves. Once more, he utilized the barrier of water as a springboard, propelling himself like an arrow into the depths. Would release. Would dragon technique. Bang! Shinyu was ejected from the water's surface, soaring skyward at an even greater velocity. A colossal wooden dragon erupted from the sea, sending sprays of white foam into the air, its body arching magnificently atop the waves. Hashirama stood astride the dragon's head, gazing up at Shinyu as he slightly bent forward, palms pressed together as if in earnest prayer. Would release. Rampaging dragon technique. The dragon roared, its head swelling several times over. And with a rumbling sound, it began to split, rapidly transforming into 5 identical wooden dragons. Go forth. As the interstice of handprints transformed, both palms inverted. The air rippled with an eerie undulation. 5 wooden dragons surged forth, spiraling towards the divine feather suspended in midair, their golden-orange eyes gleaming like lanterns, tracing blinding arcs across the night sky. Here it comes, just like that. The divine feather spread its limbs in the air, excitement flushing its face as it beheld the roaring giants of wood approaching. Its left eye, a kaleidoscope, spun with a ghostly allure, capturing the sight of the 5 wooden dragons. The intricate patterns of the formation glimmered softly, as if imprinting everything into its mind. Seizing the moment before the dragons closed in, it swiftly unleashed a flurry of strikes, blue light slicing through the air. The seemingly razor-sharp sword energy merely left shallow marks on the wooden dragons, which, despite the dense array of cuts, continued their relentless advance. The realization dawned upon it. In the slow-motion perspective granted by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the cerulean sword energy dissipated rapidly within the gaps of the wooden dragons, vanishing completely, while the flowing chakra was absorbed entirely. In the next instant, the 5 colossal dragons roared into existence. The timing was exquisitely precise, coinciding with the moment the divine feather's kinetic energy reached zero, entering a state of free fall, devoid of leverage. Yet, in a startling display, the divine feather transformed into a fleeting shadow, seemingly defying gravity. It stepped upon the void, each stride sending ripples through the air, deftly evading all the dragons with a series of lateral dodges, plunging straight towards the figure of Hashirama. Descending like a meteor, the divine feather cleared a path with a flying sword. Hashirama slightly shifted to the side, evading the attack as the no Hikari shone brilliantly with azure radiance, grazing the dragon's head before crashing into the shore with a resounding thud. The divine feather's gaze was cold and resolute as it landed upon the dragon's head, re-engaging Hashirama in close combat. Boom, boom, boom. The collisions lacked the crisp sound of fists striking flesh. Instead, each encounter resonated like thunder, a clash of formidable might. Their blows, fists against fists, palms against palms, created waves of force that rippled through the air, even causing the dragon's head to crack under the pressure. Hashirama's lower stance was remarkably stable, his fists and feet enveloped in blazing blue chakra, a testament to the pinnacle of his monstrous strength. The divine feather, however, was less flamboyant, employing a purely robust fighting style, grounded and powerful. With a mighty punch aimed at Hashirama's chest, it effortlessly deflected his wrist, closing the distance while swinging its left arm in a fierce arc, delivering a devastating strike in return. Hashirama's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated such a swift and ferocious attack, reminiscent of a familiar figure from his past. With little time for defense, he raised his foot to kick at the divine feather's abdomen, his heel igniting with blue flames, forcing the opponent to retreat. After all, he had employed the same tactic against that person before. Yet, the divine feather was undeterred, completely disregarding his action, its palm slicing through the air at supersonic speed, crashing into Hashirama's collarbone with a sharp crack, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward. Hashirama's face contorted for a brief moment, his form resembling a solitary boat in a storm, hurled away by the immense force, shattering 3 massive dragon bodies before plunging into the sea, sending waves soaring high. In contrast, the divine feather, after enduring Hashirama's monstrous kick, only staggered back 2 steps, maintaining composure, standing firmly atop the wooden dragon, exuding an air of effortless mastery. Remarkably, its physical defense had now far surpassed its initial Susanoo, an unfathomable feat. Hashirama's extraordinary strength could effortlessly shatter its rudimentary Susanoo and penetrate the high-density water shield, reaching the flesh beneath. Yet, before the terrifying might of the sea god's body, even breaching its defenses was futile. The force dissipated before reaching its internal organs. The ocean breeze carried Hashirama's low voice. Would release. Tree world birth. A hint of green shimmered across the sea, rapidly spreading and expanding. Countless trees piercing through the surface like ancient timber uprooted, and in an instant, a lush forest arose, resembling an island several thousand meters in diameter. Hashirama stood atop the tallest tree, appearing unscathed. Though the divine feather's strike had shattered his collarbone, the external injury healed completely within 3 seconds. That's how it should be. Lord Hashirama, the divine feather mused, lightly brushing its left eye as it descended with the wooden dragon. As long as you can still burn, ensure that I enjoy this to the fullest. Hashirama gazed up, surprise flickering in his eyes. You are unlike any opponent I have encountered before. Such power, is this the disciple you have cultivated, Madara? The divine feather swiftly formed seals, pressing its palms together before gradually pulling them apart, igniting a swirl of pitch-black flames in the distorted air. It assumed the stance of drawing a bow, the black flames transforming into a burning arrow aimed at Hashirama. Fire release, arrow of the earth. Whoosh. The arrow shrank rapidly, piercing the air and vanishing in an instant. I cannot allow that flame to touch the ground. Hashirama's brows furrowed as he clapped his hands, intertwining vines from the treetops, raising a colossal hand formed from countless trees, reaching skyward. Would release, all-encompassing fire seal. The black arrow struck the palm's center, causing the air to ripple violently. The anticipated scenario of the arrow piercing through the wooden hand did not unfold. Instead, a brilliant light emanated from the massive hand, intricate sealing techniques illuminating its surface. The solid black arrow began to disintegrate into dark flames, swiftly consumed by the seals. As the wooden hand tightened its grip, the heat and flames were entirely absorbed, vanishing without a trace. Seizing the moment, the divine feather fell from the sky, crashing into the forest with tremendous force, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. It refrained from unnecessary words, its figure flickering as the air quaked. A pearlescent sound cone materializing behind it as it effortlessly broke the sound barrier. A similar white sound cone appeared behind Hashirama, their speeds evenly matched, clashing at supersonic velocities. Boom! The shockwave swept across 1,000 meters as the two combatants engaged once more. One radiated a tempest of blue flames, every movement teeming with power, while the other, with a physique forged like divine iron, exuded unmatched ferocity, akin to a god or demon descending, stirring the ocean into a furious tempest. Hashirama could breach molecular barriers with a single punch, his brute strength penetrating flesh. However, aside from the dull thuds of impact, he received no feedback, failing to inflict any meaningful damage upon the divine feather. In contrast, the divine feather's fists, imbued with overwhelming might, lacked finesse, relying purely on raw power to rend Hashirama's muscles and inflict internal injuries. Yet, against Hashirama's extraordinary regenerative abilities, such efforts bore no fruit. In a fleeting moment, the battle descended into an enigmatic stalemate. At this stage, the character profile of Uchiha Shinyu reads as follows: physique, body of the sea god, invulnerable, immensely powerful, capable of swimming at a maximum speed of 60 Mach, moving at 30 Mach, possessing breath control, exceptional long-distance vision, ultimate water manipulation, and chakra hyperfrequency wave detection. Magnetic field sensation, can perceive the magnetic fields of cosmic space within a certain atmosphere, discerning their distribution to monitor the distribution and changes of charged particles in space, including but not limited to telepathy, mind control, and insight into space. Talent, fine control of chakra, thought manifests effortlessly, akin to manipulating one's fingers. Capable of simulating water flow with chakra, able to stack and compress its density into substance. Exceptional neural reaction ability and physical coordination. At the age of 7, he could react to the Flying Thunder God technique, and during the battle between Hashirama and Tobirama in the Valley of the End, the use of the magic void law caused a slight delay in his neural reflexes, allowing Tobirama to seize the rhythm. Bloodline limit, kaleidoscope Sharingan, dynamic observation, ninjutsu and taijutsu replication, hypnosis. Fire style, add-on of earth command arrow, flame blade, fire thunder god. Dojutsu, magic void law, celestial standing, Susanoo, third stage. And the divine sword of annihilation is Anaji. Secret techniques, autumn dew on leaves, azure sword chi. Forbidden techniques, spirit transformation technique, instantaneous travel, illusion realm, soul extraction, soul suppression. Soul annihilation. Ninjutsu, mastery of fire style, proficiency in body flicker technique, water clone technique, with knowledge of other elemental styles. Taijutsu, Uchiha style swordsmanship, techniques passed down from Madara. 8 gates of opening, 6th gate. Jinjutsu, magic puppet technique, magic restraint technique, magic unseen fire, magic mirror world shift. Chapter 69. Humanoid Tyrannosaurus on the island amidst the ocean. 2 figures collided fiercely, their punches and palms striking with a sound akin to thunderclaps. 5th gate open. Shinyu's hair suddenly billowed as he let out a resounding roar, causing the entire sea to erupt into cascading waves. His form soared into the air, leaving a blazing trail of flames in his wake. He launched himself forward, executing a powerful kick, his body slicing through the air at high speed, igniting flames that resembled a falling meteor crashing down upon Hashirama. Screech. The air shrieked, resonating across the heavens, as crimson flames faintly outlined burning wings. A sonic boom reverberated, unveiling the silhouette of a colossal flaming bird. Chiming light. The intense blaze illuminated Hashirama's grave expression, his eyelids twitched, and a rare solemnity flickered in his gaze as he swiftly brought his palms together. What style? Forest emergence technique? The forest beneath him stirred like rippling water, and 6 massive shields, resembling ironbark wood, ascended slowly, wrapping around Hashirama like armor, securely fastening in place. Shinyu transformed into a blazing bird, trailing a long stream of flames, piercing through layers of air, and collided violently against Hashirama's shield. Boom! The shield shattered instantly, causing the entire island to tremble. The sea roiling and surging, as a wild inferno mixed with shockwaves swept across 1,000 meters. A furious wind arose, mist swirling, as this kick shattered the island, scattering fragments of wood in a chaotic explosion, sending ripples across the ocean that refused to settle. Amidst the tumultuous sea, both figures shot forth, crashing directly into the coastal cliffs. Shinyu, adorned in crimson, veins bulging, with frenzied azure energy erupting from his limbs, resembled a ferocious demon. He seized Hashirama, hurling him into the mountains. Smack! A long hand gripped Hashirama's cheek, pressing him against the stone wall with wild fervor, causing the rocks to splinter in his wake. Shinyu pivoted and threw him, channeling energy into a blade, delivering two massive strikes that drove Hashirama into the mountainside. Bang! Bang! Hashirama's body split into 4 pieces, and before touching the ground, transformed into a lifelike wooden sculpture that emitted a crisp sound. Shinyu turned silently, gazing at the figure surging forth from the ocean, and with a swift motion, collided with him. Hashirama's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated Shinyu's strength to reach such heights. Merely relying on the 5th gate of the 8 gates of opening, he had directly shattered his forest emergence technique. This technique was capable of withstanding even the explosive force of a tailed beast bomb wielded by Susanoo. Shinyu's attacks were as swift as lightning. Hashirama struggled to keep pace. All his offensives laid bare before Shinyu's eyes, as kaleidoscope-level dynamic vision, ultimate speed, and formidable strength converged, culminating in the peak of taijutsu, humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Every punch and kick from Shinyu ignited brilliant flames through friction with the air, an overwhelming force that threatened to rupture Hashirama's insides. In his current state, he merely relied on the immense self-healing capabilities of Sage Mode to sustain himself. With style, Hashirama, astonished, felt his palms forcibly pried apart by the demon-like youth, who then delivered a devastating knee strike that embedded him deep into the ground. I've had enough of trivialities. Rubble scattered, dust billowed. The seemingly solid land formed entirely of reefs appeared no different than the surface of the water in Shinyu's eyes. With style, violent gun tree. Hashirama, blood seeping from his clenched teeth, let out a deep roar, and countless wooden vines sprouted from his back, a towering tree rising from the earth, launching Shinyu into the air. Shinyu executed a swift reversal in midair, ripples emanating from his back, and charged back into the fray. The trees expanded, and he was met with hundreds of Hashiramas with clone techniques. Shinyu entered a mode of merciless slaughter, in the state of the 5th gate. He could dominate even Hashirama himself, let alone these clones. With explosive punches and the resurgence of flames, the autumn dew on leaves cleaved through, each strike obliterating dozens of wooden clones, as he transformed into a human bulldozer, repeatedly trampling through the swarm of clones. Fire style, fire thunder god. Shinyu spread his arms, black flames boiling beneath him, as hundreds of fiery spears erupted simultaneously, penetrating through the multitude of clones. In mere moments, he eradicated all the wood clones. Sizzle! Shinyu glided upon the last wooden sculpture, leisurely sliding to the side of a divine blade. At that moment, Hashirama's voice boomed from behind. With style, wooden man technique. Roots danced wildly, giant trees collapsed, and a colossal wooden figure surged forth, its green face adorned with sharp fangs, entwined with wooden serpents. With Hashirama's true form standing atop its head, advancing aggressively, Shinyu appeared unfazed, drawing forth the frostfall blade with a leisurely grace, before finally turning around. The night draped like a curtain, the waves roared tumultuously, as the youth spread his legs, his trousers billowing in the sea breeze. Confronting the massive wooden figure and the deity of the ninja world standing atop it, with the unsheathed divine blade in hand. No words were necessary. He moved, his form soaring like an arrow, the red glow of his kaleidoscope Sharingan rapidly trailing 2 elongated shadows. The wooden giant swung its fist fiercely, resembling a wrathful titan, its massive fist piercing the air, colliding violently with Shinyu's explosive slash. In that moment, Shinyu pushed his speed to its zenith, casting countless shadows. As innumerable identical figures surged towards the wooden giant's head, their sharp azure glints relentless. The wooden giant roared, sword lights dancing. As their clash transformed the battlefield into a meat grinder, each colossal fist capable of shattering the earth, while the fleeting sword energies could effortlessly slice through cliffs. Boom, boom, boom. The rocks erupted continuously. Even the residual shockwaves could severely injure an average shadow-level warrior. Suddenly, dark energies surged and coiled, a skeletal figure materializing instantly. Swirling black mist resembling a wild cloak enveloping Shinyu, who activated Susanoo to its 3rd stage, blood streaming from his eyes. The Crow Tengu Susanoo appeared stout. A behemoth by ordinary standards, yet dwarfed by the nearly 200-meter-tall wooden giant. But, with a single hand gesture, a torrent of black light converged within its palm, transforming into an imposing long spear in an instant. The spear stood straight, dark as the abyss, ancient and solemn golden patterns winding along its body, extending to its tip. Divine weapon, the Annihilation Spear. Shinyu did not remain within the Susanoo. Instead, he leaped from the black mist, flanked by his third-tier Susanoo on either side, both charging towards the wooden figure. With a sweeping strike of his spear, imbued with overwhelming force, he struck the wooden figure at its knee joint. Seizing the moment of its stagger, he unleashed the earthly destiny arrow, narrowly grazing the right side of Hashirama's face before soaring into the sky. Hashirama's gaze sharpened, and the wooden figure immediately twisted, launching a punch infused with a tremendous force that threatened to crush the Susanoo. The forearms of the Susanoo raised their spears in a defensive posture. Boom! A violent shockwave radiated outward in a circular fashion, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As the ground trembled violently, Shinyu stood resolute amidst the storm, his form undisturbed, yet his brow furrowed slightly. It was merely a single punch. And despite the Susanoo remaining unscathed, the arms of his third-tier Susanoo had developed web-like fissures. Chapter 70. The Armor of Gold. Shinyu utilized the third-tier Susanoo to divert the wooden figure's attacks while simultaneously searching for opportunities, relentlessly targeting Hashirama. The wooden figure, exuding a menacing aura, wielded its powerful fists, forcing the black Susanoo to retreat repeatedly, the Crow-Tengu armor fracturing under the pressure. Fortunately, bolstered by the might of the divine artifact, it could still withstand a few more blows. When evasion became impossible, Shinyu seized the chance to strike, his blade flashing like a fleeting light, restraining Hashirama while slightly alleviating the peril faced by the Susanoo. As the battle raged on, blood gushed from Shinyu's left eye, crimson streaks marring his cheek. The adaptation process of the demon void continued unabated. Swish! Two massive sword energies were effortlessly crushed by the wooden figure, allowing Hashirama to exploit a gap in Shinyu's defenses, landing a punch that sent him hurtling into the mountains. During his flight, the kaleidoscope patterns on his eye finally completed their final rotation. Would release, adaptation complete. A glimmer of joy flashed across Shinyu's face, and he crashed through the mountainside, carving a 100-meter-long trench in the earth before finally coming to a stop. He rose swiftly, feeling the changes within himself. Wood release comprises 3 chakra attributes: water release, earth release, and most crucially, yang release. Water nourishes, earth sustains, and yang grants life. It is precisely due to Hashirama's sage body and immense chakra reserves that his wood release is so formidable. This elucidates why the original Yamato, despite possessing Hashirama's cells and the ability to utilize wood release, failed to match Hashirama's prowess. The chakra issue is but one aspect. The crux lies in the pure and vibrant life force. When Yamato, imbued with Hashirama's cells, encountered the divine tree's creation, the chakra and yang release chakra were replenished, allowing his wood release to somewhat reflect the first Hokage's former glory. However, a lesser version remains a lesser version, and compared to the current Hashirama, it still falls woefully short. All of Hashirama's wood release techniques can continuously absorb the enemy's chakra during battle, thereby augmenting his own strength. Nearing the legendary might of the divine tree, Shinyu's Autumn Dew was countered by this technique, rendering him unable to unleash its full potential. In response, the Demon Void proposed an optimization plan, significantly enhanced Shinyu's chakra manipulation ability to an extraordinary level, providing him with a unique method of control. With meticulous precision, the chakra particles would be reconstructed from a microscopic perspective, altering their density following the atomic arrangement of metals, compressing and recoalescing the chakra to imbue it with golden attributes. The essence of what embodies growth, flexibility, and a serene adaptability, while the weighty nature of gold, often associated with slaughter, encompasses properties of concentration and lethality. Representing the energy of aggregation, the 5 elements interact in a cycle of creation and destruction, and only the sharp and decisive nature of gold can counter the bending and extending of wood. Shinyu was astonished that the Demon Void employed the principle of the 5 elements to analyze wood release, a notion he had not anticipated. Without delay, he raised his hand, grasping at the air, light flickered, and the autumn dew transformed into a jade-hued long blade in his grasp. The gathering of gold, a rebirth. Following a peculiar sensation, Shinyu focused his intent, and under his meticulous chakra reconstruction, the autumn dew underwent a profound transformation. The long blade shrank dramatically, becoming several hundred times smaller, barely larger than his fingertip. Yet, within Shinyu's discerning gaze, this miniature blade was fundamentally transformed. Aside from its reduced size, it retained its transparent jade hue, now radiating a rich metallic luster from within. The chakra flowed like a gentle stream, yet its arrangement was densely stable, intricately linked in a manner akin to metallic atoms, resulting in an overall density nearly 1,000-fold stronger. The ground trembled violently as Hashirama's wooden figure seized the black Susanoo by the neck, charging forward with the intent to crush it to pieces. Shinyu had no time for observation. His right eye flickered, and he instantly moved 1,000 meters back to his previous position. He infused chakra into the miniaturized dagger, and his entire being trembled as the autumn dew appeared to be an unfathomable abyss, ravenously devouring his chakra. In the span of a mere second, this blade, glimmering with sharp radiance, reminiscent of jade, returned to its original size. The autumn dew, now clad in golden armor. Shinyu swung the blade at the wooden figure, unleashing a heavy, solid, and unparalleled blade of light that streaked through the air, leaving behind a dark azure scar. With a sound akin to tearing paper, Hashirama turned in horror, witnessing one of the wooden figure's arms plummet to the ground, the severed edge smooth and clean. What is this? Startled, Hashirama quickly retaliated, altering his hand seals as a wooden dragon roared towards Shinyu, while the wooden figure beneath him crouched and leapt, delivering a fierce war stomp aimed directly at the Susanoo's forehead. Shinyu's downward slash was swift, the delicate blade's light flickering momentarily, halting the massive wooden dragon. As the sea breeze blew, the dragon split in two, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Shinyu's right eye turned like a gear. Silently, the mountain-sized Susanoo vanished into thin air, reappearing mysteriously behind the wooden figure, its spear tip gleaming ominously, poised to strike Hashirama's back. Seizing the opportunity, Shinyu activated the heavenly standback state. The divine blade, autumn dew, had already dissipated. Although the strike imbued with the lethal essence of gold was formidable, its consumption was incredibly taxing. At his current chakra level, he could only unleash 2 strikes before needing to retreat immediately, lest he succumb to a state of weakness. Reconstructing chakra also demanded a considerable expenditure of mental energy. A crisp explosion echoed as the long spear was hurled forth, a white sound cone rippling from its tail. As a dark golden flash shot forth, instantaneously embedding itself in the wooden figure's nape. At that very moment, blazing flames enveloped Shinyu's body, ascending into the night sky, exploding in a fiery display as if wings unfurled. He transformed into a streak of light, descending with the brilliance of the reawakening. With a cry, he kicked the spear's tail, channeling terrifying kinetic energy through the spear shaft to its tip, which pierced through the wooden figure's skull. However, Hashirama himself evaded the spear's point, utilizing the last moment to execute the wood release, violent spear technique, transforming his right arm into a massive tree to propel himself away. The wooden figure's fists came crashing down, and even with its head still impaled by the spear, it retained its capacity for action. A smile curved Shinyu's lips as he gracefully raised his sword finger. In an instant, the spear, Do Jian Huang Ba Tu, buzzed loudly, the golden patterns on its surface radiating brilliance as the magic array activated, amplifying the gravity within a radius of several hundred meters to 50 times. Hashirama's expression turned to one of shock. In that fleeting moment, he felt utterly disconnected from his surroundings. A tremendous pulling force surged from the ground, pinning him atop the wooden figure's head, forcing him onto one knee and rendering him immobile. His features twisted in agony as he sensed every inch of his flesh and bone turning against him, desperately striving to break free from the confines of his body, plunging into an endless abyss. This was Hashirama's struggle to lift his head, his spine creaking under the unbearable strain, overwhelmed by incomprehensible power, a force beyond his reckoning. Cracks echoed as the tension mounted. The wooden figure's movements abruptly ceased, its knees shattered, and its massive body tilted and collapsed. It was the power of that gun. As long as it was beyond a certain range, it could escape this bizarre gravitational constraint. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hashirama's eyes as he closed them. In an instant, a rich natural energy surged and gathered within every cell of his body. And as he opened his eyes, intricate patterns adorned his face. Sage mode, activated in an instant. Chapter 71. Does he have no limits? Ah, Hashirama roared. Having entered Sage mode, he was no longer the same. His physical form, bolstered by the chakra of Sage arts, had transcended biological limits. His aura shifted, a mighty presence sweeping the surroundings as he slowly stood against 50 times the gravity. In the next moment, the air distorted slightly, and Shinju, like a specter, lunged at his back, the blade merging with the wind, aiming for Hashirama's neck. Swish! Hashirama deftly sidestepped. The gleaming sword energy flickered, cleaving half of the wooden figure's head. Boom! As he turned, Hashirama spun on his left foot, delivering a swift and decisive roundhouse kick to Shinju's chest. A surge of immense power erupted, sending Shinju hurtling back, breaking the sound barrier like a cannonball, crashing through 3 mountains. Hashirama bent down, grasping the Dojin Huangba, as if bearing the weight of the world. With a mighty shout, a torrent of chakra ignited his entire being. His feet crunched into the wooden figure's head, and he hoisted the enormous gun, flinging it into the distance with a thunderous crash. Immediately, he clapped his hands together, and the wooden figure, now with only half a head, regained its mobility, throwing a punch that shattered the reformed Black Susanoo. Gasping for breath, Hashirama felt the natural energy amplify his physical attributes dozens of times. Strength, speed, defense, and recovery had all undergone a qualitative leap. Yet, this came at the cost of rapidly depleting his life force. As he had previously stated, he was truly igniting a fierce fire with his waning body. His remaining years were about to dwindle to nothing. Even so, he was determined to illuminate a bright future for the children. Memories of Shinju's frenzied expression before the battle surged in his mind, and a certain emotion solidified within him. Whether it was Madara or you. As long as you stood against the village, I will personally bury you with my own hands. Sage Art would release. Flower Tree World Birth. Countless massive roots tore through the earth, the rumbling sound continuous, as thick giant trees surged and spread like the rising tide, waves crashing. Just as Shinju burst forth from the mountain, he was engulfed by countless gigantic vines. In mere breaths, a dense forest blossomed within a radius of 6,000 meters. The ground trembled violently, and as enormous flowers bloomed, a thick yellow pollen rapidly dispersed with the howling sea breeze, swiftly covering the entire coastline. This was a fusion of sage arts and the flower tree world birth. The toxicity of the pollen was more potent, causing ordinary people to faint instantly upon inhalation. And even tailed beasts could be incapacitated within 3 breaths. A dark azure stream of light exploded in the night sky, and the forest within a radius of hundreds of meters collapsed like wheat being harvested. Amidst the smoke and pollen, a figure emerged, lightly standing atop a tree. Hashirama was momentarily taken aback. Shinju was unharmed, and even took a deep breath of the toxic smoke. Shinju exhaled a pale yellow smoke ring, ethereal and misty. Is this the flower tree world birth? Hashirama felt a surge of excitement, a flush creeping onto his fair cheeks. It was truly invigorating. The air seemed to freeze momentarily, and Hashirama was left dumbfounded. What extraordinary physical prowess! Where on earth did this unfortunate fellow find such a talent? In truth, Shinju's cells could control the gas exchange through the cell membrane, consciously directing the intake of only oxygen. Thus, he could completely disregard the pollen if he so desired. He leaped from the ground, and the earth exploded beneath him as Hashirama only caught a glimpse of a shadow shooting into the night sky, creating ripples in its wake. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the horizon, and Hashirama turned sharply, the crimson flames igniting his eyes, the air vibrating as if his very brain trembled. The crimson wings surged back, the firebird reappeared. Does he have no limits? Hashirama's expression grew grave. This technique could obliterate the body technique's ultimate secrets, and he had witnessed it thrice before, yet he showed no signs of retreat. The wooden figure roared, bracing its shoulders, as thick sage chakra filled its form. Like an indomitable diamond, raising its fist to meet the onslaught. Shinju! The firebird descended, akin to a meteor from the heavens. A flash of light extinguished, followed by a colossal explosion that reverberated through the earth, mountains collapsing and the waves crashing skyward, a fierce shockwave sweeping across thousands of meters, engulfing entire forests in the storm. A figure materialized on a distant rock. Upon Uchiha Kagami's arrival, he was instantly captivated by the earth-shattering battle. He stared in disbelief at the massive wooden figure and the 2 figures fiercely battling atop it, hardly able to believe his eyes. Has my brother truly grown this powerful? He exclaimed in shock that Lord Hashirama in sage mode. Moments earlier, he had utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive at a coastal town in the land of water. Following the memories in his mind, he effortlessly found a gambling house, climbed to the 2nd floor, and encountered the swaddled Tsunade and a cerulean cat. Why did you only arrive now? You're late. And being late still costs money. I must demand compensation from this kid. He shot a glance at him, muttering as he transformed into blue mist and dissipated. Kagami dared not hesitate. He immediately transported Princess Tsunade back to Konoha. Upon his return, Tobirama appeared as if faced with a formidable enemy. An overwhelming killing intent radiating from him, causing Kagami to pause. Once he explained the situation and Tobirama confirmed his identity through perception, he relaxed and promptly arranged for protection for Tsunade, subsequently confirming the status of Hashirama and Shinju. Kagami, I should have taught you to always maintain the habit of leaving a flying thunder god mark, right? Yes, sensei. Then, Tobirama said, inscribing his flying thunder god mark onto Kagami. Take me to the battlefield. With a thunderous boom, a wave of air surged, pulling Kagami's thoughts back to reality. In Sage mode, Hashirama was enveloped in chakra flames, his already earth-shattering strength further amplified by the Sage chakra. Shinju maintained the fifth gate state, azure energy swirling around him, each strike igniting brilliant flames as he clashed against the air, unstoppable. Occasionally flickering dark azure sword energy forced even Hashirama to evade, unable to confront it directly. The blue and azure streaks of light wove through the battlefield, exchanging blows, each impact resonating like thunder, a sight that struck fear into the heart. Suddenly, in the midst of battle, Shinju abruptly raised his gaze, a fierce glimmer flashing in his eyes. Ignoring Hashirama before him, he allowed the opponent's fist to descend upon his face. With a flick of his right hand, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, Xuanjiang's presence vanished without a trace. Kagami's hair stood on end, a chill racing up his spine. Ordinary ninjas might not perceive what had transpired. But through the Sharingan's vision, he saw a long divine blade piercing through the sound waves, descending like divine retribution. He instinctively attempted to leap away using the flying thunder god technique, but the space behind him suddenly rippled, and a familiar white-haired figure quietly appeared. Chapter 72. This blade is my recompense to Lord Madara. Oh no. Kagami's pupils dilated in shock as he shouted, Sensei, run. But it was far too late. The prophetic blade pierced through Tobirama's chest at the moment he manifested. Puff. A searing pain caused Tobirama to widen his eyes in shock, blood veins coursing through his pupils. With a complex expression woven from astonishment and agony, he was propelled forward by the long blade, crashing through several reefs before being pinned against the cliffside. In the arena, Hashirama, after sending the divine feather flying with a punch, also took note of the distant situation. Tobirama. His heart twitched slightly, yet reason cautioned him against looking back or losing focus. With the Sage mode activated, he could not only respond to attacks with enhanced perception, but also harness the natural energy around him to engage in combat, holding his own against this monster. However, this was not what he desired. The divine feather had succumbed entirely to darkness. If the battle continued, he would most likely face defeat. If he allowed it to escape, who knows how many others might end up like Tobirama in the future. He resolved firmly, exhaling deeply. It was time to take a leap of faith. Hashirama clasped his hands together as usual, resembling a meditating monk, yet the chilling murderous intent in his gaze was akin to that of a world-ending Asura. Would release, true thousands hands. A tremendous aura surged forth like a tsunami. Beneath Hashirama's feet, beams of pristine light pierced through the earth, colossal trees clashed, and a resounding roar echoed, raising clouds of dust. Accompanied by Hashirama's furious shout, a massive Buddha, 1,000 meters tall, rose from the ground. Countless wooden hands densely adorned the back of the wooden Buddha, stretching endlessly, heavy and solid, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Under the moonlight, the Buddha's silhouette enveloped the night sky, casting a gigantic shadow over the entire coastline. Confronted by the immense and boundless thousand-handed wooden Buddha, the divine feather raised its head high, recognizing the figure standing atop the Buddha's head bathed in moonlight, resembling a deity. Lord Madara, is this what you faced in your time? It chuckled and shook its head. No, what you faced back then was surely stronger than this. But it matters not. This is precisely what I seek. With hands interlocked, it assumed a charging pose, torrents of chakra surging through its veins. Its black hair danced in the wind, and surrounding debris levitated with every breath, signifying the immense power rising within. This was merely a simple gesture, yet the moment it was enacted, the spatial area within hundreds of feet came to a standstill. The sea breeze, the waves, and the trembling remnants of branches all slowed to a crawl. An invisible force emanated from its body, enveloping all directions, shrouding the sky and blocking the sun. The deep night sky was darkened by ominous clouds, causing the distant Uchiha Kagami to hold its breath as it attempted to approach Tobirama. Kagami was forced to halt, casting a fearful glance at the divine feather. The sixth gate of the 8 gates released, open. The divine feather spread its arms wide and roared. A dense azure energy exploded like a bomb, summoning the mountains and seas, a force so terrifying it tore through the clouds, appearing as if a colossal azure lotus bloomed in the distance. The divine feather leaped into the air. At that moment, no water molecules gathered beneath its feet. It truly stood upon the void, defying gravity. After ascending to the form of the sea god, its progress in mastering the 8 gates had become exceedingly sluggish. The once easily open meridians now stood firm as rock, necessitating a thousandfold effort compared to ordinary individuals to push open this forbidden door. However, the rewards were worth it. The reason being, the strength of its 6th gate now exceeded that of Might Guy when he opened the 8th gate in the original timeline. Transform into the Buddha. Hashirama bellowed in fury as the 1,000-handed wooden Buddha lowered its gaze, emanating compassion, determined to subdue the demon before it. An endless torrent of enormous palms surged forth, darkening the sky and moon, unstoppable and ready to crush all. Merely the wind from the palm strike stirred a fierce gale, causing mountains and stones to fracture. The divine feather swiftly unleashed a punch, the sound of the explosion resonating like thunder, as an enormous air cannon burst forth, instantly shattering several wooden Buddha palms. The speed of this strike was astonishingly fast, its power far surpassing that of the bright light. It did not cease its assault. Shadows flickered as whirlwinds arose from the ground, its fists moving at such velocity they became imperceptible to the naked eye, unleashing a barrage of powerful air cannons like a rapid-fire machine gun towards the endless palms. 81 consecutive strikes of the evening elephant. The divine feather roared towards the heavens, its black hair swirling in a frenzy, resembling a divine entity. In mere moments, it unleashed a continuous assault of 81 punches. Radiance erupted, and shatterwood flew in all directions. Yet, the wooden Buddha's onslaught seemed relentless, waves of enormous palms inundating the divine feather once more. The divine feather stood upon the air, abruptly launching itself towards the towering Buddha, akin to the Greek mythological figure Icarus, unhesitatingly extending its arms to embrace the fiery rain amidst the darkness, seemingly yearning to embrace a non-existent sun, entranced by its brilliance, entirely unafraid of being scorched and plummeting. Boom, boom, boom. The world dimmed as a thunderous roar echoed through the skies, fracturing the ground beneath, creating a circular storm that radiated over 1,000 feet from the wooden Buddha. The storm was unstoppable, and the distant Uchiha Kagami was swept away like a leaf in the wind, crashing into the rocks beside Tobirama. Hashirama gasped for breath, uncertain of how much strength remained. His entire focus fixated on the dissipating dust. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps emerged from the thick smoke, revealing a slender figure. Is this the power of sage arts? Truly deserving of the title of the god of ninjas. It's been 6 years since anyone has injured me this severely. The divine feather chuckled nonchalantly. Having emerged from the state of the 6th gate, its injuries were not severe, merely appearing somewhat disheveled. Its garb was tattered, black hair disheveled, and not a trace of blood was visible, though its left arm was bent irregularly. Its face bore bruises, yet its eyes remained bright as ever. Before it could regain composure, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead, a fierce wind howling as a massive torii gate crashed down upon it. Divine arts, mystic gate. Bang, 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 bang. 5 dark red torii gates descended successively, crushing the divine feather into the dust. This is all I am capable of, Hashirama murmured, his spirit dazed, swaying as he fell from the wooden Buddha with a thud. Struggling to rise, he gazed at the divine feather firmly pinned by the mystic gate, the severity in his eyes somewhat easing, akin to melting ice. Tobirama had once stated that battle must be relentless, leaving no room for respite. The mystic gate could seal chakra and suppress all life forms. Thus, he could no longer utilize his ocular techniques. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of emptiness washed over him, and he gazed forlornly at the night sky. Madara, I will protect the village that safeguards me until my last breath. Suddenly, Hashirama's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief as he looked down at the emerald light blade piercing through his chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he raised his head to see the figure beneath the torii gate, transforming into a puddle of clear water, dissipating into the earth. This strike is my repayment to you, Lord Madara, the divine feather whispered softly. Chapter 73. In truth, I have already learned. I too am a ninja, The way of the ninja in battle is precisely this. From behind Hashirama, the divine feather slowly withdrew the light blade, its limbs as normal as ever. The earlier disarray completely vanished. For the next strike, it aimed for the neck. The comrades of Konoha are all a part of my being. The people in the village trust me, and I trust everyone. What? The divine feather frowned, unable to hear what Hashirama was saying. I will entrust my dreams to a distant future, and you, Hashirama's voice was faint. Go to hell and repent. With a mighty shout, he squeezed out the last remnants of his strength, turning with all his might to deliver a punch to the divine feather's chest. This punch contained the entirety of the god of ninja's will, converging all his sage chakra. A final crescendo in his life. The immense force shattered the defenses of the divine feather's sea god form, driving through its bones and causing its internal organs to shift violently. Shinyu coughed up blood and was propelled backward in a straight line, directly towards Jing, who had just reached the door and drawn Frostfall. In an instant, the distance of 1,000 meters vanished, and Jing found himself face to face with a figure. With a gasp, he stared at the unfamiliar yet disheveled visage so close before him that he momentarily felt lost. It was only when a warm trickle flowed down his wrist that he noticed his trembling hands and the knife that had pierced his brother's heart. You've endured so much these years, dear brother. Shinyu's head sagged wearily against Jing's shoulder as he whispered softly. The familiar words, tone, and warmth pulled Jing's thoughts back to yesterday. On the peak of Hokage Rock, in an inconspicuous corner where no one cared, a companion shared his heart. Gazed at the stars, and together they looked out at the jubilant Konoha. For the first time in many years, he felt less alone. It was you. Jing stumbled back in shock, horrified as he beheld his brother lying on the ground, breath extinguished, his features twisting in agony, a maddening expression slowly overtaking his face. In the distance, Hashirama gazed at Shunyu's lifeless body, unable to bear it any longer. The face patterns representing sage mode gradually faded, like the setting sun. He collapsed, exhausted, closing his eyes in defeat. Jing could hardly believe the scene before him, instinctively retreating, driven by a primal urge to escape this horrific reality. Until his back collided with the rock. No, no, no. I killed my brother. He stared at his blood-soaked hands, vision clouded in a dark crimson haze. Tears mingling with blood. Jing, sever his head, gouge out his eyes. In the distance, the weakened Tobarama suddenly spoke. On the brink of collapse, Jing froze in disbelief. What had he just heard? His most esteemed mentor, who had witnessed him slay his brother, now urged him to desecrate his corpse? Hurry! Tobarama clutched his chest, blood flowing profusely, urgency lacing his faint voice. Act swiftly. Jing stared blankly at his teacher, then at his brother, torn and uncertain. Should he act? Why? He didn't even comprehend why his brother had left the village all those years ago. He still didn't grasp the essence of Madara's will that his brother had steadfastly upheld. He was oblivious to the trials his brother had faced, whether he had lived well or suffered. Most perplexing of all was why his brother had spared him time and again. He realized how little he truly knew him. How wretched it was to stand in the sunlight, shamelessly judging others, especially one's own brother, when he understood so little. If only he had spoken with him earlier. If only he had come to understand everything about him, perhaps the outcome would not have been so tragic. In the end, he had taken his brother's life. He was so powerful, and scathed even before Hashirama. How could he perish at his hands? Why? Why was he the one to kill him? He, who was the least qualified to strike. A chilling aura surged forth, an icy chakra erupted violently, and in Tobarama's incredulous gaze, Jing opened blood-red eyes. As crimson threads crept across his pupils, the three tomo gradually extended and intertwined, dark patterns expanding outward, ultimately transforming into a delicate three-leafed clover. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Tobarama's mouth fell agape. For the first time in his life, he lost composure. Something beyond his comprehension had emerged. His face turned as pale as chalk, uncertain whether it was from pain or fear. Suddenly, Jing trembled, a fleeting moment of shock crossing his face, before he regained his composure, all emotion draining from his eyes, leaving only an imperturbable calm. Tobarama swallowed hard, opening his mouth to question, but before he could utter a word, Jing hurled a shuriken towards him. A gust of wind stirred, and an enormous hand materialized as if summoned by lightning, two fingers extending toward the newly awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan. In a flash, Jing vanished, reappearing beside Tobarama, catching the shuriken with one hand while resting the other on Tobarama's shoulder. Shinyu missed his target, looking unexpectedly at his brother. his left eye now an ominous white. His lifeless body had dissipated into crystalline light, like bubbles bursting under the sun, leaving no trace behind. Why? Confusion flickered in Jing's eyes, the blood tears on his cheeks yet to dry. Why do this? Of course, it's for you, dear brother, Shinyu replied, tilting his head with a smile, the patterns in his right pupil spinning like a clock. His injuries healed under the distorted moonlight, chakra rapidly restoring. And the hollow pale left eye once again radiated an eerie red glow. Everything that had transpired was for this very moment. The punch from Hashirama was one he had intentionally taken, the direction of his retreat meticulously planned. Even the knife that pierced his heart had been secretly enhanced with the autumn dew technique to be effective. I didn't expect your movements to be so swift. It seems the kaleidoscope Sharingan has significantly strengthened you. As the words left his lips, his figure flickered, and he appeared once more before Jing, his long hand reaching for Jing's head. Silently, Jing activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing along with Tobirama. What is happening? Shinyu frowned. His normal speed was already sufficient to overpower most elite shinobi, yet he had been evaded twice by his brother, who had just awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Just then, he suddenly raised his gaze, closing the distance of 100 meters in an instant, his right hand darting out like lightning, grasping at an empty space. He seized Jing by the neck, as if pulling him forcibly from the fabric of space. Foolish. Always record your opponent's information during battle. You will never learn. Shinyu sneered, raising his left hand to stab at Jing's eyes. Jing coughed, his face flushed, his gaze unwavering on the approaching fingers. A smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Actually, I've already learned. With a resounding boom, he transformed into white smoke and vanished. Shadow clone? Shinyu frowned, and in that moment of distraction, Jing suddenly appeared from another angle, precisely at Tobirama's previous position. He had long left a Flying Thunder God mark. Without hesitation, he hurled a shuriken towards Hashirama. But Shinyu wouldn't allow him to succeed, intercepting the shuriken with a body flicker technique. Shadow clone technique with shuriken. A flash of blue light erupted, and the shuriken multiplied into thousands, densely packed, threatening to turn Hashirama into a porcupine. Yet Shinyu knew that despite Jing's inexperience, he was still a true Uchiha. And his shuriken throwing technique was not to be underestimated. Those shuriken appeared perilous but would not harm Hashirama. You underestimate me. Shinyu abandoned the pursuit of the shuriken, charging towards Hashirama, preparing to lie in wait. As expected, Jing appeared beside Hashirama in an instant, but before he could reach him, he was met with a fist the size of a sandbag. Jing remained unfazed, his left eye's kaleidoscope turning quietly as he allowed the fist to collide with his chest. Shinyu's eyes widened in surprise, yet he did not relent. The force of his punch erupted, creating a sonic boom. With a thud, ripples visibly spread across Jing's chest, causing his entire body to quiver, leaving countless afterimages in space. Before he returned to normal, he raised his hand to counterattack, delivering a similar sonic punch to Shinyu's chest, sending the astonished Shinyu flying. What the hell? Shinyu furrowed his brow, his feet carving 200-meter-long tracks into the ground. Without hesitation, Jing seized Hashirama's arm and vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 74. Can your eyes see that future? Konoha village, deep in the night. After the chaos of last night, where the guest of honor at the 100-day feast was abducted, the representatives from the 4 great ninja villages departed in discontent, marking the end of what had been a vibrant celebration. Fortunately, Uchiha Kagami managed to rescue Princess Tsunade just in time, and the nefarious criminals disrupting the peace of Konoha were brought to justice by the first Hokage, allowing the anxious villagers to finally breathe easy. Through the collaboration of various departments, the injured received medical attention, damaged structures were repaired, and efforts to soothe the populace and assess losses were carried out in an orderly manner. The village's operations resumed their normal rhythm, restoring the tranquility of days past. As the sun rose, it heralded a new day brimming with vitality and hope. Yet, all of this was merely a facade designed to placate the hearts of the people. The grim reality was that the Hokage was in a precarious state, teetering between life and death, while Tobirama lay gravely injured and unconscious. The very backbone of Konoha was missing, leaving the upper echelons in disarray, consumed by anxiety. To stabilize the situation, the official channels resorted to suppressing information, burying the truth under layers of silence. However, apart from the heads of various clans, one individual found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities. Kagami, the Southern District Patrol has concluded. Shall we take a moment to rest? Absolutely not. We must patrol East Street once more. Stay alert and focused. Understood. Kagami, I sincerely apologize for what happened last night. I was unaware that I was possessed. Captain Hano, I hold no grudge against you. Let us not dwell on it. Our foremost priority now is to enhance security around the village, and your coordination is essential. Kagami, tell me, where is that bastard? I want to kill him myself. Hizashi? Your Shinyu has been subdued. Why persist in this charade? Stop deceiving me. Such trivial lies are better suited for ghosts. That scoundrel killed my father. And as the young clan leader of the Sarutobi, I have every right to know. Hizashi, please calm down. Kagami, your brother possesses quite the abilities. Danzo, now is not the time for sardonic remarks. Kagami. As dawn broke, Kagami trudged back to the clan's domain, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Upon reaching a street corner, he was inexplicably drawn to glance leftward. The enticing aroma wafting from a breakfast shop across the street stirred his hunger. At an outdoor table, a handsome youth with dark hair raised a cup in greeting, flashing a cheerful smile. Kagami's heart quivered as he suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and approached with heavy steps. He stood across from the youth, unable to resist observing him closely. The boy's features were finely chiseled, with long, soft eyelashes framing eyes so beautiful they could belong to a woman. Clad in the traditional black garb of the Uchiha clan, he had tied his long hair into a ponytail for convenience, savoring a bowl of soup. The table was laden with an array of foods: eel sushi, seaweed rice balls, fresh hot milk, assorted bento, oden, cakes, and fruit salad, each dish emanating a delightful fragrance. For an ordinary person, such a breakfast would be extravagantly sumptuous. The youth's manner of eating was remarkably graceful, using a spoon to meticulously scrape every morsel from his meal, leaving not a grain of rice behind. Before savoring the meatballs with a sip of milk and leisurely wiping his mouth with a napkin. Brother, sit down. Kagami inhaled deeply, rigidly taking a seat across the table. How did you get in here? That's a boring question. You might as well ask what I'm doing here. Shinyu nonchalantly took a bite of a rice ball. You must be starving. Eat up, it's on me. A bead of sweat trickled down Kagami's temple. What brings you here? Primarily to eat, Shinyu replied, munching on sushi with a muffled voice. Last night's battle was quite exhausting, mostly mentally. Good food fills the void within me. Kagami remained unmoved, his eyes glowing with a crimson light as blood seeped from the corners, activating his Sharingan. The swirling patterns resembled clovers dancing in the wind. Impressive eyes, truly magnificent, Shinyu remarked, his dark eyes locking onto Kagami's with admiration as he chewed on salad. He seemed to recall something and casually inquired, how is Tobarama? The Hokage and Tobarama are both absent from Konoha. Kagami's gaze intensified. Mito and Princess Tsunade have also been relocated to a secret location. They are not here. I was merely asking casually, brother. Shinyu smiled slightly. In truth, the primary reason I orchestrated all this chaos was you. Me? A flicker of confusion crossed Kagami's face, which dissipated as a flash of light ignited in his right eye, banishing his doubts like ripples fading from a lake surface. You desire my eyes to merge them into an eternal vision that never succumbs to blindness, Kagami stated calmly. Shinyu leaned forward slightly, intrigued. Oh, have you seen the stone tablet at the South Shrine? I have not. And I also know, Kagami shook his head, that in 3 seconds, you will reach out to gouge out my eyes. After I utter this phrase, curiosity will cause you to abandon that notion immediately. Is this your ocular technique? Shinyu blinked, showing no sign of panic at being discovered, despite having truly contemplated the act. He stirred the white radish in his oden. Fascinating. You can actually glimpse into the thoughts of others. Kagami suddenly seized a rice ball, eating it as he spoke in a tone as indifferent as discussing an unrelated matter. In 6 seconds, you will activate your Sharingan and attempt to cast an illusion on me, but it will fail, for my own Sharingan will grant me innate resistance to Genjutsu. In 10 seconds, you will attempt to possess me using your spirit, but that too will fail, and my other ocular technique will retaliate fiercely. In 15 seconds, your curiosity will lead you to ponder the capabilities of my other technique. In 1 minute, you will be filled with rage and will seize my neck, carrying me out of Konoha. For 3 minutes, time seemed to regress to 12 years ago, as the two brothers sat across from each other at home, casually enjoying breakfast and engaging in light-hearted conversation, a scene that felt utterly mundane. As they conversed, Kagami's right eye became bloodshot, crimson droplets trickling down his cheek to the ground. Shinyu, finish your milk and wipe your face. Don't frighten the children. Plop. The rice ball fell from the table as Kagami clutched his right eye, gasping for breath. Peering into the future, It seems you have acquired quite the ability. Yet, as your older brother, I must inform you that the Sharingan is a perilous path. From the moment you awaken it, a fate of blindness is sealed. A knowing smile crept onto Shinyu's lips as he cryptically replied, "Can your eyes foresee that future?" Chapter 75, 3 days later. The valley of the inn beside the Uchiha clan grounds, at the street-side breakfast shop, Kagami gasped for breath, hesitated briefly, then continued. The technique of my right eye is called Takamagara. Its ability is to foresee the future, revealing events that will transpire 5 seconds ahead. By intervening in reality, the future I glimpse will also shift, rendering it a true manipulation of fate. By harnessing my ocular power, I can see further, with a maximum temporal range of 5 minutes. Humph, was it Tobarama who instructed you to share this with me? Shinyu drummed his fingers on the table, somewhat displeased. Indeed, Kagami replied earnestly. My mentor believes that sometimes, providing appropriate information can intimidate foes, achieving results without bloodshed. The old man is still alive? Shinyu furrowed his brow, lamenting. He was busy dealing with Hashirama while trying to get you to awaken your eyes. It seems he narrowly escaped his fate. Kagami wiped the blood from his face and stated, I have disclosed all my ocular techniques and their effects to my mentor. Under his guidance, I might stand a chance against you. Shinyu smiled faintly. Do you truly think you possess any chance of victory against me? Brother, I will not allow you to succeed. Thus, even in battle, I will not retreat. Kagami mustered his courage, enunciating each word with conviction, because this is the final instruction from my mentor before his unconsciousness. It seems these eyes have inflated your ego considerably. At the very least, I can protect it from being taken away by you. Very well. Shinyu glanced around with keen interest. You exude confidence, which is commendable, but I wonder if the Hidden Leaf Village shares the same level of confidence? Jing was startled, his mind racing with ominous thoughts. Mind your words, brother, Shinyu remarked, lifting his gaze to reveal a sinister smile as he slowly rose from the table, pressing his palm against its surface. Should you provoke me, the entire Leaf Village will pay the price for your words. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly floated in from the street. Mama, look at that big brother. He is so handsome. A young girl with braided hair was standing beside a middle-aged woman cradling an infant. Chiri, don't point at others. It's impolite. The mother chastised her daughter while offering a slight bow to Shinyu, her expression filled with apologies. Not at all. I appreciate sweet little girls, Shinyu replied, nodding and beckoning to the girl. She beamed and skipped over. Jing remained motionless, his face etched with seriousness as he observed the scene. Brother, what is your name? The girl asked, her innocent charm captivating Shinyu as he settled back into his seat and picked up a piece of cake. My name is Uchiha Chiri. I'm 4.5 years old. My little brother is Uchiha Kirito, just 3 months old, she stated confidently. Then, with a conspiratorial glance around, she leaned in closer on her tiptoes and whispered, I'll let you in on a secret. My brother shares a birthday with Princess Tsunade. Yesterday's 100-day celebration was actually for him. Shinyu smiled warmly, unable to resist ruffling her little head. Her bright eyes and delicate features radiated a sunny charm. Chiri is quite clever. Clever children deserve rewards. Here, let me treat you to some cake. Don't worry, my hands haven't touched it. Thank you, big brother, Chiri exclaimed. Jing stared at the scene, seemingly petrified. For a fleeting moment, he even forgot to activate his ocular technique, feeling a slight tug in his heart. An unfamiliar emotion filling the void. Chiri, are you there? I am. Shinyu fixed his gaze on her striking eyes and said earnestly, You must remember this. No one is superior or inferior. Anyone can be a princess, including you. Can I be a princess too? Chiri asked, her finger raised cautiously. Of course, he affirmed, observing her innocent expression. So, do not take pride simply because your brother shares a birthday with Tsunade. The Uchiha clan is no less than anyone else. Chiri took small bites of the cake, her large eyes sparkling. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Me? Shinyu pondered momentarily before countering. Do you think I am a bad person? Chiri immediately shook her head, her little braids bouncing. You are the most handsome and kindest big brother I have ever seen. Then remember your answer today, Shinyu whispered, lowering his voice to a level only Chiri could hear. My name is Uchiha Shinyu. Regardless of what you may hear about me in the future, it will all be false. Only the person standing before you at this moment is real. Chiri nodded, seemingly understanding, and scampered away at her mother's call. Once the mother and daughter had departed, Shinyu turned back to Jing, leisurely resuming their conversation. Now, about our previous topic. You seem to think you could challenge me. I do not wish to fight you. How simple. Just hand over your eyes, and I will let you go, Shinyu replied with a light laugh, extending his mercy to the Leaf Village. Jing swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, Are you threatening me with innocent villagers? What nonsense, Shinyu retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Slaughtering civilians and mercilessly targeting the weak and elderly, what separates that from being a beast? And I'm full now. Shinyu concluded his meal with a final sip of soup, stretching contentedly. I shall grant you an opportunity for a fair duel. He stood, placing a stack of bills on the table. 3 days hence, at the Valley of the End. Jing rose as well, visibly apprehensive. What's wrong? Were you not filled with fighting spirit just moments ago? Shinyu's tone turned chilling. I will be waiting there. If I do not see you in 3 days, I will deliver the heads of certain individuals to your doorstep. Saratobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tenten, Mido, and the leaders of the Hyuga, Inazuka, and Nara clans. I will send them in batches, one by one, to your home. Shinyu feigned regret. Although I bear no grudge against them, who knows, perhaps they are your ties? Jing's face flushed crimson. Wasn't he this considered slaughter? He had no doubt about the feasibility of Shinyu's words. For he knew all too well that the man before him had defeated the god of shinobi. Even his teacher's expression soured at the mere mention of Shinyu's name. Of course, you cannot blame me, Shinyu said, strolling leisurely to Jing's side. When that time comes, remember well, it is your cowardice that has brought about their demise. With that, he walked away into the distance, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 76. Today I realize who I am in the land of fire, atop a secluded mountain. This place had once served as a secret base for the Senju clan during the Warring States period, preserved for its complete medical facilities and advantageous geographical location, making it easy to defend. After the founding of Konoha, Tobirama would regularly send trusted aides here to maintain the base for emergencies. As the morning chill swept through the window, causing the curtains to flutter, Tobirama slowly opened his eyes in the hospital bed. A slight movement sent waves of pain through his chest, causing his face to twitch in agony. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up, realizing he was bare-chested. His torso swathed in layers of pristine bandages that concealed his stitched wound. After catching his breath and regaining a modicum of strength, he gingerly swung his legs over the side of the bed. Shinyu's blade had carried a lethal intent, narrowly missing his life at the coast of the Land of Water. To evade Shinyu's pursuit, he had arranged for guards to relocate himself and fellow Senju clan members to this safe haven before losing consciousness. Lord Tobirama, you're awake. Medical staff entered the room, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing him sitting up. Tobirama waved his hand, signaling them not to panic. Lifting his head slightly, he caught sight of a familiar figure in white through the partially opened door. He slipped on his shoes, hastily draping a coat over his shoulders. Upon noticing this, the medical staff rushed to offer assistance. I'm not that weak yet. Tobirama declined their help, taking unsteady steps as he exited the room. A short distance away, on a smooth stone cliff, Senju Hashirama sat with his back to the base. Dressed in a pristine white robe, he appeared composed and serene, gazing towards the direction of Konoha as if he had melded with nature itself. Brother, you're awake quite early, Tobirama called out. Oh, it's you, Tobirama, Hashirama replied, turning to reveal a bright smile. Indeed, I feel inexplicably refreshed today. His complexion appeared vibrant, with none of the exhaustion that had marked him the previous night, as if the cataclysmic battle had never taken place. However, Tobirama suddenly halted, his pupils constricting. In his instinctive perception, there was not a trace of vitality left within Hashirama. The once vibrant life force that had radiated like the sun had vanished completely. His expression darkened, a heavy gloom settling in his heart as he gazed at his brother with a look of despair. Yet, Hashirama remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully beckoning Tobirama to sit beside him. Tobirama, look. From here, Konoha is truly at the heart of the Land of Fire. With a contented smile, Hashirama pointed towards a direction down the mountain, surrounded by peaks and embraced by azure waters. Indeed, the site chosen for the village's establishment was truly fortuitous. Brother, you are about to perish, Tobirama hesitantly reminded him. Hashirama's smile remained undiminished. Yes, and that is precisely why you should not wear such a somber expression. In the final moments of life, one should be accompanied by the cheers of friends and family. Do not wear a mournful face. Instead, smile. Brother, I cannot muster a smile, Tobirama replied, his heart heavy as he gazed at Hashirama in confusion. Are you truly not worried about the village? After your demise, I genuinely do not know what I shall do. Tobirama looked at his own hands, a bewildered expression crossing his face. the first such expression he had worn in 40 years. There is nothing to be done. Simply let things unfold as they will, Hashirama stated. Let things unfold? Am I to stand idly by and watch as Uchiha Shinyu destroys Konoha? Hashirama inhaled the crisp mountain air deeply before exhaling slowly, as if releasing the burdens of a lifetime. He suddenly declared, as long as there are people remaining, peace endures. Where, then, is not a village. Brother, you. For reasons unknown, upon awakening, he felt as if he had broken free from some shackles, suddenly. Many things became clear to him, and an unprecedented sense of ease washed over him. Hashirama stretched languidly, a look of serene satisfaction gracing his features. Moreover, Uchiha Shinyu will not destroy Konoha. Why? Tobirama furrowed his brow. Like Madara, his goal has never been Konoha. He seeks revenge, to exact vengeance upon us, the executioners who survived the Warring States era. The reason is simple. Hashirama extended a finger. Kogen is still alive. That is merely his tactic. Tobirama immediately shook his head. He is Madara's disciple, and he, too, is a man of principles. Hashirama chuckled softly, trust me. His gaze drifted towards the mountains below, observing the swirling mists. The clouds rising and falling, the boundless blue sky, and the verdant landscape. His eyes filled with a tranquil satisfaction, devoid of any lingering attachment. Perhaps entrusting the future to these children is indeed the right decision. Hashirama sat cross-legged, his hands resting naturally on his knees, the breeze lifting his dark hair as he softly recited, in my life, I have not achieved a righteous end, nor have I diminished the bloodshed. Suddenly, the golden cord snapped, severing the jade lock. As the autumn wind swept through Konoha, today I finally realize who I am. He smiled gently, closing his eyes, listening to the rustling of leaves in the wind, serene and tranquil. In November of the 13th year of Konoha, Shinju Hashirama passed away unexpectedly. 3 days later, at the Valley of the End, the morning breeze carried autumn leaves swirling about, perhaps stirred by the nearby waterfall, the canyon's cool air mingling with the humid mist, causing Shinyu's long hair to flutter gently. This place was once a river valley, its uneven terrain transformed by the fierce battle between Uchiha Madara and Shinju Hashirama 6 years prior, reshaping the landscape into a magnificent waterfall. To commemorate this great conflict, Konoha had selected skilled artisans, dedicating a year to erect towering statues of the two men on either side of the Valley of the End. At this moment, Shinyu stood atop Madara's statue, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent, as if awaiting something. After an indeterminate time, a faint smile graced his lips. A kunai descended from the heavens, embedding itself on the opposite shore, followed by a figure materializing out of thin air, standing atop Hashirama's statue. It was Uchiha Kagami. Clad in tight blue armor, adorned with a forehead protector and a scroll at his waist, his arms and legs encased in armor. He bore 2 long swords strapped to his back, his expression stern and fully armed. In contrast, Shinyu appeared considerably more relaxed, draped in a loose black clan robe, his hair flowing freely, with only a pale green divine sword as his weapon. Well done, brother. I am pleased you could keep this appointment, Shinyu smiled. Brother. Kagami fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, the Hokage has passed away. Oh, Shinyu blinked in surprise. What of Tobirama? Chapter 77. Garuda what? Kagami stared blankly at Shinyu's unconcerned expression, unable to contain his astonishment. From your reaction, it seems he is still alive. Shinyu placed his hands on his hips. Stretching as if warming up in a park, it matters not. Let him experience the pain of watching a loved one depart for himself. However, I must admit that I am quite moved by your punctuality today. He tilted his head slightly. After all, I have not been inclined to take lives lately. Personally, sending the god of ninjas on his way leaves my heart rather conflicted. Brother, what exactly are you planning? Are you not aware? Kagami stepped forward, raising his voice. To seize my eyes and fuse them into an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Then what? What do you intend to do next? What is your ultimate goal? Are you truly set on destroying Konoha? Calm down. I see you have learned to ask questions. Shinyu smiled at his brother. Thus, it is no trouble to tell you, I have no interest whatsoever in your so-called Konoha. My sole ambition is to grow stronger without pause, so that in the not-so-distant future, I may protect all that I wish to safeguard. Protect the future? Kagami appeared perplexed. Your current strength is already on par with Lord Hashirama. What could possibly threaten you in this world? Foolish brother. Battles in the future will not be any easier than those of the present. Shinyu chuckled, shaking his head. What can your eyes truly perceive? Kagami fell silent for a moment before murmuring, All I know is that Lord Hashirama is the hero who quelled the chaotic times. If you kill him, the world will descend into turmoil, and countless innocents will perish. So, what does that have to do with me? Shinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a fierce aura flashing momentarily. If war indeed breaks out, those who perish will be the result of Hashirama's own making. He is the one who escalated the conflict. Kagami's brow furrowed, instinctively wanting to refute Shinyu's perspective, but he opened his mouth and found no words to express. Hashirama's downfall stemmed from his lack of strength. Shinyu waved a finger. If he had resolved to suppress all nations single-handedly to achieve peace, then he should have seen it through to the end. To falter midway and be taken down by me is simply unacceptable. What? Kagami gazed at Shinyu in disbelief, finding it utterly absurd. In truth, I have never criticized Hashirama's approach to achieving peace. His error lies solely in his insufficient strength, strong enough to suppress everything. Strong enough that no one dares to harbor thoughts of rebellion. Strong enough to endure alongside heaven and earth, to shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Strong enough to attain eternity. Shinyu looked at his brother, licking his lips. Because he was not strong enough, he was wrong, and that will also be your downfall. Downfall? Kagami raised his head, his black hair seemingly moving without wind, his eyes suddenly swirling into the patterns of the Mangekyō, radiant and beautiful. Brother. All my eyes can see is your retreating figure. With a swift motion, Shinyu appeared before Kagami in an instant. The red light in his eyes stretching into trails of movement, and as his palm struck out, the sharp sound of an explosion echoed behind. Kagami, having sensed the danger, sidestepped, evading the blow by a hair's breadth, and from his waist pouch emerged dozens of kunai, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, Shinyu's right leg swept through the air, but he found only emptiness. In the perspectives of both pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, time seemed to slow dramatically. As dozens of kunai spun in the air, while Shinyu had already locked onto a specific location, launching a powerful punch. Bang! A solid impact reverberated as a figure appeared, folded in half by Shinyu's strike. Yet, it was merely a shadow clone. Clouds of white smoke erupted as 7 Uchiha Kagami simultaneously manifested, brandishing swords aimed at Shinyu's body from all directions. The same trick would not work. Shinyu spread his hands, and the shadows beneath him ignited instantaneously. Like a pot of boiling soup, as countless long spears formed from black flames suddenly thrust forth, piercing through all the figures. While those kunai still in the air were severed and melted away. Fire release, flame thunder god. With a sharp gaze, Shinyu summoned the flames of Amaterasu, consolidating them into an exceptionally long spear of fire, which he thrust into a nearby stone wall, pinning a figure against it. Is my brother acclimating to my Takamagara? Amidst the swirling dust, Kagami emerged with an expression of calm, his right eye marred by blood vessels, yet his body bore no other injuries. The power of time is not easily adapted to. At least in the future I envision, you cannot achieve it. The flames of Amaterasu continued to blaze on his shoulder, and as he finished speaking, they dissipated into nothingness. Crack! Kagami vanished from his original position, transforming into a shadow, and struck Shinyu squarely in the chest with a punch. Oh, his speed has increased, and his strength has significantly augmented, Shinyu remarked with surprise, as ripples emanated from 3 inches in front of his chest, resembling an invisible wall that firmly halted Kagami's fist. He lifted his foot and stomped down heavily, producing a thunderous sound as the ground collapsed beneath him, sending countless fragments soaring into the air, and a powerful shockwave erupted above the statue of Hashirama. Kagami had already leapt high, evidently having foreseen this moment. Shinyu smiled slightly, his hands becoming mere afterimages as he tapped each fragment of stone lightly with his fingertips, sending them hurtling through the air, colliding with one another, and ultimately raining down towards Uchiha Kagami. Bang! 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 Kagami spread his arms wide, allowing the stones to rain down upon him like a tempest, as his body created ripples akin to those on the surface of water, landing unscathed. Shinyu had long been waiting, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into the water, creating a splash that reached 100 meters high. Fire release, great fireball technique. As a blinding light erupted, the water's surface appeared to boil, rippling violently as an enormous fireball. Nearly 100 meters in diameter, and several times larger than the head of the statue of Hashirama, hurtled towards Shinyu. Narrowing his eyes, Shinyu raised his sword, slicing through the air, and with a sharp sound, the fireball split in two, transforming into 2 towering walls of flame that roared past the sides of the Hashirama statue. Below, Kagami had just emerged from the water when a streak of azure sword light struck him. However, he was not cleaved in two. Gliding a distance across the water's surface before the sword light vanished, Shinyu gazed down at his brother beneath the waterfall, relaxing his shoulders and elbows, and threw a punch into the empty air beside him as the intricate patterns of his right eye's array began to rotate, instantly releasing a fine web of blood vessels. In the blink of an eye, Kagami appeared next to Shinyu, 1,000 meters away, his cheek colliding sharply with Shinyu's fist. Yet, he took advantage of the momentum to spin around, delivering a powerful swing that directly breached the barrier of water molecules, crashing forcefully into Shinyu's chest. Boom. Shinyu smiled derisively, remaining as immovable as a mountain. With 90% of his strength behind that punch, the ground erupted, waves of force radiating outward. And the howling winds seemed intent on tearing apart everything around them. Even if Hashirama were present, a single strike would surely shatter bones. Yet at the instant Kagami was struck, his body dissolved into a peculiar afterimage, only to reappear standing firm after being propelled a mere few dozen meters away. He regarded his brother with a calm gaze, completely unharmed. Your left eye absorbs power, enhancing your own abilities, does it not? Shinyu mused, a flicker of interest igniting within him. As expected of my brother, you must have anticipated this long ago. Kagami, without any pretense, straightforwardly presented his ocular technique. My left eye's ability allows me to absorb all forms of energy and convert it into my own, granting me extraordinary strength, speed, endurance, and vitality. Once absorbed, the energy can be stored within me and released at will, including but not limited to transforming the absorbed energy into kinetic shockwaves that can be unleashed from any part of my body, enhancing the potency of ninjutsu and taijutsu. He gently brushed his left eye, where the inky patterns of the three-leaf clover swirled mysteriously, its name being Garuda. Chapter 78. Brother. The power of the eyes is finite at the Valley of the End. Atop the statue of Hashirama, the two brothers stood facing each other. Uchiha Kagami exuded an imposing aura, appearing composed as he endeavored to wield the powers of the Mangekyō Sharingan for the first time. You intend to use my own strength against me? Shinyu casually flexed his wrist, shaking his head with a sigh. Unfortunately, even I struggle to breach my own physical form. You cannot hope to achieve it through borrowed means. Brother, my mission has always been to protect my own eyes. Kagami replied slowly. As long as I remain in an invulnerable position, that is sufficient. An invulnerable position? Shinyu flicked his hair back, a sinister smile crossing his lips. Who has given you such a delusion? As he spoke, his right eye began to whirl, and in an instant, his entire being surged with power. The blood vessels in the whites of his eyes vanishing, revealing clarity akin to exquisite jade. The next moment, he vanished from sight, and hundreds of identical figures clad in black appeared surrounding Kagami. Autumn dew on leaves, chaotic blade flow, frenzied fangs. The sword gleamed like glass, and the jade-colored sword aura enveloped the area, casting Kagami's visage in a ghastly green. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was torn asunder, the ground steadily leveled, and dense smoke billowed into the sky. Within mere breaths, the head of the Hashirama statue was reduced by half. In the maelstrom of chaos, Kagami found himself engulfed in the storm of sword energy, his body undulating amidst the tempest, while the two crimson Mangekyōs spun hauntingly. With his left eye filled with blood vessels and his right eye pouring forth crimson, Garuda allowed him to absorb all kinetic energy in the instant the sword energy approached, shielding him from harm. And with the blessing of Takamagara, he captured all the afterimages in midair, conducting countless simulations in his mind, continually rewriting the future. Aya! Kagami howled to the heavens, his body soaring upward, and with a single slash, a certain afterimage solidified, the resulting shockwave sweeping across the area. Ding! The blade pierced through the barrier of water molecules, striking Shinyu's forehead. The metallic resonance echoed as the long blade in his grasp cried out. Although the contact with his opponent's body was fleeting, the immense force rendered the jade steel blade quaking violently, fracturing inch by inch. In stark contrast, his opponent remained unscathed. Kagami had anticipated this outcome. The moment the blade trembled, he swung his left fist, only to be evaded by Shinyu, who wore a grin of amusement. Two figures plummeted from the air, their descent interwoven with countless phantoms of fist and feet. Kagami showed no signs of discouragement. The energy he had amassed allowed his movements to be extraordinarily swift, surpassing even the power of a shadow in taijutsu. Yet, he could not even graze the hem of Shinyu's clothing. Shinyu reclined leisurely, propping his hands behind his head, not rushing to attack. Merely dodging with a graceful ease, effortlessly predicting all of Kagame's assaults, as if he were the true wielder of Takamagara. This won't do. It is impossible. To defeat him is nothing short of a fantasy. Kagame's expression visibly hardened. He had exerted every ounce of power into his ocular technique, yet in his right eye, the future revealed no chance of striking Shinyu. So, even that last slash was merely an invitation for him to counter. As thoughts of retreat began to surface in his mind, Kagame's strikes lost their ferocity, and his previously aggressive footwork slowed. TSK, this will not suffice. I need to apply more effort. Shinyu unconsciously pouted, displaying a look of disdain. A person who easily surrenders could never become strong. I recall my training sessions with Lord Madara, where I persisted even after being pummeled into a pulp. With such minimal effort, you cannot protect anyone. Shinyu grasped Kagame's wrist, twisting his body to gather strength, silently reciting the third gate, and with a burst of air, unleashed a ferocious, explosive punch. The force was so immense that the tip of his fist carved 5 blazing, distorted trails through the air. Boom. Kagame's eyes widened as the ferocious energy erupted within him, the overwhelming kinetic force instantly surpassing Garuda's absorption capacity, and his left eye turned crimson, blood clouding his vision. He was propelled like a ragged sack, crashing into the ground repeatedly, ultimately embedding himself into a stone sculpture on the opposite bank. Quite coincidentally, that very spot was precisely where Uchiha Madara's chest once was, the place where Hashirama's flesh had been grafted. Ah, how ominous. Shinyu scratched his head. Feeling somewhat troubled, this piece of meat took Lord Ban 6 years to grow. Within the crevice of the stone wall, Jing was still digesting the chaotic energy within him, when suddenly his pupils contracted. In the next moment, he appeared beside Shinyu in an eerie manner, and without any chance to evade. He was forcefully stomped into the ground. The tremendous power penetrated the entire statue, causing countless cracks to emerge. Brother, is this the future you have chosen? Shinyu looked down at Jing from a lofty height, a faint azure aura emanating from him, his ruby-like eyes shimmering with a captivating ghostly light. Another foot descended upon the same spot with the same heavy blow. Boom. The ground caved into a massive pit, and Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling his ribs fracturing inch by inch, as if his internal organs were shifting. As he saw the opponent's foot rise again, he unleashed energy against the ground, hoping to propel himself out of this deadly pit. Yet, with a shift in perspective, he found himself back in the same position. Thunderous roars erupted. The statue between the pillars began to tremble violently, cracks appearing from top to bottom, an intricate web of fissures covering its surface, fragments of stone falling and splashing water, dust swirling in the air. Amidst Jing's roar, the long-accumulated energy erupted explosively. A beam of golden light projected from within him, flames blossoming into a menacing skull. Shockwaves soaring into the sky, even tearing the clouds asunder. Susanoo. The golden energy surged forth like a fountain, sending the unprepared Shinyu flying. However, in the next instant, he regained his balance, using a barrier of water as a springboard, resembling a diving falcon. The dust was ripped apart by the force of his punch, and a massive golden skull roared towards the heavens, countless veins instantly filling the gaps in its bones, transforming into solid flesh, its form swelling, radiating brilliance like gold. Shimmering with a clear light, Jing clutched his chest, unsteadily standing within the Susanoo, blood flooding his eyes, and in his blurred vision, a figure shot towards him. The golden half-giant swung a powerful fist, colliding with Shinyu's punch. Contrary to expectations, the impact was not a mighty clash. A crisp crack echoed, fleeting like the shattering of glass. Shinyu's physique seemed forged from divine iron, every inch of his body glistening like jade, indestructible and immensely powerful. He didn't even form a barrier of water molecules, resorting to the most primal method, like a fierce cannonball. He smashed through Jing's Susanoo and struck him in the abdomen. The force erupted, the surging shockwave howling past, and Jing's body instantly folded, shooting back into the water. Shinyu raised his hand, grasping at the air before him, his right eye's super long-range vision instantly locking onto Jing's position beneath the surface. With a burst of crimson light, he conjured Jing's neck out of thin air. Oh dear, I may have been too rough. He scrutinized his brother's face, or rather, he observed his eyes. The left eye, maintaining the Garuda, was already filled with blood, gushing forth. The right eye, employing the Takamagara, was also a deep crimson, the blood on his cheeks showing signs of drying. Brother, the power of the eyes is finite. The more you unleash, the faster the darkness consumes you. As he spoke, the celestial mechanism quietly activated. Shinyu smiled gently, releasing the state of the third life gate. His pupils returning to their usual clarity, all damage reverting to zero. Chapter 79. Speak your terms. Shinyu grasped Jing's neck with one hand, slowly lifting him as if he were a chick. This grand battle between brothers was swiftly nearing its conclusion, like a fleeting meteor, arriving in haste and departing just as quickly. With the outcome already determined, it was time for you to offer your eyes. Shinyu smiled as he raised his hand, his slender fingers reaching towards Jing's eyes. Buzz. The instant his fingertip touched Jing's eyelid, his body rippled, the afterimages coalescing, absorbing the kinetic energy of his fingertip. Shinyu furrowed his brow slightly, silently increasing his force. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not pierce Jing's eyes. His body resembled a resilient yet supple wall, absorbing all kinetic energy upon contact. You. Shinyu's gaze turned icy, his tone devoid of patience. Dispel this technique, or you will lose your sight. Jing opened his blood-red eyes, and though he could no longer discern Shinyu's form, despite his sight growing increasingly unfocused, he stubbornly maintained the Garuda. Brother, this is precisely the future I have chosen. A grim smile curled at his lips. Shinyu let out a cold snort, slamming him to the ground with a resounding crash, creating a human-shaped pit in the earth. Jing trembled as he raised his head, his face drenched in blood, every bone in his body feeling as if it were on the verge of crumbling. Although he was utilizing the energy absorbed through the Garuda to mend his injuries, he still lacked the strength to rise. The energy that the Garuda could absorb had its limits. The immense kinetic energy from that previous strike had nearly caused him to burst. Had it not been for the timely release of energy through the Susanoo, he would have been consumed by the surging energy within him, exploding into cataclysmic golden flames. This was also the fatal flaw of the Garuda technique. He understood well that Shinyu had already shown considerable restraint. Had he unleashed the overwhelming force he displayed against Hashirama, he would have undoubtedly been instantly obliterated, losing his left eye in the process. But evidently, he had placed the right bet. What Shinyu sought was a pair of intact, fully functional Mangekyō Sharingan. As long as he continued to maintain the Garuda, Shinyu would not deal a fatal blow. This was the cunning strategy he had painstakingly devised over 3 days. Fight my brother? What nonsense! He hasn't even drawn the Godblade. That was the individual who had legitimately defeated Lord Hashirama, now standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. If Shinyu truly harbored murderous intent, he would have been dispatched long ago. He understood that every breath he took now was a result of his brother's mercy. Do you truly not wish for me to obtain your eyes? Shinyu placed a foot on Jing's chest, his handsome face momentarily radiating a tyrannical coldness, his transparent gaze reflecting an icy mountain. Jing shuddered, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of killing intent, a chilling aura eroding him, leaving him with nothing but tremors and fear. Do you genuinely believe I would hesitate to kill you? Shinyu gradually applied pressure. Despite continuously absorbing energy, Jing's chest emitted the creaking sounds of impending collapse. To kill you and take your eyes, even if they are blind, I can restore them to completeness. Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood. Choosing to lie sprawled on the ground, though disheveled, he still managed a grin, his teeth stained with bright red blood. Brother, you can reverse the course of all things. But the target of your reversal must be at least a macro individual. If you do that, my eyes will still return to me. I have already seen that moment. He narrowed his eyes, straining to glimpse his brother's face, but all that remained in his vision were blurred outlines. I know my actions are despicable and ugly, but in your eyes, am I not just that kind of brother? Shinyu took a deep breath, a myriad of emotions flashing in his gaze: anger, disgust, and a fleeting glimpse of ruthlessness. He slowly raised his foot, stepping over Jing's form. Very well, brother, remain here and wait for me. He gazed at the azure sky. I shall bring your companions to find you. Not a single ninja from Konoha will be spared. Of course, I refer to their heads. Just as Shinyu was about to step away, he heard a desolate laugh behind him. Brother, if it comes to that, I will immediately destroy my own eyes. Jing laughed bitterly. I can stop nothing, protect nothing, but this is the last thing I can do for my village. Saying this, he drew a kunai from his waist pouch, the tip aimed at his own eye. Shinyu slowly turned back. Go ahead. Stab. Jing, like a soulless, emotionless robot, decisively executed the command, piercing through his right eye. He drew forth the kunai, a torrent of scalding blood splattering forth, and in that fleeting moment, he pierced his own left eye. Blood gushed forth, and Jing propped himself up, striving to locate Shinyu with his hollow gaze. A dark tempest surged, and a massive hand, shrouded in black mist, swiftly emerged, akin to a serpent ready to strike, gripping Jing's battered form within its palm. Yet, surprisingly, Shinyu's demeanor remained remarkably composed, devoid of the frantic desperation Jing had foreseen. Instead, he drew Jing closer, lost in thought. One cannot help but admire your unwavering loyalty. Being but a hound of Konoha, Jing listened intently. As the wind carried forth blatant mockery, he turned his face towards the sound. Brother, compared to my eyes, the lives of those in the village are but trifles to you, he uttered weakly. The Garuda ocular technique vanished along with the destruction of his left eye, and the energy within him dissipated, ceasing to heal his wounds. Shinyu revealed a knowing smile. You dare to blind yourself before me. It is only reasonable that I take a few of your companions to vent my wrath, is it not? Reasonable, Jing replied, his breath visibly weakening. But doing so would cause you to miss the optimal moment to restore my eyes. The disadvantages outweigh the benefits, rendering it a folly. Humph, did you witness this scene? No, that is not right. Shinyu stroked his chin. It is precisely because you saw this that you dared to recklessly blind yourself. Brother, I am merely proving my resolve, the resolve to sacrifice everything. Jing whispered, I know that if this time does not yield what you desire, you would truly raze the village to the ground, and that is an outcome neither of us wishes to see. Then you should choose a mutually beneficial outcome. Grant me your eyes, while preserving Konoha. He gazed at Jing's frail form, his Susanoo arm trembling slightly. State your terms. Cough, as expected of you, brother. You saw through me. Chapter 80, The Binding Curse. Jing lowered his head, vitality steadily ebbing from within him. Brother, I can give you my eyes, but I have one condition. Shinyu's expression reflected that of realization. Speak. 5 years. Jing gathered his breath. In 5 years, I will personally present my intact eyes to you. During this time, please refrain from acting against Konoha. Is that all? Shinyu raised an eyebrow. Indeed. I merely require 5 years, brother, Jing said weakly. The founding of Konoha was no small feat. Prior to that, I lived in a world of darkness, in constant fear. Anxious every day that you might leave me forever, just as our parents did. Shinyu's heart stirred. The breeze rustled his long hair, and his gaze trembled imperceptibly, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples. Jing's voice was faint. I have done my utmost to avoid their matters. I understand. It is not your fault. Brother, you two were forced onto the battlefield, compelled to fight. They acted out of compassion, praying and healing for you, only to meet a tragic end. What right do you have to blame me? Shinyu's eyes twitched slightly. It was the Shinju clan that killed them. Indeed, thus I harbor resentment towards war, hatred. In this chaotic era, in war, everyone is a victim. Jing struggled, his internal injuries exacerbating, causing him to cough uncontrollably. After a long while, he steadied his breath. The emergence of Konoha not only halted hostilities between our clans but also ended the chaos, sparing children across the land from the scourge of war. In my heart, this is the true path to peace. Brother, how I long to live in Konoha with you, attending school together, learning from masters. With your talent, you would surely be valued, and becoming Hokage in the future is not beyond possibility. Yet, the reality is that whether I walk the village streets or return to the clan, I must endure countless cold glances and whispers. Within the village, my identity as Uchiha is suppressed by my companions, while within the clan, I am ostracized for being Tobirama's disciple. Konoha does not regard me as a friend, and the Uchiha do not accept me as one of their own. Home holds only that cold bed. For 11 years, I have been utterly alone, both in the village and the clan. I offered you an opportunity, Shinyu scoffed, yet you not only failed to leave with me but also betrayed me. Jing's eyes? Those two bloody voids, welled with tears. I do not understand. I do not comprehend why you left the village, why you so recklessly sought to destroy everything, why you attacked Konoha alongside Madara. I truly do not understand. Brother, I never wished to kill you. My solitary pursuit has only been to catch up to your footsteps, to bring you back to Konoha, to experience true peace. If possible, I would even be willing to die in your stead. He grimly laughed, touching his hollow eyes. What are a mere pair of eyes to me? I would gladly give you my life. Blame me for my weakness. I failed to stop you before all this transpired. I know that now that Lord Hashirama is dead, bringing you back to Konoha is but a fool's errand, a vain hope. War looms. I need strength to protect Konoha, to safeguard this humble, hard-won peace. I only ask of you, brother, grant me 5 years' time. I will safeguard these eyes and do my utmost to live until I can present them to you personally. As he spoke, his breathing grew weaker, the rhythm of his chest's rise and fall slowing, his fingertips growing cold, inching towards his heart. Shinyu remained silent, quietly gazing up at the sky. In his crystalline gaze, The heavens were no longer a pure azure, but resembled the undulating surface of a dark blue sea beneath rolling clouds. So, the future you choose is merely a matter of surviving for another 5 years? The heavens stood firm. Time flowed languidly. Space stagnated. Jing felt as though he had detached from the world's rhythm. Under the influence of an ineffable, arcane power, his body instantaneously restored. His hollow, haunting eyes were whole once more. Warmth returned to his body. His heart resumed its rhythm, and strength coursed through him, as if all his injuries had been erased in a heartbeat, without a trace of process. "Brother, is this your power?" His vision restored. He beheld his brother's face anew, along with that sharp, fleeting gaze. Shinyu struck with blinding speed, a pinpoint strike piercing Jing's heart, the light of the blade erupting like a pillar, creating a bloody hole in his back, rain of crimson cascading down. Jing gaped in disbelief, blood streaming from his eyes. Though he activated the Garuda in the instant of recovery, Shinyu's strike transcended his absorption frequency. Such a formidable ocular technique, and you wield it in this manner. "I can hardly be bothered to adapt." Shinyu shook his head, disappointment palpable in his tone. "Why?" Jing collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down. "What is happening? Why did this scene not appear in the future?" In the flickering future of Takamagara, there was a moment when Shinyu attempted to seize his eyes immediately after the rewind, only to be thwarted by the timely activation of the Garuda. Had this move targeted his eyes, there would have been no doubt that they would be instantly blinded, his head pierced through as well. Jing's breathing quickened. Despite his heart mending, his flesh healing, he still felt a chilling sensation throughout his body, an overwhelming dread lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. "What? Are you stunned?" Shinyu crossed his arms, one foot resting on Jing's shoulder, tilting his head slightly. "I have no interest in killing in Konoha. Let you bear the brunt of this vengeful attack." "Brother, use silence." Shinyu kicked him away, the lines of his lips cold and unyielding. "My brother died that fateful night 11 years ago. I buried him with my own hands." Jing tumbled backward, rolling a considerable distance before struggling to rise. His gaze trembled as he reached out toward the figure ahead, perhaps hoping to grasp his sleeve, just as he used to, yet he found nothing to hold onto. Shinyu turned away indifferently, the sunlight blurring his silhouette, rendering him indistinct. Only a faint voice trembled through the air, "From this day forth, if I do not behold your intact eyes in 5 years, Konoha shall have no reason to exist." The ground erupted, a whirlwind surged forth, and a fleeting shadow shot into the sky, sending ripples of milky white mist cascading outward. With a thud, Jing's knees buckled, as if all strength had abandoned him, leaving him desolate upon the ground, tears of crimson cascading down his cheeks. He clutched his heart, discomfort gnawing at him, as if something vital had been ruthlessly excised. Unbeknownst to him, at the very core of his heart, Shinyu had inscribed a binding curse. This was the soul-sealing technique passed down to Shinyu by Ban, embedding the curse seal within the heart of the target, enabling one to manipulate them at will. However, to remove the seal would render the bearer incapacitated, unable to free themselves from its grip. Yet, Shinyu's proficiency in this art was woefully limited. He had only mastered the rudiments. He could not freely control Jing's body, but could only impose restraints, compelling him to shield his eyes in the face of inevitable peril. When the burden on his eyes became unbearable, it would forcibly interrupt the output of his ocular prowess, safeguarding his Sharingan from excessive damage. Jing gazed at the heavens, a profound weariness seeping into his bones. Merely envisioning that resolute back sent his insides roiling. His expression was one of sorrow, and he quietly closed his eyes.